Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 84, Rasa vs. Danzo, Part 1. Outside the Four Purple Flame Formation. After adapting to the battlefield and shedding blood in the process, the Jonin of Konohagakure finally figured out how to counter the massive Tanuki warriors. However, understanding their weaknesses was one thing. Defeating them was another. Their absurdly strong defenses and overwhelming destructive power made it nearly impossible for the Jonin to take them down in a short time. Just as the Konoha Jonin were struggling to hold their ground, the colossal Tanuki creatures suddenly crumbled into sand. What's going on? The Konoha Jonin were instantly filled with confusion. Their first instinct was that Danzo, inside the barrier, had forced the Kazekage to cancel his technique. A wave of relief spread among them. But before they could even exhale completely, the next scene made their eyes widen in shock once more. The sand from the fallen Tanuki warriors did not disperse. Instead, it swirled violently like a raging sandstorm, gathering together and merging into an enormous beast the size of a mountain. A deep, guttural roar tore through the battlefield. Roar. The force of the hull created a shockwave that stirred up a violent gale, sending debris flying in all directions. The Root Ninja, trained extensively in intelligence gathering, immediately recognized the technique. It was the same jutsu that had once left even Jiraiya and Minato helpless. Meanwhile, the Sunigakure shinobi seized the opportunity and swiftly retreated, leaping onto the massive monster's head. Without hesitation, the towering form of the Shikaku's avatar raised its enormous tail before swinging it with devastating force. A torrential rain of sandpaper shuriken hurtled toward the Konoha ninja. Inside the Four Purple Flame Formation. The monstrous figure looming over the battlefield was impossible to miss. With his wealth of experience, Danzo quickly deduced the reasoning behind Rasa's actions. His gaze shifted briefly toward the colossal beast in the distance before he spoke, his tone calm and calculating. It seems controlling that many puppets is no easy task. But dividing your attention while fighting me? That is bold. Rasa snorted coldly, his voice sharp with confidence. If I were facing Minato or Jiraiya, I wouldn't dare. But against you. This is more than enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Rasa leaped down from his golden dust cloud, landing gracefully atop the treetops of the dense forest. His eyes gleamed with amusement as he smirked at Danzo's cold expression. I hope you won't disappoint me. Don't let this fight end too quickly. Danzo's face darkened. His fingers formed a rapid hand seal. You won't be disappointed. Wind style, vacuum wave. The battle had begun. Like the cutting edge of a kamaitachi, a razor-sharp wind blade surged forward, slicing through the air with deadly precision. Humph! Shikaku's shield. Rasa remained motionless as a massive sand barrier, shaped in the image of the one-tailed beast, materialized from thin air. The barrier intercepted the vacuum wave completely. The wind technique failed to advance even an inch. The trees on either side of the battlefield, however, were not so lucky. Severed cleanly, they collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the earth beneath them. What an impressive defense. Danzo's face remained grim, but his body moved without hesitation. His figure became a blur within the barrier as he repositioned himself. Rasa's Shikaku shield was strong, but it could only block attacks from one direction at a time. Realizing this, Danzo quickly formed another hand seal. Wind style, vacuum serial waves. Countless wind blades surged forward in rapid succession, slicing through the air from all directions as Danzo moved, surrounding Rasa in a storm of razor-sharp currents. Boom. 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 Two more Shikaku shields materialized at an angle, forming an impenetrable wall around Rasa. The attack struck the barriers but failed to break through. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Is this a bloodline limit? Compared to jutsu that required hand seals, a bloodline limit granted overwhelming advantages in speed and execution. Danzo frowned slightly, already forming a new seal to counter. However, before he could react, his sharp senses warned him of something deadly. His instincts screamed at him to move. From the three Shikaku shields, countless spikes suddenly shot outward, gleaming with a golden hue. Sage Art, Magnet Release, Gold Sand Shuriken. The golden projectiles tore through the air at terrifying speed. Danzo immediately dashed across the battlefield, dodging the barrage with precise movements. His footwork remained steady, but his expression darkened as he noticed something unusual. The shuriken did not scatter after missing. Instead, they twisted midair, locking onto him like guided missiles. What? This was the result of Rasa's magnet release enhanced by Sage Chakra. Unlike before, when he had to refine his chakra into magnetic energy, he he now relied on natural energy itself to generate the magnetic force. The result was perfect precision and control over his attacks. The golden shuriken chased Danzo relentlessly. Despite the rising tension, Danzo's hands moved without hesitation. Wind style, great breakthrough. A violent gust erupted from his mouth, generating a powerful shockwave. The gale blasted the pursuing shuriken away, scattering them into the forest. Trees were uprooted and thrown into the air, debris flying in all directions. Above, on her floating cloud of gold sand, Hana squinted through the swirling dust. She could no longer see what was happening and had to rely on her sensory abilities. Be careful. Under normal circumstances, as a surviving member of the Uzumaki clan, she would never warn Danzo. Konohagakure had abandoned her people when Uzushio fell. But after seeing the grotesque abomination that was Danzo's right arm, she understood one thing. If she fell into his hands, her fate would be worse than death. Just as her warning left her lips, a white blur shot out from the storm of dust. Danzo moved at blinding speed, wielding a long sword, his lone Sharingan eye gleaming with murderous intent as he lunged straight at Rasa. Die. Confidence filled Danzo's mind. His blade was only inches from Rasa's throat when a golden mass surged between them. In an instant, an enormous hand of gold sand formed and clamped down on Danzo's sword, stopping it midair. Gold sand hand. Danzo's eyes widened. What? He tried to yank his sword free, but it refused to budge. It was as if the metal had fused with the golden sand itself. Danzo did not waste time. Abandoning the weapon, he lunged forward with his bare hands and swung a punch directly at Rasa's face. Boom. His fist never landed. A massive sand fist surged forward, striking Danzo before he could react. Boom. The force of the impact sent him hurtling backward. Though he crossed his arms in defense, the sheer power of the blow shattered his guard. Blood spewed from his mouth as his body was flung across the battlefield. Yet, despite the obvious damage, his expression remained eerily calm. There was no pain. No struggle. From above, Hana's eyes narrowed as realization dawned upon her. Careful. It's a clone. His real body is below. But the warning came an instant too late. Beneath Rasa, a completely unharmed Danzo emerged, his body materializing like a ghost from the shadows. His right hand, covered in the cursed markings of the Uchiha, shot forward, reaching for Rasa's back. A victorious smirk tugged at the corner of Danzo's lips. The battle is over. But before he could make contact, a voice, calm, yet chilling, echoed through the air. Oh really? Danzo's eyes widened. What? An unnatural gleam flashed before his vision. Too late. From behind Rasa, Danzo's own abandoned sword shot toward him, controlled effortlessly by magnet release. The blade sliced through the air, aiming straight for his head. With Rasa blocking his line of sight, he never saw it coming. Slash. Chapter 85, Rasa vs. Danzo, Part 2. Amidst the wreckage of their fierce battle, the forest lay in complete disarray. Shattered trees and scattered debris marked the aftermath of their clash. High above, atop the canopies of two towering trees, Rasa and Danzo stood facing each other once more, their eyes locked in a silent, deadly standoff. Drip. Danzo felt a sharp sting on his cheek and instinctively reached up to touch it. His fingers came away stained with crimson. Despite his swift reflexes, Rasa's blade had grazed him, leaving a thin, bleeding cut. What a troublesome ability. He had long heard of Tsunagekire's magnet release and the legendary sand-controlling techniques developed by the Second Kazekage. However, facing Rasa's mastery firsthand was proving far more challenging than he had anticipated. The precision and speed of Rasa's golden dust were unlike anything he had encountered before. Still, Danzo's confidence remained unshaken. The power of his arm and the secrets hidden within his eye gave him an edge. Yet, he knew it was not yet time to reveal those trump cards. The Sharingan was far too precious to waste prematurely. With a calculated calm, Danzo swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. A massive summoned beast materialized within the vast barrier, its enormous frame occupying nearly 1/8 of the enclosed space. The creature had yellow fur, an elephant-like trunk, and sharp, tiger-like claws. This was Danzo's summon, Baku, the mythical devourer. The battlefield shifted instantly. Danzo and Baku launched a coordinated assault, their movements perfectly synchronized. Baku raised its trunk and opened its gaping maw, unleashing a monstrous gust of wind. The suction was overwhelming, pulling trees, sand, and debris into its voracious mouth. Even Rasa struggled to maintain his footing, his body being dragged toward the beast. Meanwhile, Danzo maneuvered around the chaos, closing in on Rasa from the opposite side. Using a summon to restrict my movement before going in for the kill, huh? Rasa mused, his voice calm despite the dire situation. He tested his control over his golden dust, but the sheer force of Baku's suction rendered his efforts futile. The golden particles were swallowed effortlessly, leaving Rasa with fewer options. However, Rasa noticed a critical flaw in Danzo's strategy. Even Danzo himself seemed unable to fully resist Baku's suction, forcing him to take a wide detour around the battlefield to flank Rasa. Seizing the opportunity, Rasa stopped resisting altogether. Instead, he allowed himself to be pulled toward Baku, his body hurtling toward the beast's gaping maw. Danzo froze momentarily, confusion flickering across his face as he tried to decipher Rasa's intentions. Just as Rasa was about to be swallowed, he raised his arm. In an instant, a massive golden staff materialized in his grasp, glowing with an otherworldly aura. Sage Art, Magnet Release, Dragon Golden Staff. With a powerful, decisive swing, Rasa drove the immense golden staff straight into Baku's mouth. A deafening shriek erupted from the beast. Gra! Baku thrashed violently, its massive body writhing in agony. Trees toppled like matchsticks as the creature's movements shook the battlefield. Taking advantage of the chaos, Rasa leaped onto Baku's head and pressed his right hand firmly against its skull. Such an excellent summon, wasted on you. Shwoop! In an instant, waves of sand surged from beneath Baku, enveloping its massive body entirely. Sealing marks began to appear one after another, glowing faintly as they spread across the beast's form. Great Burial Seal. Danzo moved to intervene, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as his own summon, instead of restraining Rasa, was sealed away by him. The once mighty Baku vanished into the sand, leaving behind an eerie silence. Danzo tightened his grip on the shuriken in his hand, his expression darkening as he fully realized just how troublesome his opponent was. It was clear that relying solely on his own strength would not be enough to defeat Rasa. If that was the case, Danzo finally made his decision. It was time to unveil his trump card. He reached up and removed the bandages covering his right eye, revealing a fully matured three-tomo Sharingan. The crimson eye gleamed with an ominous light, and the moment it was exposed, Rasa sensed a shift in Danzo's aura. It grew colder, more oppressive, and far more dangerous. Oh! No more holding back. You've even exposed the Sharingan in your right eye now, Rasa observed, his tone laced with both curiosity and caution. Danzo wielded a kunai, his breath infused with chakra. Wind-release chakra flowed into the blade, forming an invisible, razor-sharp edge of wind. Wind style, vacuum blade. His expression was cold and unyielding as the crimson Sharingan locked onto Rasa, analyzing his every move. This is the eye of my late comrade, Kagami Uchiha. Though I despise the Uchiha, I cannot deny the power of the Sharingan. Danzo stated, his voice devoid of emotion. Hearing this, Rasa grew more serious, though a smirk played on his lips. Are you sure Kagami gave it to you? Looks to me like you're the kind of guy who wouldn't even spare his own friends. Rasa retorted, mocked with a smirk. It wasn't that Rasa feared the three-tomo Sharingan. No, his real concern was whether Danzo possessed the Mangekyo. After all, he had no intelligence regarding Kagami's abilities, and the unknown was always the greatest threat. Danzo noticed Rasa's momentary distraction. His gaze sharpened, but he scoffed, unwilling to appear weak. Humph. Dedicating everything to the village was Kagami's dream. I simply fulfilled it for him. Rasa widened his eyes, genuinely perplexed by Danzo's audacity. If Danzo had been born in his original world, he would have made a formidable politician, perhaps even rivaling a certain blonde raccoon. You really are shameless. Alright, let's see how powerful Kagami Uchiha's eyes really are. As he finished speaking, Rasa pressed his hands together. Unlike all his previous jutsu, this one was not a single-direction attack. At that moment, the entire battlefield inside the barrier began to shift dramatically. The ground transformed into flowing waves of sand, swallowing the trees of the surrounding forest whole. Flowing sand waterfall. Danzo immediately leaped into the air, using a floating tree trunk as a makeshift raft to maneuver across the shifting sand like a lone canoe. His movements were swift and precise, but the golden spikes that burst forth from the swirling sand below were relentless. Gold Dust Imperial Funeral. Countless golden spikes erupted like thorn tentacles, striking at Danzo as he darted across the sand. Danzo's three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, its crimson glow intensifying as it analyzed every movement on the battlefield. His taijutsu skills, already formidable, were now amplified by the Sharingan's enhanced perception. He weaved through the onslaught of golden spikes with ease, his movements fluid and precise. Any spike that proved too difficult to evade was swiftly cut down by the razor-sharp wind blade of his vacuum blade technique. At this moment, with the power of the Sharingan fully unleashed, Danzo's strength had surged to another level entirely. Before, Rasa had only considered him at the level of an elite jonin. But now, Danzo was approaching the peak of what a Kage-level shinobi could achieve. His speed, precision, and tactical awareness had all reached new heights, making him a far more dangerous opponent than he had been moments ago. Even Rasa felt a hint of pressure. His seemingly unstoppable magnet release, which had dominated the battlefield earlier, was now proving ineffective against Danzo's enhanced abilities. The Sharingan's predictive power and Danzo's refined combat skills were neutralizing Rasa's attacks with alarming efficiency. Truly, the Sharingan was one of the greatest cheat codes in the world of shinobi. Of course, with Rasa's power surpassing even that of most Kage, Danzo was still merely a nuisance. If Rasa played his trump card, he could end the fight immediately, but he didn't. He was waiting for a single, decisive strike. From the moment Danzo had appeared and revealed his Sharingan, Rasa had already decided. Those 5 Sharingan on Danzo's arm, the one in his right eye, and the Hashirama cells on his right arm, they would all belong to him. There was no way he would allow Danzo to recklessly waste them like he did against Sasuke, treating them as mere expendable tools. At that moment, Danzo closed the distance to Rasa, his Sharingan spinning as he attempted to analyze the chakra flow within Rasa's body. He sought to predict Rasa's next move, to gain the upper hand in their deadly dance. But what he saw made him freeze for a brief moment, long enough to abandon his attack entirely. Chapter 86, Rasa vs Danzo, Part 3. Among the 2 great dojutsu of the ninja world, both the Sharingan and the Byakugan can perceive the flow of chakra within a ninja's body. However, the key difference lies in how they function. The Sharingan's perception is based on its ability to detect the presence of chakra itself. In other words, while the Sharingan can observe the movement of chakra inside a ninja, it cannot pinpoint chakra points. If the target lacks chakra altogether, then the Sharingan perceives nothing. At this very moment, that was the exact predicament Danzo faced. Upon activating the power of his right eye Sharingan to analyze Rasa's chakra flow and prepare for any hidden techniques, he was stunned to discover that he saw absolutely nothing. This inexplicable sight caused his pupils to contract. Without hesitation, he abandoned his advantageous position, where he had already closed in on Rasa, and swiftly retreated. At the same time, his spinning Sharingan worked frantically to analyze the technique Rasa had used. No chakra, still no traces of chakra. Whether it was the sand under Rasa's control or the gold dust swirling around, there was no visible chakra within them. A deep sense of unease crept over Danzo once again. In the past, he would have withdrawn immediately, prioritizing caution. But now, as his gaze lingered on Rasa, his peripheral vision caught sight of the Uzumaki orphan hovering in the sky. The enormous prize dangling before him made retreat an impossible option. In that case, dodging the encroaching sand-gold barrier, Danzo secretly formed a series of hand seals. On his right arm, a 3-tomo Sharingan began to spin. Rasa, ever perceptive, noticed it instantly. After all, this was the moment he had been waiting for. The real battle was about to begin. Whoosh! Despite having previously withdrawn, Danzo abruptly launched forward again. With incredible agility, he weaved past all of Rasa's attacks and swiftly closed the gap between them. As Danzo approached, Rasa extended his hand, summoning a golden iron staff, swinging it directly at Danzo's wind blade. Although Rasa did not possess the Monkey King Enma as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen did. His mastery over magnet release, combined with inorganic reincarnation and chakra absorption abilities, allowed him to forge the gold dragon staff. In terms of power, it was in no way inferior to Enma. Clang! The golden staff and the wind blade clashed in a fierce collision. The sharp edge of the wind blade scraped against the solid metal, creating an eruption of sparks that scattered in every direction. While wind release is renowned for its sharpness, its greatest strength lies in its cutting ability. However, when it comes to raw destructive force and penetrative power, it falls short compared to lightning release, let alone Rasa's staff, which, infused with senjutsu energy, possessed the ability to absorb chakra. Visibly, the wind chakra infused into Danzo's wind blade was drawn into Rasa's golden staff and absorbed completely. How is this possible? Danzo's pupils contracted. Before he could react, an overwhelming force came crashing down upon him. Gold Dragon Staff, expand. Under the influence of inorganic reincarnation, the senjutsu energy within the staff transformed into gold dust and iron sand, causing it to expand tenfold in an instant. Its weight surged beyond 10 tons. What? This is Hiruzen's technique. The sheer impact smashed into Danzo's arm, causing his expression to twist in pain as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Danzo was still relatively young at this time, just shy of 60. He had yet to become the aged veteran who later fought Sasuke. This level of injury was not enough to take him out of the fight. Moreover, his past battles against Hiruzen had given him the necessary experience to use the momentum from his fall to evade the incoming staff at the last moment. Oi, it's not over yet. Despite its immense size, now half a meter thick, over 20 to 30 meters long, and weighing more than 10 tons, Rasa wielded the gold dragon staff with ease, thanks to his magnet release. However, brute force was not the only way he could use it. Gold dragon staff, extend. In an instant, the staff in Rasa's grip elongated like a whip, thrusting toward Danzo with terrifying speed. Boom. 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 Each strike carved deep craters into the ground. This won't do. I can't keep going like this. Even though Danzo was younger than he would later become, his chakra reserves were depleting at an alarming rate. A significant portion was already being used to suppress the Hashirama cells in his arm, while another portion was needed to maintain the Sharingan's power. If he dragged this battle out any longer, he would lose. He had to act now. With this thought, Danzo faced the incoming gold dragon staff and swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. A massive blast of wind erupted, sending the colossal staff flying and forcing Rasa to retreat several steps. Danzo seized the opportunity. He leaped into the air, using the extended gold dragon staff as leverage to propel himself toward Rasa. The sudden burst of chakra in his body pushed his speed beyond its usual limits. Rasa noticed instantly and swung the staff to knock Danzo away. However, in midair, Danzo quickly formed another set of hand seals. The three-tomo Sharingan in his right eye spun wildly, morphing into the shape of a great windmill. So, that's what is going on. In that instant, Rasa found his answer. He had wondered whether the Sharingan's dojutsu could affect his senjutsu energy. The answer was yes. A sharp, excruciating sensation of being torn apart flooded his senses. It felt as if his body had been split into 5 separate pieces, his head, arms, legs, and torso disconnected from each other, leaving him suspended in a surreal state of detachment. Snap. As the genjutsu took hold, Danzo exhaled deeply, landing atop Rasa's immobilized gold dragon staff. His gaze locked onto Rasa's motionless form, and in a low, controlled voice, he spoke. This is my dear friend Kagami Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan Dojutsu, Kyuna 10. It severs the connection between the target's brain and body, rendering them completely paralyzed. He was not wrong. At this moment, Rasa could no longer feel any link between his thoughts and his physical form. It was as if his consciousness drifted in an empty void, cut off from everything. Yet, he did not panic. From the moment he noticed Danzo subtly weaving hand seals, he had already activated his elemental transformation. In a world like Naruto's, where no known intelligence existed on such a technique, there was no way for anyone to predict or counter it. In this form, he was untouchable, immune to harm. That made this the perfect opportunity to analyze the dojutsu and figure out how to break free. With that in mind, he steadied himself completely. Danzo, watching Rasa remain utterly still, finally allowed himself to relax. Slowly, he stepped forward. Kagami, even in death, your eyes continue to serve the village. Murmuring under his breath, Danzo advanced along the length of the gold dragon staff, the distance between them shrinking with every step. Strange, intricate sealing marks appeared on both of his hands. This was the root's forbidden self-curse sealing mark. The Mangekyo Sharingan's genjutsu required a continuous flow of chakra to sustain and would not last forever. Only by applying a sealing jutsu on Rasa could he ensure absolute control over him. But just as Danzo's palm was about to make contact, locking Rasa in place. SHHK. A sharp, jagged Shikaku spear tore through Danzo's body, causing bright red blood erupted from the wound and splattering across the golden staff. Chapter 87, Rasa vs Danzo, Part 4. Gua. A mouthful of blood burst from Danzo's lips as he stared in disbelief at the sand spear impaling his chest. This was the first time Kagami's Sharingan had ever failed. His vision blurred as he looked up, meeting Rasa's unwavering gaze. How is this possible? Everything Danzo had learned indicated that only perfect Jinchuriki could break free from the Mangekyo Sharingan's genjutsu. Rasa was no perfect Jinchuriki. Yet, what he wielded now was pure senjutsu energy. This battle had given Rasa a deeper understanding of dojutsu. Like all genjutsu, those cast by dojutsu manipulated an opponent's chakra flow, distorting their 5 senses. To break free, one needed overwhelming chakra to disrupt the illusion or external chakra interference to restore balance. What made dojutsu-based genjutsu so potent was the superior quality of the chakra used. It likely stemmed from yin release, a fundamental aspect of yin-yang release. But now, Rasa realized that his senjutsu energy existed on an even higher plane than yin chakra. Although he had lost control of his body, he no longer needed to refine chakra within himself. By simply sensing and drawing in the surrounding natural energy, he could effortlessly shatter the Sharingan's illusion. With this revelation, Rasa knew one thing for certain: Mangekyo Sharingan genjutsu would never trap him again. Danzo staggered before him, blood pouring from his wound. Expression cold and merciless, Rasa wrenched the Shikaku spear free. Go find your answers in hell. High above, Hana let out a slow breath as she hovered on her floating cloud of gold dust. Between Sunagakure and Konohagakure, she held no strong allegiance. But Danzo, that man, with his arm full of stolen Sharingan, made her wary of Konoha itself. She was just beginning to relax when something in her senses shifted. Her pupils contracted sharply. She looked down and saw the impossible. Watch out. Her warning rang through the air, but it was already too late. The bleeding Danzo, the man who had just been spewing blood onto the ground like a fountain, suddenly disappeared like an illusion. In that instant, a long blade erupted from Rasa's chest. How is this possible? Rasa turned his head in disbelief. Behind him stood Danzo, his expression cold and grim, gripping the hilt of the sword that had pierced straight through Rasa's body. His voice was chilling as he spoke. Nothing is impossible. From the moment you dared to look directly at my Sharingan, I suspected you had a way to counter its Jinjutsu. And when I couldn't detect any chakra inside your body, I was even more certain. Danzo smirked. So, you were just waiting for me here all along. What a shame, Before Danzo could finish speaking, a flash of crimson filled his vision. Desert treasure blade. Slash. A blade of sand, fine as dust yet sharper than steel, materialized in an instant and severed Danzo's right arm at the shoulder. Rasa caught the severed limb in one swift motion. Danzo's pupils shrank in shock. His eyes filled with disbelief as another mouthful of blood spewed from his lips. Instinctively, he reached to reclaim his lost arm, but before he could react. Boom. Rasa's foot struck his chest, sending him flying backward. Still gripping the severed limb, Rasa's gaze settled on the eerie face of Hashirama embedded in the flesh. He could feel the unstable chakra pulsating within it. A small smile tugged at his lips. Looks like I won the gamble. Without hesitation, the Shikaku seal spread from his palm, attempting to suppress the rampaging Hashirama cells. But then, something unexpected happened. The seal, which had never failed before, only managed to contain the cells for a brief moment before they surged wildly once more. Seeing this, Rasa swiftly waved his hand, conjuring a dense cloud of sand to obscure everyone's vision. Under the cover, his right hand pressed the Kama seal onto Danzo's severed arm. Ugh. Rasa had never planned to kill Danzo here. After all, letting such a pest continue to plague Konohagakure was far more entertaining. But that didn't mean he held back on his kick. The impact shattered 3 of Danzo's ribs, sending his body crashing into the ground. A plume of sand exploded around him. Right now, Danzo was not the same man who had survived after the Uchiha massacre. At this point in time, Sharingan was still an incredibly valuable resource to him, and sacrificing even one to activate his Izanagi was an extravagant price to pay. Having already burned one Sharingan to rewrite his death, Danzo had immediately deactivated the technique. But now, he realized his complacency had cost him dearly. How was this possible? He had definitely pierced through Rasa's heart. He had aimed directly for the kill to ensure there was no mistake. Yet now. Pain racked his battered body. The successive injuries and severe chakra depletion had pushed him to a dangerously weakened state. Coughing up more blood, Danzo clutched his bleeding right shoulder and looked up toward the sky. What he saw made his breath hitch. Rasa was gone. In his place, a massive golden sand sphere floated in the air. Danzo's spinning 3-tomo Sharingan finally caught the details. Inside the enormous hovering sphere of yellow sand, his severed arm was suspended in midair. The eerie green glow of Hashirama's chakra was fading, as if something was draining it away. At that moment, Danzo understood. He had been tricked. This young Kazekage from Sunagakure, his true goal had never been Danzo himself. From the very beginning, he had been after the power of the first Hokage and the Uchiha's Sharingan embedded in Danzo's arm. And more than that, he knew about his Izanagi. How? A chilling thought crept into Danzo's mind. Could the leak have come from within the Uchiha clan? Otherwise, how could Rasa possibly know so much? But who? Uchiha Fugaku? Someone else. Moreover, the Kazekage possessed an ability that allowed him to absorb chakra, even the chakra from Hashirama's cells. Did that have anything to do with why his chakra flow was unreadable? A web of unanswered questions tangled in Danzo's mind, but this was not the time to dwell on them. Right now, the only thing that mattered was escaping. The battle was lost. If he stayed any longer, he would only be marching toward his death. Steeling himself, Danzo glanced around before stumbling toward the edge of the barrier, moving as fast as his battered body allowed. But before he could take more than a few steps, a voice rang in his ears. Oi, rat. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 88, the final phase. A voice, dark and menacing, like something from the depths of hell, sent a violent tremor through Danzo's entire body. With the last of his strength, he gripped a kunai and thrust it toward Rasa. Slash. The blade effortlessly pierced Rasa's back, yet it did nothing to stop his outstretched arm. Arg. Danzo let out a gut-wrenching scream as his right eye, the Sharingan, was mercilessly gouged out. At that moment, he finally understood. Earlier, he had driven a blade through Rasa's heart, yet the men remained standing as if nothing had happened. Now, looking at him closely, Danzo realized the truth. Rasa's body was not entirely human. Half of it was sand. The abilities of the Hozuki clan. No, the Iburi clan. A chilling realization hit him. Rasa had come for his Sharingan all along. Calmly, Rasa retrieved a small bottle of saline solution and dropped the freshly plucked Sharingan inside. Danzo's pupils shrank in horror. The memories his Sharingan had captured replayed in his mind, and as he looked at the men before him, a terrifying conclusion surfaced. His body trembled, and he instinctively took several unsteady steps backward. Pressing a trembling hand against his bleeding, empty eye socket, he weakly thought. I see. So, he has the power to steal bloodline limits. But Danzo did not dare to say it aloud. He knew that as long as he remained silent, there was still a sliver of hope for survival. However, if he spoke those words, his fate would be sealed. Then, something unexpected happened. Danzo, do you want to live? Stunned, Danzo struggled to keep his balance. Panting heavily, he rasped. What? What do you mean? You're not going to kill me? Rasa smirked, a chuckle escaping his lips. Why would I kill you? Leaving someone like you alive in Konoha benefits Sunagakure far more. Danzo was lightheaded from blood loss, but he immediately recognized the opportunity. Cough. Cough. Name your conditions. If he survived today, he could reclaim everything he had lost. Rasa, on the other hand, had no reason to refuse such an easy chance to take his spoils. Even as a Kazekage, he wanted everything his enemy possessed. First, hand over the summoning scroll for Baku. Without hesitation, Danzo formed a hand seal. A scroll materialized before them, landing with a soft thud. Rasa manipulated his sand to grab it, unrolled it briefly, then nodded in satisfaction. I've heard Konoha has a sealing scroll that contains numerous forbidden jutsu. Hand it over. Danzo's face darkened. His vision blurred, his body swayed, and blood trickled from his lips as he croaked. The sealing scroll is in the village. I don't have it with me. Oh. Is that so? The spear of Shikaku materialized once more in Rasa's grasp. In that case, what a pity. Danzo gritted his teeth. He had no choice. With great reluctance, he pulled out another scroll. This is not the full sealing scroll, but it contains some of the jutsu recorded in it. Rasa's sand lifted the scroll from his weakened hands. After skimming through its contents, a satisfied smile crept onto his face. Edo Tensei. 8 gates. Impressive. These are quite the treasures. Beaming, Rasa stored the scroll away. That's enough. You may leave now, but only you. Danzo's pupils shrank. He understood what Rasa meant. But without the slightest hesitation, he turned and walked away. Outside the 4 violet flames formation, Konoha's shinobi remained locked in combat against the forces of Sunagakure and the colossal avatar of Shikaku. Against the avatar's absolute defense, the Konoha Jonin found themselves at a severe disadvantage. Its towering form seemed almost invincible, and with Sunagakure's shinobi providing cover, sheer numbers alone were not enough to turn the tide. Though Konoha had more soldiers on the battlefield, overwhelming their enemies was proving nearly impossible. Worse still, they had already suffered heavy casualties. Any more losses, and their morale would crumble beyond repair. Just then, in the distance, the 4 violet flames formation dissipated, drawing everyone's attention. Had Danzo emerged victorious? Or was it Rasa? That question loomed over every Konoha shinobi as they watched the scene unfold. Rasa, suspended on a floating cloud of golden sand, advanced slowly. The Konoha forces scanned the area behind him, searching for any sign of Danzo, but the space was empty. Instead, 2 Uchiha Jonin noticed something unusual. Atop the golden sand, a red-haired girl stood with an expression of sheer disgust. In her grasp, she held a severed, pale white arm. Embedded in the flesh were 4 distinct Sharingan, their scarlet glow unmistakable. The 2 Uchiha Jonin stiffened, their hands trembling in fury. There was no mistaking it, that arm did not belong to Rasa. The truth was obvious. Danzo had stolen Sharingan from their clan through unknown means and implanted them into his own arm. And now, Sunagakure had taken possession of it. The realization spread quickly among Konoha's Jonin. There was only one conclusion to be drawn: Danzo was most likely dead. If even his arm had fallen into the Kazekage's hands, his fate needed no further explanation. But this was not the time to dwell on his demise. The real concern now was survival. Unlike the grim faces of Konoha's forces, the shinobi of Sunagakure were overjoyed. Their Kazekage had triumphed. And now, only one task remained: eliminating the remaining Konoha forces. Rasa wasted no time. He raised a hand, his voice steady and commanding. Finish the rest of them. Yes. With Rasa entering the battlefield, the tide shifted instantly. Outnumbered or not, Tsunagekyu's forces now held the overwhelming advantage. The battle turned into a massacre. One by one, Konoha's shinobi fell, forced into a desperate retreat. Within 10 minutes, it was over. The battlefield lay silent, painted in the aftermath of destruction. The results were staggering. Against Rasa's overwhelming strength, only 5 Konoha Jonin managed to escape. Among them, by sheer coincidence, were the 2 Uchiha shinobi. Some of Rasa's men seemed eager to pursue, but he raised his hand once more, halting them. Enough. Do not chase prey that has nothing left to lose. Yes. The mission had been a resounding success. Of the 12 elite Jonin from Tsunagekyu's covert operations unit who had accompanied Rasa, nearly all had sustained only minor injuries. Not a single one had perished. Such a lopsided casualty count had never been seen before in Tsunagekyu's conflicts against Konoha. For the first time, Tsunagekyu's shinobi felt as though their village stood on equal footing with their longtime rival. They gathered around Rasa, their expressions filled with admiration. One of the covert unit members, Sand Rat, stepped forward, his voice brimming with respect. Congratulations, Kazekage-sama. You have slain Danzo and avenged the Third Kazekage and our village. The others quickly echoed his words, their voices carrying a rare sense of triumph. But Rasa shook his head. No. I let Danzo go. 12 Jonin stared at him, stunned into silence. Not missing a beat, Rasa took advantage of their confusion to further cement his authority. Remember this, he said, his tone unwavering. The strongest fortress is always destroyed from within. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the severed white arm still clutched in Hana's hands. Chapter 89, Evolution and Conclusion. The 12 Jonin of Tsunagekyur were momentarily confused. However, when they followed Rasa's gaze, their expressions stiffened. A realization dawned upon them, and their eyes flickered with admiration and awe as they looked at their leader. The 5 Konohagakure ninja who had just escaped, especially the 2 from the Uchiha clan, came to mind. All right, clean up the battlefield. Since these fallen ninja were all Konoha Jonin, there might be some unexpected rewards. Hi. As the 12 Jonin dispersed, the kunoichi beside Rasa, Hana, looked down at the severed arm she was holding. Her face twisted in disgust. Suppressing a wave of nausea, she lowered her voice and asked. Are you sure it is fine to let that Konoha ninja go? What if he exposes your secrets? Even as a ninja, Hana understood the value of intelligence in this world. But Rasa merely waved a hand dismissively. Of course, he had considered that risk. However, the benefits of letting Danzo escape far outweighed the potential drawbacks. First, Rasa's strength was constantly evolving. Any intelligence gathered about him would soon become obsolete. If someone relied on outdated information to deal with him, they would only be walking into a trap. Second, Konoha with the Uchiha and Konoha without them were 2 entirely different entities. Rasa had no intention of helping Konoha rid itself of Danzo, that festering tumor. What if, without Danzo, Konoha never eradicated the Uchiha clan? That would be a devastating loss for him. And finally, even if Danzo leaked every detail about him, attracting countless enemies, Rasa no longer cared. In fact, he could only smirk. Danzo had unknowingly handed him the greatest advantage in this world. Danzo had shown no restraint in his experiments on Rasa, implanting only the purest form of Hashirama's cells into him. That reckless act had delivered Rasa an unimaginable gift. With that thought, Rasa raised his right hand. For the first time, the comma mark on his palm shifted. A black line extended from one corner of the rhombus-shaped seal, stretching until it formed a single black dot beneath his middle finger. As the transformation took place, Rasa closed his eyes, attuning himself to the natural energy surrounding him. Within his perception, deep within the earth, the largest chakra source in this world flickered, its vast presence now revealing a tiny green dot. And what did that green dot signify? A small, delicate sapling slowly sprouted from Rasa's palm. At that moment, clarity struck him like a bolt of lightning. Rasa finally understood why Hashirama Senju's wood release was so overwhelming. Because Hashirama's wood release did not consist of ordinary trees. Its essence was the God Tree, the power of the Ten Tails itself. And the God Tree, or rather, the Ten Tails, was the collective embodiment of all chakra in this world. For an instant, whether it was an illusion or reality, Rasa felt something profound, a connection to the very world around him. It was as if the energy of the land, the sky, and all living beings pulsed in harmony with his own. Beside him, Hana's breath hitched as her gaze locked onto the small green sapling sprouting from Rasa's palm. Her eyes widened in sheer disbelief. A trembling hand covered her mouth as shock coursed through her veins. As a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, she knew exactly what this meant. Land of Fire. Deep within a vast, ancient forest. A golden figure flickered through the dense woodland, moving at unimaginable speed. Each step carried him over 1,000 meters in an instant, his form blurring like a streak of lightning. Everywhere he landed, intricate formulas appeared, etched onto rocks, trees, and the very earth itself. This man was none other than Minato Namikaze. Ever since mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato had been leaving his marks all across the shinobi world, ensuring that no battlefield was ever too far, no ally ever out of reach. With this, he had become the fastest support force in history. Yet despite his speed, his expression remained grim. Still too slow. It's still too slow. Half an hour ago, an urgent order had arrived from the Hokage, detailing the situation unfolding in the Land of Rivers. The intelligence scroll had been brief but dire. The moment Minato grasped the gravity of it, he had abandoned all thoughts of rest and pushed himself to his absolute limit. But even then, he knew, deep in his heart, that he was already too late. By the time the report had reached Konoha, an hour had passed. And in war, an hour was more than enough to change everything. Minato's speed was fearsome. With the Flying Thunder God, he covered a full day's worth of travel in under 10 minutes. But just as he reached the borders of the Land of Fire, something caught his attention. Without hesitation, he teleported. At the very edge of the Land of Fire, dozens of Konoha shinobi were retreating in chaos. Their clothes were torn, their faces marred with exhaustion, and their formations utterly broken. Among them, a familiar figure stood out, his old friend, Shibi Aburame. But Shibi was in a dire state. Blood soaked his robes, his movements sluggish as he barely managed to shield his comrades while leading the retreat. The moment they saw Minato, a collective sense of relief washed over the battered shinobi. Thank goodness, it's Minato-sama. Reinforcements. We are saved. Minato. But before their relief could fully settle, movement stirred behind them. The Sunagakure ninja had caught up. Without a second thought, Minato stepped forward, placing himself between his comrades and their pursuers. His sharp blue eyes locked onto the advancing enemy, prepared for combat. But the Sunagakure ninja did not attack. Instead, the moment they laid eyes on him, their expressions twisted in alarm. That look. It's the yellow flash of Konoha. Damn it. He got here so fast. The Kazekage's orders were clear. If we encounter the yellow flash, we must retreat immediately. Fall back. Frustration flashed across their faces, but none dared to disobey. One by one, the Sunagakure ninja turned and disappeared into the wilderness, abandoning the pursuit without hesitation. Seeing their pursuers flee at the mere sight of Minato, the remaining Konoha shinobi finally allowed themselves to breathe. Their tense bodies slackened, and many collapsed onto the ground, their faces etched with exhaustion and despair. Minato stepped forward, his gaze locking onto Shibi, who was barely standing with the support of a young Uchiha. Shibi, are you all right? Shibi's blood-stained face twisted with guilt. His voice was weak, but the weight of his words was heavier than any wound. I'm sorry, Minato. This was all I could save. Minato's breath caught. His entire body tensed as the realization sank in. Over 1,000 Konoha shinobi had marched into battle. Only a dozen had survived. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails bit into his palms. A storm of sorrow and fury threatened to surge from within, but he forced it down. Now was not the time for grief. What exactly happened? Shibi swallowed, his fists trembling as he recalled the nightmare. We walked into a trap. Sunagakure planned this long ago. Even their puppet brigade was deployed in secret. The moment we stepped onto the battlefield, our escape routes were already cut off. And with the Jonin and other elites taken away by Danzo. Shibi's voice cracked, frustration bleeding into every word. Damn it. I should have seen it coming. Minato listened in silence. He had already pieced the situation together. There was no use in blaming anyone now. His expression remained composed as he spoke. Rest here. I'll keep going. Shibi opened his mouth to stop him but ultimately sighed, nodding weakly. Your chakra. Don't worry. I'll be fine. And with that, Minato vanished. Yet deep inside, he already knew, he was too late. As he traveled, all he found were bodies. Countless corpses of Konoha shinobi, their lives snuffed out on this blood-stained battlefield. Among them were even children, their small forms lying motionless amidst the wreckage of war. They should have had a future. Now, they would never smile again. Never grow up. Never return to the families waiting for them. Somewhere in the depths of his mind, an image surfaced. Rasa. This was the second time. The second time Konoha had lost to Sunagakure. And yet, Minato did not rage. He did not let anger consume him. Instead, he stood amidst the carnage, his golden hair rustling in the wind, his blue eyes void of hesitation. As he gazed upon the devastation, a decision was made. For the future of the village. For Kushina. He must become Hokage. Chapter 90, Aftermath. Konoha's devastating defeat in the Land of Rivers was beyond anyone's expectations. That day, when the surviving shinobi, led by Shibi Aburame, returned to the village, even Konoha's higher-ups couldn't keep the news under wraps. Before long, the entire village was filled with wails of grief and sorrow. 1,000 shinobi didn't just mean 1,000 lives lost, it meant 1,000 families shattered. Each one of them had been the backbone of their household, the hope of their lineage. Since Konoha's founding, they had never suffered such a catastrophic loss. But the real problem was that even if Konoha wanted revenge, they no longer had the strength to take it. As news of Konoha's crushing defeat spread, spies from other shinobi villages wasted no time in relaying the information. Both Kumogakure and Iwagakure found it hard to believe at first, but once the reality sank in, they immediately recognized it as a golden opportunity. The third Raikage of Kumogakure seized the moment and launched a full-scale invasion of Konoha. The third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure wasn't about to let this chance slip by either. However, as he studied the intelligence report in his hands, his mind wasn't just on his own attack plans. Has Tsunagakure really grown this strong? Although the report didn't specify Tsunagakure's losses, the fact that they had managed to cripple Konoha's forces so thoroughly was enough to put the cunning Inoki on high alert. Rasa understood this as well. So, after executing his plan flawlessly and annihilating Konoha's troops, he made a decisive move. He abandoned the Land of Rivers, ordered all Tsunagakure shinobi to withdraw back to the Land of Wind, and shifted to a defensive stance. At the same time, he publicly announced that Tsunagakure had also suffered heavy casualties. However, despite the official statement, the truth was clear to anyone from Tsunagakure. Their loved ones had returned unharmed, their triumphant expressions betraying the reality behind the facade. And the ripple effects of Konoha's crushing defeat had only just begun to unfold. Takumi Village, village of artisans. Like the Land of Whirlpools, it was an island village, surrounded by the sea near the Land of Rivers. Takumi Village was somewhat recognized in the shinobi world for its expertise in crafting ninja tools. Author's note, it appeared in a filler episode related to Gaara. Also, this village does not have Gakure in its name. However, rather than bringing prosperity, this specialty had turned them into a target for exploitation. Due to their small size and lack of military power, they were forced into servitude, supplying the great nations with ninja tools at unfairly low prices. The entire country had essentially become nothing more than an armory for the 5 great nations. As a result, both the Land of Rivers and Takumi Village had long been searching for a way to break free from their oppressive status. But for years, the overwhelming power of the great nations had left them without hope. Until today. Within a courtyard built in the classical Japanese style, a man clad in full armor knelt on one knee before an elderly figure dressed entirely in white, his hair as white as snow. "Suko, what business do you have with me?" The armored man, Suko, bowed his head with deep respect. "Leader, I have come to request permission to leave Takumi Village." The white-haired elder's expression darkened instantly. "Suko, do you intend to betray the village?" Suko shook his head firmly. "No. Leader, it is precisely for the future of our village that I must leave." As he spoke, Suko took out a scroll from his sleeve and carefully presented it. The elder frowned as he accepted it, unrolling it with a look of confusion. "What is this?" "Leader, you must have heard about the battle between Tsunagakure and Konoha in the Land of Rivers 2 days ago." The elder nodded with a sigh. "I never expected that Tsunagakure, long regarded as the weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages, would repeatedly humiliate Konoha and deal them such devastating losses. But what does that have to do with us? You must remember, neutrality is the only reason we have survived between the 5 great nations." Suko nodded, his voice steady. "I understand. That was true when we had no means to escape their control. But now, I see an opportunity." The elder's gaze sharpened. "What do you mean?" Suko's eyes shifted toward the scroll in the elder's hands. "Curious about Tsunagakure's sudden rise, I personally traveled there yesterday under the guise of delivering ninja tools. That is when I made an important discovery. Tsunagakure is desperately searching for a solution to its severe transportation problems. Whoever can provide a viable solution will be granted the status of an elite or even an elder within the village." The elder's eyes flickered with interest. "If we can obtain such a position," Suko continued, "we may finally gain access to something that has always been beyond our reach, a tailed beast." The elder's expression shifted, his sharp gaze lingering on Suko before he finally spoke. "Proceed." Suko chuckled. "As we all know, among the 9-tailed beasts in the shinobi world, only Tsunagakure's 1-tailed Shikaku is sealed within an elderly Jinchuriki. It won't be long before they seek to create a new host. And in the entire shinobi world, no one surpasses us in crafting ninja tools. If we seize the right opportunity, we might be able to take Shikaku's power for ourselves and revive Saimai-sama. With Lord Saimai's strength, Takumi Village will no longer be reduced to a mere weapons factory for the 5 great nations. Instead, we will rise and conquer the entire shinobi world." The elder's expression wavered. The temptation was undeniable, but doubt still lingered in his eyes. "Is this truly possible?" If we fail, Takumi village will be wiped out completely. Suko's gaze remained steady. Our village specializes in crafting ninja tools. Even if I fail to become an elder, infiltrating Sunagakure should not be an issue. For the future of Takumi village. The elder closed his eyes for a long moment before exhaling deeply. I understand. Then I will entrust the village's future to you. To aid your mission, take the 4 celestial symbols men with you. Yes. Takumi village wasn't the only one with such ambitions. In a remote part of the land, an elderly man with a gentle demeanor studied a newly acquired scroll. Sunagakure's victory over Konoha had drawn attention from all corners of the shinobi world. The village was now under unprecedented scrutiny, and any movement within its borders quickly spread across the entire world. Behind the old man, in a grand hall covered in intricate ceiling scripts, a massive creature lay in deep slumber. Its form resembled a serpent, but it lacked scales. Malicious chakra radiated from its body, coiling ominously in the center of the chamber. It seems the time has come to pay Sunagakure a visit. With Shikaku's chakra, the Zero Tails can be revived. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, within the land of water. The third Mizukage sat in silence, his eyes scanning the intelligence report in his hands. Lately, reports had surfaced of Sunagakure shinobi lurking near Kirigakure's borders. This was clearly not a gesture of goodwill, but the Mizukage had little interest in investigating further. Kirigakure's internal problems were far worse than Konoha's. The 3 great bloodline clans that had helped establish the village, Hozuki, Kagaya, and Yuki, were even more troublesome than Konoha's Uchiha clan. Their constant infighting had fractured the village, leaving the Mizukage unable to mobilize his bloodline shinobi effectively. This was precisely why he had invested so much effort in cultivating the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. But now, as he examined the unexpected intelligence report, a thought surfaced: perhaps it was time to meet this young Kazekage. Since Sunagakure's shinobi had appeared in the land of water, it was clear that the Kazekage had an interest in Kirigakure. With this in mind, the third Mizukage made his decision. There was no harm in testing the waters. Who knew? This might lead to an unexpected opportunity. Chapter 91, A New Era. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. On this day, Sunagakure was livelier than ever before. The streets were decorated with festive banners and lanterns, while firecrackers and fireworks went off continuously. The villagers, their faces filled with joy, were all heading toward the village center. Only those who had just arrived in Sunagakure, unaware of the situation, curiously asked around. What's going on? Why is Sunagakure so lively today? Hearing the question, a Sunagakure villager looked at them warily. You must be from outside the village, right? Ah, yes. I'm a merchant from the land of Marsh, here to post a mission in Sunagakure. The land of Marsh? That's quite rare. Understanding the villager's caution, the merchant awkwardly explained. Yes, we used to post missions in Konoha. But lately, due to the ongoing war, Konoha has had no time to handle our requests. Therefore, we decided to come to Sunagakure and see what it's like. Upon hearing this, the villager's wariness disappeared instantly, replaced by enthusiasm. Oh, so that's the reason. Well, welcome. Our Sunagakure shinobi are very skilled. You can trust them with your missions. Ah, yes. We've also heard about how Sunagakure defeated Konoha. That's really impressive. In fact, many outsiders arrived in Sunagakure these past few days. While some were undoubtedly spies, there were also many merchants looking to post missions. The entire shinobi world was in chaos due to the war. For merchants, war was a prime opportunity to make money, but it was also extremely dangerous. Konoha, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure were all caught up in warfare, unable to spare shinobi for escort missions. Kirigakure remained isolated from the world, making entry impossible. At this time, Sunagakure has suddenly risen as an alternative. Not only has it proven its strength by defeating Konoha, but it was also one of the only 2 major villages not deeply entangled in war, making it a relatively stable choice. But Sunagakure is really hard to find. We nearly got lost in the desert on our way here. Hearing the merchant's complaint, a villager chuckled sheepishly. That's true. But don't worry, the Kazekage is already working on a solution. You must have seen the notices that anyone who can help solve Sunagakure's transportation issues will be generously rewarded. Ah, yes, I saw that. But unfortunately, I'm not good at that kind of thing. By the way, is today's celebration of the victory in the war? The villagers shook their head, smiling brightly. No, today is a special day because of 4 great events. 4 great events? Yes. First, we're celebrating the official inclusion of Rorin into Sunagakure. Second, today marks the opening of our Shinobi Academy. Third, our Shinobi Hospital is reopening. And lastly, our orphanage has been completed. The Kazekage himself will be attending the ceremony, so everyone wants to go see it. Seeing the merchant's confusion over why these 4 events were considered joyous occasions, the Sunagakure villager explained. Well, although both the academy and the hospital existed before, they've been expanded under the Kazekage's orders. They're completely different from what they used to be, you could even say they're brand new. Not only are they bigger, but they're also much more beautiful. More children can now attend school, and medical care has become far more accessible. As for the orphanage, it's a brand new facility built to care for children who lost their parents, giving them a better life. And finally, Rorin, a small nation, officially joined Sunagakure over a month ago at the Kazekage's invitation. Originally, we were supposed to hold a welcoming ceremony back then, but due to the war, it was postponed until now. Hearing this, even the merchant was impressed by all these innovations. Usually, Kages are ninjas whose main concerns are always warfare and security, but Kazekage seem to excel in management of the land as well. Heck, even daimyo would find it hard to manage a land this effectively. I see. The Kazekage is truly remarkable. Obviously. The villager's face filled with pride. The merchant from the land of Marsh smiled in agreement. Sunagakure is quite beautiful. Before coming here, I heard the environment was harsh, but it doesn't seem as bad as people say. At these words, the villager's expression turned mysterious. Leaning in, they whispered. Well, you're not wrong. Sunagakure's environment used to be pretty harsh, but recently, the climate suddenly changed. Everyone's calling it the green miracle brought by the Kazekage. The green miracle. Yeah. The villagers still looked puzzled as they continued. For some reason, the weather has gotten much better lately. The sandstorms have weakened significantly, and green plants have started growing all over the village. It's honestly incredible. Huh. That's amazing. Right. That's why everyone calls it a miracle. Just then, a loud bell rang throughout the village. The villager suddenly became flustered. Oh no. The ceremony is about to start. I have to go now. Welcome to Sunagakure. Goodbye. As the villager hurried off, the merchant from the land of Marsh grinned. In a completely different tone, he muttered to himself. Heh. I never paid much attention to Sunagakure, but who would have thought so many interesting things were happening here? If I tell Madara-sama about this, he'll definitely be interested. Sunagakure Central District. Kazekage Office, within the Kazekage building. Inside the office, the gathered shinobi listened to the cheers from outside, their faces filled with astonishment and joy. It had been 7 days since the Konoha annihilation plan was executed. Everything had finally settled. After spending 3 days at the Land of Wind's borders to confirm that Konoha would not launch an immediate counterattack, Rasa returned to the village with most of his forces to rest. Rasa thought for a moment. While he couldn't openly celebrate the victory, as it might provoke the other great nations, completely ignoring such a significant triumph felt too subdued. At that moment, the Minister of Education, Gashima, Minister of Logistics, Ruji, and Minister of Medical Affairs, Iris brought exciting news: the expansion of the Shinobi Academy and Hospital, as well as the construction of the orphanage, had been successfully completed after more than a month of work. Additionally, the welcoming ceremony for Rorin was also due. With all these events lining up, it was truly a time of fourfold celebration. Thus, Rasa proposed hosting a grand festival in Sunagakure to mark the occasion. Everyone readily agreed. True to the efficiency of shinobi, once Rasa issued the order, everything was prepared within just 3 days. As the cheering outside continued, those inside the office, dressed in their finest ceremonial attire, were momentarily dazed by the rare festivity. The village hasn't been this lively in a long time. The last time was when the second Kazekage took office. Ebizo remarked, to which elderly Chiyo nodded, a trace of nostalgia and satisfaction in her expression. Well done, Rasa. You fulfilled your promise to restore the glory of the second Kazekage's era. You are now a true Kazekage. Back then, she had only supported Rasa because he threatened her with her grandson's safety. But in hindsight, it had clearly been the right decision. By this point, Pakura had long abandoned any thoughts of contesting for the Kazekage's position. With a sincere smile, she said, "Congratulations, Kazekage-sama." There was still a trace of reluctance in her tone, but everyone knew just how difficult it was to get someone as proud as Pakura to acknowledge Rasa's rule. Michikawa also spoke up. If the third Kazekage were still alive, he would be pleased to see this. With those words, he had finally accepted the third Kazekage's death completely. From this day forward, the Sand lineage would fully support Rasa's rule. Rasa simply nodded in gratitude. Thank you. At that moment, Baki entered the room, his face flushed with excitement. Kazekage-sama, the festival has begun. Rasa glanced at the 4 people in the room, his eyes filled with determination and ambition. Let's go, everyone, together, we shall usher in a new era for Sunagakure. Chapter 92, The Will of Sand. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. The festive sounds of firecrackers and drums echoed throughout Sunagekyu's skies. Dressed in his Kazekage robes, Rasa stepped onto the rooftop terrace of the Kazekage building's third floor, his expression spirited and determined. Below, an enormous crowd of Sunagekure citizens erupted into cheers. It's the Kazekage-sama. Kazekage-sama looks so cool. Long live Kazekage-sama. Behind Rasa, Chiyo, Ebizo, Pakura, and Michikawa stood together, watching the overwhelming display of support from the villagers. They were visibly shaken by the sheer magnitude of admiration for Rasa. However, none of them spoke, because today, there was only one true protagonist, Rasa, the Kazekage. Taking a few steps forward, Rasa raised his hand and made a downward pressing motion. Instantly, the entire village fell silent, waiting for him to speak. His voice, infused with power, resonated across the square. From the moment I was born, I have pondered a question: why did the first Kazekage choose to build Sunagekure in such a barren land? A land where endless yellow sand covers the ground, unable to nurture even a single blade of grass. A land plagued by relentless sandstorms and the merciless heat of the sun. A land where the very essentials of life, water, food, fertile soil, are scarce, and all around us stretches nothing but an endless, deathly desert. The crowd listened, enraptured. Compared to us, Konoha has fertile lands and lush forests. Kumogakure possesses vast lakes and rivers. Kirigakure thrives near the ocean. Even Iwagakure, though surrounded by mountains, does not lack the land and water needed for survival. But Sunagekure? We have nothing but endless dunes and the silence of the desert. The weight of his words settled over the villagers. But then. Yet today, as I stand here, looking at all of you, our shinobi who have fought for the village, I finally understand. The first Kazekage saw something within us. A will forged by the desert's hardships. A strength born from this unforgiving environment. From this day forward, we will show the entire shinobi world the power that resides in our hearts and bodies. We will prove to them that even in the harshest desert, the most beautiful flowers can bloom. At this moment, Rasa closed his eyes before opening again. This is the will of sand, the unbreakable resolve within every Sunagekure shinobi. He raised his hand high. And you, all of you gathered here today. You are the desert's flowers. These, I officially declare the start of Sunagekure's Desert Flower Festival. Oh. Long live Kazekage-sama. Long live the will of sand. The deafening cheers erupted once more, blending with the sound of drums, fireworks, and joyous celebrations. Sunagekure had truly become a sea of festivity. As Rasa stepped back, he turned to see Chiyo, Ebizo, Pakura, and Michikawa looking at him with newfound admiration. Pakura smiled charmingly. Well said. Ebizo nodded in approval. The will of sand. The idea is interesting. Michikawa also nodded. These words should be engraved into the minds of every child in the village. Rasa, feeling both proud and a little shy, let out a breath of relief. All those sleepless nights spent crafting this speech had been worth it. As a person from the modern era, if there was one thing he understood well, it was the importance of ideological construction. Konoha had the will of fire. Iwagakure had the will of stone. Kumogakure had the legacy of A, passed down through generations. Only Sunagekure and Kirigakure had nothing to call their own. But from this day forward, that would change. Unlike Konoha's will of fire, which emphasized self-sacrifice from one generation to the next, Rasa envisioned a different future for Sunagekure, one where every citizen could bloom into their own unique beauty, just like the resilient flowers of the desert. Though the speech had ended and the festival had begun, Rasa's work was far from over. His next task as Kazekage was to personally visit the ninja academy, hospital, and orphanage, alongside Pakura and Michikawa. Meanwhile, Chiyo and Ebizo returned to rest. Their first stop, the Sunagekure Ninja Academy. Sunagekure Ninja Academy. Since the first Kazekage had modeled Sunagekure's academy after Konoha's, it was centrally located within the village, situated just southeast of the Kazekage building. However, due to Sunagekure's unique environment, its academy resembled a modern-era school rather than Konoha's traditional wooden buildings. Constructed from stone and brick, the academy's structures stood tall, resembling circular towers built to withstand sandstorms. Enclosing walls shielded the buildings, leaving only rows of windows for ventilation. In the past, due to Sunagekure's elite-focused education policy, the academy had been relatively small, consisting of just a 4-story building. But now, a new 6-story tower stood proudly beside the original. Additionally, the training grounds had been significantly expanded, now equipped with various target dummies and ninja training tools. This year's incoming class alone had 600 students, bringing the total number of enrolled students across all grades to over 1,000, ranging from 6-year-olds to 12-year-olds. Both students and teachers were visibly excited, yet nervous about their distinguished guests. By the time Rasa arrived, he was no longer accompanied only by Pakura and Michikawa. His wife, Karura, his assistant, Saramu, and the Minister of Education, Gashima, had also joined them. Though these individuals held high positions in the village, they were not quite on the same level as Chiyo, Ebizo, Bakura, and Michikawa. With Gashima leading the way, Rasa's school tour began. Much like government officials inspecting schools in his past life, he visited each classroom one by one. In every class, he would step inside and deliver a brief yet inspiring message, reinforcing the will of sand he had just introduced. Work hard, children. I hope you will uphold the will of sand and grow into the desert's most beautiful flowers, the future of Sunagakure. Yes, Kazekage-sama. The young students, their worldview still forming, were thrilled by Rasa's words. Their teachers, too, carefully noted his speech. These words would become guiding principles in their future lessons. As Rasa continued his tour, he struck up a conversation with his assistant, Saramu. Saramu, I heard you enrolled Sarah into the academy. Saramu was momentarily surprised but then smiled and nodded. Yes, she's in Class 1A. In the past, as a mother, Saramu would have never wanted her daughter to become a ninja, it was far too dangerous. But after spending the past month serving as Rasa's assistant, she had come to understand the reality of life in a ninja village. She now knew how low the status of non-shinobi was in Sunagakure. Even she herself had started learning ninjutsu, under Karura's guidance. Soon, the group arrived at Class 1A. There, Rasa immediately spotted Sarah, a young girl with deep crimson hair, seated in the front row. When she saw her mother, her face lit up with pure excitement. However, what truly caught Rasa by surprise was the black-haired boy sitting beside Sarah. His expression was far too mature for his age, serious, disciplined, and composed. Looking closely, the boy bore a striking resemblance to Michikawa, at least 80% similar. And, another OC, know that the author is taking sources from another fanfic and also included its own OC characters. In that instant, Rasa realized the truth, and his smile grew wider. Yet, just when he thought the surprises had ended, upon reaching the second floor and stepping into the third-year classroom, Rasa laid eyes on 3 more children. And at that moment, he knew. Everything he had worked for in the past month had not been in vain. Chapter 93, The New Generation. Kunmi, the boy sitting beside Sarah, was only 6 years old, but his serious demeanor made him seem much older. His face bore red war paint, and his features closely resembled Michikawa's. It was immediately clear that Kunmi was his son. And, again, he is an OC. I would have removed him but he played a big role in later arc. Although Kunmi didn't need to attend the ninja academy, given his high status as a member of the Sand Clan and Michikawa's son, he was still here. His presence was a sign of Michikawa's support for Rasa's leadership. By sending his own child to study at the academy, he was publicly acknowledging his loyalty to Rasa. Kunmi had been raised with a strict education. When Michikawa entered the classroom, Kunmi eagerly looked up at him with expectation, but Michikawa did not acknowledge his son, offering no response whatsoever. In contrast, Saramu's daughter, Sarah, eagerly stood when she saw her mother, but a stern look from Saramu quickly made her sit back down. Rasa observed the classroom, noting that it wasn't just an ordinary class. Many of the children in this class were from high-ranking families within Sunagakure. Despite this, Rasa didn't show any special treatment. He addressed the class with his usual words of encouragement and then led the group to the next classroom. As they stepped out, Michikawa spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Kunmi has awakened magnet release. The room fell silent as everyone processed the news. Saramu didn't fully understand the weight of the statement, but the others did. Magnet release was an extremely rare bloodline limit, and Kunmi had awakened it at just 6 years old, which was remarkable since Rasa himself hadn't unlocked it until he was 7. Rasa congratulated Michikawa. Kunmi is only 6, right? Congratulations, Michikawa. The Sand Clan has produced another genius. And, no such clan existed in anime or manga. But as he thought about it, Rasa couldn't help but wonder why such a talented child hadn't appeared in the original story. Did Kunmi meet an untimely fate? Michikawa, however, was unfazed by the praise. Instead, he looked at Rasa seriously and made a request. I want you to take Kunmi as your disciple. The room grew quiet at Michikawa's bold request. Saramu's eyes were filled with curiosity, and the others turned to Rasa, waiting for his response. Rasa, however, didn't hesitate. No problem. Let him focus on making friends this year. Next year, I'll formally take him as my student. Michikawa smiled for the first time, a rare sight. He even joked. You and Karura-san better hurry up as well. Hearing this, Karura blushed slightly, but her smile was one of pure happiness. The group continued on their way, with the future of Sunagakure's next generation firmly set in motion. This was already an unexpected surprise, but when Rasa reached the upper grade classrooms, an even greater revelation awaited him. Before Rasa's reforms, Tsunagekyu's Ninja Academy followed a 4-year curriculum. The first year was dedicated to academic studies, the second year introduced chakra refinement alongside continued academics, the third year added basic ninjutsu and kunai training, and the fourth year focused on preparing students for real combat. After expanding to a 6-year system, the curriculum remained largely the same, with the second and third years extended to allow more time for mastery. Starting from the second year, students were able to use chakra, making them half-fledged ninja. Knowing that today was an opportunity to impress the Kazekage, both teachers and students were eager to showcase their skills. By the time Rasa reached the second floor, he could already sense various chakra signatures as students engaged in sparring lessons. Understanding their excitement, Rasa didn't interfere. Instead, he took the time to interact with them personally, offering words of encouragement. The admiration in the teachers' and students' eyes was clear. Slowly, he made his way to the third floor. Then, he suddenly stopped. Something unusual had caught his attention. Instead of following the planned route to the nearest classroom, he walked straight to the end of the hallway, skipping over several rooms. The others exchanged puzzled glances but followed him without question. No one in Tsunagekyur would dare challenge the Kazekage's decisions. Rasa looked at the classroom number, class 3 to 6. It was clear from the number alone, just as class 1 to 1 was for elite students, class 3 to 6 was the bottom-ranked class. Yoshima, the Minister of Education, grew nervous, assuming that some misbehaving students had caught Rasa's attention. "Is something wrong, Lord Kazekage?" "Nothing," Rasa said, peering into the classroom. He then pointed at 3 children sitting in the middle row. "What are their names?" The others followed his gaze. The 3 kids were refining their chakra, but there was nothing remarkable about them. Their chakra levels were pitifully low, students like these would struggle to even graduate. No one could understand why Rasa had taken an interest in them. Yoshima hesitated, visibly embarrassed. He oversaw the entire academy, but remembering the names of students from the lowest-ranking class was too much to ask. Before he could stammer out a response, Karura spoke up. "Their names are Mori, Anji, and Ro." "Why do you ask, Rasa-kun?" Saramu's expression shifted as well. "Oh, those 3. Rasa was intrigued. "You both recognize them," Karura explained. "They're Chisato's children." Rasa immediately recalled that Chisato had been one of Karura's teammates when she was still a genin. Unfortunately, Karura's rapid advancement to Chunin led to their team's disbandment, but they had remained close. That, however, didn't explain why Rasa could sense traces of senjutsu energy from these 3 children. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was undeniably there. This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. Had the benefits of his senjutsu training already begun to influence Tsunagekyur's population? If so, why these 3 specifically? If he could uncover the reason behind their connection to senjutsu, it might hold the key to revolutionizing the entire village. As Rasa pondered, Karura and Saramu continued their story, providing a possible explanation. They recounted how, some time ago, these 3 children had led them to a well where small patches of grass had begun growing, something unheard of in Tsunagekyur. Karura chuckled. "Ever since I told them how rare that grass was, they've made it their personal mission to protect it. They patrol the wells whenever they have free time, acting like little guards. A lot of people in the village have seen them doing it." Chapter 94, Diverted Fate. Rasa seemed to understand now why these 3 children were so special. It is because their bodies actually contained senjutsu energy. However, this only made him even more curious. Was it because these children were frequently exposed to senjutsu energy, or was it a gift from this protective phenomenon? If it was the former, then that was a good thing. It meant that as senjutsu energy in this world continued to grow stronger, Tsunagekyur, as the source, would have the advantage of proximity, awakening more ninja influenced by senjutsu energy. But if it was the latter, then it would be a bit troublesome. With that thought, Rasa turned his gaze towards Saramu. If it was the first case, then someone like Saramu, who was born with the ability to use Dragon Vein chakra, should also have senjutsu energy within him. After all, the current senjutsu energy was all derived from the Dragon Vein chakra. "I heard that you've been learning ninjutsu, Saramu." Everyone was caught off guard by Rasa's sudden change of topic, and Saramu felt a bit embarrassed, like a child caught sneaking around. "Yes, at the very least, it makes moving around more convenient." Rasa nodded and then dropped the subject, turning instead to Gashima. "Kids like these would be wasting their time learning ninjutsu. Starting today, shift their studies to taijutsu. I obtained a secret taijutsu technique from Kanagakur. Once I've refined it, I'll pass it on to them." Gashima immediately responded with excitement. "That's wonderful, Kazekage-sama. On behalf of these children, I thank you. All right, let's continue." As expected, surprises like this didn't happen all the time. The rest of the students at the Ninja Academy were unremarkable, failing to catch Rasa's attention. Next, they proceeded to their second stop, the Sunagakure Ninja Hospital. Here, Rasa met his brother-in-law, Yoshimaru, and the head of the medical department, Iris. Yoshimaru was present at Iris' request. Due to the current shortage of talent in Sunagakure, the village's ninja hospital lacked high-level medical ninja who could take charge. As a result, Rasa had temporarily assigned Yoshimaru here. However, this arrangement wouldn't be necessary for much longer. Yoshimaru, have you ever thought about taking on a disciple? Yoshimaru's gentle face showed a moment of surprise before he nodded. I wouldn't mind, but, am I qualified? Rasa chuckled. Of course, you are. You're a jonin of the village, and it's about time you started training a few students. Contributing to the village's future is important. Then I will look for one. Seeing her husband and younger brother getting along so well, Karura was naturally very happy. After taking a brief tour of the newly expanded ninja hospital, they moved on to their third stop, the orphanage. Unlike the ninja academy and the ninja hospital, which were located in the village center, the orphanage had been newly constructed in the southeastern part of the village. This area had plenty of open land, allowing for a large facility. The building maintained the typical enclosed architectural style of Sunagakure. When Rasa arrived, the head of the logistics department, Ruji, was already there waiting. Since the orphanage had just been built, it was still mostly empty, with only a few children. Ruji proceeded to share his thoughts on the matter. Report, Kazekage-sama. Moving forward, I will have the villagers pay attention to orphans who have lost their parents due to war in the Land of Wind and other small countries. This should gradually increase the number of children here. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. As soon as Rasa finished speaking, Ruji immediately seized the opportunity. Kazekage-sama, there actually is one difficulty. Saying this, Ruji glanced at Karura, looking slightly embarrassed. I have a rather bold request. Would it be possible for Lady Karura to become the director of the orphanage? Everyone was taken aback by his words, and Karura instinctively covered her mouth in surprise. Of course, this wasn't entirely Ruji's own idea, it was something Rasa had subtly hinted at. Oh. Tell me your reasoning. Ruji, understanding the situation well, quickly explained. Kazekage-sama, Lady Karura. An orphanage is not like other places. The children here have lost their parents, making them extremely sensitive. They need someone as gentle as Lady Karura to take care of them. Rasa nodded, then turned to Karura. What do you think, Karura? Would I be able to? Karura hesitated. Noticing Rasa's intention, Saramu immediately encouraged her. Of course, you can. Karura, you're so kind and you'd definitely take great care of these children. Seeing the encouraging look in her husband's eyes, Karura finally nodded. Then. I'll give it a try. Good. Ruji, coordinate with Karura on the transition. The official order will be issued tomorrow. Yes, sir. Just then, Rasa suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on something. Recognizing this familiar reaction, everyone instinctively followed his line of sight. In the orphanage, a woman with flowing golden hair, dressed in a nun's habit, was tending to the few children present. Her radiant smile, warm and beautiful, exuded a natural kindness that made even the women in the group feel a sense of closeness. Noticing the attention, the woman looked over and gave them a gentle nod. Ruji immediately stepped forward and introduced her. Kazekage-sama, this is Miss Nono. She is from the Land of Wind and has extensive experience as an orphanage director. When I heard about her background, I invited her here to help care for the children. As if noticing the Kazekage, Nono stepped forward. Greetings, Kazekage-sama. The woman named Nono greeted Rasa with remarkable composure, as if he were just another ordinary person. Although Rasa was a bit surprised, he showed no sign of it and instead expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Nono. Looking after these children will be no easy task, but I feel much more confident about the orphanage's future with someone as experienced as you. This is my duty. Nono replied with a gentle nod. Then, I won't keep you any longer. With that, they moved on to the final stop, a tour of the settlement where the people of Rorin lived, accompanied by Saramu. Unfortunately, no further surprises awaited them. By the time they returned to the Kazekage building, Rasa's official duties for the day had concluded. However, everyone could sense that something was off. Rasa seemed deep in thought. Back in the office, Pakura, feeling oddly irritated, spoke up. So, Kazekage-sama, are you still thinking about that Nono woman? Her words caused an awkward atmosphere among the women present. Meanwhile, the only other men in the room, Michikawa, nodded and added. That Miss Nono was indeed very beautiful. After all, even he had to admit that the warmth and motherly aura she exuded was quite attractive to men. Hearing this, Karura, who hadn't initially suspected anything, suddenly widened her eyes in an adorable mix of shock and scrutiny toward her husband. Seramu, on the other hand, glanced at Rasa with a slight hint of disdain. Humph. Men really are all the same. Caught completely off guard by the sudden accusations, Rasa was momentarily baffled. However, he didn't let it bother him. Seeing that he was surrounded by his closest confidants, he finally shared what was actually on his mind. No. What I was thinking about was something else entirely. Miss Nono is actually from Kanagakure. Chapter 95, Summoning Beast. As soon as Rasa spoke, everyone present was first stunned, then filled with anger. They did not doubt the truth of Rasa's words. Bang. Pakura slammed the armrest of her chair and shouted. Konoha really doesn't learn its lesson. They just suffered such a huge loss, but no. They want to stir the trouble with our village again. Rasa shook his head, and remained calm. It may not necessarily be Konoha's will. This Miss Nono belongs to Konoha's root. Root? Danzo. Everyone was shocked, and then Michikawa seemed to recall something. I heard that you critically injured Konoha's elder, Kazekage-sama, and has been on the verge of death, unable to wake up until now. But looking at it now, that must be fake. It was just an excuse for him to escape accountability. That seems to be the case. Rasa nodded, while Pakura, looking displeased, spoke up. If we had known, you should have just finished him off. A cockroach like him constantly targeting us will soon start to spread the filth. Rasa sighed and explained. I've already explained this to you all before. Rather than killing Danzo, letting him live is the best choice. You've also received Konoha's intelligence. Despite the huge losses they suffered because of him, despite the Uchiha clan nearly going into full rebellion, Konoha's elders and the third Hokage still chose to turn a blind eye to their so-called friend. A ticking time bomb like him is much more useful alive than dead. Michikawa nodded in agreement. Indeed, Kazekage-sama, your decision was correct. Looking at it now, Konoha's internal conflicts are even worse than we imagined. But still, it's truly impressive. Even under these circumstances, Konoha managed to withstand attacks from Iwagakure and Kimogakure. Their foundation is terrifying. Hearing this, Rasa also felt a bit helpless. A week ago, Sunagakure had completely annihilated Konoha's forces in the Land of Rivers. Immediately after, Kimogakure and Iwagakure launched full-scale attacks on Konoha, intending to destroy them in one decisive strike. By all accounts, Konoha should have been doomed this time. But unexpectedly, Minato Namikaze, Sunagakure's longtime rival, suddenly seemed to have been given a cheat code. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he provided support on two fronts, not only defeating the AB combo of Kimogakure and halting their advance but also fighting alone against 100 Iwagakure shinobi on the battlefield, forcing Iwagakure to retreat and cementing his name across the entire ninja world. Pakura, who had once fought Minato, was clearly aware of these developments and was feeling frustrated. How the hell did he do it? This kind of power-up is just unreasonable. A little over a month ago, he wasn't this ridiculous. She considered herself strong now, but even she knew she could never achieve such feats. Forget the AB combo from Kimogakure, even just the 1 against 100 battle against Iwagakure was something she couldn't pull off. According to the intel, those 100 Iwagakure shinobi weren't ordinary ninja, they were all experienced elites. When she fought Minato a month ago, he didn't feel this monstrous. Rasa was also feeling a headache over this. All he could say was, no wonder he's the protagonist's father of this world. His growth simply defied reason. That said, he wasn't too displeased with the current situation. Because first and foremost, he never truly intended to destroy Konoha. Whether he could accomplish it or not was one thing, but even if he could, he wouldn't do it because, in the future, he still needed the two protagonists from Konoha to stand against Kagaya Otsutsuki. Secondly, immense external pressure would also serve to unite Sunagakure from within. At this moment, Michikawa added fuel to the fire. According to our intelligence, Minato Namikaze hasn't even used Sage Mode yet. This made Pakura's expression turn even darker. The atmosphere in the Kazekage's office grew heavy once again. Aside from Seramu, who didn't fully grasp the significance of a ninja's strength, Pakura, Michikawa, and Karura all looked somewhat dejected. Fortunately, Rasa broke the silence and turned towards the Queen of Rorin. There's no need to be so discouraged. Seramu, could you extract some chakra for me to see? Caught off guard by the sudden shift in topic, Seramu was momentarily stunned. The other three also cast curious glances her way. However, she obediently pressed her hands together and began extracting chakra. As expected. The moment she started, Rasa immediately sensed the presence of senjutsu energy within her chakra. And its concentration was even higher than that of those three kids. That meant Seramu's daughter, Sarah, might also have the same potential. Alright, that's enough. The entire extraction process lasted less than a minute. Hearing Rasa's instruction to stop, Seramu halted at once, looking at him curiously. What's going on? Of course, the others in the room couldn't sense senjutsu energy, so Pakura looked puzzled. Rasa responded, half-truthfully. Do you remember the dragon vein chakra of Rorin that I told you about last time? It's not surprising that Seramu, as Rorin's former queen, has the ability to absorb dragon vein chakra. It makes sense for her, but those three children. Karura wasn't familiar with the concept of dragon vein chakra, but Pakura and Michikawa were different. They understood exactly what it was. That chakra represented natural energy, the key to senjutsu. So, the moment Rasa spoke, realization dawned on them, and Pakura impatiently asked. You're saying those three brats have dragon vein chakra in their bodies too? Yes. This is good news. I don't fully understand how they managed to achieve this, but it means we have hope of mastering this natural energy. Pakura and Michikawa's eyes lit up at the thought. But you'll need to wait. I have to observe those three kids further. Understood. Both of them knew this wasn't something that could be rushed. Just then, Pakura suddenly realized something. We couldn't sense this chakra at all, but you could. Does that mean you've already mastered this power? Rasa didn't hide the truth. That's right. But just because I could doesn't mean you can. All it means is that this is a possibility. Hearing Rasa confirm it so directly, Pakura could only sigh enviously. No wonder we couldn't sense your chakra at all. That at least answered a long-standing question for everyone present. Seeing this, Rasa brought up another matter. To avoid provoking other nations, we won't publicly celebrate this victory. However, I've already arranged for the village's ninja who participated in this operation to receive rewards. The Umbu are handling it, and in a few days, Baki will distribute them to you. Aside from that, Rasa took out a scroll and placed it on the table. This is a summoning contract I obtained from Danzo. It's for a creature called the Baku, a summoning beast capable of using wind release. Unfortunately, there's only one. Which of you two wants it? Chapter 96, 8 Gates Released Formation. Pakura's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. She had vivid memories of the summoning creatures from Konoha, and since this one belonged to a Konoha elder, it was undoubtedly powerful. Michikawa, on the other hand, remained calm. Give it to Pakura. I already have a summoning creature, Michikawa said. Rasa knew about Michikawa's summoning creature. It was the same one that Temari, Rasa's eldest daughter, would later use in the future, the Kamatari. Although smaller in size, it could significantly enhance the power of wind-style techniques. More importantly, the Kamatari wasn't a single entity but an entire species. While it couldn't compare to the summoning creatures from the legendary summoning realms, it was still a valuable asset for Sunagakure. Pleased with the unity within the village, Rasa nodded in satisfaction and tossed the summoning scroll to Pakura. Thank you. Pakura gave Michikawa a grateful look. It was rare to see such harmony between the two factions that had historically been at odds within the village. Seeing this, Rasa took out 2 more scrolls. These are another forbidden technique I obtained from Danzo. It's called the 8 Gates Released Formation, developed by the second Hokage of Konoha. By unlocking the gates that restrict chakra flow within the body, one can temporarily gain immense power. It's said that opening all 8 gates can grant a person dozens of times their normal strength. Dozens of times. The number shocked both Pakura and Michikawa. Pakura's eyes burned with enthusiasm, and even the summoning scroll in her hand seemed less appealing now. Of course, this technique comes with a heavy burden. Opening all 8 gates is almost certainly a death sentence. However, opening just the first few gates should be manageable for your physical abilities, and it will also enhance your taijutsu. Given Pakura and Michikawa's current strength, it was nearly impossible for them to achieve a qualitative leap like Minato Namikaze. Therefore, Rasa had no choice but to give them a boost. The 8 Gates Released Formation was one of the best options since it's safe, reliable, and something even he planned to train in. The two took the scrolls, their gazes filled with admiration for Rasa. Since becoming the Kazekage, Rasa had been incredibly generous, rarely keeping anything to himself. His magnanimity made Pakura and Michikawa reflect on their past actions with a sense of shame. At that moment, Michikawa suddenly pulled out a prepared scroll and handed it to Rasa. Rasa was surprised to receive a gift in return. What's this? Michikawa explained. Actually, the Third Kazekage once conducted an investigation into summoning creatures. Although he didn't find Ryuchi Cave, he did discover traces of a giant serpent named Aoda. This information might be useful to you. Rasa's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. This was an unexpected delight. While Rasa wasn't as familiar with the Boruto storyline as he was with the Naruto series, he knew the name Aoda, a powerful red serpent from Ryuchi Cave. He had even dispatched 4 elite jonin from his covert operations unit to search for traces of Ryuchi Cave. Finding Ryuchi Cave also meant the possibility of locating Yugo. However, Rasa hadn't expected that his covert operations unit, after searching for so long, would come up empty-handed, while Michikawa had provided a valuable lead. Thank you. This is indeed very important to me. Pakura, standing nearby, felt a bit awkward, realizing she had nothing to offer Rasa in return. Fortunately, Michikawa changed the subject. What should we do with the spy, no? Rasa thought for a moment before deciding. Let her go for now. This surprised everyone present, especially Pakura, whose expression turned peculiar. However, Rasa's next words made her feel ashamed for her earlier assumptions. Rasa tapped the table and explained calmly. From the beginning, my actions against Konoha haven't been driven by personal hatred. It's simply a matter of differing stances. In fact, I admire some of Konoha's shinobi. Take Nono, for example. Although she's a spy for Root, from the intelligence I've gathered, she's genuinely a kind-hearted woman. The others looked at Rasa with newfound respect. His wife, Karura, found him particularly captivating at that moment, exuding an indescribable charm. Unaware of their reactions, Rasa turned to Karura and smiled. Karura, I'll leave Nono to you. Try to win her over. If we can turn her into one of our own, that would be ideal. Karura nodded firmly. Understood. Rasa then turned to face all the present. Thank you all for your hard work. That's all I have to say for now. I'll be heading to Lady Chiyo's place. Does anyone have anything else to report? Everyone shook their heads, but Seramu asked curiously. Kazekage-sama, do you need me to accompany you? No need. For now, assist Karura in organizing the orphanage matters. Understood. After leaving the Kazekage's office, Rasa made his way to the residence of Chiyo and Ebizo. Unlike the high-rise architecture typical of Sunagakure, the siblings lived in a small, secluded courtyard reminiscent of Konoha's style. The area was quiet, and few dared to approach. Once a barren, sandy plot, the courtyard had recently begun to sprout greenery, adding vibrant colors to the landscape. As Rasa entered, he saw Ebizo teaching a red-haired girl. Upon noticing Rasa, both stopped their activities. The girl, visibly nervous, bowed respectfully. Greetings, Kazekage-sama. This girl was, of course, Hana. After bringing Hana, a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, back from Kazekage, Rasa had placed her under Ebizo's care. His goal was clear, to train her as Ebizo's successor in sealing techniques. Unfortunately, Rasa learned that Hana, unlike Kushina, hadn't inherited the Uzumaki clan's talent for sealing techniques. Thus, she had to start from scratch under Ebizo's guidance. Ebizo, understanding Rasa's intentions, accepted the task without hesitation. Both he and his sister, Chiyo, had seen something extraordinary in Rasa. Having lived through the era of the First Kazekage, they had witnessed Sunegakure's evolution over 4 decades. Yet, under Rasa's leadership, the village had transformed in ways they couldn't quite describe. If they had to put it into words, it was like the sudden emergence of green life in the desert, a miracle. She's a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, after all. Hana has remarkable talent in sealing techniques. However. Ebizo hesitated, which puzzled Rasa. However, what? The answer came from Chiyo, who emerged from the house. Compared to sealing techniques, this girl has an even more astonishing talent for medical ninjutsu. If you leave her to me, I can train her to become a medical ninja on par with Tsunade of Konoha. Chapter 97, The Arrangement of the Uzumaki. Hana was clearly a little afraid of Lady Chiyo. As soon as she saw Chiyo step out, she became even more nervous. Rasa didn't expect Chiyo to come out and snatch a disciple. However, this didn't affect his plans. I didn't expect you, Lady Chiyo, to want to take Hana as your disciple. I was originally planning to entrust Yoshimaru with teaching her medical ninjutsu. Chiyo didn't bother to hide the disdain in her gaze as she spoke. Don't be ridiculous. While Yoshimaru does have some talent in medical ninjutsu and is considered one of the best in our Sunagakure, compared to this little girl, he's far behind. Letting Yoshimaru teach her would be a waste of her potential. I see. In that case, why not have Hana study under both you and Elder Ebizo? Unexpectedly, Chiyo's expression immediately turned serious. Do you think medical ninjutsu is something to be taken lightly? A person's energy is limited. If she truly wants to become a medical ninja as exceptional as Princess Tsunade of Konoha, she must not be distracted. This was beyond Rasa's expectations and didn't align with his original thoughts. However, Chiyo had a point. Medical ninjutsu was one of the most scientifically advanced and practical professions in the world of Naruto. Sealing techniques were important too, but they weren't as commonly used as medical ninjutsu. Rasa knew he would need an outstanding medical ninja in the future. After thinking for a moment, he looked down at the slightly nervous Hana and asked. Hana, Do you want to become Lady Chiyo's disciple and train as a medical ninja, or do you want to study under Elder Ebizo and become a sealing technique ninja? As soon as he finished speaking, he could clearly sense Hana's reluctance toward becoming a sealing technique ninja. However, at the same time, she seemed somewhat intimidated by Chiyo, leaving her unsure of what to choose. Rasa found it odd that, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Hana had no interest in mastering sealing techniques. After some thought, he gave her a reassuring smile. Don't be nervous. Lady Chiyo may seem strict, but she's actually a very kind old lady. Despite his words, Chiyo still wore her usual stern expression, making Hana even more nervous. However, deep down, she truly had no interest in sealing techniques. Encouraged by Rasa, she finally made her decision. I choose to become Lady Chiyo's disciple and train as a medical ninja. Since you've made your choice, I respect it. Seeing that Hana had finally decided to walk the path of a medical ninja, Rasa nodded in satisfaction. Looking at Chiyo, whose face was still as stern as ever, he thought for a moment before saying. However, teacher sounds too formal. Hana, from now on, just call Lady Chiyo, Granny Chiyo. At that moment, both Chiyo and Ebizo's expressions changed slightly. Hana noticed this but didn't understand the reason. Still, she obediently called out. Granny Chiyo. Chiyo's body trembled slightly. Looking at the nervous little girl in front of her, she seemed to see the shadow of another child, the same red hair, the same innocence, the same loss of parents. Was this heaven's way of compensating her? For a brief moment, Chiyo's gaze wavered, but she quickly regained her composure. However, when she spoke again, her tone had softened considerably. Training in medical ninjutsu is extremely difficult. You must be prepared. I'll do my best. Good. Seeing this, Ebizo's eyes grew slightly misty. He knew that, although his sister still hadn't fully moved on, at least there was a glimmer of hope now. With gratitude, he looked at Rasa. Thank you. Then, turning to Hana, he said. I thought you were planning to train this child as a Jinchuriki, Kazekage. At those words, Rasa immediately understood why Hana was so resistant to sealing techniques. As expected, she tensed up the moment she heard it. Noticing this, Rasa saw an opportunity to express his thoughts and spoke up. I have no intention of creating more Jinchuriki in the future. Chiyo and Ebizo were both visibly shocked. So to ease things up, Rasa explained. There's no denying the immense power of the tailed beasts, but first, our village is not in dire need of their strength at the moment. Second, the process of creating a Jinchuriki is too dangerous and painful for the host. As the Kazekage, I will not put children through such suffering. Of course, the real reason was that Rasa no longer valued Shikaku's power. If it were the Nine Tails, that would be a different story. But the three people before him had no way of knowing that. Chiyo and Ebizo, after their initial shock, now looked at Rasa with admiration. Hana, on the other hand, was full of awe. You truly are different from the previous Kazekage. With the village in your hands, we can finally be at ease. Ebizo sighed. Chiyo, however, asked with curiosity. What about Bunpoku? How is he doing now? I've arranged a place for him. He's eating and drinking well. Well, he should be able to live another 10 years, at least. If you two elders wish to see him, I can bring him back. No need. As long as he's with you, I'm at ease. To be honest, both of us owe Bunpoku a great deal. We don't even have the courage to see him. With that, Chiyo turned to Rasa, knowing the real reason he had come. Come with me. Hana, you too. All right. Inside a dimly lit laboratory. Various instruments were scattered around. In bubbling test tubes, 5 Sharingan floated alongside a pale, severed arm. Hana, stepping inside, was seeing such an eerie sight for the first time. Chiyo wasted no time and got straight to the point. I have to say, the things you brought me are truly unbelievable. Mangekyo Sharingan, the first Hokage's cells, these are treasures I never even dared to dream of. Each one is unique, and thanks to them, my research has progressed smoothly. Any findings? I conducted comparisons between a blinded Sharingan, a normal Sharingan, and a Mangekyo Sharingan. Based on the residual energy in them, I've confirmed that the ocular power you mentioned does exist. Unfortunately, the Hashirama cells you brought have lost their vitality. However, following your suggestion, I studied Hana's Uzumaki lineage and discovered that the Uzumaki clan's power has an unusual effect on Sharingan. Hana blinked in surprise. Her cells were studied. When did that happen? Then, she suddenly remembered that when she first arrived here, they had drawn a vial of her blood. Does that mean my idea is feasible? Rasa asked, but Chiyo shook her head cautiously. It's still too early to tell. I need more time to continue my research. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. After speaking, Rasa turned to Hana and asked, "Have you sensed that strange chakra approaching the village or entering it lately?" Hana immediately understood what he was referring to and shook her head. "No. At least, as far as I am aware, I haven't sent anything as such." Seeing that she was still a little nervous, Rasa thought for a moment and reassured her. "Don't worry. From now on, Sunagakure is your home. As the Kazekage, I swear I will never go against your wishes. If I ever break that promise, you can have Granny Chiyo punish me." Chiyo, playing along, said with a smirk, "Rest assured, I won't go easy on him." Hearing this, Hana finally relaxed completely and nodded obediently. Hi. Chapter 98, The Development of Sunagakure. With Seramu as his assistant, most of the major affairs were taken care of, allowing Rasa to return to the Dragon Oasis and focus on his training without wasting energy on trivial matters. It could be said that Rasa was quite fortunate. He had obtained the 8 Gates release formation from Danzo. Previously, he had been searching for a way to increase the storage limit of his senjutsu energy, and now, the 8 Gates had practically delivered itself to him. Of course, he couldn't just follow the training method of the 8 Gates word for word. After studying the scroll he obtained from Danzo, Rasa gained a general understanding of the technique's essence. According to the scroll, chakra flows through a person's body along the circulatory system and passes through 8 key nodes, listed from top to bottom as Gate of Opening, Gate of Rest, Gate of Life, Gate of Pain, Gate of Limit, Gate of View, Gate of Wonder, and Gate of Death. Each time a gate is opened, the ninja's chakra surges at least twofold, and the increase in chakra enhances the user's physical strength, granting them greater power and speed. At first glance, this seemed identical to the star-release chakra mode, a technique that burns the body's potential to unleash immense power. However, the two were fundamentally different. If a ninja's chakra had a fixed upper limit, then star-release chakra mode functioned by stimulating the body's cells to generate more chakra, increasing that limit. Meanwhile, the 8 Gates merely improved the efficiency of utilizing existing chakra. Yes, efficiency. As described in the 8 Gates scroll. If the chakra inside a ninja's body were compared to a river, then the 8 Gates would be like dams built along its course, restricting the flow of water downstream. For example, if a ninja's maximum chakra capacity were 100 units, the natural flow through the gates would reduce that amount significantly at each checkpoint. This biological safeguard prevents organs from being overwhelmed by excessive chakra circulation. The foundation of the 8 Gates technique lies in rigorous training to condition the body's pathways and organs to withstand greater stress. Conversely, when a ninja opens a gate, they unlock a portion of their restricted chakra, instantly doubling their available reserves. From this perspective, mastering the 8 Gates wouldn't necessarily benefit Rasa much, as it only unshackled chakra that was already present rather than expanding its natural capacity. And currently, Rasa didn't even have chakra in his body. However, on the flip side, when Rasa absorbed senjutsu energy, it still followed the same chakra pathway system. This meant that unlocking the 8 Gates could increase the efficiency of his senjutsu absorption. Additionally, the specialized training involved in the 8 Gates, exercises designed to enhance the body's pathways and organs to withstand greater stress, would, in turn, boost his overall physical capabilities and, indirectly, his capacity to store chakra. Of course, these were just theoretical deductions Rasa had made based on the 8 Gates technique. Now, it was time to put them to the test. Thus, Rasa began his 8 Gates training in the Dragon Oasis. While the outside world was engulfed in the flames of war, Sunagakure was experiencing an unprecedented period of prosperity. The village's 2 victories against Konohagakure, especially the second battle, significantly boosted its standing in the shinobi world. Once considered the weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages, Sunagakure had now risen to stand on equal footing with Kimogakure and Iwagakure. This newfound status brought immediate benefits. First, more people began coming to Sunagakure to commission missions. Second, a growing number of civilians wished to settle in the village. After all, finding a safe place to live was no easy task with the world in chaos. Despite the harsh desert environment, Sunagakure offered something far more valuable: security. This influx of people and resources led to a rapid increase in wealth and population. To screen these new settlers, the village's shinobi were working around the clock, overwhelmed by the sheer number of applicants. At the same time, the surge in population and economic activity triggered a construction boom within the village. New residents needed places to live, food to eat, and daily necessities, leading to the creation of countless job opportunities. Furthermore, after the recent wars, Sunagakure's shinobi were flush with money. With increased welfare benefits, even ordinary villagers found their pockets full. And where there was money, there was spending. This combination of external and internal demand spurred rapid economic growth. Caravans from all over began traversing the desert, bringing goods and services to Sunagakure. Upon arrival, many merchants realized that the village's environment wasn't as harsh as the rumors claimed. In fact, it was thriving. Word spread quickly, and even more people became interested in Sunagakure, creating a self-sustaining cycle of prosperity. The local villagers had never seen the village so lively before. Of course, with an open village came risks, like the infiltration of foreign spies. But compared to the risks, the benefits of growth and wealth were far more appealing. After all, this was a golden age for Sunagakure. 1 month later. Over the next month, Sunagakure's shinobi lived in a state of exhaustion and excitement. Though they were busier than ever, seeing their village flourish under the leadership of the Kazekage filled them with pride. To compensate for the shortage of chunin, some of the older genin were granted battlefield promotions. Though these newly promoted chunin lacked combat strength, their years of experience made them well suited for maintaining order and managing internal affairs. However, a new issue soon emerged. At the current rate of growth, it wouldn't take more than a year before the village ran out of land and housing. Some of the higher-ups voiced concerns, arguing that restrictions should be placed on incoming settlers. After all, Sunagakure was a shinobi village. Too many outsiders could destabilize its core foundation. But when Sarama reported this to Rasa, his response was simple. Ignore them. A village's core will always be its shinobi. As long as the shinobi remains stable, everything else is secondary. As for land and housing, I'll take care of it when the time comes. Given Rasa's overwhelming influence, no one dared to oppose his decision openly. At most, they grumbled in private. Meanwhile, after over a month of grueling training, Rasa had successfully mastered the fourth gate, Gate of Pain. The results exceeded his expectations. He could now feel himself surpassing the level of an ordinary Kage. He had stepped into the realm of the Super Kage. Chapter 99, Stepping into Super Kage. Beneath the colossal divine tree in the dragon's oasis, Rasa sat in meditation, resembling the Buddha under the Bodhi tree. A visible green aura surrounded him, making his hair float upward, much like a super scion. However, unlike the intense surging energy seen when Lee or Guy opened the gates, Rasa's aura remained calm and serene. The reason was simple. While he was indeed training in the 8 gates, he wasn't following the grueling, self-punishing method that Lee and Guy had used. Instead, he had found a shortcut. The harsh and torturous training for the 8 gates was necessary because a ninja's body had to be conditioned to withstand the severe backlash of opening them. But Rasa was different. He had no concerns about chakra damaging his body when unlocking the gates. For one, he had no chakra in his body. Secondly, Senjutsu energy possessed immense vitality and could rapidly heal any damage. Thus, he approached the technique like certain martial arts in fictional novels. He trained the 8 gates in reverse. Rather than preparing his body through rigorous conditioning, he directly experimented with gradually opening the gates. If his body suffered injuries, the Senjutsu energy would automatically heal them. And in the process of healing, his body and chakra pathways would grow stronger. Of course, he wasn't reckless enough to open all the gates at once. He progressed cautiously, one step at a time. Even so, with this cheat-like training method, combined with his naturally powerful physique as a Kage, he reached the 4th gate, the Gate of Pain, within a single month. More importantly, this training method was akin to the Super Saiyan full power state in Dragon Ball. He could now maintain the 4th gate as his normal state. This alone pushed Rasa from the Kage level directly into the Super Kage level. What defines a Kage? In Rasa's view, a ninja was someone who used chakra as their power source, fighting with ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. And a Kage? On the surface, it referred to the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages. But in terms of strength, a Kage was someone who had mastered chakra, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, reaching the peak of what an ordinary ninja could achieve, with no glaring weaknesses. For example, the current 5 Kage each fits within this category. They had no major flaws in chakra reserves, ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu. Take Rasa himself for example. His large-scale magnet release techniques proved that his chakra reserves were formidable. In ninjutsu, aside from basic elemental techniques, his bloodline limit, magnet release, was top tier. In taijutsu, while he had once been weaker compared to techniques like Flying Thunder God or against someone like Jiraiya, he had still been at a solid level. As for genjutsu, his immense chakra reserves granted him resistance against most illusions. So, what defines a Super Kage? It meant surpassing the Kage level in one or more abilities, going beyond human limits. For instance, Minato Namikaze, whose Flying Thunder God and Raiznan. Now that he had reached the Super Kage level in both ninjutsu and taijutsu, once he mastered senjutsu and the tailed beast mode, if possible, his ninjutsu and chakra would reach the peak of the Super Kage tier, even touching upon the level of the 6 paths. Well, tailed beast mode would be highly unlikely in the foreseeable future. And now, Rasa had finally stepped into the realm of the Super Kage. In terms of chakra, by maintaining the 4th gate in his normal state, the senjutsu energy stored in his body had reached 4 times its original amount. This multiplier was terrifying because the high efficiency of senjutsu energy meant that his techniques consumed significantly less energy compared to using regular chakra. In ninjutsu, with senjutsu limit, magnet release, sand manipulation, combined with the senjutsu limit, would release he had acquired by absorbing Hashirama's cells, his ninjutsu had also reached the Superkage level. Moreover, would release compensated for the weaknesses of his techniques in rainy environments like the Land of Rain. In terms of taijutsu, Rasa had stepped into an immensely powerful realm due to his training in the 8 gates. Each gate in the technique enhanced his physical abilities. First gate, the gate of opening, located in the brain, unlocking it removed the brain's natural limitations, giving Rasa faster reflexes and heightened information processing during battle. Second gate, the gate of rest, also located in the brain, this gate eliminated bodily fatigue, granting him greater stamina and increased recovery speed, allowing him to fight for extended periods. Third gate, the gate of life, located in the chest, this gate was considered the center of the 8 gates and the last safe zone. Unlocking it drastically increased strength, speed, and reaction time, representing the limit of human potential. Fourth gate, the gate of pain, as its name suggested, it was positioned below the gate of life. Activating it started to cause physical damage, but thanks to the restorative properties of senjutsu energy, this drawback was insignificant for Rasa. After unlocking the gate of pain, all his abilities saw an immense boost. How much of a boost? In terms of speed alone, he had already reached twice the speed of sound. Though he still couldn't compare to space-time ninjutsu like the Flying Thunder God technique, Rasa believed he could now go toe-to-toe with the lightning release chakra mode of Kimogakure. As for genjutsu, it remained his biggest weakness. However, against senjutsu energy, which could even resist the abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan, this weakness hardly seemed relevant anymore. At this point, in the ninja world, aside from Madara Uchiha, Minato in Sage Mode, and the hidden Otsutsuki clan members, there were few who could take him down with ease. Of course, that was Rasa's humble opinion. In this unpredictable ninja world, he preferred to remain cautious. At the very least, until he obtained power comparable to the Six-Path Sage, he had no reason to act too arrogantly. But once he did, once even the strongest could do nothing against him, then he would dare to set his sights on the tailed beasts. This was one of the reasons he no longer planned to create more Jinchuriki. For now, though, after unlocking the 4th gate within a month, Rasa decided it was time for a break. Not because of physical exhaustion, but mental fatigue. On the other hand, the covert operating unit had also brought him some intel regarding Ryuchi Cave. Chapter 100, The Land of the Sea. The Land of the Sea. In the Kazekage's office, Rasa, dressed in casual attire, was momentarily stunned by the report from his 4 subordinates. He had nearly given up on tracking down Ryuchi Cave, yet now, an unexpected surprise had arrived. "Tell me, what's the story?" As the 4 explained, Rasa quickly grasped the situation. With the increasing number of outsiders arriving in Sunagakure, various pieces of information had begun circulating. Rather than searching for Ryuchi Cave aimlessly, the 4 had decided to gather intelligence from the merchants visiting the village. Surprisingly, their efforts had yielded a promising lead. A merchant from the Land of the Sea spoke of a legendary island known as Forgotten Island, said to be inhabited by massive creatures. People had reportedly seen snakes as large as mountains, along with enormous eagles, centipedes, and other creatures. Forgotten Island, huh? Do these merchants know its exact location? The 4 men nodded, and their leader responded. They have a general idea. A general idea? Yes, Kazekage-sama. According to these merchants, the island is surrounded by perpetual storms. Finding it isn't difficult, but entering is another matter. Only highly skilled navigators can make the journey safely. Moreover, the merchants who have landed there claim that aside from its enormous wildlife, the island holds no valuable resources. Because of this, most merchants avoid it. However, the creatures there are said to possess mystical abilities. We're not sure if this is the place you were looking for, Ryuchi Cave. Rasa pondered for a moment. Clearly, this wasn't Ryuchi Cave since the legendary sanctuary of the White Snake Sage should only house snakes, not other creatures. But he couldn't blame his subordinates. Even Rasa himself knew little about Ryuchi Cave, only instructing them to search for a place inhabited by giant snakes. Still, he decided it was worth investigating. First, from the description, it was clear that the island harbored many summoning creatures. This immediately reminded Rasa of the summoning path of pain, which had summoned numerous creatures in the original storyline. Perhaps some of those beasts had originated from this very island. At this point, Rasa was open to any opportunity to strengthen Sunagakure. Second, aside from the summoning beasts, his scouting team in the Land of Demons had sent back reports about Morio, the legendary demon sealed there. Since he wasn't yet prepared to target the tailed beasts, absorbing Morio could be the next best option for enhancing his power. With that in mind, Rasa issued an order. Negotiate with the merchants. See if they're willing to take us to Forgotten Island. Money is not an issue, but do not reveal our identities. Understood. The 4 immediately set off to carry out his command. Though Rasa had spent most of the past month training in the Dragon's Oasis, occasionally, he returned to Sunagakure for a few days to handle village affairs. Rasa sighed inwardly. Holding a high position meant never truly having time to relax. At this moment, he felt like he finally understood why Naruto seemed so exhausted in Boruto. At least at night, when he was home, he could still unwind. Especially with Karura, who had gone from being shy to taking the initiative. This change brought Rasa both physical and emotional satisfaction. He knew exactly why. Yeah, she wanted a child. Naturally, he was more than happy to cooperate, sharing a few passionate nights with her. After leaving the Kazekage's office, Rasa first visited Chiyo. As expected of Sunagakure's greatest medical expert, her skills were undeniable. After studying the 5 Sharingan eyes he had obtained, she had already begun attempts to clone them. This was something Rasa had specifically requested. He remembered that in the original story, there had been a man obsessed with Akatsuki who had managed to mass-produce Mangekyo Sharingan through cloning. Rasa wasn't aiming for something that extreme. He wasn't asking for bulk Mangekyo Sharingan, just mass-produce 3 Tomo Sharingan would be enough. Combined with Uzumaki bloodline enhancements, this could make Sharingan transplants more viable, potentially allowing Sunagakure to artificially create its own Uchiha-like warriors. Meanwhile, Hanabira had shown remarkable medical talent. In just a month, she was already assisting Chiyo with her work. Seeing how happy Hanabira looked, it was clear she had grown comfortable working with Chiyo. When she called her Granny Chiyo, there was even a hint of playfulness in her tone. It seemed she had realized that beneath Chiyo's sharp tongue was a soft heart. After leaving Chiyo, Rasa made his way to the orphanage. The moment he stepped in, he saw Karura, Nono, and 5 female Sunagakure Chunin, along with several ordinary caretakers, all running around busily. These 5 female Chunins had been specially promoted to help manage the orphanage. Strictly speaking, such a role didn't necessarily require ninja, but this was a political move. It gave Karura a trusted team of subordinates. Despite only 1 month passing, the orphanage had transformed from an empty building into a lively home. The number of children had skyrocketed from a dozen to over 100. This was proof of how chaotic the outside world had become compared to the relative stability within Sunagakure. Seeing the Kazekage arrive, everyone was a bit nervous. Everyone except Karura, who was visibly delighted. "How come you are here?" "I came to see the kids, and you." Karura's heart swelled with happiness, her bright smile impossible to hide. But she still pretended to be nonchalant. "Then take a look at the kids." "I have work to do." "All right." Rasa, emulating Hiruzen Sarutobi, adopted a gentle demeanor and spent some time playing with the orphans. The children were shocked and overjoyed, their eyes full of admiration and awe as they gazed at him. However, before long, Baki suddenly arrived at the orphanage, bringing urgent news. Rasa's eyes narrowed slightly. "I'll be going now. I'll be home tonight. Hearing that, Karura blushed slightly, as if something had come to mind. Back at the Kazekage's office, his assistant Saramo was already waiting for him. But she wasn't alone. Standing before Rasa was a large, muscular man wearing a Kirigakure forehead protector. He had long, waist-length orange hair, a massively obese frame, sharp shark-like teeth, and green face paint. Strapped to his back was a massive sword wrapped in bandages. As soon as Rasa arrived, the men bowed respectfully. "I am Fuguki Suikezen, leader of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. It is an honor to meet you, Kazekage-sama." Chapter 101, Kirigakure. Kirigakure. Sitting in the Kazekage's seat, Rasa looked intrigued. In fact, it wasn't just Rasa who was surprised. Even the Umbu of Sunagakure were taken aback when they saw the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure standing before them. They initially assumed he had come to cause trouble and nearly started a fight. However, to their surprise, he claimed to be delivering a message on behalf of the Mizukage and requested an audience with the Kazekage. After reporting to Baki, Baki immediately sent someone to inform Rasa. "I remember that Kirigakure and our Sunagakure have communication channels through the Umbu, don't we?" It was almost an unspoken rule. Although the great nations were often at each other's throats, they maintained secret lines of communication behind the scenes. For a Kirigakure ninja to show up unannounced like this was reckless, it could easily spark a conflict between the two nations. Fuguki Suikezen grinned, revealing his shark-like teeth, and took out a scroll. His demeanor was calm as he spoke. "This time, I bring a personal message from the Mizukage." Rasa seemed to understand something and gave Baki a look. Baki immediately walked over, took the scroll, inspected it, and, after confirming it was safe, handed it to Rasa. Upon opening it, Rasa found that the contents weren't particularly surprising. It was essentially a congratulatory message from the third Mizukage, acknowledging Rasa's ascension as the fourth Kazekage and expressing admiration for his 2 successful campaigns against Kanagakure. Admittedly, the congratulations were a bit late since Rasa had been Kazekage for half a year already. Baki, arrange for this Kirigakure ninja to rest in the village for a day. I'll give him my response tomorrow. Understood. Fuguki Suikeisen nodded without objection. Shortly after the two left, Pakura and Michikawa arrived upon receiving the news. Michikawa remained composed, but Pakura immediately raised a question. I heard someone from Kirigakure has come to the village. This also highlighted that even the Umbu wasn't completely airtight when it came to information leaks. This was one of the reasons Rasa wanted to restructure the covert operations unit, since some intelligence could be shared, but some absolutely couldn't. Yes. He handed the scroll to them through Saramu. After reading it, Michikawa seemed to grasp the situation, while Pakura grimaced. What does this mean? Michikawa was the one to answer. I've heard that this Mizuki's position in Kirigakure is unstable. Judging by this, it seems to be true since he's resorting to seeking outside assistance. Pakura wasn't slow to catch on either and quickly realized the implications. Rasa also added another point. Regardless, a divided Kirigakure is beneficial to Sunagakure, isn't it? Michikawa nodded in agreement, while Pakura asked curiously. So how will you respond? Are you planning to cooperate with this Mizukage? A formal response will suffice. As for cooperation, let's wait until the Mizukage secures control over his own village. If he can't even trust his own Umbu and has to rely on the 7 ninja swordsmen to deliver messages personally, then what's the point of agreeing to an alliance? Having said that, Rasa turned to Saramu and instructed. Saramu, draft a polite and formal response in my name. For someone like Saramu, who was once a queen, handling such matters was a simple task. After settling this issue, Rasa turned to the two and asked. What's the situation on the front lines? Michikawa came forward to respond. Same as before. Things are stable for now. Although Konoha has redeployed some shinobi, most of them are weak. They don't dare enter the Land of Rivers and are simply holding the border of the Land of Fire. We followed your original strategy and established 3 defensive lines, the first at the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Fire, the second within the Land of Rivers itself, and the third within the Land of Wind, serving as our rear defense. Rasa nodded in understanding. And how have Kimogakure and Iwagakure responded? Have they upheld our agreement by issuing missions to Sunagakure? Pakura let out a dismissive scoff. Because we crushed Konoha in the Land of Rivers, Kimogakure and Iwagakure think they don't need us anymore. At first, they didn't send us a single mission. But now that they're struggling in their offensives, they suddenly remember we exist. Honestly, I think we should ignore them. Lately, many clients have been coming to our village to request missions. We don't need work from Kimogakure or Iwagakure anymore. Michikawa shook his head. That's not the same. The missions from Kimogakure and Iwagakure are mostly A rank or higher, while the ones from merchants are at best B rank escort missions. Pakura was merely venting her frustration. It wasn't that she truly looked down on the missions from Iwagakure and Kimogakure. After listening, Rasa summarized. Let's keep things as they are for now. Sunagakure needs time. At the current pace of our development, give us 5 or 6 more years, and even if we have to face Konoha alone, I won't be worried. Hi. Both Pakura and Michikawa had witnessed the village's recent growth and were looking forward to its future. Seeing this, Rasa brought up another matter. How is your 8 Gates training going? Any issues? Hearing this, Pakura and Michikawa had different reactions. Michikawa sighed, looking somewhat dejected. As expected of a Konoha forbidden technique, the 8 Gates is much harder to train in than I imagined. So far, I can only open the second gate, the Gate of Rest. However, the boost it provides is incredible. I feel at least twice as strong. Pakura, on the other hand, puffed up with pride like a peacock. Only 2 gates. I can already open the 5th gate. The Gate of Limit. The moment she said this, both Michikawa and Rasa were stunned. Seeing their reactions, Pakura became even more smug as she looked at Michikawa and said, I discovered a secret to training in the 8 gates. Both men were intrigued. What secret? Naturally, Rasa was interested. After all, Pakura was the woman who had developed a secret technique, Scorch Release, on her own. Have you forgotten about Star Release Chakra? Its ability to enhance physical activity allows for rapid healing of the injuries sustained during 8 gates training. Using this, I developed an even stronger Scorch Release Chakra mode. I call it Super Scorch Release Chakra mode. Michikawa was suddenly enlightened. He hadn't considered using Star Release Chakra to assist in 8 gates training. However, Rasa glared at her and spoke sternly. This is reckless. I told you before that Star Release Chakra draws its power by overtaxing one's potential. This is irresponsible to yourself. Rasa's sudden reprimand stunned Pakura. She instinctively wanted to argue, but Rasa's next action left her speechless. He stood up from his seat, walked over to her, and said, "Give me your hand." Eh. Although Pakura was momentarily confused, she instinctively extended her hand. The moment he grasped her small hand, she felt an unfamiliar warmth flow into her body. It was an incredibly soothing sensation, and for a second, she nearly let out a strange noise, like a moan in an sexual way. Fortunately, she controlled herself. Just as I thought. Rasa could feel how greedily Pakura's cells absorbed his sage energy. This confirmed his suspicion. She had already begun damaging her body by overstraining her potential. Starting today, as Kazekage, I forbid you from using star release chakra in your 8 gates training. Pakura didn't argue. Instead, she dazedly asked, "Are you worried about me?" Rasa rolled his eyes and sighed. What else would it be? Sorry guys. I messed up the scheduling dates for next year. Chapter 102, Departing for the Land of the Sea. Inside the Kazekage's office. Looking at Rasa, who had returned to his seat, and Pakura, who sat there in a daze with flushed cheeks, the expressions of the other two present were somewhat strange. As a woman, Sarama could immediately sense the subtle tension in the air. She made up her mind. When she got the chance, she would definitely remind her dear friend, Karura, about this. As for Michikawa, though he was an older man, even he could tell that something was off just by looking at Pakura's absent-minded state. But, the Kazekage already has a wife. Things seemed to be getting complicated. Meanwhile, Rasa sat in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table as he thought for a moment before looking up and saying, "For now, stop training in the 8 gates. Also, refrain from using star release chakra for the time being." With those words, the atmosphere in the room returned to normal. "Kazekage, do you mean?" Seeing Pakura still looking a bit lost, Michikawa decisively spoke up. "Star release chakra is powerful, but compared to dragon vein chakra, sage energy, it has more drawbacks than benefits. I haven't figured out a way to allow you to use dragon vein chakra yet, but I may have found a workaround. However, we'll discuss that after I return to the village." Pakura immediately snapped out of her daze and asked, "You're leaving the village?" "Yes. The Umbu have reported the possible discovery of an island inhabited by many giant creatures. I need to check it out and see if these creatures can be tamed as summoning beasts. If they can, Sunagakure may gain access to a large number of powerful summoning creatures." Both Pakura and Michikawa were surprised. However, wouldn't it be better to let the Umbu confirm it first? Pakura asked, her voice carrying a trace of concern. "No. If such a place truly exists, we must secure it for Sunagakure as soon as possible. If word leaks out and other villages try to seize it, things will get complicated. That's why I need to handle this personally. Do you need us to accompany you?" Pakura's last words carried her worries, but Rasa shook his head and sighed slightly. "No, I'll take the Umbu with me. Right now, the village still has too few shinobi capable of handling major responsibilities. Just in case, I need you both to stay here and respond to any situation that arises." 3 days passed quickly. In the vast desert of the Land of Wind, a massive caravan of camels moved slowly across the sands. This was the merchant convoy departing from Sunagakure, preparing to return to the Land of the Sea. Having made a fortune selling goods to Sunagakure and earning a great deal of gold, they had gone all out and issued a C-rank escort mission in Sunagakure to ensure their safe passage to the Land of the Sea. However, to their surprise, fortune smiled upon them. Sunagakure upgraded their mission to B rank for free and even assigned a high-class escort team consisting of 1 jonin and 2 chunin. The only condition: they had to take this jonin to the legendary island of Forgotten along the way. Of course, they had no reason to refuse. After all, while the waters around Forgotten Island were known to be dangerous, the shinobi from Sunagakure had reassured them that they didn't need to personally guide them there, hiring reliable sailors would suffice. Even though the merchants had made a fortune this time, they still struggled with the scorching and arid climate of the Land of Wind. Coming from the humid Land of the Sea, they found it difficult to endure and had to take frequent breaks. "Rasadano, would you like some water?" Amidst a sea of camels resting on the desert sands, Kawamatsu, the leader of this merchant caravan from the Land of the Sea, held out a bottle of water to Rasa. After spending the day together, Kawamatsu had come to realize that these shinobi weren't as intimidating as he had imagined. Especially this Sunagakure jonin named Rasa, he seemed very approachable. On the other hand, the 2 chunin accompanying him were rather quiet. Still, they were polite. "Thank you." Rasa accepted the water but didn't drink it right away. Instead, he asked, "Kawamatsu-san, why are you taking the longer route to the western side of the Land of Wind? I don't recall there being any major port cities there." The so-called western coast of the Land of Wind was the part of the country that bordered the sea. Normally, merchants would travel east, toward the Land of Rivers, which faced the Land of Fire. Kawamatsu sighed helplessly. You may not be aware, Razadano, but we would love to take the eastern route. However, there's a war going on. Not only is there a high risk of our goods being confiscated by the Land of Fire, but there are also more pirates on that side of the sea. Pirates. This was the first time Rasa had heard of pirates existing in the world of Naruto, and his interest was immediately piqued. Yes. The Land of the Sea consists of 4 main islands: Main Island, Dairo Island, Jiro Island, and Strange Island. Surrounding them are many smaller islands. Due to the difficulty of travel, these islands have become hiding places for many dangerous individuals. Most of them have turned to piracy, making a living by looting. In addition to that. At this point, Kawamatsu hesitated for a moment before continuing. There are also rumors that many rogue shinobi from Kirigakure disguise themselves as pirates to raid merchant convoys. Rasa nodded in understanding. Kirigakure definitely seemed like a village that would conduct such an act and secure resources. I see. Don't worry, Kawamatsu-san. Even if we encounter shinobi from Kirigakure, we can protect you. Hearing this, Kawamatsu took a deep breath of relief. Ha ha ha, that puts my mind at ease. There aren't many places as safe and profitable as the Land of Wind these days. Oh, by the way, Razadano, your destination is Forgotten Island, right? Yes, though I'm not sure if it's along your route. It is, but we won't be sailing into those waters. However, don't worry. Once we reach the port, we'll help you find a sailor and a ship willing to take you there. Of course, you'll have to cover the cost yourself. That's only fair. The group chatted casually as they traveled. Sitting behind Rasa, the 2 jonin from the covert mobile unit, Thunderblade and Windblade, watched their Kazekage interact so effortlessly with these merchants. They were somewhat surprised. I can use their Japanese term, but I am pretty sure I would forget them, and so will you. In their minds, the Kazekage was supposed to be a stern and imposing figure. They hadn't expected him to be so approachable. Of course, the Kazekage wasn't just accompanied by them. Hidden in the shadows were Sandhawk and Sand Lizard, keeping watch. And so, despite the caravan's slow pace, they eventually reached the edge of the Land of Wind after 3 days of travel. Gone was the endless desert. In its place was a lush green forest and an endless blue sea. A small port town stood before them, with countless wooden ships docked along the coast. Dockworkers and sailors bustled about, busy loading and unloading cargo. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, The Dead and the Pure Land. As soon as they arrived at the port, Kawamatsu eagerly led Rasa and his team to find a sailor and a ship. Being a familiar face in the area, he quickly found a sailor willing to take them to Forgotten Island. The man was a dark-skinned, rugged-looking seafarer named Utsu. According to him, he had ventured into the waters surrounding Forgotten Island before. At first, he was reluctant to go again since the dangers near the island were too great. However, upon learning that Rasa's group consisted of shinobi and that they were offering a generous payment, he changed his mind. As Utsu put it, with shinobi protecting us, maybe Forgotten Island isn't that dangerous after all. But securing a sailor wasn't enough, as they still needed a ship. Following Utsu's recommendation, Rasa and his team made a decisive move. They directly purchased a ship. With this, Sandhawk and Sand Lizard no longer needed to stay in hiding. They boarded the newly acquired Sunagakure vessel openly. Thus, with Kawamatsu's merchant ship leading the way and Rasa's newly bought ship following, the 2 vessels set sail into the vast ocean. On the boundless ocean, 1 large and 1 small ship sailed side by side. Seagulls followed along, eagerly snatching up scraps of food tossed by the sailors. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the golden hues of the sunset bathed the entire ocean in shimmering light. For the shinobi of Sunagakure, the ocean was an entirely new and fascinating sight. Even the well-traveled jonin, who had seen many corners of the world, found themselves mesmerized by the breathtaking seascape. Meanwhile, Rasa sat with Utsu, engaging him in conversation to gather information about Forgotten Island. Utsu-san, have you ever set foot on Forgotten Island? Utsu steered the ship while chuckling sheepishly. No. I've only sailed near the island, but I've never dared to set foot on it. Rasa raised a brow. Why is that? Because it's too dangerous. Utsu sighed. Razadano, you may not know this, but the storms around Forgotten Island aren't the only threats. The giant creatures living on the island have an extremely strong territorial instinct. Their hunting grounds extend beyond the island itself and into the surrounding waters. I see. What kinds of giant creatures have you encountered? From a distance, I once saw a massive crab that could spit out bubbles. It was huge, far larger than my ship. I've also spotted a sea serpent whose body alone was wider than this very vessel. Hasn't anyone ever tried to explore the island out of curiosity? Upon hearing Rasa's question, Utsu's expression suddenly became mysterious. They have, Razadano. But, they say that anyone who manages to return from the island loses all memories of their time there. That's why it's called Forgotten Island. Rasa was momentarily taken aback, he hadn't expected such a phenomenon. So, people say the island is haunted by the ghosts of the dead. Ghosts. At those words, tension filled the ship. Even the two jonin on board visibly stiffened. Sand Lizard hesitated before asking, "You're joking, right?" "No, I'm not." Otsu's expression was serious. "We sailors have seen ghosts before, ghost ships, even sea monsters. The ocean is full of things that defy reason." Both shinobi's faces turned pale at the mention of ghosts. Seeing this, Rasa raised an eyebrow and asked, "As shinobi, are you really afraid of things like this?" The two were startled and quickly waved their hands in denial. "And no, Rasa-sama. We're just curious." Otsu, seeing their reaction, chuckled. "Relax. Our luck isn't that bad. Even for us sailors, encountering something supernatural is rare." Hearing that, everyone let out a sigh of relief. But while the others laughed and joked, Rasa fell into deep thought. A memory surfaced, one of the final moments in the Naruto story. When the Sage of the Six Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, summoned the spirits of past Kage from the Pure Land, bringing them to the real world to help Naruto and Sasuke escape Kaguya's dimension. At the time, it didn't seem strange. But thinking back now, something about it didn't add up. If it were just Minato Namikaze or Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose souls had been sealed in the Shinigami's belly by the Reaper Death Seal, it would make sense. Even Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju could be explained, given their ties to Indra and Azura's reincarnation cycle. But what about the other past Kage? Especially someone like Tobirama Senju, who had been dead for so long, why did his soul still exist? And then there was Kabuto's Edo Tensei army. If even minor shinobi could be revived, did that mean every soul in this world remained after death? Was there really no reincarnation in this world? Or has the Sage of the Six Paths been keeping all souls trapped somewhere all along? The more he thought about it, the more chilling the implications became. And what about the Reaper Death Seal? What was that Shinigami? Even Kurama, a tailed beast, had been powerless against it, instantly sealed away. That thing wasn't just any jutsu, it was the only entity in this world explicitly called a god. No. There was one other. Jashin, the deity that granted Haiden immortality. Perhaps, diving deeper into death and souls in this world wasn't a bad idea. He could even ask Hana if she knew anything. Though, unfortunately, Hanabusa wasn't skilled in sealing jutsu. Maybe a trip to the land of whirlpools, to the ruins of the Uzumaki clan, could provide some answers. Or even the land of demons, where the shrine maiden guarded against the demon Morio. Yes, once this Forgotten Island mission was over, he would travel to the land of demons. There were still too many secrets hidden in this world. But there was no rush. One step at a time. Rasa retreated to his quarters to meditate on senjutsu energy. The journey to Forgotten Island would take 2 days, so he saw no point in lingering on deck, making the jonin nervous. However, he didn't remain in his room for long as soon, it was dinner time. Otsu anchored the ship and took on the role of chef. Before long, a lavish seafood feast was ready. "Rasadano, please try some. Since you're from Sunagakure, I imagine you've never had seafood like this before." Rasa smiled. "Then I'll be sure to enjoy it." Of course, as a shinobi, he remained cautious as the entire ship was under Sand Lizard's watchful eye. Meanwhile, Thunderblade and Windblade stayed on Kawamatsu's ship to protect the merchants. Just as everyone was happily digging into the feast, a sudden shout came from outside. Before Rasa could even ask, Thunderblade appeared in a flicker, his expression shocked. "Kazekage-sama. A ghost ship has appeared." "What?" Chapter 104, The Ghost Ship and the Sea Monster. And, The Cursed Ghost Ship, is episode 225 of the Naruto, Shippuden anime. Rasa never expected his luck to be this good. When he stepped onto the deck, sure enough, under the night sky, amidst the misty and dim sea, a dilapidated three-masted sailing ship appeared, creaking as it slowly drifted toward them. Everyone on the deck was visibly frightened. Even Sunegakure's Sand Eagle and Sand Lizard felt their hairs stand on end. It really is a ghost ship. You've got to be kidding me. Are we really this unlucky? Thunderblade and Windblade, equally tense, quickly moved to Rasa's side. "Kazekage-sama, we dash." Before they could speak, Rasa stopped them. "Don't worry about me. Protect the employer first." "Understood." The two promptly returned to the employer's ship. Meanwhile, Otsu, visibly panicked, spoke up. "Rasadano, we can't stay in these waters any longer. We need to leave immediately." Rasa, on the other hand, had other plans. "Oh. Why not wait until the ghost ship disappears before we go?" Otsu, trembling, explained. Razadano, you might not know this, but according to legends passed down among sailors, a ghost ship attracts sea monsters, which will drag any ship that has seen it into the depths of the ocean. Is that really how the story goes? Sure enough, the ship belonging to Kawamatsu had already begun weighing anchor, preparing to leave the area. Although Rasa was curious about the so-called ghost ship and sea monster, he had no habit of risking others' lives to satisfy his curiosity. More importantly, he didn't sense anything unusual from the ghost ship approaching them. Sand Eagle, Sand Lizard, help Otsu-san weigh the anchor. Hi. The two, already on edge, sprang into action immediately. By this time, the ghost ship was almost upon them. Rasa, intrigued, took a closer look. The ship appeared surprisingly modern. Though it was a wooden three-masted sailing vessel, its tall chimney and the glass windows of the captain's cabin suggested it was also powered by steam. The technology tree in the Naruto world really is all over the place, Rasa thought to himself. Just as Rasa was about to lose interest and look away, he suddenly sensed something strange. At the same time, he thought he saw a boy in a sailor's uniform appear in the captain's cabin. No. It wasn't an illusion. At that moment, he saw the boy clearly, and the boy seemed to see him too, waving at him. And Hishaku is the name of the boy. For a brief moment, even Rasa felt a chill run down his spine. At the same time, Sand Eagle and Sand Lizard's voices came from behind Rasa, sounding odd. What's going on? Rasa turned around to see the two struggling to turn the windlass, trying to lift the anchor. But the anchor seemed stuck. No matter how much strength they exerted, it wouldn't budge an inch. Seeing this, Rasa seemed to understand something. He walked to the edge of the ship and looked down at the sea below. So that's it. Feeling the surge of natural energy rising from the depths of the ocean, Rasa shouted. Stop weighing the anchor. Something's rising from the sea. Protect everyone at all costs. Everyone on both ships heard Rasa's commanding voice. Thunder Blade, Wind Blade, Sand Eagle, and Sand Lizard, all seasoned jonin, reacted swiftly. Realizing they were under attack, they instantly appeared in front of their employer, shielding them with their bodies. Could it really be a sea monster? Otsu exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than long, crimson tentacles shot out from the dark sea, ensnaring both ships and reaching out to grab the living aboard. The four jonin on the ships were quick to act. With a flurry of kunai, they severed the tentacles in an instant. What kind of monster is this? Their question was soon answered. As the sea churned, a massive crab, as large as a mountain and covered in grotesque barnacles, emerged into view. The red tentacles were extensions of the barnacles on its back. So it's just a giant crab. Though an exceptionally ugly one. The appearance of the colossal crab caused both ships to rock violently, teetering on the verge of capsizing. Its enormous claws opened wide, as if intending to split the ships in two. Rasa, of course, wouldn't let that happen. You four, protect the employer and Otsu. I'll handle this monster. Hi. Extend, Golden Dragon Staff. As the massive claw swung toward him, Rasa's golden dragon staff elongated in his hands, slamming into the crab's underbelly with tremendous force. Boom. The crab, as large as a hill, was sent flying back into the sea, creating waves several meters high. Seeing such a colossal sea monster being effortlessly repelled by Rasa, the terrified crew on the deck erupted into cheers. Incredible. As expected of a shinobi. Such a huge sea monster, defeated so easily. Rasa, however, felt a twinge of regret. From the feedback he received through his golden dragon staff, he could tell the crab's shell was incredibly tough. If it were a summoning creature, its defensive capabilities would likely render even A-rank ninjutsu useless. But it was just too repulsive. At that moment, countless red tentacles shot out from the sea once more, this time targeting Rasa directly. Humph. Rasa, sneering, tossed his golden dragon staff into the air. In an instant, it transformed into a sharp, spinning blade, controlled by his magnet release. Like a meat grinder, it sliced through all the incoming tentacles. The giant crab monster let out a deafening roar. It raised its scythe-like claws, one aiming to strike Rasa while the other targeted the ship. The crab's sturdy shell deflected Rasa's blade, sending it flying. Rasa couldn't let the monster destroy the ship, losing their vessel at sea would be disastrous. In a flash, he vanished from his spot, the speed of his movement creating a sonic boom. When he reappeared, he was right in front of the giant crab. Boom. With a powerful kick, Rasa struck the crab's forehead, sending it flying once more. But this time, he didn't let it escape. The golden dragon staff returned to his hand, transforming into a long chain that coiled around the crab, binding it tightly. The monster roared, its massive claws flailing, but it couldn't break free. Rasa raised his right hand, and the Shikaku spear materialized in his grasp. Thud. The spear shot straight into the crab's gaping mouth. Crimson blood gushed out, and the giant crab fell silent, lifeless. Cheers erupted from the deck once more. But Rasa's gaze turned toward the ghost ship. "Thank you." A soft voice of gratitude echoed as the mist began to dissipate. The massive ghost ship slowly faded from view, disappearing into the horizon. And, as you can read, it is from a filler. Naruto encountered a young sailor, Hishaku, who led them to a giant crab. Naruto defeated the crab and Hishaku revealed himself to be a dead spirit where he died along with his comrades with the rest of his crew. He thanked Naruto before vanishing away. Now, I have explained the filler. Cool. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, The Forgotten Island. For most of those who witnessed the events of that night, it was a tale that would be passed down through generations. A ghost ship, a sea monster, and a powerful shinobi, it was a story that contained all the essential elements of a maritime legend. Even decades later, sailors would likely still recount this tale. But for Rasa, the protagonist of this story, things were not so simple. As he watched the ghost ship disappear and heard the faint voice of gratitude, his brow furrowed slightly. A coincidence? Rasa didn't believe in such things. While life was full of inexplicable coincidences, it seemed too convenient that on his very first day at sea, he encountered both a ghost ship and a sea monster, phenomena that most sailors rarely, if ever, witnessed. Especially that, thank you. It felt as though the ghost ship had been waiting for him. Unfortunately, even with these doubts, he had no way of finding answers. Meanwhile, exclamations of awe erupted from both ships. Whether it was the merchants or the sailors, everyone was amazed by the power Rasa had displayed. Kawamatsu, in particular, made a request. Rasadano, would it be possible for you to hand over the sea monster's corpse to me? Don't worry, I won't take it for free. I'm willing to pay for it. Rasa understood Kawamatsu's intentions. The corpse of such a sea monster would be a tremendous showpiece and could fetch a high price. No problem. But there's no need for payment. Just make sure to post more missions for Sunagakure in the future. Of course, Rasa wasn't being a noble king. First, Rasa didn't have time to deal with the corpse. Secondly, as a transmigrator, he knew better than anyone that winning trust of merchants/traders is far more efficient in the long term. Hearing this, Kawamatsu was overjoyed. Of course. From now on, all our escort missions will be entrusted to Sunagakure. With the help of the sailors, the massive sea monster's corpse was towed behind their ship, creating a spectacular sight. After the incident, Kawamatsu was too excited to rest. He was eager to transport the sea monster's corpse to the land of the sea as quickly as possible. If they delayed any longer, the giant crab's body would be devoured by the fish and shrimp attracted to it. Thus, the night's journey proceeded at a much faster pace than before. By the afternoon of the next day, the island of Forgotten was within sight. Under the azure sky, on the calm sea, Kawamatsu stood on the deck of the merchant ship, pointing toward a distant area of the ocean shrouded by a massive, swirling black cloud that connected the sky and the sea. Rasadano, look. That's the sea where the island of Forgotten is located. Thank you, Kawamatsu-san. From here, Thunderblade and Windblade will escort you back to your country. Rest assured, since their skills are more than sufficient. Having received the giant sea monster's corpse for free, Kawamatsu was in high spirits. No problem at all. I have complete faith in the abilities of Sunagakure's shinobi. This ship will return here in about 3 or 4 days after dropping us off. At that time, Thunderblade and Windblade can reunite with you, Rasadano. Thank you. With that, the two parties bid farewell, and Rasa returned to his smaller vessel. Now, Otsutsuki, the rest is up to you. Leave it to me. As Utsu took the helm, the two ships adjusted their courses. The single-masted sailboat Rasa had purchased headed straight toward the ominous, dark clouds. As soon as the sailboat entered the area shrouded by the black clouds, fierce winds began to whip across the sea. Rasa instantly felt the raw power of nature. The wind here, which could easily be classified as an A-rank wind release ninjutsu, was merely a fraction of the countless storms that raged across the ocean. Lightning flashed within the black clouds, each bolt rivaling the power of the lightning release, Kirin. Boom. Fortunately, everyone on the ship was prepared. Under Utsu's guidance, each person performed their duties, and the ship soon entered the heart of the storm. Instantly, the wind and lightning grew even more violent. The sea churned with waves that reached dozens of meters high. The small boat Rasa and his team had purchased was tossed around like a leaf, mercilessly battered by the raging sea. Even for Jonin with chakra-enhanced abilities, falling into such turbulent waters would likely mean certain death. Torrential rain poured down, drenching everyone and making it feel as though they were submerged in a watery world. Crash. Utsu-san, how much longer until we get through this storm? Rasa asked, completely soaked, as he struggled to maintain his balance. Utsu checked their position. About an hour, Rasadano. As long as the ship holds up, we'll make it. Understood. Rasa chose not to use any ninjutsu to protect the ship. Although he had awakened the power of wood release, he had no intention of revealing it. In this world, wood release held a significance that was far too special. If exposed, the chain reaction could turn Sunagakure into an enemy of the entire shinobi world. Currently, only one person in Sunagakure knew about Rasa's wood release, Hana. Thankfully, the ship they had purchased, as per Utsu's recommendation, was of excellent quality. Even in the face of such a violent storm, it remained sturdy and resilient. After enduring the storm for over an hour, the black clouds ahead began to thin. Utsu, seeing this, shouted with relief. Rasadano, we've made it through. This news reinvigorated the exhausted sand lizard and sand eagle, who eagerly looked toward the horizon. As the black clouds gradually dissipated, a golden sea came into view. At the center of the sea stood a massive volcanic island, its peak emitting white steam. Is this the island of Forgotten? Sand lizard and sand eagle, who had swallowed more than their fair share of seawater, let out a sigh of relief, their faces pale. As land-dwelling shinobi, they never wanted to experience such a maritime ordeal again. Rasa, on the other hand, calmly walked to the bow of the ship, extending his senses toward the distant island. Sure enough, the island was rich in natural energy, though not as concentrated as the dragon vein chakra. It emanated from the volcano's crater, spreading across the entire island. Just then, a loud, piercing cry echoed through the air. A giant eagle, as large as a mountain, appeared in the sky above the volcanic island, circling majestically. Its sheer size left everyone speechless. Sand lizard and sand eagle exclaimed in whispers. It's enormous. It looks like we've come to the right place, Kazekage-sama. Indeed. Rasa nodded before smiling at the two. You've all worked hard. If there are suitable summoning creatures on this island, you'll have first pick. Yes, sir. Sand lizard and sand eagle were visibly excited. For a shinobi, a powerful summoning creature was an invaluable asset. Well, Rasadano, I won't be going any further with you. Beyond this point lies the territory of those giant beasts. Utsu said and Rasa nodded. Understood. Thank you for waiting here for us. Rasa then turned to sand lizard and sand eagle. Rest up. We'll be landing soon. Chapter 106, The Giant Beast. After resting for about 10 minutes, everyone had regained their optimal condition. Rasa, along with Sand Lizard and Sand Hawk, launched their assault on the island of Forgotten. Rasa, of course, controlled his gold dust to fly directly toward the island. Meanwhile, Sand Lizard and Sand Hawk ran across the surface of the sea. The island was indeed teeming with giant beasts. Not long after they began their advance, the seawater beneath Sand Lizard and Sand Hawk began to churn. A massive octopus emerged from the depths, its tentacles lashing out toward the two shinobi. As seasoned shinobi, the two easily severed the tentacles using wind release techniques. However, the octopus possessed the ability to regenerate its severed limbs. The severed tentacles writhed and squirmed, and in moments, new ones grew in their place. Seeing the opportunity, Rasa immediately issued orders. It seems the intel was correct. The giant beasts on this island possess extraordinary abilities. Test the limits of this octopus's regenerative power. Hi. But just as Sand Lizard and Sand Hawk prepared to continue their wind release assault, two enormous crab claws emerged from the sea. A strikingly beautiful, giant blue crab appeared, seizing two of the octopus's tentacles. Despite the octopus's agonized wails and struggles, the crab dragged it back into the depths. Incredible. This island is truly remarkable. Rasa exclaimed, visibly impressed. Let's move inland. Understood. Meanwhile, deep within the forest of the Island of Oblivion, beneath the shadowy canopy of trees, a young girl with fiery red hair stood with a cold gaze fixed on the three men flying toward the island. She closed her eyes and formed hand seals. At that moment, every giant beast on the island seemed to sense something. The girl's figure then vanished into the forest. High in the sky, Rasa, who was flying on his cloud of gold dust, suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze toward the distant forest on the island. Was that an illusion? He had clearly felt a surge of chakra moments ago, but now it was as if nothing had happened. No, it wasn't an illusion. Rasa wasn't particularly skilled in sensory abilities, especially compared to those shinobi who excelled in long-range detection. Could it be that this island also held some hidden secret? Just then, a series of bestial roars echoed across the island. Roar. The sound was so loud that everyone heard it, and an ominous feeling washed over them. What's going on? Before the three could comprehend what was happening, they saw a giant eagle, which had been circling above the island, suddenly dive toward them. Watch out. The giant eagle approached Rasa at an astonishing speed, its massive wings stirring up a hurricane that caused the sea to churn violently. Sand Lizard and Sand Hawk nearly lost their footing and tumbled into the water. What's happening? Rasa was puzzled by the sudden attack from the giant eagle. As his subordinates, Sand Lizard and Sand Hawk immediately stepped forward. Kazekage-sama, leave this to us. But just as the two began to form hand seals, the giant eagle's lantern-like eyes emitted rippling waves of energy. In that instant, both Sand Lizard and Sand Hawk felt their chakra become chaotic, which startled Rasa. This giant eagle can actually use genjutsu. Fortunately, the eagle's genjutsu wasn't particularly powerful. As seasoned jonin, Sand Lizard and Sand Hawk quickly broke free from its effects. Seeing this, the giant eagle immediately flapped its wings and flew away, putting distance between itself and the group. Sand Hawk, however, was filled with excitement. He turned to Rasa and made a request. Kazekage-sama, this giant eagle is incredible. Would it be possible for me to choose it as my summoning beast? Sand Lizard was taken aback, surprised by how quickly Sand Hawk had reacted. Not only did the giant eagle possess an enormous size and genjutsu abilities, but its flying capabilities alone made it a top-tier summoning beast. Rasa nodded. No problem. But for now, let's focus on getting to the island. Seeing Rasa agree so readily, Sand Hawk was filled with gratitude. Sand Lizard, on the other hand, silently resolved to claim the first powerful summoning beast he encountered for himself. With the giant eagle no longer interfering, the three quickly made their way onto the island. The solid ground beneath their feet brought a sense of relief to all of them. What's our next move, Kazekage-sama? Sand Lizard asked. Rasa surveyed the vast island before issuing his orders. From here, we'll split into 3 groups to explore the island. I'll take the center. You two, head left and right. If you discover anything, immediately notify the others with a signal flare. Understood. The 2 jonin eagerly dashed into the forest, one to the left and the other to the right. Rasa, however, remained where he was. He channeled his senjutsu energy, and fine grains of sand began to flow out from his body, rising into the air and coalescing into a massive eye that surveyed the entire island. The island of Oblivion was truly enormous. In terms of size alone, it was 4 to 5 times larger than Sunagakure. At its center stood a massive active volcano. From what he could see and sense, the giant beasts on the island seemed to gather around this volcano. Through his sand eye technique, Rasa could already spot over a dozen different giant beasts of various kinds. In that case, I'll head to the volcano first. Having made up his mind, Rasa dispelled the technique and took to the air, flying toward the center of the island. However, before he had even covered a third of the distance, the cry of the giant eagle echoed through the sky once more. This time, it wasn't alone. Accompanying it were a massive bat and a giant bird that resembled a vulture. At the same time, Rasa sensed movement below him. In the forest beneath his feet, a giant, multicolored spider and a 3-headed dog emerged, baring their fangs and glaring at him. Oh. This development puzzled Rasa. It was clear that these giant beasts were targeting him specifically. But what surprised him was their level of intelligence. They seemed to be coordinating their attacks, working together as a team. Recalling the strange sensation he had felt upon arriving on the island, Rasa wondered. Could these giant beasts be under someone's control? Rasa rubbed his chin before a grin appeared on his face. How interesting. If these were ordinary enemies, Rasa wouldn't hesitate to show mercy. But these giant beasts were potential summoning creatures for Sunagakure. There was no way he would harm them. In that case, Golden Dragon Staff, Diamond Prison. Rasa summoned his Golden Dragon Staff, which flew into the air and multiplied, 1 becoming 10, 10 becoming 100, and 100 becoming 1,000. It had to be said that even though Rasa had replaced his chakra with senjutsu energy and developed many new techniques, the Golden Dragon Staff remained his most reliable and versatile tool. With its abilities to transform, manipulate inorganic matter, absorb chakra, and its magnetic control, it was more effective than many ninjutsu techniques. Faced with the onslaught of Golden Dragon Staff clones, the giant beasts each used their unique abilities to defend themselves. The giant eagle flapped its wings, creating powerful gusts of wind. The bat unleashed sonic waves from its mouth, while the vulture-like bird sent sharp wind blades flying through the air. The giant spider spat webs, and the 3-headed dog nimbly dodged and weaved through the forest. Rasa was even more delighted by this display. He felt that this expedition was already worth it. These summoning beasts could significantly boost Sunagakure's strength. However, no matter how fast or versatile these creatures were, they stood no chance against the overwhelming number of Golden Dragon Staff clones controlled by Rasa. One by one, they were trapped in golden, cube-shaped cages that fell from the sky with a resounding crash, eliciting mournful cries from the beasts. Stay put for now. With that, Rasa flew off toward the volcano's crater. Chapter 107, The Red-Haired Girl. With the summoning beasts no longer blocking his path, Rasa quickly flew to the central crater of the volcanic island. Instantly, a pungent smell of sulfur assaulted his senses. Below, the crater was filled with flowing, molten lava. However, Rasa felt no discomfort. Instead, he closed his eyes, sensing the vast natural energy emanating from the depths of the volcano. It was clear that the unique phenomena of this island were caused by the natural energy released by the volcano. Naturally, Rasa had no intention of letting such an opportunity slip away. He had already made up his mind. While the island was home to many giant beasts, it was too far from Sunagakure. If he could absorb the natural energy here, condense it into a chakra fruit like the dragon vein chakra, and bring it to the oasis of dragons, transforming it into a sacred land capable of producing summoning creatures, that would be his ultimate goal. With this in mind, he wasted no time. Controlling his cloud of gold dust, Rasa descended and extended his right hand. A powerful suction force emanated from the Kama mark on his palm, creating a whirlwind that began absorbing the natural energy from the volcano below. This triggered a chain reaction across the entire island. At the location where Rasa had bound the giant beasts, a red-haired girl was desperately trying to free the creatures from their golden restraints. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break the unyielding cages formed by the golden dragon staff. Her face turned pale as she clenched her fists, biting her lip in frustration, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, the air above the island began to swirl unnaturally, rotating around the volcano's crater. The dark clouds surrounding the island churned violently. The red-haired girl's pupils contracted sharply. She clasped her hands together, sensing the changes occurring across the island. Her body trembled. In that moment, it seemed as though countless thoughts raced through her mind. Finally, she gritted her teeth and sprinted toward the volcano. Compared to the dense, concentrated natural energy of the dragon vein, the natural energy of the forgotten island was much more dispersed. As a result, Rasa's absorption process was slower. Although Rasa had suspected that the giant beasts on the island were being controlled by someone, he was still taken aback when he saw the girl approaching. Stop! A red-haired girl emerged from a cave within the volcano's crater. She wore a beautiful purple sleeveless kimono, tied with a long, flowing ribbon. Her face was filled with anxiety as she shouted at Rasa. Rasa was surprised but slowly retracted his right hand, studying the barefoot girl with curiosity. So, the giant beasts on this island are indeed being controlled by someone. And that someone is you. The sheer power radiating from Rasa made the girl tremble, but she mustered her courage and said through gritted teeth. This island doesn't welcome outsiders like you. Leave now. As she spoke, she formed hand seals, ready to attack if necessary. Rasa, of course, paid no heed to her threat. Instead, he was intrigued by the immense chakra he sensed flowing within her. Interesting. Just moments ago, the girl seemed like an ordinary person, but now she was radiating a chakra reserve so vast that even Kage-level shinobi might not possess it. Suddenly, Rasa noticed the girl's strikingly red hair, and a look of pleasant surprise crossed his face. You're from the Uzumaki clan. The moment these words left his mouth, the girl's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, countless golden chains shot out from behind her, binding Rasa's arms and body. This was the power capable of sealing even tailed beasts. At that moment, Rasa felt the flow of his sage mode energy slowed down significantly. Adamantine sealing chains. Rasa's face lit up with even greater excitement. You really are from the Uzumaki clan. This was an even greater surprise than the summoning beasts on the island. Moreover, judging by the fact that this girl, only 14 or 15 years old, could use the adamantine sealing chains, her sealing techniques must be exceptionally powerful. The girl, however, grew even more tense upon hearing Rasa's words. The golden chains binding Rasa tightened further. Rasa made no attempt to resist, allowing the sealing chains to restrain him. He sensed no killing intent in the girl's gaze, only nervousness and anxiety. There's no need to be nervous. I mean you no harm. What's your name? To Rasa's question, the girl remained silent, her eyes only growing more wary. Seeing this, Rasa continued to explain. My name is Rasa. I'm the Fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure, the hidden sand village, in the land of wind. At this, the girl froze, then took a few steps back in panic, her sealing technique faltering slightly. Rasa didn't struggle. Instead, he said calmly. You don't need to fear me. I bear no ill will toward the Uzumaki clan. In fact, not long ago, I saved a girl from the Uzumaki clan in the land of grass. Her name is Hana. Do you know her? What? Hana. It was clear that the girl knew Hana. At the mention of the name, her expression became urgent, but her hands remained firmly clasped, showing that she still didn't fully trust Rasa. Seeing this, Rasa recounted the events that had taken place in the land of grass, portraying himself as the hero who had rescued Hana. Hana now lives in Sunagakure. She's doing well and has even become a student of our village elder, Chiyo-sama, learning medical ninjutsu. The girl's expression grew complex, a mix of emotions flickering across her face as she struggled to decide whether to believe Rasa. I have no reason to lie to you. You should understand that while the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques are indeed formidable, they're not enough to defeat me. Besides, if you come to Sunagakure and see Hana for yourself, you'll know whether I'm telling the truth. Hearing Rasa's sincere words and seeing that he made no move to resist, the girl finally relented. Considering his status as the Kazekage, she realized he had no reason to deceive her. She released her sealing technique and asked hesitantly. Is Hana really in Sunagakure? Yes. As the golden chains dissolved into chakra, Rasa nodded. She's doing well. You can see for yourself when you come with me. Now, can you tell me your name? Anoka. The girl replied coldly, her gaze steady. But I never agreed to go to Sunagakure. Rasa, of course, wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. He spoke earnestly. Anoka, is it? Then, as the Kazekage of Sunagakure, I formally invite you to our village. I assume you're the only one on this island, right? Don't you want to live with your family? And, she is from a filler, Naruto Shippuden episode number 227. Here is the summary: she was dead in the anime. Like the sailor, her spirit was trapped. She wanted to kill the ultimate summoning beast, who was kinda like a chimera. Naruto kills the beast and her spirit vanishes. The end. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Anoka. A flicker of emotion passed through Anoka's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by cold indifference. I think I'm fine on my own. The only reason you're inviting me is because you want the power of the Uzumaki clan, right? What, isn't Hana enough for you? Rasa could tell that, unlike the shy and reserved Hana, this girl named Anoka was strong-willed and independent. Growing impatient, he didn't try to hide his intentions. You're right. I do need the power of the Uzumaki clan. But I'm also genuinely inviting you to join Sunagakure. Hana isn't skilled in sealing techniques, which is why she chose to study medical ninjutsu instead. Anoka finally looked at Rasa with a serious expression. It seems Hana really is in Sunagakure. Noticing Rasa's confusion, Anoka explained. Among the Uzumaki clan, ninjas are divided based on their talents. Some become sealing specialists, while others become medical ninja. Hana had exceptional talent in medical ninjutsu, so the clan leader didn't have her learn sealing techniques. Semi-sage body, I see. But why are you alone on this island? Anoka's expression darkened. 5 years ago, Uzushio-gakure was attacked by Kirigakure. To preserve the Uzumaki bloodline, the clan leader secretly sent away some of the most talented members. The ship I was on encountered a storm at sea. When I woke up, I was on this island. Rasa offered his condolences. I'm sorry for your loss. But things will get better in the future. Hearing such gentle words, Anoka gave Rasa a surprised look. Then, remembering something important, she asked. What were you doing earlier? I could sense the natural energy of this island changing. If I'm not mistaken, you were absorbing it. This surprised Rasa. Yeah, this girl might just have that skill. You can sense natural energy too. Or is this something all Uzumaki can do? Perhaps Rasa's earlier kindness had softened her guard. Anoka explained. Sensing natural energy is a prerequisite for learning sealing techniques in the Uzumaki clan. Our sealing techniques are different from others, they don't rely solely on chakra but also incorporate natural energy. This piqued Rasa's curiosity. He decided to probe further. Can you sense the natural energy within me? Anoka shook her head, looking puzzled. She seemed to stare at him for a couple of seconds before raising a brow. I thought you were using a sealing technique to block my sensing abilities. Rasa chuckled and shook his head. No. I'm not using any technique. But Hana was able to sense the natural energy within me. Anoka was even more surprised. Now, it was her time to be surprised by Rasa's ability. That's impossible, unless Hana has awakened the mind's eye of the Kagura. Mind's eye of the Kagura? Rasa looked surprised, but of course, he wasn't gonna blurt out the effects of this ability. He wanted Anoka to explain it. Also, he wasn't that familiar with that power since he had forgotten some of the details from the anime. Yes, it's the highest sensory ability of the Uzumaki clan. It allows the user to sense not only chakra and natural energy but also the emotions of others. Emotions. Rasa raised a brow, to which Anoka nodded, willing to elaborate. Yes, emotions are a form of energy too. Hatred, kindness, affection, killing intent, people can hide their appearances and suppress their chakra, but their emotions cannot be concealed. Wait, no. At this point, Anoka realized she had said too much. You still haven't told me what you were doing earlier. Why did you come to this island? As you saw, I was indeed absorbing the natural energy of this island. I was curious about why this place has so many giant creatures suitable for becoming summoning beasts and what makes the natural energy here so unique. I came here for these creatures. Sunagakure needs summoning beasts. This didn't surprise Anoka. She simply snorted coldly. But do you know that without this natural energy, the island will lose its protection? These giant creatures will be exposed to the entire shinobi world. Do you understand the consequences of that? At this moment, Anoka scolded Rasa as if he weren't one of the most powerful shinobi in the world, but just an ordinary man. Given Rasa's temperament, he didn't take offense at a young girl's words. Instead, he responded kindly. Now that you've told me, I know. Anoka was momentarily speechless. Rasa, however, turned the question back to her. Do you love this island? Anoka's expression softened. The giant creatures on this island may look terrifying, but they're gentle at heart. If it weren't for their care over the past 5 years, I might have died here. I see. It seems these creatures are indeed very intelligent. Rasa then looked at Anoka with a serious expression. Unfortunately, because Sunagakure truly needs summoning beasts, I can't give up on this island or its creatures. However, I can promise you, as the Kazekage, that Sunagakure shinobi will not force these creatures to become summoning beasts unless they gain their consent. If you're willing, I can grant you the authority to oversee this. Anoka's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Rasa. Of course, it was better than forcing her or killing her right now. Slowly, she said. You're very different from the Kazekage I imagined. Oh. What did you imagine I'd be like? Like most men, overbearing, rude, and self-centered. Rasa was speechless this time, but he couldn't bring himself to argue with a young girl. However, since he couldn't take the island's natural energy with him like the dragon vein chakra, he had to consider other options. After thinking for a moment, Rasa raised a question. Was it you who made those giant creatures attack me? Anoka stiffened, but sensing that Rasa wasn't angry, she explained. I just wanted you to leave the island. I see. So, is it also you who made people who leave the island lose their memories? Yes, I can use sealing techniques to erase their memories of this island. At this moment, Rasa chuckled. That means your sealing techniques are truly impressive. What are you trying to say? Anoka seemed impatient, so Rasa didn't waste any time. I'm not skilled in sealing techniques or summoning techniques, so this is just an idea. Whether it's feasible depends on you. Do you know about the reverse summoning technique? I was thinking, could we mark this island and Sunagakure as 2 points and have you create a spatial channel using summoning techniques? That way, by using summoning and reverse summoning, we could travel between the 2 locations, effectively linking them together. Chapter 109, Interrogating Danzo. Anoka's eyes lit up for a moment, but then she narrowed her eyes, seems to be taken a few steps back. What's wrong? Is it not feasible? The reason Rasa proposed this idea was because of the plotline where Jiraiya used the reverse summoning technique to locate Mount Mayaboku. Additionally, he recalled someone's analysis of the Flying Thunder God technique, suggesting that its spatial transportation was essentially a form of reverse summoning. To Rasa's curiosity, Anoka shook her head. It's a good idea, and theoretically, it's feasible. In fact, many of the sealing techniques used by our Uzumaki clan are applications of summoning and reverse summoning, such as invoking the power of the Shinigami. However, unfortunately, I'm not particularly skilled in space-time ninjutsu. Is that so? Rasa felt a pang of disappointment but suddenly remembered something. I have something that might help you. Rasa pulled out a scroll from his pocket, performed the summoning technique, and retrieved a small notebook and 4 additional scrolls, which he handed to Anoka. Anoka took them with a puzzled expression, but as soon as she glanced at them, her face filled with astonishment. As expected of the Kazekage of Sunagakure. I can't believe you have something like this. Rasa shook his head. It's not mine. Well, actually, it is now. The small notebook contained research notes on the Flying Thunder God technique that Rasa had obtained from McCade's residence during his time in Rorin. As for the 4 scrolls, they were the 4 Crimson Flame Formation scrolls he had acquired from Danzo's root operatives. Unfortunately, Rasa didn't have the time to study these materials himself. He figured it would be better to give them to Anoka, whose talent in sealing techniques might allow her to make the most of them. Will these be helpful to you? Anoka nodded, her gaze lingering on Rasa with an unreadable expression. I can give it a try. Thank you for your efforts. I'll be staying here for 3 more days. After that, you'll return with me to Sunagakure. The matter of the summoning beast isn't urgent. Rasa smiled gently. Now that we've confirmed it, everything should fall into place. Yuomo. This time, Anoka didn't refuse. While Rasa, the Kazekage, worked tirelessly to improve the state of Sunagakure and unexpectedly gained the allegiance of a surviving member of the Uzumaki clan, the central stage of the shinobi world, Konoha in the Land of Fire, was facing internal division even as external wars raged on. Ever since Konoha's devastating defeat in the Land of Rivers, the village needed someone to take responsibility for the enormous losses. Danzo Shimura, the frontline commander who had acted on his own initiative to intercept the Kazekage, leaving Konoha's frontlines vulnerable, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Moreover, the two Uchiha clansmen who had escaped and returned with irrefutable evidence that Danzo had indeed transplanted the Uchiha clan's Sharingan eyes made him the prime target of blame. Despite the overwhelming evidence, it took Konoha an entire month to finally convene an interrogation of Danzo. Part of the delay was due to the ongoing tension on the front lines, and part of it was because Danzo had returned on the brink of death. Fortunately, after a month, Danzo finally regained consciousness. Now, inside the Hokage's office in Konoha, the high-ranking officials of Konoha had gathered together, with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, naturally taking the lead. Flanking him were the village's two other elders, Hamura Mitokado and Kohara Udatane. Below them sat Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, as well as the clan heads of the Uchiha, Hyuga, and the Ino Shikacho trio. At the center of the room, surrounded by everyone, sat Danzo Shimura, his body wrapped in bandages, missing an arm, and his eyes also covered. Beside him was Shibi Abirame, who had also served as a frontline commander in the Land of Rivers. Looking at his old friend, Hiruzen sighed inwardly and spoke with a tone of resignation. Now that everyone is here, Danzo, it's time to discuss your actions. Despite his battered and weakened appearance, Danzo's gaze was as sharp and sinister as ever. What do you want me to say, Hiruzen? Haven't you already heard everything from Shibi? No one else in the room spoke, leaving Hiruzen to continue. Shibi has indeed shared his account, but I want to hear it directly from you, Danzo. I also want to know the details of your battle with the Kazekage of Sunagakure. Danzo, however, showed no intention of cooperating with his old friend. What is there to say? I was simply outmatched. The results are clear for all to see, my arm and I were taken, and even my summoning beast was lost. Danzo couldn't elaborate further, as too many secrets were at stake. The forbidden techniques he had traded for his life, the use of his Anaji, and Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan, all of these were things that could never be revealed. Fortunately, the only ones who knew these secrets in Konoha were himself and Orochimaru. Seeing Danzo's lack of cooperation, Hiruzen's expression grew stern. Danzo, do you understand the extent of the losses the village has suffered due to your reckless actions? Danzo's icy gaze swept across the room as he responded. Losses. Let me ask all of you here, if you had received the same intelligence, wouldn't you have made the same decision? The significance of a surviving member of the Uzumaki clan should be clear to everyone. Not only do they possess the Uzumaki sealing techniques, but allowing Sunagakure to create a new Jinchuriki would be unacceptable for Konoha in its current state. Had my plan succeeded, it would have broken the deadlock we're in. I simply failed, that's all. His words left the room in silence. While no one could openly criticize Danzo from the perspective of the village's greater good, it was clear that he had been outmaneuvered by the Kazekage. Kohara Udatane, another of Danzo's old friends, spoke up. While victories and defeats are common on the battlefield, Danzo, the losses this time were too great. Though her words seemed critical, they subtly shifted the blame away from Danzo, a nuance that didn't escape the notice of the more perceptive individuals in the room. Orochimaru smirked coldly, while Jiraiya and Minato sterned their foreheads. The clan heads also wore uneasy expressions. Finally, Fugaku Uchiha, the head of the Uchiha clan, could no longer hold back. Then, Elder Danzo, how do you explain your unauthorized theft and transplantation of our Uchiha clan's Sharingan? Danzo glanced at Fugaku with disdain, his tone unyielding. Explanation. What explanation do you want? Danzo knew all too well the weakness hidden beneath Fugaku's stern exterior, a man known as the fierce tiger of Konoha. True to Danzo's expectations, Fugaku was momentarily stunned before erupting in anger. However, his fury was quickly quelled by Danzo's next words. Since you've asked, I'll tell you plainly. Even during Tobirama-sensei's time, research into your Uchiha clan's Sharingan had already begun. Chapter 110, Traces of the Snake. Danzo's blunt statement sent shockwaves through the room. Not only did Fugaku Uchiha's expression darken, but the faces of everyone present also turned grim. Hiruzen Sarutobi, seeing the mess Danzo had stirred up, could only try to smooth things over. He turned to Fugaku with an apologetic look. Fugaku, what Danzo said is true. However, please rest assured that this was not done out of personal interest but for the sake of the village. Even the research into First Hokage-sama's cells was initiated by Tobirama-sensei. After numerous failures, I ordered a halt to the experiments. I never expected Danzo to. Seeing the anger and humiliation on Fugaku's face, Hiruzen knew that if this topic continued, it would lead to serious trouble. He decisively cut it short. Danzo, due to your unauthorized research into First Hokage's cells and the Sharingan, as well as your failure in the battle against Sunagakure, you are hereby stripped of all your authority within the village. You will also step down as the leader of Root. Danzo did not argue. For him, this was already the best possible outcome. The village has suffered tremendous losses this time, and I take full responsibility. I am willing to bear the consequences. That said, I have a proposal that could alleviate the current crisis facing the village. Everyone except Fugaku turned to Danzo with curiosity. Danzo's eyes burned with hatred as he spoke. We can inform Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and even Kirigakure about the loss of my arm. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, the room erupted in murmurs of understanding. Only Fugaku's expression grew more humiliated. Unfortunately, Hiruzen did not give Fugaku a chance to speak further. He made the final decision. I will have the Umbu handle this matter. Danzo, you are dismissed. Your punishment takes effect immediately. Afterward, he turned to Minato Namikaze. Minato, I'm counting on you to handle the front lines. I've decided that, as I am now too old, you will take over as the supreme commander of the front lines. At this announcement, the tension in the room seemed to dissipate. Everyone, except Danzo and Orochimaru, showed expressions of surprise and hidden joy. Even Fugaku's expression softened slightly. Minato, however, remained calm and composed. Understood, Hokage-sama. I will drive Kimogakure and Iwagakure out of the land of fire. Good. I'm counting on you, Minato. Hiruzen sighed, his face showing exhaustion. The future of the village now rests on the shoulders of you young ones. Konohagakure. In the dark forest where Root was headquartered, Danzo and Orochimaru walked slowly through the shadows. Orochimaru's signature eerie voice broke the silence. He. I thought you would have shared all the information about the Fourth Kazekage with the Hokage, Danzo-sama. Danzo continued walking through the grass, his expression cold and unyielding. Danzo's voice was cold and calculated as he responded to Orochimaru's probing. What difference would it make if I told him? Even if I had concrete evidence, what does the outcome of this war have to do with me now? On the other hand, Orochimaru, it seems Hiruzen has already chosen Minato as his successor. He's cast aside his own student, you, and chosen Jiraiya's disciple instead. Are you truly content with that? Orochimaru's snake-like pupils narrowed, and he let out a chilling laugh. I don't share your particular obsession with the title of Hokage, Danzo-sama. For a moment, the two fell into silence. After a long pause, as they approached the entrance to the root base, both men stopped walking. Danzo turned to Orochimaru, his expression icy. Root was built from the ground up by me. Hiruzen's words alone cannot strip me of my authority. Right now, Root's spies have infiltrated Sunagakure and are close to the Kazekage's wife. Once we confirm that the Kazekage truly possesses the ability to steal others' bloodline limit, we can make our move. But I can't do this alone, Orochimaru. I need your power. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, his voice dripping with mock curiosity. Oh. So Danzo-sama hasn't given up yet. Danzo's gaze sharpened. It's not just me who hasn't given up, is it, Orochimaru? Aren't you curious about the Kazekage's strange abilities? Even Shodame-sama's cells were suppressed by that power. Orochimaru's lips curled into a strange smile, but he said nothing. Danzo, seeing this, felt confident that he had Orochimaru's cooperation. I'll notify you when I have more information. With that, Danzo turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows of the root base. Orochimaru stood still, watching him go. After a while, a rustling sound in the forest caught his attention. A small white snake slithered out of the trees, climbing up Orochimaru's leg and coiling around his arm. It raised its head and spoke in a haughty, childlike voice. Orochimaru, how is the task assigned to you by the white snake sage progressing? Have you found the person the sage asked you to locate? You've taken far too long. Orochimaru's face lit up with a faint, excited smile. No. I haven't found them yet, but I believe I know who the white snake sage is looking for. Who? The small snake's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Before I answer, could you answer a question of mine? The snake's expression turned disdainful. Don't even think about it, Orochimaru. You cannot learn the senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave. You've tampered with your body too much. Otherwise, with your talent. Orochimaru's face showed a flicker of regret, but he quickly shook his head. No. I merely wish to know why you are searching for this person. The small snake's vertical pupils dilated slightly as it pondered the question. I don't know the full reason. But the white snake sage said that the fate of this world has reached another turning point. The last time this happened, it was during the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Unfortunately, Mount Myaboku's filthy toads seized the opportunity then. This time, we cannot let them take the lead again. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest. The Sage of Six Paths. How intriguing. But this time, you can rest assured. Those toads from Mount Myaboku won't get their hands on what they want. The small snake widened its eyes. Why is that? According to the information I've gathered, the person you're looking for is likely the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure. Right now, Sunagakure and Konohagakure are bitter enemies. And Jiraiya's disciple will soon inherit the title of Hokage. The small snake's eyes lit up with excitement. Is that so? That's excellent news. The snakes of Ryuchi Cave may finally become true dragons. Orochimaru, you've done well. I'll return and inform the White Snake Sage immediately. Don't worry, the scales promised to you will be delivered soon. With a puff of smoke, the small snake disappeared, leaving Orochimaru alone in the forest. He stood there, savoring the words he had just heard. True dragons. How fascinating. Meanwhile, in another direction, Minato and Jiraiya were making their way toward the battlefield. Minato suddenly spoke up. Jiraiya-sensei, if we manage to achieve a temporary ceasefire this time, I'd like to take the opportunity to train in Senjutsu at Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya was taken aback, but Minato calmly explained. Although Danzo-sama didn't go into detail, the surviving comrades confirmed that the Kazekage has grown even stronger. He defeated Danzo-sama so quickly. I can't afford to remain stagnant. Jiraiya nodded in understanding, impressed by his student's growth and determination. I understand, Minato. Whatever you decide to do, I'll support you. Chapter 111, Heading to the Land of Demons. The Forgotten Island. Time flew by, and 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, everyone on the Forgotten Island had been very busy. Anoka was studying the Flying Thunder God technique and the 4 violet flames formation that Rasa had given her. Sand Lizard and Sand Eagle were busy taming the summoning beasts they had their eyes on, while Rasa was researching the natural energy of the island. In fact, the process of taming a summoning beast was relatively simple. First, the summoning beasts needed to have the potential to become summoning beasts. On one hand, they needed to possess chakra within their bodies, and on the other hand, they needed to have a certain level of intelligence. Then came the taming of the summoning beasts. There were 2 methods for this. One was forced control, such as the summoning beasts of the 6 paths of pain, which were forcibly controlled using black rods. The other method was similar to raising a pet, where the summoning beast willingly acknowledged you as its master. Over these 3 days, Sand Lizard and Sand Eagle had been working hard to win the favor of the 2 giant beasts they had chosen. Sand Eagle had his eyes on the giant eagle, which not only had the ability to fly but could also use genjutsu. Sand Lizard, on the other hand, had chosen a giant lizard. This giant lizard had the ability to turn invisible like a chameleon, and it could even make its owner invisible, making them undetectable by sensory ninjas. Unfortunately, 3 days were still too short. The 2 of them had only managed to reach the point where the giant beasts didn't dislike them. It would still take some time before they could fully tame them. Although Anoka had the help of Rasa's manual, even with her outstanding talent in sealing techniques, it would still take some time for her to fully understand this spacetime ninjutsu. Fortunately, she had quickly mastered the 4 violet flames formation. As for Rasa, he had also encountered a problem. Since arriving in this world and obtaining the Kama seal, he had absorbed various types of chakra and natural energy, each time gaining some unique abilities. However, this time, after absorbing the natural energy emitted by the Forgotten Island, his body showed no reaction at all. What was the reason? Was it because the natural energy on this island was too scarce, or was it simply not special in any way? These questions will not be answered anytime soon. This is because, according to the schedule, Wind Blade and Thunder Blade were about to return, and it was time for everyone to go back. At the edge of the volcano on the Forgotten Island, there was a small wooden house. This was where Anoka had lived for the past 5 years. The interior was very cozy. Now that it was time to leave, Anoka felt a bit reluctant. Seeing this, Rasa comforted her. Don't be like that. It's not like you're never coming back. Once you develop the reverse summoning technique, you can come back anytime. Anoka's eyes lit up, and the disappointment on her face disappeared as she nodded and said. You're right. Are we heading back to Sunagakure next? Yes, but before we go back, there are some questions I'd like to ask you. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable answering, you can refuse. A hint of curiosity appeared on Anoka's usually cold face before she raised a brow. What questions? I've heard that your Uzumaki clan has a sealing technique called the Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Anoka was stunned, and then she heard a question that left her utterly astonished. This technique is said to summon the Shinigami. Do you know anything about this summoned Shinigami? To be honest, when Anoka heard Rasa ask about the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, she had thought of countless possibilities, but this was the last thing she had expected. The question left her silent for a moment before she asked. Why are you asking this? Nothing much, I'm just curious about the world of the Shinigami. Rasa replied, then proceeded to tell her about his encounter with the ghost ship and the ghosts on the open sea. That was definitely not an illusion. I really did encounter ghosts. Only then did Anoka somewhat understand Rasa's thoughts, but she still hesitated as she spoke. The clan leader once told us that many of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques are. In fact, summoning techniques are used to call upon the power of the Shinigami. Among them, the dead demon consuming seal is the pinnacle of such techniques. However, communicating with the Shinigami, that's something no one has ever done. Rasa rubbed his chin in understanding. I see. So, can you summon the Shinigami? Anoka gave him a strange look. Why does it feel like you really want to meet the Shinigami? I just think that perhaps communicating with such an ancient existence might help answer some of the questions in my mind. Anoka's expression grew even more peculiar, but she still shook her head. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Well, it's not that I can't, but summoning the Shinigami comes with a condition. The caster must offer their life as a sacrifice to meet the Shinigami. But in that case, the caster would die as well. Rasa sighed and nodded. I understand. In that case, we'll have to make a trip to the land of demons first. Anoka was puzzled. The land of demons. Yes. I was originally thinking that if we could meet the Shinigami, we could take the route through the land of fire on our way back and stop by the land of whirlpools. Although Uzushiogakure was destroyed, some things were left behind. The reason Rasa said this was because he remembered the plot where Orochimaru took Sasuke to the ruins of Uzushiogakure and used a Shinigami mask to summon the Shinigami and undo the dead demon consuming seal. Hearing this, a flicker of emotion passed through Anoka's otherwise calm eyes. Go back. After I meet Hana, if possible, I'd like to take her back there once. Sure, I can agree to that. But for now, you'll have to come with me to the land of demons. There's also an ancient demon there called Morio. It might help answer some of my questions, and I might need your sealing techniques for that. Since they were already out, Rasa naturally wanted to take care of things along the way. However, he certainly wouldn't take Morio's words at face value. Morio. Anoka found it strange that Rasa wanted to meet such powerful demons, but she didn't press further and simply said, I'm not confident I can seal a demon like that. It's said that only the priestess of the land of demons has the power to seal such a creature. Rasa paused before nodding. I'll take that into consideration. Let's go meet her first since it's on the way anyway. With that, after packing everything up, Rasa took Anoka, Sand Eagle, and Sand Lizard and left the Forgotten Island, finding Otsu, who was waiting with the ship on the open sea. This time, to save time, Rasa, now familiar with the direction, didn't bother navigating through the storm. Instead, he used his sand to lift the entire ship into the air, flying over the sea from above. They didn't have to wait long outside before Windblade and Thunderblade returned safely. Then, Rasa generously gifted the entire ship to Otsu, the sailor who had brought them there, before taking everyone and flying straight toward the land of demons. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news of the Kazekage's impending arrival, Okuro, Ishiomo, and Koishi, the three members of the covert operations team responsible for investigating the area, immediately prepared for his arrival. At that moment, under the night sky. In the land of demons, a city built against a mountain. Inside a grand palace. The noble and elegant priestess Miroku suddenly woke from her sleep, a trace of panic flashing across her youthful, delicate face. Chapter 112, The Land of Demons. The land of demons, like the land of birds, is a small nation sandwiched between the land of wind and the land of earth. However, its location lies deep within the territories of these two great nations, far from the center of conflict. Compared to the perpetually war-torn lands of birds, rivers, rain, and grass, the internal environment of the land of demons is relatively stable. As a result, the land of demons does not possess its own ninja forces. Instead, what has been passed down in this country is a mysterious power known as the priestess and the legend of the demonic entity Morio. When Rasa arrived with Anoka and his four subordinates, Okuro, Ishiomo, and Koishi immediately stepped forward to greet them. How is the investigation into Morio going? The three promptly reported everything they knew. Anoka, standing to the side, finally realized that Rasa had long been eyeing the demon of the land of demons. It wasn't just some spur-of-the-moment idea after encountering ghosts. As expected, men's words are as deceptive as ghosts. After finishing their report, Okuro immediately asked, Kazekage-sama, what should we do next? Without hesitation, Rasa replied. We're pressed for time, so let's go meet this priestess of the land of demons directly. In the palace of the land of demons. Under the night sky, a strange and bizarre dream caused Miroku, the priestess of the land of demons with her flowing golden hair, to wake up in a start. Her disturbance naturally alerted the maids waiting outside. Lady Miroku. Don't worry, I'm fine. Miroku declined the maid's offer to come in and assist her, instead sitting up on her own, her forehead damp with cold sweat as she panted heavily. She knew, of course, that it wasn't just an ordinary dream. As the inheritor of the destiny of the priestesses of the land of demons, Miroku had also inherited the powers of her predecessors. This granted her the ability to catch brief glimpses of certain future events. In that vision, the sealed demon, Morio, had broken free. This was the scene she least wanted to see, but she knew it was real. Because in that vision, she also saw two men. One of them was familiar to her, her minister, Yomi of the Land of Demons. Although the Land of Demons was a small nation, she was still aware of the events happening in the outside world. The entire shinobi world was in a state of chaotic warfare, with the lands of fire, lightning, and earth locked in continuous conflict. If it weren't for the fact that the Land of Demons was located deep within the territories and bordered the relatively stable Land of Wind, it might have also been plunged into chaos. Yet, this very peace had given some people within the Land of Demons ideas they shouldn't have. The power of Morio had also sparked ambitions in certain individuals. The leader of these ambitions was Yomi, who had recently been advocating for the Land of Demons to utilize Morio's power, release it, and then use that power to dominate the entire shinobi world. Now, from the future vision she had seen, it seemed Yomi had succeeded. The seal on Morio had truly been broken. But who was the other man? Though it was only a fleeting glimpse in the vision, the sight of that man fighting Morio made her suspect that perhaps he wasn't an enemy like Yomi. Unfortunately, the future-predicting ability of the priestess of the Land of Demons stopped there. She couldn't see any more of the vision. At this point, Miroku found it difficult to fall back asleep. Perhaps it would be better to go outside for some fresh air. With this thought, she composed herself and called out. "Someone, come in." The palace doors slid open, and Miroku looked up, only to be stunned. The person who entered wasn't one of her maids but a beautiful red-haired girl she had never seen before. "You're the priestess of the Land of Demons, right?" Even if Miroku were foolish, she would know something was wrong. She furrowed her brows slightly and assumed a defensive posture as she asked. "Who are you? Where are my maids?" "Don't worry, they've just fallen asleep. They're fine. As for you, please get dressed. Someone wants to meet you." With that, the girl glanced at Miroku's pampered appearance and, after a moment of thought, coldly asked. "Do you need help?" "Huh." Of course, Miroku didn't need help. Although her status as the priestess of the Land of Demons was highly revered, she was perfectly capable of dressing herself. She also wisely didn't ask who wanted to see her. After all, she would find out soon enough. Moreover, the fact that someone could approach her so easily without alerting the guards in the city indicated that the other party had the ability to kill her at will. By the time Miroku had put on her elegant and luxurious priestess robes and was ready to follow the girl, the red-haired girl suddenly spoke up. "She's dressed. You can come in now." "Huh." Miroku was startled. Before she could react, she saw a man slowly walking out of the shadows. Miroku, feeling violated by a man entering her private chambers, was about to reprimand him when the sight of the man's face made her eyes widen in shock. She exclaimed in disbelief. "It's you." Her words left both people in the room stunned. Rasa was about to ask how the priestess knew him when a sudden realization dawned on him. He seemed to understand something and asked. "I've heard that the priestesses of the Land of Demons possess the ability to foresee the future. Given how surprised you are by my appearance, can I assume you've already seen me in your visions?" "Foresee the future?" Anoka, who was also in the room, was astonished and looked at Miroku with curiosity. Miroku, equally surprised, thought for a moment and decided not to deny it. "That's correct. I've already seen you in my dreams." Miroku's confirmation once again made Rasa feel the wonder of this world. The ability to foresee the future. How interesting. However, Rasa wanted to know what she saw. "So, what did you see?" At this point, Miroku saw no reason to hide anything. Morio was released. "Also, I saw you fighting Morio, along with our minister, Yomi." Rasa raised a brow. "Is that all?" "Yes. The future-predicting ability of the priestesses of the Land of Demons is limited. We can only see fragments of the future." "I see." Having obtained the information he wanted, Rasa decided to be upfront about his purpose for coming here. "First, let me introduce myself. Priestess of the Land of Demons, I'm the Kazekage of Sunagakure, in the Land of Wind." Hearing this, Miroku was stunned, but what Rasa uttered later really put her on high alert. "I came here to learn more about Morio. Additionally, if necessary, I need you to release the seal on Morio. However, you don't need to worry about Morio causing harm to the world. This is Anoka from the Uzumaki clan. Her sealing techniques are exceptional, and I've also prepared barrier techniques. Morio won't be able to escape. If possible, this time I can help you completely eliminate the demon known as Morio, freeing the priestesses of the Land of Demons from the fate of having to seal it." At that moment, Miroku's pupils contracted sharply. Chapter 113, Breaking the Seal. In a dark palace somewhere in the Land of Demons, a somewhat frail man in a robe was refining chakra. A faintly ominous purple energy emanated from his body. At that moment, footsteps and a knock came from outside. What is it? Yomi-sama, the guards from the palace have sent word. The priestess has taken a few strangers to the shrine where Morio-sama is sealed. The men frowned and asked coldly. Do we know where these strangers are from? Unknown. They've never been seen before, but they're dressed as shinobi. However, we didn't see any forehead protectors. Shinobi. Understood. Summon the 5 great ninja. Yes. Under the night sky, on a mountain path behind the city, a group of people was slowly making their way forward. Leading the group was none other than the priestess of the land of demons, Miroku. By her side were her guards, Kamaya and Jippo, both dressed as Onmyoji. And OG characters. They were casting wary glances at the group of shinobi who had suddenly appeared beside the priestess. If not for Miroku's order that these people were friends, they would have likely already taken action. Under Miroku's guidance, the group crossed the mountains and passed through a narrow, shadowy mountain valley. Soon, a tall, ancient wooden structure built into the mountain came into view. As they approached and looked up, the shrine stood at least 20 to 30 meters tall, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Combined with the dark, eerie environment of the valley at night, it felt as if they had stepped into the underworld. Seeing the priestess arrive at such a late hour, the guards stationed here were visibly surprised. However, they didn't forget their manners and immediately bowed. Priestess. Miroku nodded and said. Open the shrine gates. I need to inspect the seal on Morio. At this, the guards exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion as they looked at the group of shinobi. Seeing this, Miroku sighed and explained. Don't worry. These shinobi are not enemies. They're here to help us. With the priestess's reassurance, the guards finally opened the shrine gates, revealing a dark, shadowy world inside. Continue guarding the outside. Kamaya, Jippo, and Rasa-sama, please follow me inside. Understood. Led by Miroku, the group soon entered the dark interior. Unlike the wooden exterior, what greeted them was an underground palace entirely made of stone. As soon as Rasa stepped inside, he sensed the immense natural energy and chakra mixture beneath the ground. The density of this energy was no less than that of the dragon veins chakra. It seems we've come to the right place. This realization filled him with excitement. Anoka, on the other hand, suddenly stopped in her tracks, her eyes wide with shock as she said. I can feel it, the massive, evil chakra below. Are you really going down there? To be honest, I'm not confident I can handle such an enormous amount of energy. This made the people of the land of demons, including Miroku, visibly uneasy. However, since they had come this far, Rasa had no intention of backing down. With a determined gaze, he said. Yes, let's keep going. The group continued their descent. As they walked, Rasa turned to Miroku and asked. Priestess, is Morio sealed here? Why yes. It seemed the events of the movie version hadn't yet occurred, meaning Morio's body and soul hadn't been sealed separately. This likely meant Morio was stronger than in the movie version. But even so, what did it matter? If a Naruto who hadn't even mastered Sage Mode could defeat it, how strong could it really be? Not to mention, they now had 2 sealing experts on their side. Then, do you know the origins of Morio? Miroku was taken aback and replied with some embarrassment. I'm sorry, but I don't know much about Morio's origins. All I know is that the duty of the priestesses throughout the generations has been to seal Morio. Rasa looked puzzled. So, you've been fighting Morio for so long, yet you don't even know its origins. Miroku grew even more ashamed. Seeing this, Rasa decided not to press further. At that moment, the group descended the stairs and arrived at a massive underground world. A dark, malevolent aura permeated the area, and at the center of this dark world, connected by a stone bridge, was a towering blue light pillar that caught everyone's attention. Miroku pointed to a stone gate at the center of the blue light pillar. That's where Morio is sealed. Rasa turned to the 6 people behind him and instructed. Wind Blade, Thunder Blade, Sand Lizard, and Sand Eagle, prepare the barrier. Okuro, Ishiomo, and Koishi, protect the others. Priestess and Anoka, come with me. After giving his orders, Rasa strode toward the seal that imprisoned Morio. Anoka followed without hesitation. Miroku, after instructing Kamaya and Jippo to stay behind, also followed. Soon, the 3 of them crossed the stone bridge and arrived at the center of the shrine where Morio was sealed. Rasa didn't rush to break the seal. Instead, he began studying the sealing formula. Then, he noticed something that made him frown slightly. Anoka, sensitive to Rasa's subtle change in expression, asked curiously. What's wrong? Did you find something unusual? Rasa asked in return. Do you recognize the sealing formula? Anoka turned her gaze to the seal and, after a moment, also looked puzzled. It looks familiar. It seems similar to the sealing techniques of our Uzumaki clan. Rasa nodded and said. It's not just the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. I once visited a place called Rorin, where there was a sealing technique known as the dragon vein seal. Interestingly, that seal also bears some resemblance to this one. Moreover, only the successive queens of Rorin and their descendants could use the dragon vein seal. Miroku, who had caught up, overheard this. As the priestess who ruled a nation, she was no fool and quickly grasped the implication of Rasa's words. Rasa-sama, are you saying that the seal of the land of demons, the seal of Rorin, and the seals of Anoka's family might share the same origin? Rasa didn't answer directly, but in his heart, he already had a conclusion. If you want to know, we'll have to ask you to break Morio's seal. At this moment, Miroku truly hesitated. But her desire to break free from her destiny and the future she had seen in her dream gave her the courage to say, I understand. For the sake of all the priestesses who came before me, even if there's only a sliver of hope, even if it costs me my life, I must try. Seeing Miroku's resolute expression, as if she were ready to sacrifice herself, Rasa rolled his eyes and said, Don't worry. If it tries to harm you, it'll have to go through me first. Morio might be a terrifying demon to you, but to me, it's just a slightly troublesome monster. With that, under Miroku's reassured gaze, he turned to Anoka and said, Once Miroku breaks the seal, you don't need to do anything for now. Just protect her. Understood. Rasa then again turned towards Miroku. Then, it's up to you. Miroku nodded heavily, then extended her arm and began unraveling the seal using a hand sign technique different from that of shinobi. Release. Formation. Unseal. Instantly, the sealing talismans on the stone gate began to peel off, and the gate started to crack open. Boom. A visible surge of deep purple chakra erupted, transforming into a powerful gust of wind that swept through the area. Chapter 114, Morio. Boom. In an instant, a violent gust of wind swept through the entire underground palace, forcing everyone to instinctively shield their eyes. Then, an evil chakra began to spread wildly, and countless blood-red lights flickered beneath the sealing formula. Such terrifying chakra. The members of Sunagakure, who were preparing the barrier, were all startled by this malevolent chakra, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Kamaya and Jippo, Miroku's guards, were even more horrified, their faces filled with fear as they anxiously watched Miroku at the center. As for Miroku, the priestess destined to seal Morio, she was now about to face the nightmare from her dreams head-on. She was even more nervous and terrified. Fortunately, a comforting voice sounded in her ear at that moment. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Although Rasa didn't turn around, Miroku felt her rapidly beating heart gradually calm down as she looked at the broad, mountain-like figure standing protectively in front of her. She nodded heavily. At that moment, the violent wind finally subsided, and the underground palace returned to silence. The air was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone turned their gaze toward the stone gate at the center of the seal. As the seal was broken and the stone gate shattered, a door filled with deep purple chakra appeared before everyone. Though it was just a simple door, the space inside seemed vast. It appeared to be another dimension. But where was Morio? Just as everyone was wondering, a hoarse voice echoed from the otherworldly space in the silent underground palace. How nostalgic, the scent of the living world. Who has awakened me? The voice sent a chill down the spines of everyone present, and the temperature in the air seemed to drop significantly. Miroku trembled, her voice trembling with panic as she said, Is this Morio's voice? It must be. Rasa turned to give her a reassuring look, then took 2 steps forward and declared, It's me. Are you Morio? The same low voice responded. Who are you? And this, a priestess, how strange. To think the seal would be undone willingly, he. Ha. There's even a trace of that guy from Hirazaka clan. How lively. What has happened in the living world? No. This scent is. Accompanied by a surprised tone, the energy within the deep purple dimension began to fluctuate. 8 streams of deep purple energy slowly emerged, transforming into 8 massive dragon heads that appeared before everyone. Their eyes glowed with a crimson light, fixed intently on Rasa as the voice exclaimed in astonishment. Impossible, in this era, to see an existence like you. At that moment, Miroku, who had thought she would have to face Morio alone once it emerged, felt a strange mix of emotions as she watched Morio completely ignore her and focus entirely on Rasa. Despite the oddity of the situation, she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Facing such a monster alone was something she truly had no confidence in. On the other hand, the Kazekage from Sunagakure remained calm and composed in the face of such a terrifying monster. He was truly impressive. As for Rasa, hearing the words spoken by the 8-headed monster that Morio had transformed into, he became genuinely intrigued. What do you mean by an existence like me? The crimson glow in the eyes of Morio's 8 heads flickered, and its voice, low and filled with anger. He. Ever since that monstrous woman descended upon this world 1,000 years ago, bringing the power of the Ten Tails to this land, all the power in this world has been tainted by that woman's consciousness. Yet, in your body, I sense none of it. That woman. Rasa pondered for a moment, then asked curiously. Are you talking about Kaguya Otsutsuki? At that moment, the underground palace was once again filled with turbulence. Anoka and Miroku, standing close by, could clearly feel the drastic change in the monster called Morio when Rasa uttered that name. It was a mix of fear and anger. How do you know that name? The 8 heads of Morio turned dangerously focused, their gazes piercing as they stared at Rasa. Anoka was also visibly curious. Who was Kaguya Otsutsuki? How could her name evoke such fear in a demon like Morio? Rasa didn't answer directly. Instead, he said. It seems my guess is correct. You must have been born before Kaguya Otsutsuki descended upon this world, right? Morio suddenly fell silent. Its 8 heads shifted their gaze between Rasa, Anoka, and Miroku, as if deep in thought. After a moment, it said. You didn't break my seal just for my power, did you? Rasa shook his head. No, I came here for your power, but also to help the priestess destroy you. Miroku, seeing this, stepped forward and mustered her courage to say. That's right, Morio. The destiny of the priestesses ends here. This time, I will destroy you completely. Destroy me. Take my power. Morio listened to Rasa's words and then looked at the naive Miroku. Instead of getting angry, it laughed. Ha 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 ha, how amusing. This made Miroku feel somewhat belittled. What are you laughing at? I've been training hard in sealing techniques every day to seal you. Ha 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 ha. Morio laughed even harder. It seems you know nothing, priestess of this generation. This left everyone stunned, and Rasa frowned as he asked. What do you mean? Ha 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 ha. Morio's laughter grew even more eerie, echoing throughout the underground palace. Naive priestess, how unfortunate. The moment you arrogantly undid the seal that bound me, your fate was already sealed. Miroku suddenly felt a wave of unease. Could Morio be telling the truth? Was there something she didn't know? She could only look helplessly at Rasa, the only one she could turn to for help. Rasa reached out his hand. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, you won't be harmed. However, he was also curious. After all, he had mostly forgotten the details of the Morio storyline, and the information the covert operations team had gathered was limited. Could there really be something he had overlooked? But as soon as Rasa spoke, Morio laughed even harder. Miroku visibly grew more anxious. It seems, priestess of this generation, your mother not only failed to tell you the secret of the sealing technique but also didn't teach you to be wary of men. He. Rasa, seeing this, also asked curiously. Whether I'm trustworthy or not is up for debate, but I'm quite interested in the secret of the sealing technique you mentioned. Seeing Rasa's calm demeanor, Morio became intrigued and said with a laugh. The secret? I suppose there's no harm in telling you. With that, its 8 heads turned to Miroku. That is, he. Priestess, the so-called sealing technique passed down by the priestesses is, in essence, nothing more than you and I becoming one. Chapter 115, 2 hearts, 1 body. Morio's words left the 3 people in front of the sealing formula completely stunned. Become one. The most shocked was Miroku. Like most priestesses, her mother had passed away early, so she knew very little about Morio. What does this mean? She asked, her eyes filled with confusion and unease. Morio, seeming generous and magnanimous, explained. What does it mean? He. It's simple. You and I are originally 2 hearts sharing 1 body. Now Miroku understood. Not just Miroku but Rasa and Anoka also grasped the meaning. Morio's words implied that the so-called priestess and Morio were actually the same person. No, that's impossible. This was unacceptable to Miroku, who had always upheld the duty of destroying Morio. Seeing Miroku's vehement denial, Morio became even more pleased with itself. What, can't accept it? Then let me tell you. Thousands of years ago, there was no Morio in this world, only the priestess. But the priestess's power was too great. To avoid misusing this power, the priestess split her heart in 2. Over time, this gave rise to 2 distinct identities and names, the priestess and Morio. So, you can't destroy me. Our destinies are intertwined, and they will remain so until the day you devour me, or I devour you. He. At that moment, Miroku's pupils contracted, and her entire worldview seemed to crumble. How can this be? You must be lying to me, right? No. Priestess, Morio is not lying to you. A sudden voice came from behind Moroku. It wasn't Morio, but Yomi, the minister of the land of demons, who walked in with 5 oddly dressed attendants. Why Yomi? Moroku was also startled. Yomi glanced at Rasa with a dark expression. Shinobi from Sunagakure, huh? Then, with a look of reverence, he turned to the freed Morio and said to the disbelieving Moroku. I'm sorry, Lady Moroku. You were too young at the time. The priestess, worried that you wouldn't be able to accept this, told me everything and asked me to inform you when you grew up. However, I never expected that the priestess would trust Shinobi from another village so much and directly undo Morio-sama's seal. This saves me some trouble. Yomi's words essentially confirmed what Morio had said, which struck Moroku like a blow. She trembled and stepped back in disbelief until she bumped into a broad chest. She turned her panicked gaze and saw Rasa's calm eyes. Don't worry. Since I promised I wouldn't let you come to harm, I'll keep my word. Anoka, take care of Moroku. Anoka, though also shaken, obediently stepped forward and took the trembling Moroku from Rasa's arms. Seeing the fear and unease in Moroku's eyes, Anoka thought for a moment and comforted her, saying, Don't worry, Moroku. Although this guy's chest is a little tight, he always keeps his promises. Hearing this, Rasa twitched a little. Seriously, little girl. Choose your words wisely. Meanwhile, Yomi had already stepped forward with an excited gleam in his eyes and knelt before Morio, saying, Finally, Morio-sama, I can meet you in person. Seeing Yomi before him, Morio asked in a puzzled tone. Who are you? My name is Yomi, Morio-sama. I am your loyal follower. I learned of your existence from ancient texts of the land of demons, as well as the kingdom you founded 1,000 years ago. I am here to help you rebuild that kingdom. After a moment of contemplation, Morio coldly rejected Yomi. Not interested. This left Yomi stunned. Why? Why? Because you're too weak. Now that my seal is broken, I can rule this land on my own. Why would I need you? Yomi was at a loss. He had planned to earn Morio's favor by taking credit for breaking the seal, but Moroku had undone it herself, ruining his plans. As Yomi was racking his brain for a new approach, Rasa, who had already pieced together the so-called secret of Morio, let out a disdainful laugh. Another frog at the bottom of a well, dreaming of ruling the shinobi world. This immediately drew the attention of both Yomi and Morio. Yomi saw an opportunity and stood up, glaring at Rasa with a dark expression. Shinobi from Sunagakure, are you underestimating Morio-sama's power? Yomi was trying to provoke a conflict between Morio and Rasa to gain Morio's approval. But he hadn't expected Rasa to be so direct. That's right. A mere demon like you, dreaming of ruling the shinobi world. How laughable. Yomi was momentarily stunned, then inwardly delighted. Morio, on the other hand, grew visibly angry, its voice low and filled with malice as it asked. Human, do you know what you're saying? Rasa, unflinching, shrugged his shoulders. Of course. And if I'm not mistaken, you being sealed here wasn't exactly voluntary, was it? It means someone stronger has sealed you. Morio shuddered, its tone turning icy. What are you talking about? Everyone could sense the shift in Morio's demeanor, and even Yomi's expression changed slightly. Rasa didn't hold back. Let me guess. The one who sealed you here was the Sage of Six Paths. The moment that name was uttered, the underground palace was once again filled with turbulence. Deep purple chakra erupted from Morio like sparks, whipping up violent winds that forced everyone to shield themselves. Bastard, bastard. Morio's voice was filled with hatred. This was enough to confirm that Rasa was right, Morio had indeed been sealed here by the Sage of Six Paths. Even Anoka, who was comforting Moroku, paled. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she was familiar with the name, but she had always thought it was just a myth. After roaring for a while, Morio finally calmed down. Its 8 massive heads lowered, glaring intently at Rasa as it asked. Who told you this? Then, its gaze shifted to Anoka. I see. It was that bastard from Hirazaka, wasn't it? This left Anoka confused. She had no idea who Hirazaka was. Rasa, however, suddenly understood and asked. You mean the Shinigami, right? The moment those words left his mouth, Morio became even more enraged. So it was that guy. Damn him. Anoka was shocked. She hadn't realized that the Shinigami summoned by the Uzumaki clan had its own name. However, Morio quickly regained its composure. Don't think you can scare me by bringing up that old fool, the Sage of Six Paths. He's hiding in the Pure Land and won't come out. As for you, human, you've thoroughly angered me. Oh. The information Morio inadvertently revealed caught Rasa's attention. The Pure Land, huh? Morio was momentarily stunned, then realized it had let something slip. It was growing increasingly annoyed with this human. At first, it had held all the cards, but now it was losing control of the situation. And this was only the beginning. Rasa, recalling everything Morio had said, suddenly pieced things together and declared loudly. I see now. No wonder you were so eager to explain everything to us. It's because you don't actually want to kill the priestess, do you? Am I right? Chapter 116, Morio's true form. Rasa's words once again left everyone in front of the seal stunned. Of course, the most shocked were Miroku and Morio. Miroku, who had been terrified from the start, now saw Morio repeatedly losing its composure. Her fear had dissipated significantly, replaced by admiration for Rasa. He had managed to push a demon like Morio to this point. And now, hearing Rasa say that Morio didn't actually want to kill her, she was even more astonished. As for Morio, it had completely calmed down. Why? Why would you think that? For Rasa, Morio's calmness spoke volumes. It's just a guess. You said the only way the priestess can seal you is by choosing to merge with you. I've studied the history of the land of demons. Over the past 1,000 years, there have been many ambitious individuals like this Yomi. You've been released several times, but each time, you were successfully sealed by the priestess. Moreover, I've heard a legend that the power of the priestess of the land of demons is passed down through bloodlines from generation to generation. So, I have a theory, you let yourself be sealed. You have no real interest in rebuilding some 1,000-year-old kingdom. Your goal is to devour the priestess's power generation after generation, using it to strengthen yourself. And since Miroku has no descendants, you absolutely won't kill her, and that's because that would end the priestess's bloodline. Am I right? Silence. The underground palace was eerily quiet. Everyone stared in disbelief at Rasa, Miroku, and Morio. Yomi was the most unwilling to accept this. Morio-sama, this isn't true, is it? If what Rasa said was true, then Yomi's plans for world domination would be ruined. Morio, however, couldn't care less about a small fry like Yomi. Its focus was Rasa, voice cold. Human, I must admit, you are indeed clever. I'll give you a choice now, become my follower, and I will grant you my power. The moment these words were spoken, Yomi, who had been hoping to become a follower, was completely dumbfounded. Rasa, on the other hand, became intrigued. Your power? What kind of power do you have? My power, he. You'll know once you become my follower. It seemed Morio wasn't a fool either. This made Rasa even more curious. Then what about the priestess's ability to foresee the future? Since you and the priestess share the same body, does that mean you also possess her powers? The priestess's ability to foresee the future seemed to touch upon one of the most powerful forces in this world, space-time manipulation. Sure enough, Morio's tone grew darker, tinged with hatred. That was originally my power too. Damn that guy. Seeing Morio's resentment, Rasa grew even more excited. It seemed that both Morio's power and the priestess's abilities were things he couldn't afford to miss this time. With this in mind, he turned his fiery gaze toward the demon before him. Sensing Rasa's predatory look, Morio's expression darkened as it asked. So, human, what is your choice? Nah. Rasa's answer was simple as he smirked. I do want your power, but becoming your follower, give me a break. Is that so? Then there's no other way. Morio's low voice echoed, as if it had expected this outcome. However, the violent shaking of the underground palace made it clear that Morio was furious. As the tremors grew stronger, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from the sealed stone gate like a flood. Nighttime, in the city of the land of demons. The sleeping citizens were abruptly awakened by violent tremors. What's happening? An earthquake. Don't just stand there. Run. Ah, right. As the ground shook more and more violently, the people of the land of demons rushed out of their homes and gathered in open spaces. Panicked and confused, they looked at each other, unsure of what was happening. At that moment, someone shouted. Look. It's the mountain behind the city. It's collapsing. Everyone turned their gaze toward the mountain. Though there were no lights, the bright moonlight allowed them to see what was happening. The massive mountain behind the city was shaking violently. Huge boulders tumbled down its sides, and enormous cracks began to split the mountain apart. The citizens' pupils shrank, and their faces turned pale. What's going on? Just as everyone was trying to make sense of the situation, something even more terrifying happened. From the cracks in the mountain, accompanied by a deafening roar, a massive, thick purple dragon's head emerged, letting out an eerie screech. Before the citizens could even scream, another enormous head appeared. Boom. One after another, accompanied by continuous roars. Under the bright moonlight, a monstrous creature over 100 meters tall, with 8 dragon heads and a serpent-like lower body, emerged, blocking out the sky. Now, even the most oblivious person could tell something was terribly wrong. Someone finally seemed to remember something and shouted. Morio, it's the monster Morio, sealed by the priestess. It's terrible. The demon Morio has escaped. Everyone, run. Chaos erupted throughout the city. The mountain that had sealed Morio completely disintegrated as Morio revealed its true form, sending countless boulders tumbling down like a rain of stones. Amidst this stone downpour, Rasa manipulated a cloud of gold dust to shield Anoka and Miroku as they dodged the falling debris. This is astonishing. I had no idea Morio's true form was this massive. At that moment, the 6 members of the covert operations team arrived beside Rasa. Kazekage-sama, what should we do now? Even Rasa hadn't expected Morio's true form to be so enormous. He remembered it being much smaller in the original story. This meant the barrier they had prepared wouldn't be large enough. But that wasn't a problem. Anoka, take Thunderblade and the others to prepare the barrier. Protect Miroku and get her out of here. Okuro, Ishiomo, and Koishi, deal with those 6 from the land of demons. I'll go play with Morio for a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, Rasa clasped his hands together, and Senjutsu energy surged through his body. Senjutsu limit release, magnet release, Shikaku's avatar. Under the bright moonlight, another monstrous creature appeared in everyone's sight. Chapter 117, Rasa vs. Morio, Part 1. Roar. Under the bright night sky, a large moon hung high. Accompanied by several roars, 2 colossal monsters, each as massive as a mountain, stood towering over the land. One of them was golden yellow, resembling a giant tanuki crouched on the ground. Its body was barrel-like, with purple patterns spreading from its abdomen to its limbs. Its thick, powerful limbs exuded overwhelming strength, and its massive tail, covered in diamond-shaped spikes, shook the earth with every movement. The other was deep purple, resembling an enormous serpent. Its body stretched at least 200 to 300 meters long, with 8 massive heads that swayed menacingly. Its crimson eyes glowed with malice as it hissed at the giant tanuki before it. This scene, far beyond the comprehension of the surrounding humans, left the citizens of the land of demons wide-eyed and fleeing in panic. High above, standing atop the head of Shikaku's avatar, Rasa gazed in awe at Morio. So this is your true form. Compared to Orochimaru's 8 branches technique, this was the real Yamada no Orochi. At this moment, the pressure emanating from the demon Morio surpassed that of most opponents Rasa had faced. In terms of chakra volume, Morio was no less than a tailed beast. It seemed that even before the Otsutsuki arrived in this world, there were many powerful beings. Meanwhile, Morio, now fully revealing its true form, looked at the monster Rasa had created with disdain. Shikaku. Just a cheap imitation. Watch me destroy you. Instantly, 5 of Morio's heads reared up, and deep purple chakra gathered in their mouths, transforming into flames, lightning, earth, wind, and water. Boom. A fiery dragon, a lightning-wreathed dragon, a mud-formed dragon, a wind-blade-wrapped dragon, and a water-flowing dragon surged toward Shikaku's avatar. Oh! You can even use the 5 elemental ninjutsu. Morio hadn't been able to use elemental ninjutsu in the past. But after Kaguya Otsutsuki's arrival, part of its natural energy was corrupted into chakra. By devouring the bodies of countless ambitious individuals and gaining the power of the ninja sect passed down by the Sage of 6 Paths, Morio had learned to use ninjutsu. Rasa, intrigued, didn't hesitate. Under his control, Shikaku's avatar raised its arms, forming a massive golden shield to block the incoming attacks. Shikaku's shield. Boom. The 5 elemental attacks collided with Shikaku's shield, creating a massive shockwave. However, as the defender, Rasa felt the impact on the shield and relaxed slightly. As expected. Compared to the tailed beast ball, which compresses chakra into a high-density energy sphere for a high-speed, high-destructive attack, these simple ninjutsu attacks were no longer a threat to Rasa. Although the sheer volume of chakra made each of these jutsu comparable to an A-rank ninjutsu capable of altering the terrain, they were still too weak. Moreover, they weren't the kind of combined elemental ninjutsu that utilized the cycle of elemental strengths and weaknesses. Such techniques were only effective against ordinary shinobi. And Rasa had long since transcended the level of an ordinary shinobi. In that case, Rasa channeled Senjutsu energy directly into Shikaku's avatar beneath him. Instantly, the power of Shikaku's avatar surged, and it swung its massive shield arm, swatting away Morio's elemental attacks. Since the 2 monsters were already close, Shikaku's avatar closed the distance in an instant. The enormous shield swung like a fly swatter, slamming directly into one of Morio's heads. Boom. A deafening crash echoed like the tolling of a giant bell. Caught completely off guard, Morio was dazed by the blow. Its massive body toppled to the ground, causing an earth-shattering tremor that obliterated the surrounding forest. Damn it. As Morio struggled to recover, it saw Shikaku's colossal form looming over it like a mountain, ready to crush it. Morio had always been confident in its strength. In its view, aside from the monstrous Otsutsuki clan and a few other ancient beings like itself, it had no rivals on this earth. Yet, this human shinobi had just delivered a devastating blow right from the start. This only fueled its rage further. Its massive body twisted with incredible speed, dodging Shikaku's crushing weight. At the same time, its serpentine form coiled rapidly around Shikaku's body, binding it tightly. The immense force caused Shikaku's avatar to creak and groan, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Oh. This surprised Rasa. After all, Shikaku's avatar, enhanced by the magnet release, was essentially a solid block of iron, far more durable than ordinary stone. Yet, under the crushing force of Morio's serpentine body, it was beginning to crack. As expected of an ancient being, Morio's physical strength was truly impressive. While Rasa was still processing this, Morio reared its heads once more. Chakra gathered again, and the 5 elemental ninjutsu were prepared. However, this time, it wasn't just ordinary elemental ninjutsu. Morio infused its attacks with natural energy, making them far more potent. Unfortunately, Shikaku's avatar wasn't a living creature. It couldn't feel pain, and Morio's constricting coils didn't hinder its movements. Instead, as if nothing had happened, it extended a massive claw and grabbed the head that was preparing to use lightning release. Before Morio could unleash its jutsu, Shikaku's shield arm transformed into a giant blade and swung down, severing the captured head in one clean strike. What? The head that had been charging lightning release was instantly severed. At the same time, the other 4 heads unleashed their jutsu, this time aiming directly at Rasa atop Shikaku's head. However, the attacks were once again ineffective. Shikaku's massive tail swung down like an umbrella, shielding Rasa from the onslaught. Boom. Though lightning release was no longer a factor, the combined explosions of fire release, wind release, water release, and earth release created a massive cloud of smoke that filled the sky. The deafening roar made the citizens of the land of demons clutch their ears in pain. Amidst the white smoke, a golden greatsword emerged, slashing furiously at Morio's remaining heads. Clang! 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 Sparks flew as metal clashed against scales. Amidst Morio's furious roars, 4 more of its heads were severed, adding to the one that had used lightning release. In total, 5 of its heads capable of using ninjutsu were now gone. Boom. 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 This scene, akin to a myth come to life, left the terrified citizens of the land of demons wide-eyed and kneeling in awe. At this moment, the golden tanuki wielding a greatsword had become a divine protector in their hearts, a god slaying the demon Morio to save them. Meanwhile, Morio, now severely weakened, had no choice but to release its hold on Shikaku and retreat rapidly, putting distance between itself and Rasa. Chapter 118, Chapter 119, Rasa vs. Morio, Part 3. Under the dark night sky. As the 4 members of the covert operations team and Anoka formed hand seals, a massive purple barrier instantly appeared around the 2 colossal monsters, enveloping them. At the same time, golden chains emerged from Anoka's back, flying into the barrier and transforming into mysterious sealing formulas that covered the 4 violet flames formation, giving it a golden hue. This scene not only surprised Morio but even Rasa hadn't expected it. It seemed Anoka was truly on his side. She had thought to use the adamantine sealing chains to enhance the power of the 4 violet flames formation. Indeed, against a monster like Morio, the 4 violet flames formation alone might not be enough. Morio, on the other hand, looked around at the barrier, sensing its power. This is the power of that man. That human girl is from the Uzumaki clan, isn't she? It seems you're determined to take me down. I'm curious, though, what makes you think you can steal my power? I've already told you, the priestess and I share the same body. As long as the priestess lives, I cannot be destroyed. Rasa, calm and composed, countered. Why not be direct? You want to know why my body doesn't contain Kaguya Otsutsuki's power, don't you? He, and will you tell me? Morio's 8 heads rose high, its eyes filled with confidence. Of course not. But since you're so calm even in the face of this barrier, I assume it can't hold you. So, if you want the answer, you'll have to kill me. That way, you can find out from my memories. He, as you wish. Boom. Instantly, the 2 behemoths clashed again, charging at each other with full force. Having warmed up and familiarized themselves with each other's abilities, neither side held back this time. They leveraged their strengths to launch fierce attacks. The advantages and disadvantages of Shikaku's avatar and Morio were clear. Shikaku's avatar was massive, with immense strength and defense, excelling in brute force. Morio, with its serpentine body, was agile and flexible, excelling in speed and precision. Soon, the 2 were locked in combat again. Morio's serpentine body coiled around Shikaku, while its 8 heads, having learned from earlier, spewed elemental ninjutsu from different angles. Shikaku, wielding a shield in one hand and a blade in the other, used both its arms and tail to defend while slashing at Morio's heads and body. Morio's physical defense wasn't particularly strong. However, its massive chakra reserves allowed it to quickly heal any damage Rasa inflicted, even regenerating severed heads. In contrast, Shikaku's avatar began to show signs of cracking under Morio's relentless attacks. Yet, Rasa remained unfazed. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment. His gaze darkened as he looked at Morio, now so close. Slowly, his body sank into Shikaku's avatar, merging with it completely. Morio naturally noticed this. It was curious about what Rasa was planning. It didn't have to wait long for the answer. At the moment Rasa merged completely with Shikaku's avatar, Shikaku let out a furious roar toward the sky. Almost simultaneously, Morio felt the body of Shikaku's avatar, which it had coiled around, become even harder. The previously cracked body began to repair itself automatically. And the reason for this automatic recovery? My chakra is being absorbed. Morio was shocked. It hadn't expected Rasa to possess such an ability. At the same time, since Rasa's body had fully merged with Shikaku's avatar, there was no need to defend against Morio's attacks anymore. Its movements became even more agile. Boom. As Morio's chakra was continuously absorbed, its body began to shrink rapidly. This is bad. Before Morio could react, the prepared Shikaku's avatar swung its massive blade down, piercing Morio's serpentine body. As a being composed of chakra, Morio didn't feel pain, but it quickly released its hold on Shikaku. The moment the golden greatsword pierced its body, it felt its chakra draining even faster. Since its opponent had the ability to absorb chakra, Morio, as an energy-based entity, naturally didn't dare to engage in close combat anymore. It quickly retreated, trying to shift the battlefield. But Rasa wasn't about to let it escape. Shikaku's tail rose high. Senjutsu limit release, magnet release, thorn sealing technique. Instantly, Shikaku's tail, covered in diamond-shaped spikes, released a barrage of sharp thorns that rained down on Morio. Morio's massive body had no room to dodge within the confined space of the barrier, and it was immediately struck by the thorns. Slash. Each thorn, about a meter long, pierced through Morio's body and heads, pinning it to the ground. Morio initially didn't care. As a being made of energy, it could simply transform its body into chakra to escape the thorns. Even if the thorns had the ability to absorb chakra, it would only lose a small amount. But the moment the first thorn pierced its body, Morio realized something was wrong. What? The thorn that had pierced its body was engraved with purple patterns, causing the chakra in that area to lose control. Having been sealed by the Sage of Six Paths before, Morio knew exactly what this was. Damn it, this is the Sage's sealing technique. What made Rasa's technique even more terrifying was that once the thorns absorbed the chakra from their location, they began to grow rapidly, like trees. In just a few breaths, the meter-long thorns had grown into iron thorn trees, spreading and continuously absorbing Morio's chakra. This was a technique Rasa had developed based on Hashirama's wood dragon technique. Unable to reveal his wood release abilities, he combined the power of Senjutsu limit release, magnet release with Shikaku's curse marks and the chakra-absorbing abilities of Senjutsu to create this sealing technique. Damn it. By the time Morio realized something was wrong, it was too late. As its body was pierced by countless thorns and covered in growing iron thorn trees, its chakra was rapidly absorbed, and its body became immobilized. At this point, it seemed Morio had been subdued by Rasa. However, Rasa remained vigilant. Morio hadn't yet displayed some of the abilities it had mentioned, and its calm demeanor even within the barrier suggested it still had a trump card. Now, Rasa's goal was to force it to reveal that card. With this in mind, he continued to channel Senjutsu energy within his body. Senjutsu limit release, magnet release, desert layered imperial funeral seal. The ground beneath Shikaku's avatar quickly turned into flowing sand, surging toward the immobilized Morio. In an instant, a massive golden pyramid appeared before everyone, covered in sealing formulas, completely sealing Morio within. Did it work? Outside the barrier, Thunderblade asked curiously. Anoka shook her head. In her perception, Morio's chakra was still active. Sure enough, the surface of the golden pyramid began to ripple, and small mounds of sand bulged outward. To Rasa's surprise, soldiers made of sand emerged, armed with weapons and shields, charging toward Shikaku's massive form. Chapter 119, Chapter 118, Rasa vs. Morio, Part 2. Under the night sky, on the vast, desolate land. After the rampage of the two colossal monsters, the once lush forest had been reduced to ruins. The golden form of Shikaku still stood tall, gleaming under the moonlight, wielding a massive golden sword like a deity descended from the heavens. On the opposite side, Morio looked somewhat disheveled. Of its 8 heads, only 3 remained, and its aura had weakened significantly. Its crimson eyes glared warily at Rasa. Between the two, 5 deep purple heads lay scattered on the ground, a grim testament to the battle. Rasa. No, Rasa-sama is so powerful. Miroku, protected by Kamaya and Jippo, gazed at Rasa atop Shikaku's head with wide, bright eyes. At this moment, she could finally relax completely. She hadn't been deceived. Rasa had truly meant it when he said he would protect her, and he indeed had the power to do so. Kamaya and Jippo, the guards standing by Miroku's side, were equally astonished. They never imagined that Morio, the nightmare of the land of demons, would appear so vulnerable before a single shinobi. In just the opening moments of the battle, 5 of its 8 heads had been severed. On the other side, Yomi, the minister of the land of demons, and his 5 great ninja were locked in combat with Tsunagekyu's elite shinobi, Okuro, Ishiomo, and Koishi. Their expressions were grim, especially Yomi's, which was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? In his mind, Morio was a being capable of ruling the entire world. Yet, it was helpless against a single shinobi. This made his former ambitions seem laughable. However, he no longer had the luxury of dwelling on such thoughts. The murderous aura emanating from the 3-masked shinobi of Tsunagekyou made it clear that he was in grave danger. This can't be. On the moonlit battlefield, Morio now regarded the human before it with a solemn expression. The power Rasa had displayed was beyond its expectations. This prompted it to ask. Who are you? With such power, you're no ordinary human. Rasa hadn't expected Morio to calm down mid-battle and engage in conversation. He saw no reason to hide his identity. After all, the technique of Shikaku's avatar was too distinctive. Anyone investigating later would easily deduce that he was the one involved. Me. I am Rasa, the 4th Kazekage of Tsunagekyou, the hidden sand village of the land of wind. Kazekage. I see. No wonder you possess such strength. Hearing this, Rasa raised a brow. Oh. You know about the Kage. I once devoured the priestess from 2 generations ago. From her memories, I learned about the current state of the world, the 5 great nations, the 5 great shinobi villages, and their leaders, the Kage. Rasa nodded and chuckled. So. Are you planning to surrender? Rasa's words hung in the air, and the night grew eerily silent, save for Morio's low, rumbling voice. Surrender? That's rich coming from a puny human. As Morio spoke, the severed necks of its heads began to spew chakra threads, connecting to the ground. The severed heads were dragged back to their respective necks, and in moments, they were fully restored. Morio raised its 8 massive heads once more, its voice filled with arrogance. Though I admit you have some skill, you're still far weaker than the old man who once sealed me. Rasa, intrigued, asked. You mean the Sage of 6 Paths? How strong was he? How strong? He, you might be among the strongest in the human world now, but before him, you wouldn't even withstand a single blow. After saying this, Morio watched Rasa's expression expectantly. To its surprise, Rasa didn't seem shocked. Instead, he calmly said. So, the Sage of 6 Paths was that powerful, huh? Morio's tone grew complex. He, as the descendant of that monstrous woman, the old man inherited Kaguya Otsutsuki's power in its entirety. On top of that, over the past 1,000 years, he's been continuously absorbing the power of this world through chakra. How strong he is now, no one knows. This was undoubtedly another piece of information that piqued Rasa's interest. Absorbing the power of this world through chakra. What do you mean? Unfortunately, Morio didn't answer. Instead, it said with a mocking tone. Aren't you supposed to be clever? Can't you figure it out yourself? Rasa's expression remained unchanged, but he fell into deep thought. Suddenly, recalling how Morio absorbed the priestess's power, he seemed to understand. In other words, without the God Tree, the Sage of 6 Paths couldn't absorb the world's life force like his mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. However, by spreading chakra through the ninja system, he indirectly absorbed the world's life force. Chakra, after all, was a power that shinobi obtained by refining their mental and physical energy. And shinobi were born and nurtured by this world, their mental and physical energy derived from it. Through the ninja system and techniques passed down by the Sage of 6 Paths, he guided people to convert the world's energy into chakra. Eventually, when these shinobi died, their souls returned to the Pure Land, taking their chakra with them. Looking at it this way, some of Rasa's previous doubts were instantly resolved. No wonder the Sage of 6 Paths could summon the souls of so many former Kage from the 5 great shinobi villages, and why the Edo Tensei technique could summon so many minions. Now, a critical question arose. If that's the case, why did the Sage of 6 Paths let a powerful being like you go? The chakra you possess is no less than that of the tailed beasts. Morio's expression darkened, and it let out a chilling laugh. He, do you know why I'm called a demon? Without waiting for Rasa's answer, Morio provided one. Because I never hide my greed and desire for power. But the old man, like you humans, wears hypocrisy on his face. Though he covets the power within me, burdened by the noble will to protect this world, he can't bring himself to sacrifice others for power. So, he allowed the fate between the priestess and me to continue. Rasa immediately understood Morio's meaning. In simple terms, whether out of sincerity or pretense, the Sage of Six Paths had to adhere to certain principles to maintain his status and image in this world. He couldn't act recklessly like a demon such as Morio. This was good news. It meant that, in the name of so-called justice, as long as Rasa didn't commit heinous acts, the likelihood of the Sage of Six Paths taking direct action against him would be greatly reduced. Of course, Rasa would never entrust his life to someone else's mercy. Therefore, he had to obtain Morio's power. Now that he had the answers he needed, it was time to get serious. Activate the barrier. On the ground below the two monsters, the four members of the covert operations team and Anoka, seeing their Kazekage signal, immediately formed hand seals. For violet flames formation. Adamantine sealing chains. Chapter 120, Rasa vs Morio, Part 4. Seeing this scene, not only Rasa but even Anoka was stunned. What is this? How had Morio broken free from Rasa's desert-layered imperial funeral seal? Only Yomi, who was battling Okuro, understood what was happening. That's the ghost army created by Morio-sama, as recorded in the ancient texts. Due to the distance and the barrier, Rasa naturally couldn't hear Yomi's words. However, this didn't stop Rasa from becoming wary. He raised the golden greatsword high and swung it at the oncoming sand soldiers. The immense force of the blow instantly turned the front line of sand soldiers into dust. Then, Rasa witnessed something that made him feel nauseous. From the shattered sand soldiers, tiny purple worms, each about the size of a finger, emerged and crawled onto the golden greatsword in Shikaku's hand. In moments, the golden greatsword, formed from condensed gold sand, began to corrode as if eaten away. One by one, golden sand soldiers emerged from the sword. Now, Rasa fully understood. This must be one of Morio's abilities. It could control the sand he had created using senjutsu energy through these worms. If not for the disgusting appearance of the worms, this would have been an incredibly powerful ability. As the golden greatsword in Shikaku's hand corroded, more sand soldiers surged out from the distant pyramid, rushing toward Shikaku's massive form. Countless worms, like an army of ants, burrowed into Shikaku's body. At this moment, Shikaku's body, as hard as iron, seemed as fragile as paper under the assault of these tiny worms. As they burrowed deeper, Rasa felt his control over Shikaku's avatar slipping away. Rasa initially planned to use the chakra-absorbing properties of senjutsu energy to kill the worms. However, the speed at which the worms controlled the sand far exceeded his ability to destroy them. They quickly formed a protective layer of sand around themselves, shielding them from his attacks. Moreover, based on the direction the worms were moving within Shikaku's body, it was clear that Morio could sense the senjutsu energy within him, allowing it to pinpoint his location. To proceed with his plan, Rasa needed to deprive Morio of this ability. In that case, I'll make sure you lose track of me completely. Senjutsu limit release, infinite sandstorm explosion. With a deafening roar, Shikaku's massive body exploded into a cloud of sand, filling the interior of the four violet flames formation with a dense, swirling sandstorm. At the same time, Senjutsu limit release, sand body flicker. Outside the barrier, Anoka and the Sunagakure shinobi were completely blind. They couldn't sense the senjutsu energy within Rasa to begin with, and now their vision was completely obscured. Inside the barrier, Morio also lost track of Rasa's location. As an ancient being, Morio could indeed sense senjutsu energy. It was originally born from senjutsu energy, only to be corrupted by the power of the Otsutsuki clan. However, within the barrier now filled with swirling golden sand, every grain radiated senjutsu energy, creating a dense fog that completely obscured Morio's senses. Morio didn't attempt to reform its body. Instead, it dispersed itself among the ghost army it had created. For a moment, the barrier fell into an eerie silence. Both Rasa and Morio seemed to have become cautious, unable to find each other's weaknesses or track each other's movements. However, what Morio failed to notice was that behind it, near the remnants of the sand pyramid, the iron thorn trees, which had absorbed Morio's chakra, now glowed with an ominous light. It was as if something was draining the chakra from them. Outside the barrier, the prolonged silence made Thunderblade, standing beside Anoka, unable to hold back his questions. "Miss Anoka, what's happening inside?" Thunderblade asked this because Anoka was from the Uzumaki clan, and Hana, another Uzumaki, had demonstrated exceptional sensory abilities. However, he didn't know that Anoka's sensory skills weren't as advanced as Hana's. Anoka shot him a cold glare and replied. "You're asking me? Who should I ask?" Thunderblade stiffened, suddenly reminded of Lady Pakura from the village. Now that he thought about it, the two did share some similarities in personality. At that moment, Miroku arrived with her 2 guards. Looking at the massive barrier filled with swirling sand, she asked. Miss Anoka, how is Rasa-sama? Has he defeated Morio? Anoka's expression softened slightly, but she shook her head. Then, remembering something, she asked curiously. Can you sense Morio? Miroku understood why Anoka was asking. It was because she and Morio shared the same body. However, she shook her head with a hint of shame. No. I can only sense that Morio is still alive. I see. Anoka didn't mention the fact that the priestess and Morio were essentially the same person. Time passed, and finally, there was movement within the barrier. It seemed that Morio, who had lived for thousands of years, or even longer, was the first to lose patience. Amidst the faint rustling sounds, countless worms spilled out from the mouths of the ghost soldiers, gathering together to reform Morio's body. However, Morio's form was noticeably smaller now. Its 8 heads scanned the surroundings warily as it spoke. Since you won't come out, there's no point in continuing this fight. After all, human lives are so fleeting. Once you're gone, the fate between the priestess and me will continue as it always has. After saying this, its 8 heads glowed with a crimson light. It paused briefly, as if waiting for something, but when no movement came from within the barrier, it let out a low growl. A spatial rift opened within the barrier, and Morio transformed into a surge of purple chakra, rushing into the rift. Even as Morio's figure completely disappeared, Rasa remained silent. Outside the barrier, Miroku's face turned pale as she watched Morio vanish. Even someone as powerful as Rasa couldn't defeat it. Was there truly no way for her to escape the fate of the priestess? Anoka's delicate face was also filled with confusion. Although she hadn't known Rasa for long, he had always struck her as supremely confident, as if he had everything under control. It didn't make sense for him to simply let Morio escape. Beside her, Thunderblade hesitantly suggested. Miss Anoka, the demon Morio has disappeared. Should we dispel the barrier now? Anoka was also uncertain. But at that moment, a cool, mature woman's voice sounded behind them. Don't worry. Rasa is still battling Morio. Everyone was startled and instinctively turned around. To their shock, they saw a woman with long green hair, dressed in a white robe and wearing a golden crown, standing behind them. Anoka's expression darkened. Not only could she not sense Rasa, but now this woman had appeared behind them without her noticing. Era. Seeing the human's nervous expressions, the woman smiled warmly and said in a friendly tone. No need to be alarmed. I mean no harm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tagriheim, sent by the White Snake Sage to find Rasa-sama. The moment Anoka heard the words White Snake Sage, her pupils contracted sharply. Boruto episode number 75. Yeah, expect them to appear. No need to watch since I will be explaining them. Chapter 121, Rasa vs. Morio, Conclusion. In a dark and twisted world, this was a space created by Morio, a realm entirely his own. It was filled with immense chakra and natural energy, a testament to Morio's confidence as he faced Rasa. As a world formed by Morio's power, even if Rasa destroyed his physical body outside, Morio could still resurrect himself within his own domain. However, he was somewhat disappointed that he had not yet obtained the method to eliminate the consciousness of Kaguya Otsutsuki from his body. Ever since Kaguya Otsutsuki, that monstrous woman, descended upon this world, her consciousness had transformed into chakra, clinging to him like a parasite. It tormented him endlessly and robbed him of the opportunity to become an even greater existence. All he could do was sustain himself by devouring priestesses. Now, just as he had finally glimpsed a chance to rid himself of this consciousness, the human before him proved to be far more troublesome than expected. But it didn't matter. As he had just said, humans would inevitably age, and he would have plenty of opportunities in the future. As long as he kept a close eye on the priestesses, that man would never escape his grasp. However, just as he was feeling triumphant, countless beams of light suddenly erupted behind him. Startled, he turned around and was met with a sight that made his pupils shrink in fear. The countless priestesses he had once devoured and enslaved had now regained their freedom. They stood before him, radiating immense power and blinding light. How is this possible? These priestesses had lost their self-awareness after being devoured by him. Their physical bodies had been destroyed, leaving only their souls trapped in the world he had created. Yet now, they had regained their consciousness. Moreover, this was his world, how could he have been completely unaware of their revival? As Morio trembled with fear, a voice that sent chills down his spine echoed through the air. Now, honored priestesses, I ask for your assistance in restraining Morio. The voice was all too familiar to Morio, and the sensation it carried filled him with even greater terror. He roared in disbelief. How is this possible? Human, how did you enter this place? But Morio's questions would never be answered. The combined power of the priestesses who had died over the past millennium was overwhelming. Without any chance to resist, Morio's body was completely bound, and a black diamond-shaped mark appeared before him. It was unclear how much time had passed in the world created by Morio. As all the chakra and natural energy in this world were absorbed by Rasa's Kama, the once dark and twisted realm turned into a blank, empty space, illuminated by a silvery white light. Sensing Morio's disappearance, the priestesses who had been devoured by him gazed at Rasa with gratitude. Among them, an elderly woman dressed in a crimson priestess robe stepped forward and spoke softly. "Thank you, young man. With your help, the 1,000-year fate between the priestesses and Morio has finally come to an end. This also serves as atonement for the mistakes I once made." Indeed, the elderly woman before him was the first-generation priestess, the one who had initially separated Morio from herself, inadvertently becoming the source of countless tragedies. The reason for this separation was not due to anyone's manipulation but rather her own limited perspective and rationality, which could not match her ever-growing power as a sheltered priestess who rarely ventured beyond her home. Rasa, however, would never face such a problem. Rasa had no interest in delving into the past. After all, everything was now over. He shook his head. "There's no need to thank me. In fact, I should be the one thanking all of you. Without your power, I wouldn't have been able to so easily eradicate Morio." Hearing this, the priestess smiled. "I never imagined that the 1,000-year fate between the priestesses and Morio would end in this way. Young man, I can sense the power of Morio within you. I hope you will use this power wisely in the future. Don't worry. To me, power itself has no inherent good or evil, it all depends on the one who wields it." The elderly priestess sighed, her eyes reflecting a resolute decision. "If I had possessed the same mindset as you back then, perhaps so many tragedies could have been avoided. To express our gratitude, we would like to offer you a gift." "A gift?" Rasa was momentarily taken aback. The elderly priestess glanced at the deep purple chakra fruit in Rasa's hand. Having witnessed Rasa absorb Morio's power, they understood what had happened and the extraordinary ability Rasa possessed to assimilate Morio's chakra. "We are all already dead. The power within our souls serves no purpose now. The power of Morio is only complete when combined with the power of the priestesses. Therefore, we have decided to bestow upon you the power of the priestesses. In return, we hope you will look after the priestesses in the land of demons." Rasa's eyes flickered. He did not refuse the offer. In fact, he felt a sense of relief. He had been concerned that these souls, upon passing on to the pure land, might expose his abilities. Thus, he nodded with a calm smile. "I accept your request." "Good." As the priestesses smiled with contentment, their bodies began to glow. Streams of powerful chakra flowed toward Rasa, all of which were absorbed by his Kama. Outside the barrier. Upon learning that the young girl before her hailed from Ryuchi Cave, one of the 3 great sage regions, Anoka's wariness diminished significantly. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she was naturally aware of the 3 great sage regions. In fact, the summoning contract for Shikatsu Forest, another of the 3 great sage regions, had once been in the possession of the Uzumaki clan. However, due to her knowledge of these regions, Anoka had never held a favorable opinion of Ryuchi Cave, a place teeming with snakes. Still, she was curious as to why someone from Ryuchi Cave had come seeking Rasa. As everyone exchanged glances, the girl named Tatsushihime suddenly spoke, her gaze fixed on the barrier with a hint of awe. "I never expected that Rasa-sama would truly succeed in destroying Morio." Her words shocked everyone, and they instinctively turned their attention to the barrier. The once sand-filled interior of the barrier had now cleared, revealing Rasa's figure descending gracefully from the sky and landing before them. Anoka quickly dispelled the barrier. She had no fear that the Rasa before them might be an impostor created by Morio. The unique aura of emptiness surrounding Rasa was something even Morio could not replicate. The most excited among them was Miroku. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Rasa, her gaze filled with hope. For a moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to the men before her, though she couldn't quite place why. Rasa did not disappoint her. "I have fulfilled my duty. Morio will never appear in this world again." Miroku was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Rasa offered her a comforting glance before shifting his attention to the unfamiliar girl standing behind the others. Anoka stepped forward and whispered something into Rasa's ear. Rasa's expression shifted slightly, and he took a few cautious steps forward, addressing the girl. "May I ask why the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave has sought me out?" White Snake Sage is from Boruto series. Unlike the toads, snakes test humans if they want their power, as I remember from that Boruto episode, left Boruto on 95th episode. They will be appearing for quite a while, and even if you haven't watched those Boruto episodes, it doesn't really matter. Just Google the names if you want to see what they look like. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, The Invitation. Rasa had never imagined that Ryuchi Cave, the place he had tirelessly sought but never found, would come to him on its own. Yet, instead of feeling joy, he was filled with caution. He believed that the White Snake Sage, the ruler of Ryuchi Cave, one of the 3 great sage regions, would not seek him out without a reason. The girl named Tagriheim, sensing Rasa's wariness, smiled gently and said, "Please do not worry, Rasa-sama. I am here on the orders of the White Snake Sage to invite you to Ryuchi Cave as a guest. There is no ill intent." "Oh." Rasa replied, testing the waters. "Sunagekure has no connection with Ryuchi Cave. If the White Snake Sage wishes to invite a shinobi, shouldn't it be Orochimaru of Konoha?" Tagriheim covered her mouth with her sleeve and chuckled softly. "I understand your doubts, Rasa-sama. But please believe me, once you meet the White Snake Sage, all your questions will be answered." Rasa frowned slightly and continued to probe. "Since it is an invitation from the White Snake Sage, I naturally have no reason to refuse. However, as the Kazekage of my village, I have been away for quite some time. Allow me to return to my village and handle some affairs before I accept your invitation. How does that sound?" Tagriheim's eyes narrowed slightly, and she smiled. "That would be wonderful." As she spoke, she pulled out a scroll from her sleeve. "When Rasa-sama is ready to accept the invitation, simply open this scroll. I will personally come to escort you to Ryuchi Cave. Oh, and if possible, please do not keep the White Snake Sage waiting too long." "Understood." Seeing that she was not pressuring him to accept the invitation immediately, Rasa felt somewhat relieved. He carefully took the scroll and casually asked, "May I ask how you knew I was here, Tagriheim-sama?" From the time he arrived in the land of demons to the moment he defeated Morio, only a few hours had passed. His movements had been kept strictly confidential, so how had she found him so quickly? Was Ryuchi Cave located near the land of demons? As if anticipating his question, Tagriheim bowed her head slightly and said, "The White Snake Sage is well informed about everything in the shinobi world." Rasa, of course, did not believe this. If the White Snake Sage were truly so omniscient, she would not have waited until now to seek him out. Still, even if it was an exaggeration, it showed that the White Snake Sage's intelligence-gathering abilities were extraordinary. "I understand. Once I have settled my village's affairs, I will come to fulfill the invitation. Thank you. Then, I shall take my leave now." Tagriheim nodded politely to everyone present before disappearing with a puff of smoke. Rasa finally let out a sigh of relief and glanced at Anoka. Anoka, understanding his concern, quickly scanned the surroundings with her sensory abilities. Finding nothing unusual, she nodded to Rasa. At that moment, Miroka finally stepped forward, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Rasa-sama, for defeating Morio." Rasa smiled and shook his head. "There's no need to thank me. This was not my achievement alone. It was the combined effort of all the priestesses who came before you." Miroka's face filled with shock. Rasa then began to explain. "I used a method to enter the world created by Morio, where I met the generations of priestesses who had been devoured by him. They helped me destroy Morio, and in return, they entrusted me with the task of looking after you in the land of demons." Miroka was even more astonished. Anoka, however, felt that things weren't so simple and asked curiously. "Didn't Morio say that he and the priestesses were 2 halves of the same entity? That unless one devoured the other, they would never truly disappear?" This reminder also struck Miroku, though by now, she had complete trust in Rasa. Seeing this, Rasa offered a brief explanation. "What Morio said was true, but it wasn't the only way. You can think of it as me now possessing Morio's power, effectively replacing him as the other half of the priestess's power." Miroka didn't know how many times she had been shocked today. However, she couldn't help but voice her concern. "Won't the power of an evil being like Morio affect you, Rasa-sama?" "Don't worry. Power itself has no inherent good or evil. The difference lies only in how it is used." Rasa's words seemed to enlighten Miroku, prompting her to nod firmly. Anoka also looked at Rasa with admiration. Now that Morio had been dealt with, it was time for Rasa to take his leave. You're leaving already? Please stay a little longer, Rasa-sama. I haven't had the chance to properly express my gratitude." Seeing Miroku's reluctance, Rasa had already made up his mind. "Don't worry. While I do need to leave now, this doesn't mean we won't meet again in the future." Miroku looked at him with curiosity. "Didn't I say earlier? I promised the generations of priestesses that I would look after you in the land of demons. So, if you don't mind, I would like to formally invite you to visit our Sunagekure as a guest." Really? Miroku, who had been feeling down, suddenly became excited again. "Of course. You are welcome to visit Sunagekure anytime." As Rasa spoke, he summoned Daikoku, Ishito, and Ishibo. Kazekage-sama, the 6 individuals had been dealt with. As elite jonin of Sunagekure, handling a few shinobi from a place like the land of demons was a trivial task. Good work. Now, there's one more thing I need you to do. Please stay in the land of demons for a few more days to protect the priestess and escort her when she visits our village. Understood. Rasa then turned to Miroku and bid her farewell. I apologize, Priestess-sama, but the shinobi world is in turmoil right now. As the Kazekage of Sunagakure, there are many matters that require my attention. I cannot stay here any longer, so I look forward to seeing you in Sunagakure soon. Miroku nodded firmly. You can call me Miroku, Rasa-sama. I'll see you in Sunagakure. Rasa wasn't making excuses to avoid staying in the land of demons. As the Kazekage of Sunagakure, one of the 5 great nations, he was indeed extremely busy. There were countless decisions that required his attention, especially recently, as reports from the Umbu indicated that the war between the Cloud Village and the Stone Village against Konoha had taken a new turn. As for why Rasa invited Miroku to visit Sunagakure, the reason was simple: he had his eyes on the land of demons. Although the surprise attack on the land of fire had brought Sunagakure a substantial amount of military funds, money would eventually run out. To free Sunagakure from the financial control of the land of wind, Rasa needed to find a second source of funding, and the land of demons was a suitable candidate. Rasa was even considering helping the land of demons establish a hidden village secretly controlled by Sunagakure. This would not only strengthen Sunagakure's power but also prepare Rasa for his ultimate goal of unifying the shinobi world. Yes, after obtaining Morio's power, Rasa's ambitions had grown even greater. The power granted to him by Morio and the priestesses was simply too immense. It was the power of space-time. Chapter 123, Return to the Village. After bidding farewell to Miroku, Rasa quickly led Anoka and the Raging 4 back to Sunagakure village. Thanks to his direct control of gold dust to fly them over, Sunagakure came into view just as dawn broke. Rasa immediately ordered the Raging 4 to summon Chiyo-sama, Ebizo-sama, Pakura, Michikawa, and Karura to the Kazekage's office. He specifically instructed Chiyo-sama to bring her disciple along before heading to the office with Anoka. Having been on the move for so many days, Rasa had no time to rest. Soon after, Baki and Seramu arrived with updates. As soon as they entered, they noticed Anoka sitting in the Kazekage's office, sipping tea with a cold expression. Though surprised by the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar girl, they didn't ask any questions and began reporting on the events that had occurred in the shinobi world during Rasa's absence. So, Konoha is trying to divert trouble onto us. Rasa's face turned sour. Baki explained in detail. Konoha has spread the news throughout the shinobi world that you, Kazekage-sama, have obtained the Sharingan and Hashirama's cells. While Kumogakure and Iwagakure still appear to be pressuring Konoha on the surface, we've received intelligence that both villages have halted large-scale attacks on Konoha. Now, it's only minor skirmishes. Additionally, the Reikage and Tsuchikage have sent envoys to inquire, subtly probing to see if they can obtain the Sharingan and Hashirama's cells from us. Rasa snorted coldly, unsurprised by this development. Kumogakure was no stranger to such tactics since their past attempts to kidnap Kushina and later Hinata were proof that these seemingly muscle-headed individuals were far more cunning than they appeared. As for Inoki, that old man's petty and calculating nature made it impossible for him not to covet Sunagakure's newly acquired treasures. Let them come if they want the Sharingan and Hashirama's cells. They'll have to take them by force. Hi. Anoka, who had been quietly drinking tea, glanced at Rasa with slight surprise. Since returning to Sunagakure, Rasa seemed like a completely different person, exuding an imposing aura. Truly, he was the Kazekage. Is there anything else? Rasa raised a brow to see whether there was anything new to know. Nothing else. Everything else is proceeding according to your plans, Kazekage-sama. After Baki finished his report, Rasa turned to Seramu. Seramu, however, brought a pleasant surprise. Kazekage-sama, I have some good news. Do you remember your plan to improve our village's transportation system? Yes, I do. Is there a new development? Rasa raised an eyebrow. Of course, he remembered. Unfortunately, this wasn't a problem that ordinary people could solve. Despite posting notices for so long, no reliable solutions had emerged. Don't tell me someone has found a way. Yes. Seramu handed over a document from his pocket. 3 days ago, a group of 6 individuals arrived in our village. Their leaders are named Shino and Kanro. According to their claims, they are from Sky Village and Takumi Village. After consulting with Baki-senpai, we've confirmed their identities. Baki nodded in agreement. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Sky Village was a village that existed during the last Great Shinobi War. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Konoha. However, Sky Village indeed possessed incredible technology. They were able to create tools that could fly in the sky. If we could utilize their technology for Sunagakure, it might truly solve our transportation issues. As for Takumi Village, they demonstrated a special ninja tool with extraordinary capabilities. That's why I decided to keep them here. Baki's explanation suddenly jogged Rasa's memory. Shino seemed to be the name of a major antagonist from one of the Naruto movies, and Takumi Village also rang a faint bell, though he couldn't recall the details clearly. I see. In that case. Rasa did some quick calculations. Saramu, arrange for them to meet me the day after tomorrow. Hi. After handling these two matters, Rasa turned his attention to the battlefield. How is the situation on the battlefield? Are Kumogakure and Iwagakure still cooperating with us? Has Kirigakure responded? Baki answered each question in turn. Overall, there were no major changes. The cooperation with Kumogakure and Iwagakure was still ongoing, while Kirigakure had gone silent since the last letter from the Third Mizukage. What about Konoha? Konoha has been unusually quiet recently. It seems they're taking this time to recuperate and rebuild their strength. Rasa thought for a moment before issuing a warning. The current situation in the shinobi world is chaotic. Neither Konoha, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, nor Kirigakure can be trusted. Inform all our shinobi outside the village to remain vigilant. This calm might hide dangers we can't even imagine. Just as we've schemed against Konoha, other villages might be plotting against us. The intelligence division must pay close attention to any signs of movement. Don't overlook even the slightest hint of trouble. Hi. Baki immediately acknowledged the order. Rasa then turned to Saramu. Saramu, during my trip, I passed through the land of demons and met the shrine maiden of that country. She will be visiting Sunagakure in the near future. I'm entrusting you with the task of handling communications with her. Draft an alliance agreement between our village and the land of demons. The main focus should be on resolving Sunagakure's future military expenses and food supply issues. In exchange, we can offer military protection to the land of demons. Saramu was startled. Although the land of demons was considered a small country in the shinobi world, especially compared to the 5 great nations, it was still a significant nation compared to places like Rorin, where she had once lived. The shrine maiden held a position equivalent to a daimyo in other countries. He hadn't expected Rasa to have met the shrine maiden during his trip. If an alliance could be formed, it would bring tremendous benefits to Sunagakure. Understood. I'll prepare everything. Good. Just as Rasa, Baki, and Saramu were discussing village affairs, the door to the Kazekage's office opened. Karura and Pakura entered together. After greeting Rasa, they noticed Anoka sitting on the couch and were visibly surprised. Take a seat first. I'll explain once everyone is here. Okay. The two sat down. Soon after, Michikawa arrived, nodded to Rasa, and also noticed Anoka. Rasa repeated his earlier explanation. Just as Michikawa took his seat, the door to the Kazekage's office opened again. At that moment, Anoka, who had been sitting calmly, suddenly stood up and looked toward the door. Karura, Pakura, and Michikawa were puzzled, but they quickly understood. Accompanying Chiyo-sama and Ebizo-sama into the room was a girl they didn't recognize. Before they could wonder who she was, the red-haired girl's eyes filled with tears as she rushed forward. Anokane. Hana. The two red-haired girls embraced each other, their sobbing filling the entire office. Chapter 124, Anoka's arrangement. After a while, the two girls finally stopped crying and wiped away their tears. Hana, visibly excited, turned to Rasa and said, Rasa-sama, how did you find Anokane? I thought I'd never see her again in this lifetime. Anoka, being the older sister, gently patted Hana's head. Her calm demeanor contrasted with Hana's bubbly excitement, but the joy in Hana's smile made it clear that Rasa hadn't lied. Anoka, who was usually quiet, didn't express her emotions as openly as Hana, but her grateful gaze toward Rasa spoke volumes. I'll explain everything soon. For now, take Anoka and find a place to sit. Okay. Hana naturally led Anoka to sit below Chiyo and Ebizo. Rasa then turned to the curious faces in the room and began speaking. Let me introduce these two girls. This one is Anoka, and this one is Hana. They are both survivors of the Uzumaki clan. At this revelation, Chiyo and Ebizo, who already knew about Hana's origins, weren't too shocked. However, they were surprised that Rasa had managed to find another Uzumaki survivor besides Hana. On the other hand, Pakura, Michikawa, Karura, and Baki were utterly stunned. The Uzumaki clan. That Uzumaki clan. Michikawa exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes eagerly scanning Hana and Anoka. His intense gaze made Hana nervous, but Anoka stepped in, shielding her younger sister like a protective guardian. Yes, there's no other Uzumaki clan in the shinobi world, Rasa confirmed. Pakura, Michikawa, and Baki all took a deep breath. They understood the significance of the Uzumaki clan, their ability to suppress tailed beast chakra and their mastery of powerful sealing techniques were exactly what Sunagakure lacked. However, Rasa's next statement left them even more puzzled. Before I continue, there's something I must make clear, I brought Hana and Anoka to the village not to turn them into Jinchuriki. I want you all to understand this. In fact, I have no plans to create any more Jinchuriki in the future. This declaration left everyone except the two elders and Seramu, who didn't fully understand what a Jinchuriki was, utterly shocked. Michikawa was completely baffled. Why? Every other village has Jinchuriki. If our village doesn't, we'll be at a significant disadvantage in future battles. This reaction highlighted Michikawa's old-school shinobi mindset, cold and ruthless. The reason is simple. I've already discussed this with Chiyo-sama and Ebizo-sama. Creating a Jinchuriki is far too dangerous and painful. As the Kazekage, I won't allow any child in this village to endure such risks. Michikawa's face dimmed. While he understood the dangers and suffering involved in creating a Jinchuriki, he couldn't help but worry. Without a tailed beast as a weapon, how would Sunagakure fare against other villages' Jinchuriki in future wars? Sunagakure was already facing a shortage of talented individuals. Now, without the power of a Jinchuriki, wouldn't our future enemies have even fewer obstacles to overcome? Seeing this, Rasa understood that it would be difficult for someone like Michikawa to accept giving up the tailed beast. He decided to address the room directly. What are your thoughts on this? For a moment, the office fell silent. Karura naturally supported her husband. Her gentle smile was filled with encouragement for his compassionate decision. Baki, as Rasa's trusted aide, would follow whatever Rasa decided without question. However, both of them knew their opinions wouldn't carry much weight in this discussion. At that moment, Chiyo, the most senior figure present, spoke up coldly. I support the Kazekage's decision. Hana has exceptional talent in medical ninjutsu. I can train her to become a kunoichi no less skilled than Princess Tsunade. Turning her into a Jinchuriki would be a waste of her potential. Besides, Hana is now my disciple. If anyone dares to mistreat her, they'll have to answer to me. Though her words were icy, everyone could sense the protective tone behind them. Hana, moved to tears, exclaimed, Chiyo Oba-san. Ebizo, seeing this, also voiced his support. The Kazekage is right. I've witnessed the dangers of creating a Jinchuriki since the time of the second Kazekage. The suffering and discrimination that Jinchuriki endures during their growth are unbearable for most. Such tragedy should not be repeated in our village. Therefore, I also support the Kazekage's proposal. With both elders backing Rasa, the decision was practically settled. However, Rasa turned his gaze to the final person, Pakura. Pakura, caught off guard by Rasa's look, snorted proudly and said, Don't underestimate me. I would never do something that harms my comrades. With a 3-to-1 majority, the decision was clear. Michikawa, realizing his opinion no longer mattered, reluctantly conceded. Very well. From now on, all plans related to creating a Jinchuriki in the village are abolished. Due to the advanced age of the current Jinchuriki, Shikaku's host, secret preparations for selecting and creating a new Jinchuriki had been underway. Rasa's declaration put an end to all of that. After making his decision, Rasa moved on to the next matter without delay. Now, onto the second issue, Anoka's arrangements. He turned his gaze to Anoka, who was now looking much more at ease, and Hana, who was beaming with happiness. Hana, I'm entrusting this to you. Anoka is new to the village and unfamiliar with many things. As her younger sister, I want you to take care of her. The two of you will live together from now on. Hana, thrilled by this, nodded vigorously and said, Don't worry, Rasa-sama. I'll take good care of Anoka-ne. Good. Ebizo-sama, Anoka has exceptional talent in sealing techniques. I'd like her to become your disciple. What do you think? Ebizo had no objections. Understood, Kazekage-sama. I'll ensure Anoka receives proper guidance. Excellent. Hana was even more excited than Anoka herself. That's amazing, Anoka-ne. Ebizo-jizan is just as incredible as Chiyo Oba-san. This time, Anoka didn't object to Rasa's decision. She understood that he was protecting her and Hana. With the village's two most respected elders as their mentors, no one in Sunagakure would dare to harm them. She politely bowed to Ebizo. It's an honor to meet you, sensei. Ebizo nodded in satisfaction. No need for formalities. You'll come with me after this. Rasa then continued. Additionally, I have a task for Ebizo-sama. Please go ahead, Kazekage-sama. I'd like you to develop a barrier technique, a large-scale barrier that can protect the entire village. This request puzzled everyone. Given Sunagakure's natural terrain, such a barrier seemed unnecessary. The desert itself provided ample protection. However, they trusted that Rasa had his reasons. Understood. I'll look into it. Good. Now, for the final matter. However, I can't discuss it yet. Please return here tonight at 8 o'clock. I'll explain everything then. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, The Result of Knocking a Woman. Rasa's mysterious demeanor left everyone in the room feeling curious and slightly uneasy. Don't worry, it should be good news. You'll find out tonight. Pakura, unable to contain her curiosity, asked. Are all of us going? This reminded Rasa to clarify. He glanced around and said. Saramu, you don't need to attend. You've only just started learning ninjutsu, and that kind of power is still too early for you. Rasa's cryptic words immediately sparked surprise among the group. The quicker thinkers among them began to piece together what he might be hinting at. Saramu, however, nodded without objection. She had only recently begun learning how to extract chakra and hadn't even mastered basic chakra control exercises like water walking. She knew better than to aim too high too soon. Rasa then added. Oh, and let's also call Yoshimaru. This time, the two elders, Pakura, Michikawa, Karura, Baki, Yoshimaru, Anoka, and Hana, 9 people should be enough. These 9 individuals were, in Rasa's mind, the core of Tsunagekyu's present and future, his most trusted aides. Alright, if there's nothing else, everyone is dismissed. Understood. Hana happily led Anoka away, following Chiyo and Ebizo. The others also left shortly after. Soon, only Karura remained in the office. With no one else around, Rasa dropped his stern Kazekage demeanor and reverted to his gentle, caring self. He stepped down from his seat and embraced his wife. What's wrong? Rasa asked this because he had noticed Karura's hesitant expression from the moment she entered the room. As expected, Karura, blushing slightly in her husband's arms, said. Rasa-kun, I have some good news to tell you. Good news? What is it? Rasa was puzzled. Let's talk about it at home. Once they returned home, Karura still didn't reveal the news. Instead, she asked Rasa to freshen up first. Although Rasa hadn't been away from the village for long, the journey had left him somewhat weary. After a refreshing shower, he changed into comfortable home clothes and emerged to find Karura had prepared a lavish breakfast. The two sat across from each other at the dining table. Karura's cheeks were still slightly flushed as she gazed at her husband. Rasa, though curious, maintained his gentle tone and asked with a smile. Alright, can you tell me the good news now? Karura shook her head again. Rasa-kun, you've been away for so long. You must be tired. Let's eat breakfast first. Rasa found this even more peculiar, but he didn't press her. Instead, he began enjoying the meal Karura had prepared. However, halfway through the meal, Karura nervously clenched her hands, took a deep breath, and finally said. Rasa-kun. I'm pregnant. Wah. For a moment, time seemed to stand still in the house. Rasa's mind went completely blank. Pregnant. Rasa stared blankly at Karura, who was looking at him with expectant eyes. Instinctively, he felt he should be overjoyed. But inexplicably, a strange emotion welled up inside him, confusion, uncertainty. Ever since he transmigrated into this world and became the Fourth Kazekage, Rasa, he had been diligently playing this role. His feelings for Karura, this gentle and caring woman, were also built on this foundation. He acted so tenderly, like a dutiful husband, only because she was originally his wife. It felt like an arranged marriage in ancient times, there was no courtship or romantic phase. She simply became his wife, and he had to adapt to life with her, striving to play the role of a husband. But when Karura announced her pregnancy, Rasa felt as if his heart had been struck hard, shattering the barrier that separated him from this world due to his identity as a transmigrator. At this moment, as he gazed at the gentle woman before him, Rasa felt, for the first time, that he no longer needed to play the role of a husband. She was truly his wife. Because the child in Karura's womb wasn't some legacy left behind by his predecessor, it was the result of his own efforts, entirely his child. My child. With a clatter, Rasa stood up from his chair, his usually calm face now filled with unrestrained joy. He rushed to Karura's side, pulled her into his arms without a second thought, and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Feeling her husband's tight embrace, as if he wanted to merge her into his very being, Karura also melted into happiness, burying her face in Rasa's chest. After what felt like an eternity, Rasa finally released Karura. With a voice trembling with excitement, he looked down at her blushing face and asked. When did you find out? Karura, still shy, replied. I started feeling symptoms 2 weeks ago, but I didn't think much of it at the time. It was Nono-san, who knows medical ninjutsu, who diagnosed it. 2 weeks ago. Rasa immediately felt a pang of guilt. At that time, he had been busy training in the 8 gates at Ryu no Shio, neglecting his wife. Reflecting on it, ever since he arrived in this world, he had been so focused on gaining strength that he hadn't paid enough attention to his family. Thinking this, he said sincerely. I'm sorry, Karura. As a husband, I've been too neglectful. No. Feeling Rasa's tenderness, Karura responded considerately. Rasa-kun, you're the Kazekage. The village comes before family. No, family is just as important as the village. I have 2 more things to take care of, and once they're settled, I'll spend more time with you. Okay. Karura leaned gently into Rasa's embrace. Rasa then thought of something and said, since you're pregnant, you don't need to attend tonight's meeting. I'll find someone to take over your duties at the orphanage. You should rest and take care of yourself. Karura, though touched by her husband's concern, shook her head. I'm not that fragile. Besides, the children at the orphanage still need me. No can't handle it all alone. Is that so? Rasa pondered for a moment. Akunoichi's physical constitution was indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary woman, and the orphanage truly couldn't function without Karura. Then make sure not to overwork yourself. I'll also find someone to help you. Okay. Rasa finally released his wife and, curious, knelt down. He gently placed his hand on Karura's still flat stomach, marveling at the thought that a tiny life, his child, was growing inside. To ensure the safe growth of this little life, Rasa decided that Karura should continue staying at Ryu no Shio. The natural energy there might help the baby develop more healthily. And so, as the loving couple basked in their happiness, time quietly slipped into the night. Chapter 126, Kunmi. Under the night sky, within the Sand Clan's compound. As the clock approached 8, Michikawa, having finished dinner, prepared to head to the Kazekage building for the meeting. However, judging by his furrowed brow, his mood was far from light. The decision Rasa had made earlier that day, to abolish the creation of Jinchuriki in the village, struck him as overly idealistic. He was well aware of the dangers involved in creating a Jinchuriki and the hostility they faced within the village. But in his view, these sacrifices were worth it for the sake of possessing a tailed beast, a weapon of war that far surpassed human capabilities. Until now, Michikawa had believed Rasa was a competent Kazekage. In fact, he had even admitted to himself that Rasa had, at times, outperformed his own mentor, the Third Kazekage. This was why he had changed his stance and begun supporting Rasa. But now, Rasa's decision to abolish the Jinchuriki system made him question whether his support had been misplaced. As he pondered this, footsteps echoed from outside. His son, Kunmi, walked in. Seeing his father, Kunmi was slightly surprised but quickly composed himself and bowed respectfully. Kunmi is an OG. Father. Like most fathers, Michikawa wasn't the type to express his emotions openly. His interactions with his son were restrained, almost formal, as if they were strangers. Why are you back so late? Kunmi, much like his father, replied calmly. After school, I spent some time playing with my classmates from the Ninja Academy. I see. How are your studies at the academy going? The classes are boring. They're teaching things I already know. This didn't surprise Michikawa. The first year of the Ninja Academy focused on basic cultural education, something the son of the Sand Clan's leader had long since mastered. Don't waste your talent. Make sure you keep up with the clan's curriculum as well. Understood, father. With that, the conversation between father and son came to an end, and Michikawa prepared to leave for the Kazekage building. But then, recalling how his son had seemed slightly more cheerful recently, Michikawa thought of something and asked. Do you enjoy attending the Ninja Academy? The question caught Kunmi off guard. He thought for a moment, then nodded nervously. This puzzled Michikawa. But you just said the classes are boring. Kunmi hesitated, then replied with a mix of uncertainty and determination. I enjoy spending time with my classmates. After saying this, he looked up at his father, bracing for a reprimand. Michikawa's face turned a little grim. While he had sent his son to the Ninja Academy partly as a gesture of goodwill toward Rasa, he couldn't tolerate Kunmi wasting his potential by playing around at school. Just as he was about to scold his son, he suddenly remembered Rasa's words from earlier that day. He paused, then asked. Kunmi, let me ask you something. What is it? Kunmi hesitated before Michikawa asked again. If one day, you were forced to choose between the village's interests and your friends, what would you choose? This question left the 6-year-old Kunmi stunned. His small face scrunched up in thought, and after a moment of contemplation, he asked. Father, do I have to choose only one? Michikawa, intrigued by his son's response, asked. What difference does it make? Kunmi beamed a smile. If I don't have to choose just one, I want to protect both the village and my friends. Michikawa narrowed his gaze slightly and pressed further. But what if your strength isn't enough to protect both? What if you can only choose one? Kunmi's small face showed an unusual determination as he replied. Then I'll train harder to gain the strength to protect both. As a ninja, isn't the purpose of training to protect the village and our comrades? That's what you taught me, father. At that moment, seeing the resolute expression on his young son's face, Michikawa's eyes widened in realization. It dawned on him why Rasa had made the decision he did. He stood up, gently patted his son's head, and, in a rare display of tenderness, praised him. That's a good answer. It seems I, as an adult, failed to see what you could. This unexpected warmth left Kunmi's face filled with astonishment. But the surprises didn't end there. From now on, spend more time with your friends at school. You can even invite them over to our home if you'd like. Really? Kunmi's face lit up with joy. Michikawa smiled, ruffled his son's hair, and then left. He didn't mention that he had already found a good teacher for Kunmi. His son's outstanding response had already satisfied him. Perhaps this was the reason why the Kazekage had decided to abolish the Jinchuriki system. Under the dark night sky. By 8:10 p.m., the 9 individuals had gathered on the rooftop of the Kazekage building. Though only half a day had passed since they last met, everyone could sense that Rasa was in an exceptionally good mood. The usual stern demeanor of the Kazekage was replaced by a rare smile. This piqued everyone's curiosity. Unfortunately, Rasa had no intention of explaining. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he used his gold dust to lift everyone onto a cloud of sand and took off into the sky. As they soared through the air, Pakura, standing on the sand cloud, couldn't help but ask. Where are you taking us? Be patient. You'll find out when we get there. TCH. Pakura clicked her tongue in annoyance and stepped aside. Karura, standing next to Rasa, recalled something Sarima had mentioned. Pakura seemed to have some unusual feelings toward her husband. A strange, mysterious smile appeared on Karura's face. Among the 9 people present, only Baki likely knew their destination. But since the Kazekage hadn't said anything, he didn't dare speak up. And so, the group flew toward their destination. The desert night was undeniably beautiful. The endless night sky was clear, adorned with countless stars, and the moon was large and bright. Most of the group were women, and they marveled at the breathtaking scenery. Even Karura and Pakura, who had lived in Sunagakure their entire lives, rarely had the chance to admire the desert nightscape from such a height. The 2 young girls were especially captivated. The men, however, remained calm and composed. Just then, Chiyo, who had been standing on the sand cloud and avoiding the younger crowd, glanced down at the desert below. Her eyes widened in shock as she spotted something unbelievable. How is this possible? What is that? Chapter 127, Breathing Technique. As someone who had lived in Sunagakure since its founding, grown up during the era of the First Kazekage, became a jonin during the Second Kazekage's reign, and rose to the position of elder during the Third Kazekage's time, Chiyo was intimately familiar with the surroundings of the village. In fact, she knew the area like the back of her hand. But now, as she looked down at the winding rivers and sprawling forests that seemed to have sprung up across the vast desert, Chiyo was utterly baffled. This wasn't a trick of her eyes. Her reaction caught Ebizo's attention, and he too noticed the changes in the desert below, his face filled with astonishment. What is this? The others quickly noticed as well. While they might not have the same deep understanding of the village's surroundings as the 2 elders, they knew one thing for certain: this desert, with its harsh environment, was known as the Devil's Desert. But now, looking at the patches of greenery scattered across the desert, it didn't look like hell, it looked like paradise. Suddenly, everyone recalled the green miracle that had appeared in the village. Glancing at Rasa, who stood silently at the front, they began to understand. At that moment, the beauty of the night sky no longer held their interest. After all, while the desert nightscape was stunning, for those who lived in the desert, the miracle of green life was far more captivating. As Rasa led them further toward Dragon Salt, the group noticed that the forests below became increasingly dense, with birds and other animals appearing here and there. This left everyone even more amazed and curious about how Rasa had accomplished such a feat. After about half an hour, an even larger forest came into view. The forest was so vast that it was roughly a quarter the size of Sunagakure itself. To the people of Sunagakure, this was nothing short of a divine miracle. Among the group, only Baki remained relatively calm, as he had witnessed this transformation firsthand. Upon reaching their destination, Rasa controlled the gold dust cloud to descend. Bunpuku, having been informed in advance, had lit a bonfire at the edge of the forest to welcome them. As the group stepped off the gold dust cloud, they felt like country bumpkins entering a grand palace, staring in disbelief at the enormous forest before them. Some even wondered if they were dreaming. Chiyo and Ebizo, however, had mixed expressions as they looked at Bunpuku, who now appeared more vibrant and energetic than ever. I hope bringing so many people here hasn't disturbed you, Bunpuku-sama. Rasa said politely, introducing Bunpuku to the group. Despite being high-ranking members of Sunagakure, neither Pakura nor Michikawa had ever met Bunpuku in person. As the Jinchuriki, Bunpuku had been kept in secret confinement during the Third Kazekage's era due to his advanced age and the high risk of losing control. As expected, the moment Bunpuku's name was mentioned, everyone's attention shifted to him, their expressions turning serious. Only Hana and Anoka, who didn't know what Bunpuku represented, remained oblivious. Bunpuku smiled gently. Not at all, Kazekage-sama. You're too kind. All of this is your doing. I'm merely a guest here. Hearing Bunpuku's words, the group's expressions grew even more peculiar as their suspicions were confirmed. Rasa, however, didn't waste any time. He turned to the group and said, "This place, I've named it Dragon's Oasis. As you can see, this was once a desert. But through a special method, I transferred the dragon vein chakra from Rorin here, creating what you see before you." Once Rasa confirmed their suspicions, everyone couldn't hold back their excitement. Dragon's Oasis. What a fitting name. This is nothing short of a miracle. But Kazekage-sama, why have you brought us here? Have you found a way for us to learn how to use the dragon vein chakra? Seeing everyone chime in with questions, Rasa explained. The reason I've brought you here is exactly what you're thinking. It is to help you master the power of the dragon vein chakra. However, the term dragon vein chakra is outdated. I now refer to it as Senjutsu energy. Senjutsu energy. Bakura's eyes lit up with excitement. However, Rasa quickly tempered their expectations. But unfortunately, I haven't yet found a way for all of you to master Senjutsu energy. Can you sense the dense Senjutsu energy radiating from this forest? At this, everyone closed their eyes to focus. Most of them frowned and shook their heads, unable to sense anything. Only Hana raised her hand excitedly and said, "I can feel it. It's a warm, life-filled energy, just like Rasa-sama's." Good. Rasa nodded with a smile. That's why I brought Hana here as well. He then looked at the rest of the group. Hana is special. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she possesses extraordinary sensory abilities. But unfortunately, aside from her, none of you here have that ability. Without the ability to sense it, you can't absorb this energy, let alone master it. The group understood that Rasa must have another plan in mind. Sure enough, Rasa continued. So, I have an idea, though it's just an idea for now. I'm not sure if it will work, which is why I've brought all of you here. You are the most talented shinobi in Sunagakure. If even you can't harness this power, then there's no hope for the rest of the village. Chiyo, understanding now, said. So, Kazekage-sama, you've brought us here to help develop this power. Exactly. While I've mastered this energy, the method I used is unique and can't be taught to others. So, you'll have to rely on yourselves. However, I can offer you a suggestion. What suggestion? Bakura asked eagerly. In return, Rasa didn't keep them in suspense. I call it the breathing technique. Breathing technique. That's right. The principle is simple. Rasa spread his arms wide. Even though you can't sense this energy, it doesn't mean it isn't there. In fact, your bodies are surrounded by dense senjutsu energy right now. So, since you can't sense it, the best way to absorb it is through breathing. By inhaling this energy, you can use its powerful life force to activate and strengthen your bodies. That's my idea. The group's eyes lit up with understanding. However, the specifics of how to develop this technique will be up to you. While I'll assist you in sensing senjutsu energy, I don't have much time to dedicate to this project. My expectations are high. I want you to develop a taijutsu technique that all of Sunagakure can practice, allowing us to harness this vast senjutsu energy and enhance our strength. Chapter 128, Senjutsu Energy, Part 1. It was clear that Rasa's so-called breathing technique was inspired by another anime he had seen in his previous life, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. To some extent, this method of training was quite reliable, akin to aerobic exercises in fitness training. As for why Rasa had revealed the existence of senjutsu energy in this place to so many people, it was because he needed to strengthen the faction capable of using senjutsu energy. The more people who could use senjutsu energy, the less resistance he would face when the time came to convert all the world's senjutsu energy into chakra. Hearing this, everyone present understood Rasa's intentions. Is this similar to Konoha's 8 gates? Michikawa asked, seeking clarification. Yes, but as you've all trained in the 8 gates, you know its entry barrier is quite high, and the side effects are severe. What I need is a taijutsu technique that's suitable for all ages, with minimal side effects and a low entry barrier. Of course, the advanced stages can be more challenging, but the basics must be accessible to everyone. My goal is to improve the overall potential of Sunagakure's citizens to some extent. Everyone nodded, finally grasping Rasa's vision. From now on, all of you are free to come here to train at any time. However, secrecy is paramount. This place cannot be exposed to too many people yet. Additionally, Rasa glanced back at the forest and warned. The depths of the forest are off limits unless you have my explicit permission or are accompanied by Bunpuku-sama. He will explain the rules to you and will remain here to oversee things. Ebizo, connecting the dots, asked. So, Kazekage-sama, when you asked me to develop a large-scale barrier technique, was it to protect this place? Yes and no, Rasa explained. That's one of the reasons. The other is that, as you've likely noticed, with more people joining Sunagakure, our current land is no longer sufficient. In the future, Sunagakure will inevitably expand. As Senjutsu energy continues to transform this desert, more habitable areas will emerge. When the time comes to relocate the village, we'll lose the natural protection of the terrain, and barriers will become our only defense. The group was surprised by how far ahead Rasa was thinking. I understand. For the future of the village, I'll do everything in my power to develop the barrier technique you need. Ebizo declared. There's no need to push yourself to the brink, Elder. With Anoka's assistance, it should be easier than you think. Anoka, you'll also need to work hard. You can discuss the reverse summoning technique with Ebizo-sama. Once everything is ready, I plan to connect this place to the Forgotten Island. Forgotten Island? What's that? The sudden mention of this name piqued everyone's curiosity. Rasa began to explain. That is an island inhabited by many giant creatures. It was also the main reason I left the village this time. The creatures there are highly suitable for summoning contracts. However, the island is too far away. The best way to control it is to use the reverse summoning technique to create a spatial passage. While these creatures may not compare to the three Great Sage regions, they are more than enough to address Sunagakure's lack of powerful summoning creatures. Everyone was amazed by this revelation. It seemed that Rasa, as the Kazekage, had been doing far more than they had imagined. In comparison, the village's high-ranking officials and elders felt as though they had been slacking off, contributing little. Seeing this, Chiyo took the initiative to speak up. I understand. Leave it to me. I'll quickly familiarize myself with this energy and develop the corresponding techniques. However, I'll need you to explain the characteristics of this Senjutsu energy, Kazekage-sama. Otherwise, without the ability to sense it, this old woman would be completely lost. Of course. Rasa breathed a sigh of relief seeing Chiyo take on the task so proactively. When it came to developing techniques, Chiyo was undoubtedly the most talented in the village. While Pakura was also highly gifted, she was still too young. Technique development required not only inspiration but also accumulated wisdom. Chiyo's words also ignited the curiosity of the others, who were eager to learn just how powerful this so-called Senjutsu energy was. Rasa didn't hold back. After gaining the power of Morio, the abilities he was about to demonstrate could no longer be considered his trump cards. Follow me. He wasn't foolish enough to destroy the newly formed forest just to showcase his power. He walked a few steps to the edge of the forest, where the desert began. The others followed curiously. Once they were in a suitable location, Rasa stopped and turned to face the group, ready to explain Senjutsu energy. First, the most basic characteristic of Senjutsu energy is its powerful life force. As he spoke, Rasa pulled out a kunai from his pocket and made a shallow cut on his palm. He held it up for everyone to see, and to their astonishment, the wound healed visibly before their eyes. Essentially, this is the result of using Senjutsu energy to activate and enhance the body's natural healing abilities. However, unlike the star-release chakra I once gave you, which consumes the energy within your cells and places a burden on your body, Senjutsu energy is different. This energy comes from nature itself. Not only does it not burden you, but its life force also enhances your recovery, reduces fatigue, and boosts your physical stamina. With that, Rasa extended his hand and walked up to each person, infusing them with a small amount of Senjutsu energy. Aside from Pakura, who had experienced the power of Senjutsu energy before, the others were stunned. They felt as though they had just woken up from a deep, restful sleep. Their bodies were filled with energy, their spirits invigorated, and it seemed as though old ailments had been healed, making them feel years younger. So this is Senjutsu energy. This life force is truly incredible. Chiyo exclaimed in awe. Michikawa clenched his fist, equally amazed. With this power, we can finally discard star-release chakra. Exactly. Rasa nodded. Once you master Senjutsu energy, star-release chakra will indeed become obsolete. Using Senjutsu energy to train in the 8 gates will northwest longer place such a heavy burden on your bodies. As Rasa spoke, his gaze shifted to Pakura, who blushed slightly, clearly recalling Rasa's earlier concern for her. Now, for the second point. Like star-release chakra, Senjutsu energy is fundamentally a force that activates and enhances the body. This means it can significantly boost your taijutsu. I won't demonstrate this here. As for its effects on ninjutsu, I haven't tested that yet. That's something you'll need to explore. Rasa then decided to hover to next point. Having covered the basic characteristics of Senjutsu energy, let's move on to some of its abilities. The first one I'll introduce is called material transformation. With that, Rasa clasped his hands together, and Senjutsu energy surged within him. For Pillar House Technique. Chapter 129, Senjutsu Energy, Part 2. Rumble. With a deafening roar, countless trees erupted from the ground, twisting and intertwining. A massive 3-story building rose from the desert. At this sight, the expressions of everyone present shifted from astonishment to outright terror. Even Anoka, who had only recently joined Sunagakure, was wide-eyed with shock. The others were no less stunned. Pakura, Michikawa, and Bunpuku were visibly shaken, their faces filled with awe. Baki trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Chiyo and Ebizo stared in disbelief, their bodies trembling slightly. Karura covered her mouth with her hands, while Yashimaru's eyes widened as he looked at his brother-in-law. Only Hana, who had known about this beforehand, remained relatively calm. This is wood release. The wood release of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Michikawa couldn't contain his shock and blurted out the words. Rasa, however, remained calm and gave a firm denial. No, this is not wood release. This is what I wanted to show you, the ability of Senjutsu energy called material transformation. What? At this point, everyone felt their brains short-circuiting. Wasn't this clearly the legendary wood release used by the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, to bring peace to the shinobi world? Of course, it was wood release. But Rasa would never admit it, as the implications were too significant. However, this didn't stop Rasa from offering an alternative explanation for the wood release and laying the groundwork for his future use of it. Rasa turned to Chiyo, who was still reeling from the shock, and said, Chiyo-sama, do you remember the scroll I gave you on dragon vein puppetry? It mentioned the ability of material transformation. Rasa's reminder instantly brought the memory back to Chiyo. Indeed, the scroll Rasa had given her on dragon vein puppetry had mentioned a similar ability. At the time, she hadn't paid much attention to it, nor had she connected it to wood release. But now, seeing the skeptical looks on everyone's faces, Rasa decided to demonstrate his favorite technique. Golden Dragon Staff. A golden staff appeared in his hand. Watch closely. In his hands, the golden dragon staff began to transform. It shifted from a staff into various weapons, swords, shuriken, knives, hammers, chains, and its material changed as well. It went from golden sand to black iron sand, then to ordinary sand, and finally to wood. Everyone watched in stunned silence. Rasa then explained. This is the material transformation ability of Senjutsu energy. In theory, I can use Senjutsu energy to create various materials. In fact, magnet release also has a similar ability, using chakra to create iron sand or gold sand. Michikawa, as a master of magnet release, was taken aback. Now that he thought about it, magnet release did indeed have such a capability. Could this really not be wood release? Yet, something still felt off to Michikawa. Rasa, however, didn't dwell on the issue and moved on to explain the second ability of Senjutsu energy. Inorganic reincarnation, this is the second ability of Senjutsu energy. Simply put, it can give life to inorganic matter and control it. Like this. Under Rasa's control, the golden dragon staff in his hand began to move on its own, growing, extending, thickening, and thinning at an astonishing speed. Before the group could recover from the shock of the wood release, they were once again stunned by this new display of power. Chiyo, who had calmed down slightly, recalled something and said, the dragon vein puppetry technique also has a similar ability. That man, Enrokuzan, used it to control his puppets. Exactly. However, there's one thing to note, giving life doesn't mean giving intelligence. So, the inorganic matter that's given life still requires the user's control. Chiyo, however, had another thought. This is already an incredible ability. At the very least, it could revolutionize Sunagakure's puppetry techniques. Imagine puppets that don't require chakra strings to control and are even more flexible. Her words lit up the eyes of the Sunagakure shinobi present. One of the major weaknesses of Sunagakure's puppetry was its reliance on chakra strings. If the strings were cut, the puppets would temporarily lose functionality, which was a fatal flaw. Rasa suddenly thought of something and said, speaking of which, there's something I need Chiyo-sama's help with. Oh. What is it? Chiyo-sama, you're familiar with the 9-tailed beasts that exist in the shinobi world, right? Rasa's sudden question left everyone stunned, especially Bunpuku, the Jinchuriki. I'd like Chiyo-sama to create 9 puppets for me, modeled after the 9-tailed beasts. Is that possible? Rasa's unusual request puzzled Chiyo. However, considering the strange and powerful abilities Rasa had just demonstrated, she nodded. Understood. Creating puppets isn't difficult, but the key is what kind of effect you're aiming for, Kazekage-sama. We can discuss the details privately. Very well. Now, for the third ability of Senjutsu energy. This one is easier to understand. Rasa planted the golden dragon staff into the ground and took a few steps back. He then turned to his brother-in-law and said, "Yoshimaru, use a fire release technique on it." Yoshimaru, who had been standing quietly at the back, stepped forward at his brother-in-law's command. He formed hand seals and unleashed a simple great fireball technique at the weapon. Then, everyone saw why Rasa had given such an order. The moment Yoshimaru's fireball made contact with the golden dragon staff, the flames were visibly absorbed. As the group stared in shock, Rasa explained. This is the third characteristic of Senjutsu energy, the ability to absorb chakra, including techniques formed from chakra. Pakura gritted her teeth and said, "You've got to be kidding me. That ability is way too broken. Doesn't that make you invincible?" Not quite. First, Senjutsu energy can't absorb things that naturally exist in the world. For example, magnet release manipulates naturally occurring iron sand and gold sand through magnetic forces. However, if the chakra within the sand is absorbed, the sand will lose control. Additionally, yin-yang release, taijutsu, and attacks from conventional weapons can still harm a Senjutsu energy user. While taijutsu and conventional weapons were understandable, what was yin-yang release? Yin-yang release. Are you talking about the nature transformation of yin and yang chakra? No. Rasa shook his head. That's a different concept. Let's use Tsunagekyou's magnet release as an example. Our magnet release is a technique that generates magnetic forces by combining wind and earth chakra natures, which then control iron sand and gold sand. However, after generating magnetic forces, freely controlling the iron sand and gold sand into the desired forms isn't easy. That's where yin and yang chakra natures come in. Yin release creates form, while yang release grants life. In this process, yin and yang chakra play a supporting role. But yin-yang release is different. It's the pure use of yin and yang chakra's power. Chapter 130, Yomi Space. Rasa's explanation cleared up some of the confusion in everyone's minds. However, when it came to yin-yang release, the group was still somewhat puzzled. They had never seen or experienced yin-yang release techniques before. This was understandable, as yin-yang release was a power at the level of the Sage of Six Paths, a secret art only accessible to those with Otsutsuki lineage. The highest level of power ordinary shinobi could achieve was Kekei Tota, such as dust release. Alright, that's all I currently know about the characteristics and abilities of Senjutsu energy. From here on out, you'll need to explore and understand it through your own training. Rasa didn't reveal everything he knew about Senjutsu. For one, Senjutsu energy, in his view, was different from natural energy. It could be used without mixing it with chakra. Secondly, he didn't want to expose the fact that he couldn't use the 5 basic nature transformations. With that, he had said all he needed to. Do you have any other questions? Everyone shook their heads, their expressions a mix of seriousness and anticipation as they gazed at the vast forest around them. Rasa nodded in satisfaction. Then you're free to explore. You now know the location of this place. If you're unsure, you can ask Baki to guide you here. Starting today, you can come here to train at any time. However, this is limited to you. Everything here must remain confidential from the rest of the village. Seeing that no one had any objections, Rasa turned to Hana and continued. Hana, your task here is the most challenging. Aside from me, you're the only one who can sense Senjutsu energy. So, if anyone experiences anything unusual during their training, you need to alert them immediately. Understood, Rasa-sama. Hana nodded earnestly, her expression both obedient and serious. Good. Now, feel free to look around and familiarize yourselves with the environment. I have some personal matters to attend to. Bunpuku, Karura, come with me. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Rasa, Bunpuku, and Karura flew into the air, heading deeper into the forest. Soon, they arrived at the heart of the forest, the center of the seal. Karura gasped as she saw the massive divine tree surrounded by 4 towering statues. Rasa, however, frowned slightly as he looked at the tree. He turned to Bunpuku and Karura and said, "Next, I need to go to a certain place. Since there's some uncertainty involved, I need to make some preparations." Bunpuku was puzzled, while Karura immediately grew anxious and asked, "Rasa-kun, is it dangerous?" Rasa hesitated. "I'm not sure. Based on the goodwill the other party has shown so far, it should be safe. But since this entity is completely unknown to me, I can't say for certain." Bunpuku then asked curiously. "Then, Kazekage-sama, is it necessary for you to go to this place? Or do you have to go now?" Originally, there was no rush. But this time, the other party took the initiative to reach out. "I'm not sure of their intentions, but one thing is certain, if they're coming to me directly, it's unlikely to be a trivial matter. That's why I think it's better to meet them sooner rather than later. Of course, another reason is that I now have some confidence that even if they try to harm me, I can escape." Bunpuku nodded in understanding. What do you need us to do, Kazekage-sama? Rasa clasped his hands together. Summoning technique, Gate of Yomi. As Senjutsu energy surged within him, a massive, ancient-looking stone gate rose from the ground. The gate appeared plain, with no carvings or decorations, and its doors were tightly shut, hiding whatever lay beyond. If Anoka had been there, she would have recognized this gate as identical to the one at the shrine in the land of demons that sealed Morio. This was the first ability Rasa had gained after absorbing Morio's power. As the inheritor of Morio's power, he also inherited the alternate dimension created by Morio, a vast, empty world known as Yomi. As the master of this space, Rasa could freely open portals to enter and exit it. However, for others to enter, they would need to use a summoning technique to call forth the Gate of Yomi and open it. Seeing the massive stone gate rise out of thin air, Bunpuku's face showed curiosity, while Karura's expression was filled with concern. What I need you to do is simple. It's currently 9 p.m. If I haven't returned by this time tomorrow, I need you to open this gate. I'll teach you the hand seals required to do so. The reason Rasa took this precaution was straightforward. As the master of the Yomi space, while he could freely enter and exit it, he couldn't choose his exit point at will, unlike techniques like Kamui or Kagaya Otsutsuki's Eimanamanaka. To be precise, the point where he entered the space would also be the point where he exited. This meant he could use the Yomi space to evade enemy attacks, but if he couldn't defeat the enemy, he would be trapped inside, waiting for the enemy to leave. If the enemy refused to leave and guarded the entrance, Rasa would either have to stay inside indefinitely or wait until he became strong enough to defeat the enemy. Morio, as the former master of this space, was well aware of this limitation. Thus, he developed this summoning technique, creating a backdoor to the space. Rasa quickly taught Bunpuku and Karura the hand seals needed to open the gate. Once he confirmed they had mastered the technique, Rasa felt a sense of relief. These two were the only people in the world he could fully trust. Bunpuku, because of his noble character. Karura, because they now had a child together. With this contingency plan in place, Rasa felt secure enough to meet the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave. With that in mind, he pulled out the scroll given to him by Tenjin from his pocket. Seeing the worried and curious looks on their faces, Rasa explained where he was going. The place I'm about to visit is one of the 3 great sage regions, Ryuchi Cave. The White Snake Sage, who rules there, has requested to meet me, so I must go. The Gate of Yomi wasn't his only safeguard. After all, he had not only inherited Morio's power but also the power of the Shrine Maiden. Karura, with her submissive nature, never opposed Rasa's decisions. She simply looked at him with concern. Bunpuku, knowing that persuasion was futile, said, "Don't worry, Kazekage-sama. Karura and I will guard this place until you return." Good. With that, Rasa unsealed the scroll. A burst of white mist erupted, and a figure reappeared before Rasa. Chapter 131, The White Snake Sage. Poof. Accompanied by a burst of white mist, the floating Tajutsuheim slowly opened her eyes and appeared before the 3 individuals, Rasa, Bunpuku, and Karura. With a gentle voice that perfectly matched her beauty, she spoke. "Oh, how surprising. Has Rasa-sama already prepared so quickly?" However, as soon as she finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed. Sensing something, her beautiful face transformed into a terrifying serpent-like visage. Her eyes widened as she glanced around, eventually landing on the enormous divine tree. Stuttering, she exclaimed. Such pure natural energy. What kind of power is this? Could this be what the White Snake Sage-sama mentioned? This sudden reveal of her true form startled everyone. Karura, who had initially thought her husband had deceived yet another beautiful girl, was both shocked and ashamed of her lack of trust in him upon seeing Tajutsuheim's serpentine face. Fortunately, Tajutsuheim quickly regained her composure. Realizing her lapse in demeanor, she immediately reverted to her gentle, beautiful appearance. Rasa, as if he hadn't noticed anything unusual, calmly replied. "Since the White Snake Sage-sama has invited me, I naturally dare not delay." Of course, Rasa had intentionally summoned Tajutsuheim here to observe her reaction to the divine tree. After all, once he revealed the existence of this place to Pakura and the others, its secrets wouldn't remain hidden for long. Moreover, he no longer cared as much. With a new demonic chakra fruit and an alternate dimension at his disposal, even if something were to happen here, he could simply grow a new divine tree in his own space. Hearing Rasa's words, Tajutsuheim swallowed hard, forcing her gaze away from the divine tree. With a smile, she said, "In that case, please follow me to Ryuchi Cave to meet the White Snake Sage-sama." Rasa, however, wasn't about to leave so casually. "Please wait a moment." Tajutsuheim was taken aback. "I have a few things I'd like to confirm. For example, how long will I need to stay in Ryuchi Cave, and how will I return? As the Kazekage of Sunagakure, I have many responsibilities in the village." If I'm away for too long. Rasa didn't finish his sentence, but Tajitsuhime understood. Please rest assured, it won't take long. You'll understand once you meet the white snake Sage-sama. As for your return. Tajitsuhime lifted her sleeve, revealing a small white snake slithering out. After Rasa-sama meets with the white snake Sage-sama, this summoning snake will use the reverse summoning technique to bring you back. I see. Then I have no further concerns. After speaking, Rasa turned to Bunpuku and Karura. Bunpuku-sama, Karura, please wait here for me. Understood, Kazekage-sama. Please be careful, Rasa-kun. Only then did Tajitsuhime notice the two individuals before her. This chakra, is that Shikaku? And this woman, is she Rasa-sama's wife? It seems there's an incredible little life growing inside her. Oh, what is this? Tajitsuhime didn't voice her thoughts aloud. Instead, she turned to Rasa and said. If Rasa-sama has no further questions, I will now use the reverse summoning technique. Understood. Thank you. Poof. With a puff of white smoke, Rasa and Tajitsuhime vanished from the spot. Poof. In the blink of an eye, Rasa opened his eyes to find the dark night replaced by bright lights. The vast forest had transformed into a magnificent palace. Rasa stood on a floor made of gold, surrounded by walls adorned with colorful, intricate carvings. Lanterns hung from above, illuminating the grand hall in a dazzling glow. Before him were 2 rows of red tables laden with all kinds of exquisite food and fine wine. At the far end of the palace stood 2 beautiful women. One was a petite girl with deep blue hair, while the other was a mature woman with long brown hair. Tajitsuhime stood beside Rasa. Upon seeing them, the blue-haired girl immediately spoke in a dismissive tone. Is this the human the white snake Sage-sama invited? He looks rather ordinary. Can I eat him? The older woman covered her mouth and chuckled. Now, we can't act recklessly. He's a guest of the white snake Sage-sama, after all. Tajitsuhime, standing beside Rasa, explained. Rasa-sama, please don't misunderstand. These 2, like me, are trusted aides of the white snake Sage-sama, Ichikishimahime-sama and Tagarihime-sama. They are here to welcome you on the white snake Sage-sama's orders. She then gestured toward a large red chair at the front of the hall. Please, Rasa-sama. This banquet has been prepared especially for you. However, Rasa didn't move. He calmly glanced at the 3 women and said in a composed tone. There's no need to use such illusions on me. I'm quite familiar with transformation techniques. The entire palace suddenly fell silent, as if a concert had been abruptly paused. The 3 women's expressions turned to shock, and then their beautiful faces began to twist, taking on serpentine features. They hissed, their voices turning eerie and manic. Kakik, as expected of a top-tier human ninja. What a shame. If only we could have eaten him. As they laughed, the lights in the palace flickered and went out, plunging the world into darkness. The surroundings began to distort and dissolve, the palace, the food, the wine, all vanishing like illusions. In their place was a dark, damp cave shrouded in deep mist. The world became eerily silent. Tajitsuhime and the other 2 women had also disappeared. Rasa looked around, slightly surprised. I have to admit, the white snake sage's people are impressive. Even I couldn't sense how they vanished. And this world, filled with natural energy, is interfering with my perception. Just then, he sensed something and looked ahead, his expression turning serious. It wasn't that his sensing abilities were exceptional, but the sheer volume of natural energy that suddenly appeared in his perception was overwhelming. Compared to this vast energy, the bit of sage chakra within him felt like a small boat adrift in an endless ocean. The immense pressure was palpable. In the silence of the cave, an aged voice echoed. So, Kazekage of Sunagakure, what do you think of Ryuchi Cave's transformation techniques? As the voice faded, the mist in the cave dispersed, and a faint light illuminated the space. A massive white-scaled serpent, as large as a mountain, appeared before him. Chapter 132, The Secret Techniques of Ryuchi Cave. The once magnificent palace had now transformed into a massive cave. The surroundings were filled with dark, damp rocks, and the air was thick with moisture. At the far end of the cave stood a towering stone wall adorned with countless lanterns. At its center was a carved beast's head, its mouth holding a large scroll inscribed with 3 bold characters, Ryuchi Cave. Beneath the beast's head was an enormous stone chair. A colossal white-scaled serpent, as large as a mountain, lay coiled on the chair, a pipe in its mouth. Its emerald green eyes gleamed with intelligence as it gazed at Rasa, exhaling a puff of smoke. Below the white serpent stood Amain, Ichikishimahime, and Tagarihime, their demeanor obedient and respectful. Seeing the master of this place finally appear, Rasa focused his attention on the giant white snake and calmly replied to its question. Very impressive. Although I've also mastered transformation techniques, my current abilities only allow me to transform into familiar substances, and even then, only those with simple structures. To create something as complex as the food and palace you conjured, I truly cannot do that. This wasn't false modesty on Rasa's part. Since arriving in this world, Rasa had gained various abilities, but he had little time to deeply explore or develop any of them. To quickly acquire the power needed to control his own destiny, he had no choice but to hastily absorb and utilize these abilities. Hearing Rasa's words, the small girl, Ichikishimaheim, spoke in a haughty tone. Kakik. Human ninja, it seems you're quite good at flattery. But it's useless, this is Ryuchi Cave, after all. Rasa remained composed and replied. That's not it. I'm simply stating the truth. And as for flattery, if I recall correctly, wasn't it you who invited me here? The little girl's eyes widened, clearly annoyed. Beside her, the brown-haired Tagriheim chimed in. Is that so, human ninja? Weren't you also seeking out Ryuchi Cave? Though surprised that the snakes of Ryuchi Cave knew about his search, Rasa had a ready excuse. Oh. When did I ever seek out Ryuchi Cave? The little girl immediately seized on what she saw as a flaw in his words and said arrogantly. Kakik. What a lying human. But nothing you do can escape the notice of the white snake sage-sama. I heard from those humans from the land of the sea that you were searching for a place where giant snakes live. Are you going to deny that? Hearing this, Rasa roughly understood how his whereabouts had been exposed. Though he was curious about how his interactions with the merchants from the land of the sea had been discovered, it no longer mattered. No. I was searching for a place where giant snakes live, but that doesn't mean I was looking for Ryuchi Cave. Humph. Still trying to cover up even here. Humans really are full of lies. When it came to arguing and twisting words, these snakes of Ryuchi Cave were no match for Rasa. It's not a lie. While I am aware of Ryuchi Cave's existence, just like the other two great sage regions, given your ties with Konoha, I never imagined there would be any connection between us. Therefore, seeking out Ryuchi Cave would have been pointless for me. Tagriheim, however, remained skeptical. Is that so? Then why were you searching for a place where giant snakes live, Rasa-sama? Rasa didn't hide his intentions and even hoped to gain some information from Tagriheim. I've heard that near Ryuchi Cave, there's a group of humans who can naturally absorb natural energy. I'm simply interested in them. At this, the three attendants of the White Snake Sage were taken aback. They began to believe Rasa's words because, near one of Ryuchi Cave's exits, there indeed lived such a group of humans. Just then, the massive white-scaled serpent exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke in a grandmotherly voice. So, Kazekage of Sunagakure, are you searching for the Tenkumo clan? As soon as the White Snake Sage spoke, the three attendants fell silent. Rasa, however, was puzzled. The Tenkumo clan. He genuinely didn't know what clan Kimimaro or Jugo belonged to. If you're referring to the clan that can naturally absorb natural energy, then yes, that's the one. I've only heard of their existence and don't know much about the details. The sage nodded. That must be them. However, the ability to naturally absorb natural energy is extremely rare even within the Tenkumo clan. May I ask why you're searching for them, Kazekage? Rasa answered straightforwardly. Of course, it's because I'm interested in their innate ability to absorb natural energy. Oh. The white snake sage shifted slightly, its massive head rising as it stared at Rasa, its forked tongue flicking out. Kazekage, I can sense the pure natural energy within you. Even I have only felt such pure and powerful energy a very, very long time ago. With this energy, you shouldn't need the abilities of the Tenkumo clan, should you? Rasa didn't rush to explain. Instead, he first clarified. Sage energy, that's what I call the energy within me now. Sage energy. A fitting name. The white snake sage pondered for a moment before exhaling a series of smoke rings. Rasa then continued. While I've indeed mastered sage energy, I'm the only one who has. I have no idea how to help others achieve the same. As the Kazekage, it's only natural that I want others in my village to gain access to such powerful energy as well. I see. You truly are a responsible leader. The white snake sage sighed, then took a deep puff from its pipe. After exhaling a cloud of smoke that filled the cave, it looked at Rasa and asked. Then, Kazekage of Sunagakure, would you be willing to become the successor of Ryuchi Cave? Although Rasa had anticipated this possibility, he was still surprised when the white snake sage actually proposed it. Why? Don't you already have Orochimaru? The white snake sage seemed to fall into deep thought. Orochimaru? He is indeed a clever child. Unfortunately, the path he has chosen is not the one I envision for the future of Ryuchi Cave. The future of Ryuchi Cave? The white snake sage pondered for a long time before finally looking at Rasa and slowly posing a question. Kazekage, do you wish to transcend this fragile flesh and evolve into a dragon that soars through the heavens? And, okay, if you are thinking this is some cultivation shit then you are wrong. The concept also existed in Japanese myth too. Chapter 133, Trinity. To be honest, Rasa had considered many reasons why the White Snake Sage might want to meet him. But what the White Snake Sage had just said was completely beyond anything he had imagined. Evolve into a dragon. Was the White Snake Sage insane? Or had he wandered into the wrong story? Wasn't this the world of Naruto? What do you mean? Rasa could no longer remain calm. His brows furrowed deeply. Are you joking? Of course not. The White Snake Sage raised its massive head and looked at the enormous scroll held in the jaws of the beast statue behind it, inscribed with the words, Ryuchi Cave. It then turned back to Rasa and asked. Do you know why this place is called Ryuchi Cave? Rasa's frown deepened, his tone filled with disbelief. Are you saying that dragons once lived here? To Rasa's surprise, the White Snake Sage shook its head. No. This only deepened Rasa's confusion. Whether dragons ever existed in Ryuchi Cave is something even I cannot confirm. 1,000 years ago, when Kaguya Otsutsuki descended from another world and brought the Tentails to our planet, our world suffered immense destruction and corruption. The ancestors of Ryuchi Cave perished one after another, and I am the only one who survived. The only thing passed down to me was this scroll, which clearly records a secret method for snakes to evolve into dragons. At this, the three girls sitting beneath the White Snake Sage also became visibly excited. Realizing that the White Snake Sage wasn't joking, Rasa's expression turned serious. Does this have something to do with why you invited me here? The White Snake Sage coiled its body again, its demeanor calm as it asked. Kazekage, what do you think is the difference between what you call senjutsu energy, natural energy, and chakra? Difference? Rasa thought for a moment before replying. There doesn't seem to be much difference, except that senjutsu energy doesn't contain the power of the Otsutsuki clan. The White Snake Sage didn't respond directly. Instead, it continued. You've already obtained the Dragon Vein chakra and Mori-OS power, haven't you? If I'm not mistaken, the senjutsu energy you possess should also have the ability to absorb natural energy and chakra, gaining their abilities in the process, correct? Rasa didn't deny it. The White Snake Sage then asked. Have you ever wondered why senjutsu energy can absorb natural energy and chakra and acquire their abilities? Rasa was stunned. Why would he think about that? In his view, as a cheat ability, wasn't it natural for it to have such powers? Moreover, his cheat was the Kama, not senjutsu energy. However, the White Snake Sage's question reminded Rasa of something. During the vision shown to him by the Divine Tree, he had seen that the Kama within him was formed from purified chakra, condensed into pure senjutsu energy. In other words, the essence of the Kama's power was actually senjutsu energy. At this moment, the White Snake Sage asked another question that left Rasa deep in thought. Kazekage, since you've already mastered the ability of material transformation, you must have also gained control over inorganic reincarnation, correct? Rasa nodded. Then, Kazekage, don't you find these two abilities somewhat familiar? Especially for someone like you, who has reached the pinnacle of chakra mastery as a Kazekage. At first, Rasa didn't react, but the mention of chakra suddenly made him realize something. Are you talking about the nature transformation and shape transformation of chakra? Yes, the so-called material transformation ability of senjutsu energy was essentially the nature transformation of chakra, except that chakra could only transform between the 5 basic natures. And the inorganic reincarnation ability was essentially the shape transformation of chakra, except that it allowed control over inorganic matter in nature. So, are you saying that chakra is essentially senjutsu energy? Even natural energy is senjutsu energy. It's just that both chakra and natural energy have been tainted by the power of the Otsutsuki clan. The White Snake Sage praised him. What a clever human. Truly one of the finest among human shinobi. However, your understanding isn't entirely accurate. By this point, Rasa was tired of the riddles. So, White Snake Sage, what exactly are you trying to say? At this point, there's no need to beat around the bush, is there? Ho ho ho. The White Snake Sage chuckled lightly. You're right. There's no need for further mystery. The answer is simple, natural energy and chakra, when combined, form the complete senjutsu energy, the most primordial power of this world. In that instant, Rasa felt a sudden clarity. Yes, this explained why Rasa didn't need to mix chakra and natural energy like the sage modes of the 3 great sage regions. Senjutsu energy was already the combination of the two. The White Snake Sage continued its explanation. To be precise, 1,000 years ago, before Kaguya Otsutsuki descended, our world was filled with powerful senjutsu energy. It wasn't until the Otsutsuki arrived and used the Tentails to attempt to convert all the senjutsu energy in this world into chakra. Chakra. Why? Rasa was puzzled. If senjutsu energy is so powerful, why didn't they just consume it directly? Compared to senjutsu energy, chakra doesn't seem as powerful, does it? The sage smiled. Because they didn't have that ability. While the Otsutsuki clan is indeed powerful, they aren't omnipotent. To consume the energy of our world, they had to rely on the tentails to convert senjutsu energy into chakra. Moreover, the senjutsu energy of our world is special. Special? Yes. The white snake sage's voice took on a mysterious tone as it continued, seemingly unable to resist posing another riddle. What do you think the abilities of inorganic reincarnation and material transformation represent? What about it? Rasa tightened the wrinkles on his forehead. He really hated riddles, but he still pondered the question. Inorganic reincarnation and material transformation, one was about nature transformation, the other about shape transformation. Both seemed to revolve around the concept of transformation. Suddenly, Rasa had an answer. Are you talking about possibility? The white snake sage's gaze grew even more appreciative. Exactly. Life is a miraculous thing, and the senjutsu energy that nurtures our world is even more so. This gave Kaguya Otsutsuki an opportunity, and she made a choice, to consume the chakra fruit, which was born from the senjutsu energy of our world, ahead of time. Chapter 134, Rebirth and Transformation. Eaten early. This was something Rasa didn't know about. He only remembered that in the storyline, Kaguya Otsutsuki had eaten the chakra fruit, but whether she had eaten the complete chakra fruit, he wasn't sure. However, upon reflection, there were indeed some clues. The most obvious one was in the Boruto storyline, when Momoshiki Otsutsuki came to Earth searching for Kaguya, nearly 1,000 years had already passed. As the controllers of the Ten-Tails, how could the Otsutsuki clan not know the maturation time of the divine tree? This meant that the time required for the divine tree to produce a mature chakra fruit must be around 1,000 years. Otherwise, the Otsutsuki clan wouldn't have taken so long to discover that Kaguya had stolen and eaten the chakra fruit. Kaguya Otsutsuki eating the chakra fruit 1,000 years early indicated that the chakra fruit she consumed was definitely not complete. Meanwhile, the white snake sage continued to explain. Yes, after eating the chakra fruit from the divine tree early, Kaguya Otsutsuki merged her will with our world, gaining immortality. Additionally, because she ate the chakra fruit prematurely, the natural energy of our world was not fully converted into chakra by the divine tree. However, due to Kaguya's influence, it split into two forms, chakra and natural energy. Now Rasa fully understood. However, he still had a question. So, what exactly is the influence of Kaguya Otsutsuki's consciousness, or rather, the Otsutsuki clan's influence, on natural energy? What's the difference between natural energy and senjutsu energy? The white snake sage was impressed that Rasa had immediately asked the key question. It's simple. The reason the Otsutsuki clan uses the Ten-Tails to devour the energy of other planets is because the Otsutsuki clan has no future. No future. Yes. The reason life reproduces is because death is an unavoidable reality. Only through reproduction can life continue and evolve. However, the Otsutsuki clan possesses a secret technique that grants them near immortality. At this point, the white snake sage's emerald-green serpentine eyes glanced at Rasa. As the price for obtaining this technique, the Otsutsuki clan lost the ability to reproduce and evolve like ordinary life forms. This is why they rely on the power of the Ten-Tails. After Kaguya Otsutsuki merged with our world, the Otsutsuki clan's power also influenced natural energy. As a result, although Ryuchi Cave is one of the 3 most abundant sacred places of natural energy today, we have lost the ability to practice true senjutsu and the chance to evolve from snakes into dragons. Here, the white snake sage finally revealed its true intentions. So, the reason you invited me here is to help Ryuchi Cave eliminate Kaguya Otsutsuki's consciousness, isn't it? Seeing that Rasa had figured out its true purpose, the white snake sage saw no need to hide it any longer. It openly admitted, that's correct. Rasa had no intention of refusing. Just as he had shared senjutsu energy with Pakura and the others, he now urgently needed to expand the group of those who could use senjutsu energy to face the impending crisis. He couldn't just agree like that. Then, what do I get in return? The white snake sage had anticipated this question and replied calmly. You can become the successor of Ryuchi Cave, contract with our summoning snakes, and learn the senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave. Rasa didn't show much enthusiasm. Sorry, but these conditions are a bit underwhelming for me. First, as the Kazekage of Sunagakure, I don't need the title of Ryuchi Cave's successor. I've already solved the issue of summoning creatures. As for Ryuchi Cave's senjutsu, it doesn't seem particularly useful to me now that I've mastered senjutsu energy. The white snake sage, however, wasn't flustered. A hint of human-like cunning flashed in its eyes. Don't be so quick to refuse. Don't you want to see the scroll behind me? It contains the unique senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave, as well as a secret technique that can transform you completely, the dragon transformation technique. It would be a lie to say Rasa wasn't tempted, but he couldn't agree so easily. He needed to maintain control of the situation. So, he replied calmly. No. It's clear now that Ryuchi Cave isn't unique to me, but I am irreplaceable to you. So. Rasa didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present could see that he was preparing to drive a hard bargain. The three snake maidens looked furious, but the white snake sage remained composed and asked. So what? What conditions do you have? Feel free to state them. Rasa thought for a moment and, without appearing overbearing, said. In that case, let me take a look at the scroll containing Ryuchi Cave senjutsu first. If we're going to make a deal, I should at least inspect the goods. I don't think that's an unreasonable request, is it? Not unreasonable. As soon as the white snake sage finished speaking, a mechanical sound came from the giant beast head behind it. The beast's mouth opened, and a massive scroll with the words Ryuchi Cave written on it floated down, landing in front of Rasa with a loud thud. Rasa looked at the scroll, which was several times larger than himself, and said to the white snake sage. Please help me open it. What a cautious human, the white snake sage remarked, glancing at Tajitsuhime. Tajitsuhime immediately understood and floated over to the scroll. Under her control, the massive scroll unfurled, revealing a series of techniques to Rasa. Rasa skimmed through them and found a few that piqued his interest. In addition to well-known abilities like the transformation technique and inorganic reincarnation, there were also techniques for levitation, invisibility, binding, petrification, genjutsu, telekinesis, and more. At the very end of the scroll, the dragon transformation technique of Ryuchi Cave was revealed. Rasa only needed a quick glance to notice something interesting. The dragon transformation technique of Ryuchi Cave bore some similarities to the method of creating a Jinchuriki. In simple terms, it involved turning the practitioner into a Jinchuriki of natural energy. Through a special technique, an alternate space would be created within the practitioner's body. A practitioner capable of sensing natural energy would store it in this space, serving as the source of power and evolution for the practitioner. As the natural energy in this alternate space increased and the life force grew stronger, quantitative changes would lead to qualitative changes. These qualitative changes in natural energy would then flow through the body, triggering a chain reaction of evolution for the practitioner. This was the essence of Ryuchi Cave's dragon transformation technique. Seeing this, Rasa understood why the white snake sage had so generously shown him the scroll. To master Ryuchi Cave's techniques, two harsh conditions had to be met. Chapter 135, Contract. What does this mean? Rasa looked at the scroll, which stated that the key to mastering the dragon transformation technique was a scale from the white snake sage. He turned to the white snake sage with a puzzled expression. The white snake sage, looking as if it had everything under control, explained. As you can see, there are two conditions for mastering our Ryuchi Cave's dragon transformation technique. First, you must be able to sense and absorb the natural energy of Ryuchi Cave. Second, you must create an alternate space within your body to serve as a vessel for storing natural energy. What does that have to do with your scales? Rasa asked, still confused. Hehehe. The white snake sage let out a mysterious laugh and asked. Where do you think you are right now? Rasa was startled. He looked around and asked, isn't this Ryuchi Cave? Hehehe. This time, the three snake maidens under the white snake sage also laughed. The white snake sage explained, this is indeed Ryuchi Cave, but it is also one of my scales. Rasa was truly shocked now. He looked around again and noticed something unusual, the space had no exits or entrances. It was completely a closed-off world. Tajitsuhime, with admiration in her voice, explained, Rasa-sama, the white snake sage's scales are the treasures of Ryuchi Cave. The white snake sage continued leisurely. Each of the three great sacred places has its own unique abilities. My ability is related to space. Every scale on my body is a small world I've nurtured over thousands of years by absorbing the natural energy of Ryuchi Cave. Though small, it means that anyone who obtains one of my scales gains control over a small world and the ability to sense Ryuchi Cave's natural energy. By implanting it into their body through a special method, they can meet the conditions to practice our dragon transformation technique. Now Rasa understood. How do I master it? Do I have to shove it into my heart? Hehehe. No need. You just have to eat it. As soon as the white snake sage finished speaking, one of its scales fell off and landed on the ground, transforming into a small white snake the size of a thumb. Seeing this, Rasa understood. However, precisely because of this, his initial interest in the dragon transformation technique quickly faded. That's a real shame. I have no interest in altering my body. The white snake sage seemed to have anticipated this. Hehehe, you don't need to. If I'm not mistaken, when you obtained Morio's power, you also gained the world he created, the land of demons, didn't you? Rasa's eyes narrowed. As expected of the white snake sage. You really do know everything, don't you? Hehehe. No need for such flattery. As I said, each of my scales is a small world, and each small world is connected to a part of the outside world. Therefore, no change in the shinobi world escapes my notice. After explaining, the white snake sage continued. Since you now possess the world created by Morio, you no longer need my scales. The next step is to implant the land of demons, created by Morio, into your body. At the same time, you must gain the ability to sense the natural energy of Ryuchi Cave. Once these two conditions are met, you can practice the dragon transformation technique. Rasa was half convinced by the white snake sage's words. It was true, as the white snake sage had said, that using the land of demons as a source of power and evolution was an excellent idea. But the question remained, how could he implant the land of demons into his body? And was the natural energy of Ryuchi Cave absolutely necessary? Couldn't he use his own senjutsu energy instead? Forgive my bluntness, but what's the difference between Ryuchi Cave's natural energy and senjutsu energy? The white snake sage flicked its forked tongue and let out an eerie laugh. I understand your thoughts. Indeed, fundamentally, there's no difference between the two. You can still practice our dragon transformation technique using senjutsu energy, but the cost you'll pay will be different. What do you mean? Hehehe, it's simple. Just like the question I asked you earlier, what's the difference between our transformation technique and yours? The reason our transformation technique can create such complex forms of sustenance isn't just because we've practiced it longer, but also because of the unique properties of Ryuchi Cave's natural energy. Rasa suddenly understood. Are you saying that Ryuchi Cave's natural energy is easier to control? You could say that. The white snake sage then looked at Rasa and asked. If I'm not mistaken, you currently can't materialize your senjutsu energy, can you? The white snake sage was right. Ever since Rasa's chakra had disappeared and been replaced by senjutsu energy, he had been unable to materialize his senjutsu energy in the same way he could with chakra. Materialization referred to making energy visible, like the chakra cloak of a tailed beast. Rasa hadn't paid much attention to it before, thinking it was just a characteristic of senjutsu energy. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Seeing Rasa fall silent, the white snake sage glanced at its three trusted aides. The three snake maidens immediately understood. Natural energy erupted from their bodies, surrounding them in a faint green aura. Under their control, the energy took the form of massive, translucent serpents. The white snake sage continued. Senjutsu energy is indeed incredibly powerful and full of infinite possibilities. However, precisely because of this, its state is chaotic and uncontrollable. But the natural energy of Ryuchi Cave, nurtured over countless generations by white snake sages, has become much more refined and manageable. Rasa fell into deep thought. Chaotic and uncontrollable, huh? If Rasa hadn't sensed the consciousness of the divine tree, he might have believed it. But of course, Rasa couldn't reveal that now. Moreover, at this point, Rasa realized that he might not need Ryuchi Cave's help to practice the so-called dragon transformation technique. With senjutsu energy, he didn't necessarily need Ryuchi Cave's natural energy. As for implanting the land of demons into his body, he already had some ideas. He could draw inspiration from the sealing technique Minato Namikaze used to seal the Nine Tails into Naruto. It wasn't that Rasa was overly suspicious, but compared to the white snake sage of Ryuchi Cave, whom he had just met and whose depths he couldn't fathom, Rasa trusted Anoka, whom he could control, much more. However, since the other party had been so proactive and shown such goodwill, outright refusing would be impolite. With that in mind, Rasa made a decision. I'll need some time to consider the dragon transformation technique. However, it would be ungrateful of me to refuse Ryuchi Cave's generous offer. So, I can agree to become Ryuchi Cave's successor for now. As for the rest, please give me some time. No problem. The white snake sage was very accommodating. As long as Rasa agreed to become Ryuchi Cave's successor, Ryuchi Cave would have the upper hand. Everything else could be discussed later. Then, please sign your name on Ryuchi Cave's summoning contract. Just as Rasa accepted the invitation to become Ryuchi Cave's successor, the situation in the outside world was becoming even more unpredictable. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Winds of Change. Land of Fire, Konohagakure. In the base of the root. Although the third Hokage had long since dismissed Danzo and stripped him of his position as the leader of the root, Danzo still secretly commanded the root, choosing to remain in hiding. One reason was the massive losses suffered during the last mission in the Land of Rivers, and the other was to avoid provoking the Uchiha clan. However, this did not mean Danzo was idle. In the dimly lit room of the root's base, Danzo, who had lost an arm and an eye, sat on his high seat. Below him, three masked root ninja knelt on one knee. Danzo held a scroll in his left hand, scanning it with his single eye before furrowing his brow and asking. When did Tsunagakure become involved with the Shrine Maiden of the Land of Demons? The leading root ninja immediately replied. Reporting to Danzo-sama, according to intelligence received by our comrades in the land of demons, the Kazekage of Sunagakure appeared in the land of demons 3 days ago, fought the demon Morio, and defeated it. Morio. Danzo's left eye gleamed sharply. That legendary demon from the myths. Hi. Interesting. If I recall correctly, the small country of Ryuten, which has recently joined Sunagakure, also possesses the power of the dragon vein chakra, correct? Hi. We sent people to investigate, and the city is now under the control of Sunagakure. Danzo's eyes grew even brighter. After a moment of thought, he said without hesitation. Send this intelligence over. Understood. After his subordinates left, Danzo's face darkened with anger. He clutched his missing right arm, then regained his composure and slowly walked deeper into the root space. This was a massive laboratory filled with the smell of disinfectant and countless glass containers, each holding a floating child. This was the root's secret laboratory, not built by Danzo but established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. However, it now belonged to Danzo and Orochimaru. When Danzo entered, Orochimaru was deeply engrossed in some research. Without any pleasantries, Danzo asked. So, Orochimaru, when can I transplant a new arm and eye? For a ninja, losing an eye was a minor issue, but losing an arm significantly impacted combat ability. Danzo did not possess the ability to perform one-handed seals. Without turning his head, Orochimaru replied. As for the arm, Danzo-sama, I can transplant one for you anytime. But if it's the cells of the first Hokage, without a Sharingan to suppress them, there's nothing I can do. Danzo did not press the matter. While a normal arm could restore some of his combat abilities, he had no plans to leave the village anytime soon. Moreover, his current disabled state earned him some sympathy within the village. Thus, Danzo casually brought up another topic, as if discussing everyday matters. I heard that Jiraiya and Minato are planning to take this opportunity to train at Mount Myaboku. Orochimaru chuckled darkly upon hearing this. They must be going to train in Sage Mode. Sage Mode. I've heard of it. Speaking of which, Ryuchi Cave is also a sacred place like Mount Myaboku. Doesn't it have its own Sage Mode? Orochimaru knew full well that Danzo was trying to stir up trouble between him and that fool Jiraiya, but he didn't care in the slightest. Ryuchi Cave does indeed have its own Sage Mode. However, the conditions for training in Sage Mode are extremely demanding. Hearing this, Danzo emitted a mysterious smile. Is that so? But in my opinion, Orochimaru, your talent in ninjutsu far surpasses that of Jiraiya and Minato. Kukuku. A hint of disdain flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he chuckled softly but didn't respond. Seeing this, Danzo was prepared and continued. Just now, the root received news that the Shrine Maiden of the Land of Demons will visit the Kazekage of Sunagakure in 2 days. The reason is that the Kazekage helped the Land of Demons eliminate the demon Morio. This immediately piqued Orochimaru's interest. Morio. That terrifying demon from the myths of the Land of Demons. Indeed. The dragon vein. Morio. This is no coincidence, Orochimaru. The Kazekage likely went after the power of these demons. Over the past few months, you've seen the intelligence about Sunagakure's green miracle. The ability to alter Sunagakure's natural environment is not something an ordinary ninja could achieve. It's very likely the power of would release. Do you have concrete evidence? No, but we don't need it. Danzo's left eye narrowed. I've already passed this intelligence to Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure through the root. It seems to be working. Iwagakure and Kimogakure have halted their attacks on Konoha, which means suspicion has already taken root. Now, we just need to sit back and watch the show. Even if the intelligence about the Kazekage stealing bloodline limit is false, the fact that he has a survivor of the Uzumaki clan alone will be enough to make the Raikage and Tsuchikage take action. They're not the type to let others reap the benefits. Kukuku. It seems the shinobi world is about to become interesting again. Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Tsuchikage's office. Half a year had passed since Iwagakure and Konoha went to war. Although ninjas exist for the sake of war, a prolonged conflict lasting half a year had left the entire village of Iwagakure shrouded in exhaustion and unease. The exhaustion came from the ninjas who had been fighting in the war. The unease came from the fact that, even after all this time, Iwagakure had been unable to secure a decisive victory. It had to be said that Konoha, as the strongest shinobi village in the world, had an overwhelmingly deep foundation. Despite being attacked by 2 major villages, Konoha's defenses had held firm, and both Iwagakure and Kimogakure could feel Konoha's growing resilience, especially with the overwhelming power displayed by that young man, Namikaze Minato. Even Inoki felt a sense of dread. What made Inoki even more uneasy was that while they were fighting Konoha, Sunagakure, another of the 5 great shinobi villages, had been rapidly developing amidst the chaos. In fact, its growth had exceeded Inoki's expectations. Especially after the recent wave of intelligence about Sunagakure reached his hands, he was deeply alarmed. The cunning Inoki knew exactly where this intelligence came from, but even so, there was nothing he could do about it. This was Konoha's blatant scheme. The cells of the first Hokage, the Sharingan, a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, the Green Miracle, Dragon Vein, the Land of Demons. All of this told Inoki that Sunagakure was no longer the weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages. Instead, it was like a lurking beast, growing in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to devour everything in its path. The thought of the young man he had met in the Land of Birds, the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure, only deepened Inoki's unease. He could tolerate Konoha's existence, but he would never allow a second Konoha to emerge. With this in mind, Inoki quickly made up his decision. Chapter 137, The Sky Ninja and the Artisan Ninja. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. After signing the summoning contract with Ryuchi Cave and becoming its inheritor, Rasa chose to temporarily return to Sunagakure. He was just so damn busy. Although Saramu was now assisting him with some trivial matters and becoming more proficient, many major decisions in the village still required his final approval. In addition, Karura's pregnancy made him feel the need to set aside some time for family life. That night, Rasa returned to Sunagakure with Karura. As for Chiyo and the others, they remained in the Dragon Oasis, researching sage energy. Rasa had not informed Chiyo and the others about Karura's pregnancy. This wasn't Rasa's idea. In his view, since even Nono, a spy, knew about it, there was no need to hide it. Karura wasn't a Jinchuriki like Kushina, but Karura had refused, saying that while Rasa was her husband, he didn't belong solely to her but to the entire village. Yet, as his wife, she wished for moments when Rasa belonged only to her. To be honest, as a man, Rasa found it difficult to understand such subtle feminine thoughts, but he saw no reason to refuse. Of course, Rasa hadn't truly hidden it from everyone. Besides Nono, Yoshimaru, his brother-in-law, also knew about his sister's pregnancy. Thus, after spending half a day with his wife as an ordinary couple, Rasa had no choice but to return to his duties as Kazekage. Have Chiyo-sama and the others not returned yet? In the Kazekage's office, Rasa, dressed in casual home clothes, asked as he looked at the returned Baki. Hi. The 2 elders and Temari and Midori-sama are still there, training diligently. Baki hesitated before adding. Reporting to the Kazekage-sama, Chiyo-sama mentioned that the conditions in the Dragon Oasis are much better than in the village. If the Kazekage-sama agrees, Chiyo-sama would like to move there permanently. This was something Rasa hadn't expected. After some thought, he agreed. No problem. Inform Chiyo-sama and the others that they are free to live there, but they must not neglect their duties in the village. After all, in Rasa's vision, Sunagakure would eventually relocate to the Dragon Oasis. At that moment, Saramu, dressed as a secretary, knocked and entered, respectfully saying, Kazekage-sama, they have arrived. Good, let them in. Shortly after, under Saramu's guidance, 6 distinctive individuals entered. Upon seeing Rasa seated on the high platform, the 6 immediately knelt and saluted. We pay our respects to the Kazekage-sama. HN. Rasa nodded, allowing them to rise before saying, Introduce yourselves. The elderly men with a kind demeanor and white hair exchanged a wary glance with the men in armor. Finally, the elderly man stepped forward and spoke first. Then, allow this old man to begin. With that, he took a step forward and bowed slightly. I am Shino, from the Hidden Sky Village. After our village was destroyed by Konoha in the last Great Shinobi War, I have been wandering the shinobi world. Upon hearing of Sunagakure's great victory over Konoha, I came here and saw the announcement you posted in the village. I wish to join Sunagakure. My request is simple, if I can solve the problem you have proposed, I humbly ask that Sunagakure help us avenge the destruction of the Hidden Sky Village. Rasa nodded. Although he vaguely remembered the plot and knew that Shino likely had ulterior motives for coming to Sunagakure, he had no intention of exposing him. He genuinely needed the Hidden Sky Village's technology to solve Sunagakure's transportation issues. Moreover, if he recalled correctly, the Hidden Sky Village had a tailed beast without a tail, the Zero Tail. Rest assured, even without the Hidden Sky Village, our conflict with Konoha is a fight to the death. However, all conflicts and battles are based on the interests of Sunagakure. Shino smiked. Please rest easy, Kazekage-sama. I understand this principle and will not cause you any trouble. Rasa then turned his attention to the other 5 individuals. The men dressed in armor, resembling a samurai, immediately stepped forward and bowed. I am Hoki. The 3 behind me are my subordinates. We are from the Takumi village, village of artisans, and specialize in crafting ninja tools. We have come here to seek Sunagakure's protection for our village, to avoid exploitation by the other great nations. Compared to the Hidden Sky Village, Rasa had a deeper impression of the Takumi village. On one hand, some of the ninja tools they created were considered the origin of scientific ninja tools, possessing various incredible abilities. On the other hand, the village's founder shared the same name as the legendary Onmyoji, Saimai. Rest assured, as long as you can help Sunagakure solve our transportation issues, we will not treat you unfairly. However, I am curious, did you know each other before this? Shino answered. Yes, Hoki and I did not know each other before. We only met by chance on our way to Sunagakure. Hoki also nodded in agreement. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Although our Takumi village has some expertise in crafting ninja tools, I am well aware that solving Sunagakure's transportation problem cannot be achieved with tools alone. I have heard of the Hidden Sky Village's past technology, which is why I invited Shino to collaborate. I see. Hearing this, Rasa felt somewhat reassured. So, do you have any ideas now? Both nodded, and Hoki pulled out a scroll from his robe. Please allow me to present the design, Kazekage-sama. Proceed. Under Baki's watchful gaze, Hoki stepped forward and unrolled the scroll on Rasa's desk. What appeared before everyone was a vehicle resembling a ship. What is this? We call it the desert ship. It is a vessel that treats the desert as an ocean, using wind-based chakra as its power source. Rasa was momentarily stunned, unable to process the idea. Treating the desert as an ocean and making a ship sail on sand. Is that possible? Kazekage-sama, it is possible. We have carefully studied the deserts of the land of wind. The sand is very fine and smooth, creating minimal resistance for the ship. By harnessing wind-based chakra and the natural winds of the desert, the ship's sails can propel it across the sand. Although Hoki explained it convincingly, Rasa still had his doubts. In his mind, the solution to Sunagakure's transportation problem was something like a train or the lightning rail from Boruto, which used lightning-based chakra as its energy source. However, since he wasn't a professional, he decided not to dismiss the idea outright. It's an interesting concept. You may proceed with building a prototype of the desert ship. Sunagakure will provide all the necessary funds. Once it's completed, we can evaluate its effectiveness. In addition, I would like you to research another mode of transportation that I have in mind. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Training at Mount Myaboku. Rasa explained his idea about trains, or more specifically, the lightning rail. In simple terms, it involved laying tracks on land and using lightning-based or fire-based chakra, or any energy source that could serve as propulsion, to create vehicles that could run on these tracks. The 6 individuals present were momentarily stunned. What? Is it impossible? No. It was Hoki who answered. Kazekage-sama, Shino, and I have considered this idea before, but we dismissed it because, given the terrain around Sunagakure, laying tracks on the desert would be extremely difficult. I see. So it's a geological issue, then. What if I told you I have a way to alter the terrain, turning the desert into solid land? Both Shino and Hoki were taken aback, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Clearly, they assumed Rasa was referring to the power of a tailed beast. Shino immediately spoke up. If the Kazekage-sama possesses such power, then we would certainly be willing to give it a try. Then I leave it to you. As long as you produce results, Sunagakure will not treat you unfairly. With that, Rasa turned to Saramu. Saramu, from now on, you will be responsible for coordinating with these 6. Provide them with whatever they need. If there's anything you can't decide on, bring it to me. Hi. Saramu understood her role perfectly. Kazekage-sama, I will take them to get settled. The 6 individuals, having achieved their goal, bowed to Rasa and took their leave. After they had left, Baki approached Rasa and asked. Kazekage-sama, should we keep an eye on them? Rasa nodded. Yes, keep an eye on them. While these 6 have their own agendas, their technology is something we need. Select some intelligent individuals to assist them. If possible, learn their techniques. Baki immediately understood Rasa's intentions. Understood, Kazekage-sama. I will handle it right away. Go ahead. After Baki left, Rasa summoned the 9 members of the Covert Operations Unit. Although Rasa was a transmigrator, he didn't always remember every detail of the plot unless a character appeared to remind him, as had just happened. I have 2 tasks for you. First, investigate the Hidden Sky Village, focusing on their technology and a creature known as the Zero Tails. Second, investigate the Hidden Craftsman Village, paying special attention to their founder and their techniques for crafting unique ninja tools. Hi. As the Covert Operations Unit departed, Rasa felt a sense of anticipation. Whether it was the power of the Zero Tails or the scientific ninja tools of the Hidden Craftsman Village, both could significantly strengthen him and Sunagakure. However, those were matters for the future. For now, the most important thing was to improve his personal strength and the village's overall power. His next focus in training would remain the 8 gates. Additionally, he had decided to integrate the latest chakra fruit he had obtained from Morio into the divine tree, increasing the concentration of natural energy in the dragon oasis. This would help Temari and the others master sage energy more quickly and accelerate his own training progress. Land of Fire, Konohagakure. Due to the easing of the front lines, Minato was finally able to withdraw from the battlefield. However, Minato knew he had no time to rest. After returning from the front lines, he spent only a day at home before seeking out his teacher, Jiraiya, to request training in sage mode at Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya, of course, agreed. Thus, at dawn, Jiraiya arrived at Minato's home. Kukuku, I hope I'm not interrupting you two lovebirds. As soon as he entered, Jiraiya's face broke into a mischievous grin upon seeing his disciple and Kushina glowing with happiness. This caused Kushina's cheeks to flush red while a vein popped on her forehead. Minato, slightly embarrassed, invited Jiraiya in warmly. Jiraiya-sensei, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? Join us. Jiraiya, of course, didn't hesitate. Sure. It's been a while since I've tasted Kushina's cooking. And so, the teacher and student sat at the dining table, chatting while Kushina reluctantly headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Soon, Kushina had breakfast ready. As she watched the two eat, she asked. Jiraiya-sensei, how long will you and Minato be gone this time? Jiraiya thought for a moment. It's hard to say. Sage mode training is extremely difficult. Although Minato is exceptionally talented, I can't predict how long it will take. However. At this point, Jiraiya laughed heartily and reassured her. At least he won't be on the battlefield, right? Hearing this, Minato's expression darkened slightly, but Kushina breathed a sigh of relief. Minato then asked. Jiraiya-sensei, I heard that the Kazekage of Sunagakure defeated the demon Morio of the Land of Demons. At this, Jiraiya's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. That's right. It's truly unbelievable. That legendary demon actually exists, it's even older than the tailed beasts. The fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure is becoming more and more enigmatic. I heard from the ANBU that the Kazekage displayed techniques similar to the four violet flames formation and the adamantine sealing chains. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiraiya's expression turned grave, and Kushina trembled slightly. Jiraiya, of course, knew the reason. If my guess is correct, the four violet flames formation was likely stolen by Danzo. As for the adamantine sealing chains, they're probably related to the Uzumaki girl the Kazekage took from Kazekage. This caused Kushina's expression to darken further. Although Kushina had been brought to Konoha at a very young age and didn't know the name Hana, the mere fact that there was another Uzumaki out there made her feel less alone. She longed to meet this fellow clansman, but their current circumstances made it impossible. Seeing this, Jiraiya shared what he knew. According to the information we gathered from Kazekage, when the Uzumaki clan was destroyed by Kirigakure, the clan had secretly sent away some of the more talented children. That little girl, Hana, must be one of them. Minato, seeing the sadness in his wife's eyes, took the opportunity to reassure her. Don't worry, Kushina. I'll do my best to help you find the other Uzumaki scattered across the shinobi world. Kushina nodded gently. And so, breakfast was quickly finished, and it was time for the two to depart. Kushina wanted to see them off, but as soon as she stepped outside, two ANBU members appeared in front of her, blocking her path. Apologies, Minato-sama, Jiraiya-sama. Kushina-sama cannot leave the barrier's range. Compared to the ANBU's usual stern demeanor, their tone was much softer this time. After all, they knew that the next Hokage would undoubtedly be Minato. Jiraiya, ever the mediator, laughed it off. Alright, Kushina, no need to see us off. Fukasaku-sama will summon us soon using the reverse summoning technique. Kushina, wait for me to return. Minato didn't say much, simply hugging Kushina tightly. And so, with a puff of smoke, Jiraiya and Minato disappeared from sight. Chapter 139, The Great Toad Sage. As the scenery before their eyes shifted, Jiraiya and Minato found themselves in Mount Myaboku in an instant. Jiraiya, long accustomed to the reverse summoning technique, and Minato, a master of spacetime ninjutsu, naturally felt no discomfort. While Jiraiya was already familiar with Mount Myaboku, this was Minato's first visit. Before them stretched a forest filled with gigantic plants. Vines and leaves rested on the branches, where various frogs and enormous insects lounged. In the distance, a massive waterfall flowed with what appeared to be oil, flanked by numerous toad statues. Just as Minato was marveling at the beauty of Mount Myaboku, a familiar voice reached his ears. You've arrived, Jiraiya, Minato. Fukasaku-sama, it's been a while. Jiraiya, as carefree as ever, greeted the small toad, while Minato bowed politely. Greetings, Fukasaku-sama. The small toad, Fukasaku, couldn't help but tease Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you should learn a thing or two from your student. Always so carefree, no wonder you still can't master perfect sage mode. With that, Fukasaku turned the large toad beneath him and said, "Follow me. The great toad sage is waiting for you." The great toad sage. Minato was startled. He knew of the great toad sage's existence, a being said to have lived for over 1,000 years, the founder of Mount Maiboku. Jiraiya was also surprised. The great toad sage. What does he want with me and Minato? Fukasaku's expression turned serious. The great toad sage has had another dream. Jiraiya was shocked, his face growing solemn. The last time the great toad sage had a dream, it was about the child of prophecy. Minato, who had heard Jiraiya speak of the child of prophecy before, quickly connected the dots. And so, the two followed in silence. Before long, they arrived at a massive palace. The grand hall was vast and empty, save for a colossal stone throne at the far end. Seated upon it was an enormous, brown-skinned toad wearing a hat and a necklace with the character "for" oil hanging from it. This was the founder of Mount Maiboku, the great toad sage. Behind the toad throne stood rows of towering scrolls. When Fukasaku led Jiraiya and Minato into the hall, the great toad sage appeared to be dozing. It was only after Fukasaku's reminder that the great toad sage slowly opened his eyes. "Ah, it's Jiraiya, and your student, Minato." The great toad sage's words shocked Jiraiya. In his memory, the great toad sage's memory was poor, often forgetting his name as if suffering from dementia. Yet this time, not only did he remember Jiraiya, but he also knew Minato's name. At that moment, Jiraiya felt an unusual tension in the air. Minato, meanwhile, bowed respectfully. "Minato Namikaze, at your service, great toad sage." "Ah." The great toad sage's voice remained aged and trembling. "What an outstanding young man. I sense a familiar, vast chakra within you." Minato was startled and wanted to ask what the great toad sage meant, but the ancient toad had already shifted his gaze to Jiraiya, ignoring him. "Jiraiya, I had Fukasaku bring you here to tell you something important." As both Jiraiya and Minato grew tense, the great toad sage began to recount his dream. "The dream has vanished." The great toad sage's 4 simple words left Jiraiya utterly bewildered. "The dream has vanished? What does that mean?" The great toad sage, however, seemed to lapse into a daze and fell silent. Seeing this, Fukasaku stepped in to explain on behalf of the great toad sage. "Jiraiya, do you remember the prophecy the great toad sage once gave you?" How could Jiraiya forget? But recently, the great toad sage had another dream. "In this dream, all the visions related to you have disappeared." Jiraiya was completely stunned. The dreams about him had vanished. What did that mean? Meanwhile, Minato, who had been deep in thought, looked up and asked Fukasaku. "Fukasaku-sama, does the great toad sage mean that the future has changed?" Finally, Jiraiya understood. Unfortunately, Fukasaku shook his head. "No. The great toad sage's dreams do not necessarily mean the future has changed. But one thing is certain, the future has become unpredictable. Even the great toad sage can no longer see it clearly." At that moment, both Jiraiya and Minato fell into deep thought, and the grand hall fell silent. After a long pause, Jiraiya took a deep breath and asked, "What about the child of prophecy?" Fukasaku shook his head again. Jiraiya's pupils contracted sharply. He had spent most of his life searching for the child of prophecy, and now the great toad sage was telling him that the child of prophecy no longer existed. Minato, however, saw things more clearly. So, is this a good thing or a bad thing? It was the great toad sage, seemingly lost in his thoughts, who answered in a slow, trembling voice. From now on, the fate of the entire shinobi world lies in your own hands." With that, the great toad sage yawned and fell asleep. Fukasaku bowed to the sleeping sage and then led the bewildered Jiraiya and contemplative Minato out of the hall. Once they were back in the forest, Jiraiya couldn't help but ask, confused, "What exactly is going on?" Fukasaku sighed and explained, "I'm not entirely sure myself. The great toad sage suddenly told me that our world has undergone some unpredictable changes." Unpredictable changes? Exactly. Half a year ago, the great toad sage sensed it, but the change was so sudden that even he couldn't confirm it. However, last night, that change appeared again, and the great toad sage finally confirmed it. It's a massive energy unlike chakra or natural energy, and its source lies to the west of the land of fire. To the west? Minato was startled, as if he had thought of something, while Jiraiya frowned and asked. Even the great toad sage can't pinpoint its exact location. Fukasaku shook his head. Just like how you, who haven't mastered sage mode, can't sense natural energy, this new energy can only be faintly sensed by the great toad sage. Even Shima and I can't perceive it at all. This left Jiraiya deep in thought. Fortunately, Fukasaku offered some reassurance. Don't worry, Jiraiya, Minato. As the great Toad Sage said, a change in the future isn't necessarily a bad thing. Whether it's good or bad ultimately depends on your choices. For now, rest up. Your current state isn't suitable for Sage Mode training. I'll come find you later. Understood. After Fukasaku left, Jiraiya turned to his disciple, who had been silent and frowning, and asked. Minato, have you thought of something? Minato nodded, his eyes lighting up as he said to Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, do you remember what Danzo said about being unable to sense the Fourth Kazekage's chakra? And the West? Jiraiya's pupils shrank instantly. Chapter 140, the daimyo makes an appearance. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. As the first light of dawn broke, the villagers of Sunagakure woke from their slumber and opened their doors and windows to begin a new day. However, the sight that greeted them made them rub their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they were still dreaming. Overnight, the massive, barren rock walls that surrounded Sunagakure had transformed. Countless patches of green now dotted the once lifeless cliffs, with lush trees sprouting from the rocks and green vines draping over the steep walls, turning the desolate village into a vibrant oasis. When the villagers stepped outside and saw the green plants and colorful flowers blooming in every corner of the village, they were utterly speechless. Is this still our village? The once sandstorm-ravaged Sunagakure was slowly transforming into a thriving, green world. Everyone, whether villagers or visiting merchants, stepped out of their homes, marveling at the miraculous changes as if witnessing a divine act. The villagers of Sunagakure were somewhat accustomed to this, as they had already witnessed the green miracle over the past 6 months. However, outsiders, especially spies from other villages, were completely stunned. They had long suspected that Sunagakure's green miracle was unusual, but this display of power, which could only be described as divine, left them in awe. They quickly relayed all the information back to their respective villages. Meanwhile, the changes in the Dragon Oasis were even more astonishing. In just one night, the forested area of the Dragon Oasis had doubled in size. The high-ranking officials of Sunagakure who were training there witnessed this miraculous event firsthand. The previous night, Rasa had arrived at the Dragon Oasis. At first, no one thought much of it and continued their attempts to sense the natural energy in the area. However, shortly after Rasa entered the Dragon Oasis, they witnessed something that left them utterly dumbfounded. From the edge of the Dragon Oasis, they watched as the desert beneath their feet transformed. Plants sprouted and spread rapidly, growing from seedlings to the thickness of a tree trunk in just one night. The forest expanded before their eyes, stretching as far as they could see. This. If it weren't for Baki, who had seen this before and reassured everyone, they might have rushed to investigate immediately. By the next morning, when Rasa reappeared, everyone looked at him as if he were a god. They wanted to ask what had happened, but in the end, they held their tongues. However, at that moment, they became convinced. Perhaps the power Rasa wielded was not the wood release of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Rasa, however, had no intention of explaining. After encouraging everyone to continue their training, he left with Baki. Back in the Kazekage's office in Sunagakure, Rasa had just returned when Saramu eagerly reported the day's changes in the village and the enthusiastic reactions of the villagers. After roughly understanding the situation, Rasa instructed. No need to panic. Just let them know that our village is getting better and better. Saramu, of course, knew not to ask too many questions and nodded in agreement. Rasa then thought for a moment and added. By the way, issue an order in the name of the Kazekage. Starting today, villagers are prohibited from intentionally damaging the green plants that have appeared in the village. Since those 3 children were able to gain the power of natural energy by protecting plants, perhaps others can too. Understood. Saramu nodded, noting it down, and then began to discuss another matter. We've received word from the Land of Demons. The Shrine Maiden of the Land of Demons, Miroku-sama, plans to visit Sunagakure in 5 days. 5 days. That's fine. Handle the arrangements carefully. Receive her with the same protocol as we would for a daimyo. This wasn't Rasa playing favorites. Although Saramu was also the queen of Ryuten, Ryuten's land area and population were far smaller compared to the Land of Demons. Rasa couldn't afford to be discourteous. Is there anything else? Yes. Saramu nodded, her expression slightly peculiar. The daimyo has sent an envoy. The daimyo. At these words, Rasa was momentarily stunned before he realized what was being said. The daimyo, for him, it was indeed a somewhat unfamiliar term. Since they were specifically referring to the daimyo, it had to be the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Since arriving in this world, Rasa had never had any contact with this daimyo. Even in his memories, Rasa had only met the daimyo of the Land of Wind once, when he became the Kazekage. After all, with Rasa's previous personality, he wasn't the type suited for political maneuvering. In the past, such matters had been handled by Ebiso. Later, After the successful raid on the Land of Fire, which secured enough military funds for Sunagakure and temporarily freed the village from the daimyo's control, contact between the two had become even rarer. What does the daimyo want? Saramo shook her head. I'm not sure. The envoy said he must speak to you personally to convey the daimyo's orders. Orders. Although Rasa was somewhat displeased, he still had Saramo bring the envoy in. The man who entered was a samurai dressed in black and red armor, with a stern expression and a long sword at his waist. Upon seeing Rasa, he showed no signs of disrespect and knelt respectfully, holding up a scroll with both hands. I am Oda, a retainer of the daimyo. I have come to deliver a personal letter from the daimyo to the Kazekage-sama. A retainer, or samurai teisho, was a high-ranking samurai tasked with protecting the daimyo. Rasa could sense that the men before him possessed considerable chakra, at least at the level of a jonin. It seemed the daimyo had quite a few skilled samurai in his service. Rasa had Saramo take the scroll and open it. Upon reading it, he was surprised. The contents of the scroll were simple. The Land of Wind had received a joint letter from the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. The two nations, on behalf of their respective villages, expressed a desire to form an alliance with Sunagakure to jointly attack the Land of Fire. The daimyo of the Land of Wind had sent an envoy to consult Rasa and seek his opinion. This was somewhat unexpected for Rasa. Based on the daimyo's previous behavior, he would have simply issued a direct order. It seemed that Sunagakure's successful campaigns against Konoha over the past 6 months had significantly raised the village's standing in the daimyo's eyes. After Rasa finished reading the scroll, the samurai named Oda spoke again. Reporting to the Kazekage-sama, the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning have shown great sincerity. They have even expressed a willingness to send ninja from their villages to Sunagakure to discuss the alliance. The daimyo's opinion is that, if possible, the Kazekage-sama should not refuse. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the three great nations join forces, the Land of Fire will surely fall. The fertile lands of the Land of Fire will then be divided among the three nations. With the Kazekage-sama's leadership, the Land of Wind is certain to claim the largest share. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Trouble Approaches. Listening to Oda's words, Rasa did not rush to respond. Although the contents of the letter seemed reasonable, a common practice in the shinobi world, the moment he read it, Rasa sensed a whiff of conspiracy. Instinctively, he thought of Inoki's scheming face. This alliance proposal probably doesn't come from the daimyo of the two great nations, but from the Raikage and Tsuchikage behind them. Yet, he did not refuse. For one, as the Kazekage, it would be unwise to openly disrespect the daimyo. Secondly, he wanted to see what game the Tsuchikage and Raikage were playing. Since this is the daimyo-sama's wish, Sunagakure naturally has no objections. Please inform him that we welcome shinobi from Kimogakure and Iwagakure to our village. Of course, whether an alliance is formed will depend on the negotiations. Oda bowed respectfully. I understand, Kazekage-sama. Then, with your permission, I shall take my leave and report back to the daimyo. Good work. Saramo, see him out. Watching Oda depart, Baki, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes warily. Kazekage-sama, the daimyo's order seems suspicious, right? Unlike others, Baki, as the head of the ANBU, had little time for training the thoughts. While Saramo, as Rasa's assistant, handled many of the village's public affairs, matters concerning security, shinobi operations, and covert missions fell under the ANBU's jurisdiction, and this was Baki's expertise. Oh. Why do you say that? Baki answered decisively. It's too sudden. Kimogakure and Iwagakure didn't form an alliance when attacking Kanehagakure, yet now they're suddenly reaching out to us. And the timing, it's strange. Rasa nodded in approval. It is unusual. But whatever their goal, we must meet them. By the way, has the ANBU received any intelligence regarding the daimyo? Baki tensed slightly. Reporting, Kazekage-sama, under the Third Kazekage-sama's orders, to avoid unnecessary complications, the ANBU never stationed operatives near the daimyo. Is that so? Rasa understood. Unlike Konoha, which, due to its wealth, was less dependent on the fire daimyo, Sunagakure's past poverty had enforced stricter deference to the wind daimyo's authority. This made the ANBU hesitant to plant spies in the daimyo's court. But this can't continue. The daimyo's sudden involvement made Rasa realize the need to monitor this influential faction. Rasa smiled and issued a knowing order. The daimyo-sama's safety must not be neglected. Hi. As the ANBU commander, Baki immediately grasped the implication. Good. Dismissed. With another bow, Baki exited, leaving Rasa alone in the Kazekage's office. He leaned back in his chair, slowly contemplating the letter from the daimyo in his hands, then slightly narrowed his gazes. He realized that the timing of this letter's arrival carried implications far beyond just the Tsuchikage and Raikage scheming something. More importantly, it likely meant that Kimogakure and Iwagakure now viewed Tsunagekyu's rise as a threat nearly on par with Konohagakure. This was not good news. Until now, Tsunagekyure had been able to maneuver skillfully in this war precisely because it was considered the weakest among the 5 great shinobi villages. The surprise attack on the Land of Fire and the cooperation with Kimogakure and Iwagakure had all been built upon the other villages' underestimation of Tsunagekyure. But now, after the crushing defeat in the Land of Rivers, Konoha could no longer afford to look down on Tsunagekyure. Similarly, Iwagakure and Kimogakure had begun taking them seriously. This means that Tsunagekyure's strategy of navigating between the 5 great villages would have to change. Still, no matter what the future held, true strength was what mattered most. At present, Tsunagekyure's overall military power remains lacking. First, in terms of basic shinobi numbers, primarily genin and chunin, Tsunagekyure still fell far short compared to the other great villages. From what this great shinobi war had shown so far, whether it was Konoha, Kimogakure, or Iwagakure, each had at least 7,000 to 8,000 shinobi. Even after half a year of development, Tsunagekyure's forces numbered only a little over 3,000. This was nowhere near the others, and worse, it wasn't something that could be quickly remedied. Even if they resorted to desperate measures like throwing children onto the battlefield, it wouldn't make a meaningful difference. And, author here isn't wrong about the number of ninjas since he is distributing according to the number in the Fourth War, which is itself a plot hole in the original source. As for mid-tier shinobi, the jonin, the gap between Tsunagekyure and the other villages wasn't as severe. After all, at the jonin level, unlike the expendable genin and chunin, casualties were far less frequent on the battlefield. Still, a gap undoubtedly existed. Fortunately, there was a solution. If they could quickly establish the spatial passage between Tsunagekyure and the Island of Summons, allowing Tsunagekyure's jonin to control the giant summoning beasts there, this gap could be closed, perhaps even reversed. Then came the upper-tier shinobi, those at the Kage level. Here, Tsunagekyure wasn't at as much of a disadvantage. Chiyo, Ebizo, Pakura, and Michikawa might not hold the title of Kage, but in terms of strength, they were undoubtedly at that level. If absolutely necessary, even Bunpoku could be deployed to compensate for the difference in tailed beast Jinchuriki. Finally, there were the true Kage-level powerhouses. This was where Rasa felt most confident. At his current strength, aside from Konoha's Minato and Jiraiya, as well as Iwagakure's Inoki, the latter primarily due to the threat of his dust release, there were few he needed to fear. From this perspective, in a one-on-one scenario, Tsunagekyure had no reason to fear any single village. But if it came to anything else, that would be troublesome. And given that Kimogakure and Iwagakure had suddenly proposed an alliance, Rasa couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. At this thought, the brief respite he had considered taking due to Karura's pregnancy was overtaken by urgency once more. Truly, there's no stopping. But aside from the Forgotten Island to summon beasts, how else could Tsunagekyure rapidly strengthen itself to face future crises? After some consideration, Rasa realized the only immediate option was still Senjutsu Chakra. If Pakura and Michikawa could master Senjutsu energy faster, their power would increase dramatically, elevating them to the level of shinobi like Minato and Jiraiya, capable of fighting armies alone. That would significantly lessen the burden on Rasa's shoulders. But how to achieve this? After some thought, Rasa wondered if the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave might have a solution. With that in mind, he wasted no time. Forming the necessary hand seals, he summoned Lady Tajitsuheim. Chapter 142, Shinobi Sect. Dragon's Oasis. After a night of dramatic transformation, the environment where Chiyo and the others resided had shifted from the border between desert and forest to a dense, thriving woodland. With Rasa's approval, Chiyo had moved her home from Tsunagekyure to this place, building a small courtyard. Her younger brother, Ebizo, naturally followed suit without hesitation. Where their master went, their disciples, Hana and Anoka, were sure to follow. Seeing the actions of the two elders, Pakura also considered relocating. After all, compared to Tsunagekyure's windswept, sand-choked environment, this place was practically paradise. But after some thought, Pakura dismissed the idea. Unlike Chiyo and Ebizo, who had retreated from the front lines, Pakura still had many responsibilities tied to the village. She represented the commoner faction of Tsunagekyure. Michikawa was in the same position. Though he had no intention of moving here, he contemplated asking Rasa for permission to let his son, Komi, stay here during vacations. Having witnessed the formidable power of Senjutsu Chakra, he hoped his child could one day master it. Of course, he understood that haste was not the answer. And so, they each settled into their new lives here, their enthusiasm for the immense power of Senjutsu keeping them wholly absorbed. It had already been 2 days since any of them returned to the village. As for Karura, Baki, and Yoshimaru, they had left much earlier. Karura, being pregnant, was no longer suited for training, as they worried it might affect the child. Besides, her duties at the orphanage kept her occupied. Baki, as the ANBU commander, was buried in endless tasks. Yoshimaru, though his status as Chiyo's disciple had become somewhat nominal after she took on the exceptionally talented Hana, remained unbothered. His easygoing nature prevented any resentment, and he had found a new purpose at Tsunagekire's expanded hospital. Needing a skilled medical nin to oversee operations, Rasa had assigned Yoshimaru to the post, and to everyone's surprise, he excelled in the role. When Rasa returned to the oasis, Chiyo, Ebizo, Pakura, Michikawa, Hana, Anoka, and Bunpuku quickly gathered upon receiving the news. Though they all lived here now, each had chosen slightly separate training grounds. As shinobi, secrecy was second nature, especially when it came to personal techniques and hidden arts. Yet, Rasa's sudden reappearance surprised them. First, he had only left that morning, returning so soon was unusual. Second, the strikingly beautiful girl accompanying him was unfamiliar to all except Anoka and Bunpuku. Pakura studied the girl for a moment before asking Rasa. "Did something happen in the village?" Rasa nodded and handed her the daimyo's letter without delay. Apart from Bunpuku, Hana, and Anoka, the other four took turns reading the letter. After understanding its contents, they too sensed something amiss. Ebizo, who had once been responsible for such matters as an elder, immediately grasped the daimyo's intention. "The daimyo is testing us." The others were baffled by those words. Testing. Indeed. Although the 5 great shinobi villages were initially established as independent yet cooperative equals with their respective nations, over time, due to military funding, we've inevitably become subordinate and dependent, especially Tsunagekure, which suffered the most. However, half a year ago, after Kazekage-sama's raid on the Land of Fire secured us substantial development funds, our relationship with the daimyo began shifting toward autonomy. The others quickly understood. Even Rasa hadn't considered this angle. Ebizo continued. "It seems the daimyo has noticed. That's likely why he sent this probe. Still, proposing an alliance is strange. While it's a sound strategy, daimyo don't typically intervene so directly in shinobi conflicts." Rasa nodded. "That's precisely why I've returned." Drawing their attention, he continued. "I have a bad feeling. Kumogakure and Iwagakure may be planning something against us. Though their goal is unclear, we must prepare." The 4 Tsunagekure leaders exchanged solemn glances before nodding in agreement. Rasa then turned to the girl beside him. "Allow me to introduce Tajitsuhime-sama, a trusted envoy of the White Snake Sage from Ryuchi Cave." The name sent a visible shock through the group. They knew of Ryuchi Cave. Rasa had previously explained the existence of the 3 great sage regions, but none expected he'd already made contact. As if answering their unspoken question, Rasa revealed her purpose. "She's here to help you master Senjutsu chakra." Under their stunned gazes, Tajitsuhime offered a gentle smile. Rasa, while ignoring the different looks of others, elaborated. "As a millennia-old sacred land, Ryuchi Cave possesses a refined system for senjutsu training. Tajitsuhime-sama, as the White Snake Sage's confidant, can also sense natural energy. That's why I've invited her here. Once you harness senjutsu, your strength will grow exponentially. Even if Konoha, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure unite against us, we'll stand firm." This time, their shock stemmed not from Tajitsuhime's presence, but Rasa's implication, and it is that Tsunagekure might soon face a 3-way assault. "Then we can't afford to waste time. What do we do next?" Pakura demanded without hesitation. Rasa glanced at Tajitsuhime, who stepped forward. "In Ryuchi Cave, we initiate trainees by injecting natural energy through fangs, allowing them to perceive its essence. Here, however, that method is impractical. Instead, we'll follow the path of the Sage of 6 Paths, founder of Ninshu, by having Rasa-sama share his senjutsu chakra with you all." Chapter 143, Earth and Lightning. Iwagakure, Land of Earth. The massive village, encircled by jagged rock mountains, bore witness to a shinobi with Iwagakure's forehead protector darting across the stone terrain. Soon, a towering, spear-like stone structure loomed ahead, its surface etched with a single colossal character, Earth. This was the seat of Iwagakure's power, the Otsutsuki building. After a curt announcement by the guards, the shinobi ascended to the top floor. Kneeling immediately upon entry, he raised a scroll with both hands. "Otsutsuki-sama. A message from the daimyo, Tsunagekure has agreed." Behind a heavy desk, Anoki, the 3rd Otsutsuki, a diminutive yet fearsome figure, accepted the scroll from his son, Tsuchi, a stalwart jonin of unwavering loyalty. I will use OG names as it is." A single glance at the contents drew a cold snort from Anoki. Tsuchi dismissed the messenger with a glance before addressing his father. "Father, how does the plan proceed?" "As I foresaw." Yet Anoki's expression remained severe. His next words were ironclad. "The next phase is yours, Tsuchi. No one else can be trusted with this." Tsuchi's usually stoic face tensed. "Understood. But, father, must we sacrifice our own shinobi?" Anoki's gaze was unyielding. Without question. You know the Uzumaki survivor's value as well as I. Tsuchi's jaw tightened. He recognized the subtext, Anoki's long-simmering resentment toward Rashi, the rebellious Four Tails Jinchuriki. Beyond that, investigate Tsunagekyu's green miracle. Confirm whether it ties to wood release. Spare no expense. Hi. With his father's resolve absolute, Tsuchi stifled further protest. And Kumogakure's position? Anoki smirked. They'll cooperate. For now, our goals align. Kumogakure, Land of Lightning. Within a cloud-piercing fortress, the Third Kazekage, loomed over a secret meeting, his expression thunderous. Only 2 others attended. His son, the future Fourth Kazekage, and his most trusted tactician, Darui. Passing Darui the newly arrived scroll, the Third Kazekage's voice was a low growl. Darui. You'll handle the Tsunagakure operation. Darui, already steeled for the task, met his leader's eyes without hesitation. Understood, Kazekage-sama. I'll see it done, even at the cost of my life. Good. The Third Kazekage tone defied his reputation for brashness, sharp with calculation. I'll admit that Kazekage brat has impressed me these past 6 months. But Tsunagakure remains weak. Darui fell into deep thought. While he agreed with the Kazekage's reasoning, recalling the Kazekage's unpredictable actions over the past 6 months filled him with unease. Yet as a subordinate, once his leader made a decision, he had no choice but to obey, especially at such a critical juncture. At that moment, the future Fourth Kazekage, AE, spoke up. Old man, what about Konoha? If we let them recover, everything we've done so far will be for nothing. The Third Kazekage's expression turned stormy at his son's words. So what if they recover? Do you have a better plan? That damn Minato Namikaze alone has stymied all our efforts. The future Fourth Kazekage gritted his teeth in frustration, his face twisting with anger. Damn it. What kind of monsters has Konoha been breeding lately? Over the past 6 months of war, as one half of the AB combo, he had repeatedly clashed with Minato, experiencing firsthand the man's absurd strength. Against that freakish spacetime ninjutsu and his ability to cast techniques without hand seals, numbers meant nothing as even Jonin were instantly wiped out. This was why Konoha had managed to hold out against 2 major villages simultaneously. Simply put, unless they could defeat Minato, neither Kimogakure nor Iwagakure could truly crush Konoha. Suddenly, the future Fourth Kazekage had a thought. What about that Kazekage? Is he as troublesome as Minato? The question gave both the Kazekage and Darui pause, it was something they'd overlooked. After a moment, Darui answered carefully. The Kazekage has rarely engaged in direct combat, so intel is scarce. From what we've gathered, he's renowned for his magnet release, along with the sand manipulation techniques pioneered by the second Kazekage through studying Shikaku. Magnet release and sand control. That doesn't sound too troublesome, the future Fourth Kazekage mused. Compared to Minato's hex spacetime ninjutsu, magnet release seemed far more manageable. Plus, Kumogakure had its own magnet release users. But Darui shook his head in warning. It's not that simple. While the Kazekage rarely fights personally, the list of powerful shinobi who've suffered at his hands is concerning. Even Minato, the very man giving us so much trouble, has lost to him, as has Jiraiya of the Sannin. Konoha's elder Danzo had his Sharingan and would release cells stolen. And recently, he even defeated the legendary demon Morio of the Land of Demons. The future Fourth Kazekage's eyes widened. He made Minato back down. Indeed. Though the details are unclear, one thing is certain, and it is that, in their confrontation, Minato was the one who conceded first. Darui's expression darkened further. But that's not the most alarming part. What's truly dangerous is this Kazekage's strategic brilliance. Whether it's his lightning strike on the Land of Fire or Konoha's crushing defeat in the Land of Rivers, every move proves he's not to be underestimated. Underestimate him, and we'll end up like Konoha. He hoped to caution the Kazekage with these words. The Third Kazekage understood, but unlike Darui, he believed in overwhelming power above all else. Enough. Don't spook yourselves. Remember this, no scheme can withstand absolute strength. In a few years, once B and Yujito mature fully, even Minato won't be a threat. That's exactly why we can't let Tsunagakure succeed in creating their own Jinchuriki. Darui, make your preparations. Seeing the Kazekage's resolve, Darui could only bow and take his leave. And so, 3 days later, Tsunagakure suddenly buzzed with unprecedented activity. Chapter 144, Shinobi Sect Training. It had only been half a month since the last Desert Flower Festival. Due to the arrival of the priestess from the Land of Demons, Tsunagakure had once again become lively. The villagers were delighted, seeing this as a sign of the village's growing prosperity. Coming from Kimogakure, the shinobi named Darui passed through the main gate and immediately saw the bustling, joyful crowd along Tsunagakure's main street. Behind him, 5 other shinobi wearing Kimogakure headbands curiously observed the village. They were the delegation sent by Kimogakure to negotiate an alliance with Sunagakure. For all 6 of them, this was their first time in Sunagakure. Their eyes carried a mix of caution and curiosity as they carefully observed this mysterious village, wanting to commit every detail to memory. And yet, Sunagakure's first impression on them was unexpected. According to Kimogakure's intelligence, Sunagakure was supposed to be an extremely harsh environment, a village nestled in a valley, plagued by strong winds and sandstorms, with a dry climate and severe water shortages, devoid of life, like a barren wasteland. But what they saw now told a different story. Lush trees grew along the cliffs, patches of flowers and grass flourished between buildings, and the village seemed anything but desolate. Instead, it was full of life. Darui could even catch a faint scent of summer grass in the air. The faces of the villagers were filled with smiles, their eyes shining with hope for the future. This made Darui understand why Reikage-sama was paying such close attention to Sunagakure's sudden rise. With this thought, he turned to the Sunagakure shinobi leading the delegation and said, "Baki-san, Sunagakure seems quite lively today." Since the Reikage had sent a trusted aide, Sunagakure naturally couldn't be disrespectful either. As the head of the ANBU, Baki had personally taken charge of welcoming the guests from Kimogakure and Iwagakure. Hearing Darui's comment, Baki replied without turning his head. "It'll be even livelier tomorrow. The priestess from the land of demons is coming to visit our Kazekage-sama." The land of demons. I've heard that your Kazekage-sama helped eliminate the legendary demon, Morio. I wonder if that's true. Baki had no interest in answering. He knew full well that Darui was only feigning ignorance. Given Kimogakure's intelligence capabilities, there was no way they didn't know what had happened in the land of demons. So, he simply said, "That doesn't seem to have anything to do with the purpose of your visit." Darui chuckled. "Indeed, it doesn't. However, we've long admired the priestess from the land of demons. I wonder if we might have the opportunity to meet her tomorrow." Baki, of course, would not agree. "I'm afraid that won't be possible. The priestess is here specifically to visit Kazekage-sama. There are no other arrangements." "What a pity." Darui sighed, appearing genuinely disappointed. Then, as if shifting topics, he asked, "Well then, would it be possible for us to participate in tomorrow's festivities? We'd love to join in on the excitement." The group stopped in their tracks as Baki turned to scrutinize the 6 shinobi before him. Darui remained unfazed and smiled. "What's the matter? Is there a problem? Or is Sunagakure planning to confine us to our rooms during negotiations, forbidding us from going outside? That doesn't seem like proper hospitality." Baki narrowed his gaze and coldly replied, "There is no problem. However, after the festival, I expect to see all of you in your rooms. Otherwise, we will arrest you on charges of espionage." "Espionage? Hey! You Sunagakure shinobi are going too far. What do you take us Kimogakure shinobi for?" A Kimogakure jonin with a large afro immediately shouted in protest. Baki's expression remained unchanged. "Until we are allies, you are enemies." Baki's blunt words stunned the Kimogakure shinobi, and their anger flared further. Fortunately, Darui raised a hand to calm his agitated comrades. "Understood. By the way, has Iwagakure's delegation arrived yet?" "They arrived even earlier than you. Last night." Darui didn't ask where they were staying. Instead, he simply nodded. "Then, when will we be able to meet Kazekage-sama?" "The day after tomorrow. For the next 2 days, Kazekage-sama will first be meeting with the priestess." "I see." Dragon Oasis. In the lush green forest, atop a ground covered in thick grass, Rasa, Chiyo, Ebizo, Bunpuku, Pakura, Michikawa, Hana, and Anoka sat in a circle with their eyes closed, slowly refining their chakra. To an ordinary observer, their bodies might have seemed unchanged, but Tajitsuhime, floating nearby and watching everything, had a look of surprise in her eyes. She could clearly perceive that the pure, life-filled green Senjutsu chakra within Rasa's body acted as a conduit, forming invisible threads that connected everyone's chakra. Through this connection, Rasa's Senjutsu chakra was transmitted into the others' bodies. The result was that a faint trace of green Senjutsu energy was now mixed into the pale blue chakra they were refining. This was the very method Tajitsuhime had described, the same method once used by the sage of the 6 paths, who distributed chakra to others so that they, too, could wield its power. The sage had called it Ninshu, the shinobi sect. It was one of the most ancient forms of training. Even Tajitsuhime herself had gained awareness of Senjutsu energy through this method, receiving the White Snake Sage's blessing. 4 days earlier, Rasa had summoned her and expressed his desire to meet the White Snake Sage, hoping to find a way to help Sunagakure's shinobi quickly master Senjutsu. With the White Snake Sage's approval, Tajitsuhime had provided the method of Ninshu as an offering. In doing so, she had also secured a justified reason to stay. Her ability to sense senjutsu energy was even greater than Hana's, and her experience in Ryuchi Cave senjutsu training made her invaluable in helping Rasa's group detect potential issues during their practice. For example, at this moment, while the other 7 showed no problems in their training, Bunpuku, the Jinchuriki, suddenly appeared to be in pain. Dark purple chakra began to swirl around him, resisting the flow of senjutsu energy. Seeing this, Tajutsuheim's ribbons fluttered through the air, severing the chakra links between them. The 8 others slowly opened their eyes. Since this wasn't the first time, no one reacted with surprise. Bunpuku, however, pressed his hands together in apology. My apologies, Kazekage-sama. Shikaku still despises this power. Although Bunpuku was a kind-hearted Jinchuriki in every way, he was no Naruto. Shikaku's centuries of anger toward humans for capturing and exploiting him made true reconciliation impossible. And with Bunpuku's nature, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't forcefully extract Shikaku's chakra. I see. Then there's nothing we can do about it. Rasa sighed and nodded. Then he turned to Tajutsuheim and asked. So, did any of us make mistakes in our training? Chapter 145, Progress in Training. Although Rasa is currently the most powerful in controlling senjutsu energy, his understanding of it and the methods of training are still far inferior to Tajutsuheim, who has lived for hundreds of years, let alone the White Snake's age. Upon hearing Rasa's question, Tajutsuheim floated forward gracefully. After politely nodding to everyone, she spoke. There are no major issues. You all truly deserve to be called elites among human shinobi, not to mention that there are also 2 Uzumaki orphans among you. In just 3 days, everyone except Lady Pakura and Mr. Bunpuku has already gained the ability to sense senjutsu energy. The youngest, Hana, looked excited, while Chiyo, Ebizo, Michikawa, and Anoka remained calm. As for Bunpuku, who had not succeeded, his expression remained composed. Only Pakura's face darkened as she clenched her teeth and tightly balled her fists. However, sensing senjutsu energy is only the first step in training. The real challenge begins now, absorbing and controlling it. The senjutsu energy currently within you was all shared by Rasa, but from now on, you must attempt to absorb the natural energy around you on your own. Furthermore, in order to utilize senjutsu energy in techniques, you must learn to control it. Take the natural energy of Ryuchi Cave as an example. Only when the ratio of natural energy, physical energy, and spiritual energy within the body reaches a perfect balance of 1:1 can one use our Ryuchi Cave senjutsu. Tajutsuheim paused, letting others digest all the information before continuing. Fortunately, based on my observations, the senjutsu energy here is different from that of Ryuchi Cave. The absorption process does not seem to pose any risks, which is a good thing. However, you should still be careful, and if anything feels wrong, stop immediately. Everyone nodded, expressing their gratitude for Tajutsuheim's guidance over the past few days. After returning the gesture, she continued. Then, Rasa-sama, I'll take my leave for now. If you need me, just summon me with the summoning jutsu. Although she wanted to stay, Ryuchi Cave was her true home. She had already been away for 3 days and needed to return to report everything to the White Snake Sage. All right, thank you. Please extend my gratitude to the White Snake Sage as well. Omo. With that, Tajutsuheim instantly disappeared into the forest. Rasa then turned to the group. These past 3 days of training have been effective. Since you can all sense senjutsu energy now, my role is no longer necessary. Dragon Oasis has the highest concentration of senjutsu energy, so continue practicing your absorption here. However, I recommend that you train separately while keeping an eye on each other. That way, if anything goes wrong, you'll be able to step in immediately. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Chiyo spoke up. In that case, I'll take Hana and Anoka. You 2 men can form a team on your own. There were no objections, but Ebizo asked. And what about matters in the village? No need to worry. Right now, nothing is more important than mastering senjutsu energy. However, Pakura, Michikawa, and Anoka, you still need to attend tomorrow's banquet. I'll have Baki notify you. Understood. Michikawa and Anoka nodded, but Pakura suddenly clenched her teeth and said. No. I don't want to waste time on something so meaningless. I want to stay here and continue training. The atmosphere immediately became awkward. Everyone could feel Pakura's frustration. Of the 7 people present, aside from Bunpuku, who was an exception due to the tailed beast, even a child like Hana had already sensed senjutsu energy, yet she still couldn't. For someone as proud as Pakura, this was unbearable. Rasa sighed helplessly. We'll talk about you later. With that, he turned to Hana, who had been eager to speak but hesitated when Pakura interrupted. He smiled gently and asked. What is it, Hana? Did you want to say something? Hana looked nervous but still held onto Anoka's hand and said. Rasa-sama, Tomorrow, I'd like to walk around the village with Onokane. I don't mean to go out and play, I just want to help Nei-san get familiar with the village. I see. Well, if it's just for fun, you can go anytime. Rasa gave Hana a pat on the head to reassure her before continuing. But for now, you should stay here. The village is too dangerous for you right now. Dangerous. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. So, Rasa didn't waste anything before explaining. That's right. Don't forget, years ago, Kimogakure used an event like this as an opportunity to kidnap Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki. Realization dawned on them, and Anoka furrowed her brows. Rasa-sama, are you saying that this time, Kimogakure and Iwagakure are actually after Hana? Michikawa and Ebizo added. If that's the case, then from their perspective, Rasa-sama, you brought Hana here to become a Jinchuriki. Their words made Hana tremble. Rasa nodded. Exactly. That's why it's best for Hana to stay with you. As long as you're with her, she'll be absolutely safe. Besides, her sensory abilities will also help protect this place. Understood. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Hana no longer insisted on going to the village. Alright, continue your training. With that, Rasa turned his gaze to Pakura, who had remained silent all this time. Pakura, come with me. In the lush forest, under the cool shade of the trees, Rasa brought Pakura to a secluded spot. He already knew why she had failed to sense Senjutsu energy. It wasn't a matter of talent since Rasa had observed her closely for the past 3 days and could clearly sense the changes in Senjutsu energy around her. The reason was simple, her emotions were too unstable. According to Tajutsuheim, all 3 great summoning realms required one crucial element for sensing natural energy, stillness. Only by calming one's mind could one perceive the flow of natural energy, and the same applied to Senjutsu energy. Pakura wasn't incapable of being still, but she was too competitive. Not only was she not the first, she wasn't even the second to sense Senjutsu energy. When even 2 children had surpassed her, her mentality wavered. Still, Rasa didn't comment on it. He simply said, "From now on, I'll be training you personally." Pakura's expression immediately turned defiant, and she opened her mouth to argue. But before she could speak, Rasa added, "This is my first time taking on a student, I don't want my first disciple to be an idiot." Pakura's expression grew complicated. In the end, the defiance in her eyes faded, and she scoffed with rosy cheeks. Me. Disciple. And I am not an idiot. Seeing this, Rasa felt relieved. Good. Then let's begin. And then they fucked. The end. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Cloud, Rock Operation. Sunagakure, the sky was just beginning to brighten. The entire village of Sunagakure was still immersed in sleep. In a certain room inside a building, the people from Iwagakure had already gathered. Leading them was the son of the third Kazekage, Tsuchi. His expression was serious, and the room was eerily quiet, with the 5 ninjas below daring not to say a word. Time passed, and when the first golden rays of the morning light shone on everyone's faces, Tsuchi slowly lifted his head from his silence and spoke to the ninjas below. We've gathered information on the time of Sunagakure's celebration. The priestess of the land of demons will arrive at 10 o'clock. After that, there will be a 3-hour celebration. This 3-hour window is our best opportunity. During this time, I want you to do everything you can to gather as much intelligence on Sunagakure as possible while it's chaotic. Any questions? The 5 ninjas simultaneously lowered their heads in agreement. No problem, Tsuchi-sama. Alright, the focus of these 3 hours will be gathering information. After that, from 8 to 10 in the evening, during the banquet, is when we'll truly act. During that time. At this point, Tsuchi looked at a ninja with a small braid on his head. Magama, your task will be crucial. During this period, I need you to do everything you can to draw the attention of the people of Sunagakure. Any method will do. Upon hearing Tsuchi's words, the ninja named Magama immediately became excited. Don't worry, Tsuchi-sama, I've been itching to cause trouble for these Sunagakure ninjas. Alright. Since that's the case, everyone prepare yourselves, it's time to begin our operation. Meanwhile, in another building. In a room where the ninjas of Kimogakure were staying, the same orders were given by the Raikage to a ninja named Sammy. Sammy, your task is simple, just delay the time for our upcoming operation. The ninja named Sammy was also very excited. He was an absolute martial artist and naturally opposed the idea of an alliance. The chance to create chaos in Sunagakure was something he was more than happy with. Moreover, with the crucial moment of the alliance between the 3 countries and the arrival of the priestess from the land of demons, even if he caused a scene, Sunagakure wouldn't be able to do anything about it. This made him even more thrilled. However, what he didn't notice was that after the Raikage gave this order, there was a hint of regret in his eyes. Time slowly passed, and it was now 10 o'clock. Boom. With the thunderous sound of fireworks, the azure sky of Sunagakure was immediately filled with a variety of colors. Countless ribbons fell from the sky, followed by the lively cheers and the bustling sound of footsteps. On the main street of Sunagakure, everything had been freshly prepared, just like the last celebration. Banners were hung along the streets, and flowers were placed everywhere. The villagers of Sunagakure had come to the streets on their own, eagerly looking towards the village's entrance. The village's ninjas acted as guards, trying their best to maintain order. Sunagakure, on the rooftop of the Kazekage building. The three high-ranking officials of Sunagakure, Rasa, Pakura, and Michikawa, appeared here in formal attire. Rasa wore the standard Kazekage cloak, Pakura donned a tight black skirt, and Michikawa was dressed in a long robe. Originally, they only needed to attend the banquet in the evening, but after a day of private lessons and successfully sensing senjutsu energy, Pakura was in a good mood. To give Rasa, the Kazekage, some respect, she decided to attend the welcome celebration. And since Pakura was attending, Michikawa, Rasa's trusted right hand, naturally wouldn't miss it either. At this moment, as the sound of various instruments played, all three of them could see a long, extravagant procession approaching the entrance of Sunagakure from the direction of the village's main street. At the same time, Saramu appeared beside Rasa and spoke. Kazekage-sama, the priestess of the land of demons has arrived in Sunagakure. Thanks, Saramu. From here on, follow your plan. Rasa replied. Understood, Kazekage-sama. I'll go prepare now. As Saramu left, Michikawa watched her figure and sighed. Saramu-sama is doing better and better in the village. I have to say, Kazekage-sama's ability to recognize talent is truly remarkable. First Saramu-sama, then Hana, and Anoka-sama. Upon hearing this, Rasa glanced back at Michikawa and responded. Saramu is doing well, but I heard there are some complaints in the village. Rasa's words caught Pakura and Michikawa's attention. Michikawa didn't hesitate and replied openly. Yes, everyone feels that Kazekage-sama trusts outsiders too much. The atmosphere turned awkward at these words, and Rasa calmly asked. What do you think, Michikawa? Michikawa answered decisively. Saramu-sama is not an outsider. With the village's current pace of development, more and more people will join Sunagakure in the future. Saramu-sama is a living example, showing that Sunagakure does not reject outsiders. Rasa nodded in satisfaction. Michikawa was indeed excellent in political insight. If it weren't for Rasa's accumulated knowledge from his previous life and his understanding of the situation, he might not have been as good as Michikawa in this regard. Michikawa's words also caught Pakura's attention. Pakura then realized why Rasa trusted this queen from Rorin so much. There was such thoughtful consideration behind it. She had initially thought it was only because Saramu was beautiful. After all, the queen from Rorin was truly stunning, and even though she already had a daughter, she exuded a kind of captivating charm that even Pakura could feel. This had led to some gossip in the village. However, now that she thought about it, all the people Rasa had brought to the village so far seemed to be women, and each one was more beautiful than the last. With this thought in mind, Pakura suddenly spoke. This priestess Miroku is very beautiful, isn't she? Pakura's unexpected words left both Rasa and Michikawa stunned. Rasa thought for a moment and then replied. Yes, she is a very beautiful young woman, somewhat similar to Saramu but younger. Michikawa also added. I've heard that the priestesses of the land of demons have always been extraordinary beauties. Seeing the two men agreeing, Pakura couldn't help but coldly snort, which confused the two men further. Michikawa, however, curiously asked. Kazekage-sama, you are putting on such a grand reception for this priestess. There must be another reason, right? Rasa didn't hide his intentions. I received information from the Umbu in the land of demons. It seems that some of the officials there are planning to overthrow the priestess. Pakura and Michikawa were both shocked. Why? Pakura asked, puzzled. It's simple. The priestess's position, comparable to that of a daimyo, was made possible because of the presence of the Moryo. But now that the Moryo have been eliminated, those men won't allow a girl to stand above them. Chapter 147, The Trio. Rasa's words immediately made Michikawa understand, and Pakura clenched her teeth and said angrily. Truly disgusting people. So, you're planning to help this priestess now? Yes. Rasa replied calmly. The priestess and her predecessors helped me eliminate the Moryo, so I've agreed to help them in return, taking care of the priestess and the land of demons. Of course, their requests are one thing, but I'm also considering Sunagakure. While the land of demons is smaller than the land of wind, its land area and wealth are quite decent compared to other small nations. If we can form an alliance, it would provide us with more options. This made both Pakura and Michikawa nod, especially after the recent interference from the daimyo in the matters between Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kimogakure. So, how do you plan to help this priestess? Michikawa asked. I have two ideas. Rasa replied. First, like the relationship between the land of water and the land of waves, we can provide mercenary protection to the land of demons. Second, we can help the land of demons establish a ninja village. Pakura and Michikawa were both slightly surprised. The first option wasn't unexpected, it was a common method used by many smaller countries in the ninja world. But the second one? Well, helping out to develop a secondary military village might not be a good option. Michikawa pondered for a moment before opening his mouth. That might be a violation of the rules. The daimyo and other countries wouldn't agree to it. Pakura, however, shrugged dismissively. Sunagakure doesn't need anyone else to tell us how to handle our affairs. Rasa directly voiced his thoughts. If it were in the past, it would be difficult, but I have a feeling this might be an opportunity. An opportunity? Michikawa and Pakura were puzzled by this. Just as they were about to ask more, Baki appeared with a body flicker technique and knelt before Rasa. Kazekage-sama, as expected, both the ninjas from Kimogakure and Iwagakure have tried to break free from the Umbu's surveillance during the chaos of the celebration. Is that so? Rasa responded, as long as they're not in any secretive areas, let them watch. If we don't throw out some bait, how can we catch the big fish? Understood. Baki replied before leaving. Amidst the crowd, the priestess's luxurious carriage slowly approached the Kazekage building. Rasa-sama. 7 days had passed since their last meeting, and the priestess, Miroku, wearing a luxurious purple ceremonial robe, called out without hesitation when she saw Rasa. Her behavior made the guards, Shinami and Jippo, cough lightly and give her a subtle glance. Miroku then regained her solemn, sacred demeanor as the priestess. Rasa, noticing that Miroku seemed much more cheerful and youthful than when they first met, smiled gently and nodded. Shinami and Jippo, seeing this, assisted Miroku as she gracefully dismounted the carriage. Miroku approached Rasa with a poised step, smiling brightly as she greeted him. It's good to see you again, Rasa-sama. Rasa responded with a smile as well. Yes, the priestess looks much better. Miroku smiled, her face glowing with a subtle warmth. I must thank Rasa-sama for helping us in the land of demons to eliminate Morio. Rasa nodded and then introduced Pakura and Michikawa to Miroku. Please go rest for a while. Afterward, I'll show the priestess around Sunagakure. Bomo. Miroku nodded excitedly. Under Rasa's lead, the group ascended to the Kazekage Tower, which was considered the highest authority building in all of Sunagakure. Along the way, Miroku couldn't help but look around, her curiosity evident as she gazed left and right. If it had been anyone else, they would likely have been apprehended by the Umbu as spies. However, at this moment, everyone expressed great goodwill toward the priestess from the land of demons, even going so far as to open some of the secret rooms for her. Before long, they arrived at the most powerful center of Sunagakure, the Kazekage's office. Miroku looked around excitedly and asked. So, this is where Rasa-sama lives and works? After seating everyone, Rasa spoke slowly. Technically, this is just my workplace. Being Kazekage is merely a job for me. After the banquet tonight, I can take you to my home, where Karura has prepared to welcome you. You'll also get to meet Anoka. Miroku's eyes lit up as she replied. That's wonderful. Speaking of which, to become Rasa-sama's wife, Karura must be an exceptional woman. Of course. Rasa replied, smiling. Miroku smiled even more brightly but then looked a bit saddened. It's such a shame. I can only stay in Sunagakure for 2 days before I have to return. Seeing the priestess's downcast expression, her guard, Shinami, spoke gently. It can't be helped, Priestess-sama. The land of demons still needs you. Miroku seemed even more displeased, mumbling quietly. Whether I'm here or not, it's the same. Rasa understood her feelings but chose not to say much. Instead, he replied. Well then, why don't you rest for now? Once you're ready, I'll show you around Sunagakure. Miroku shook her head, her face beaming with happiness. No need. I'm not tired at all. I want to learn more about Rasa-sama's village right now. Seeing this, Rasa exchanged a glance with Shinami, who seemed helpless, and then nodded. All right, then. I'll have everything prepared, and we'll head out. Sunagakure, as a ninja village, is naturally different from ordinary towns in many respects. In fact, most of the time, the entire village is under strict surveillance. As the largest group in the village, the ninjas, their lives aren't as carefree as the average civilians. This means that the villagers of Sunagakure live under a certain level of suppressive regulations, similar to a military regime. Even though in the past 6 months, the village has rapidly developed, and many people have gained a lot of pocket money, due to these restrictive rules, they still suppress their desires for leisure and live restrained lives. But today was different. The reason this day could be called a celebration was because the village had relaxed some of its rules for the villagers and ninjas, allowing everyone to enjoy themselves freely. Even the ninja school gave the children a day off. On the streets of Sunagakure, the children of Michikawa and Saramu, Kunmi, and Sara, along with a regular girl named Kana, took advantage of this opportunity to go out and have fun. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Sand vs. Cloud and Rock. There's so many people. On the bustling street, two girls, Sara and Kana, were holding hands, their eyes sparkling as they watched the lively crowd, the busy shops, vendors, and street food. They walked here and there, clearly overwhelmed by all the sights. Behind them, Kunmi, who looked like an adult, was closely following the two girls. Though Kunmi looked serious, his relaxed posture suggested that he was quite happy inside. At that moment, the smell of grilled meat caught Sara's attention before she excitedly ran through the crowded streets toward it. It was an outdoor barbecue stall. The owner, with a cheerful smile, was turning the skewers, the sizzling meat glistening with oil. A small table nearby was filled with people, eating happily, their faces greasy from the food. Seeing Sara approach, the plump owner warmly asked, "Would you like to try some?" Curious, Sara pointed at the sizzling meat and asked, "Uncle, what is this?" "This is Sunagakure's specialty, roasted camel. Would you like to try it?" Camel meat. Can you eat that?" "Of course. It tastes great." At this point, the girl named Kana, who had been quiet, asked curiously, "Sara, didn't Roran have roasted camel before?" Sara scratched her cheek, speaking, "I'm not sure, but I've never eaten it. My mother never let me have things like this." Kana smiled and said, "I see. Well, you have to try it." "Uncle, can we have 3 servings?" "Sure. Just a moment." Soon, 3 portions of roasted camel meat were served. Sara hesitated at first, but after tasting it, she quickly started eating happily. Compared to Sara, the daughter of Saramu, and Kunmi, the son of Michikawa, Kana, a commoner, was more sensitive to others' opinions. She noticed that Kunmi was eating slowly and, thinking it was because he didn't like the food, asked, "Is something wrong, Kunmi?" "Not liking it. If you're not used to it, you don't have to force yourself." Kunmi gave her a strange look but then quickly responded, "No, it tastes great. My father always taught me to chew slowly when eating, it's better for the stomach." Kana was slightly surprised but then realized Kunmi's background and understood. Sara, who could relate, chimed in. "When I was in Roran, my mother's maids would always make me behave like a proper lady. They wouldn't even let me make noise while eating. It was no fun at all. It's much better to eat meat like this." Hearing this, Kana couldn't help but think that perhaps being a commoner wasn't so bad after all. She didn't have to follow all the rules like Sara and Kunmi did. Just then, Kunmi suddenly asked, "So, do you have any plans for the evening?" "Why?" Sara and Kana both looked at Kunmi curiously. Kunmi thought for a moment, and a hint of expectation appeared on his serious face as he said, "I'd like to invite you both to my house." Is that okay?" Kana was a little excited. As an ordinary commoner, she had always been very curious about the life of the noble family in the village, especially the Sand clan. Meanwhile, Sara directly agreed. "That sounds great. Anyway, my mother won't be home for the next few nights, so I'll be bored. Oh, we should bring a gift when we visit for the first time, right?" Right. Kana also realized. Kunmi immediately waved his hand. No, you don't have to bring anything. Just your presence is enough. This won't do. You can't visit a classmate's house for the first time without a gift," Kana said stubbornly. Sara's eyes lit up. Having once been a princess, locked in the palace and unable to step outside, she was now incredibly curious about this vibrant life. She immediately made a decision. "I've decided. Kana, today our mission is to pick out a gift for our visit to Kunmi's house. Let's go." "Yeah, let's go." Seeing Sara and Kana so excited, Kunmi's serious little face broke into a smile before he followed closely behind them. As the 3 of them rejoined the crowd, not far from where they were, in a small alleyway, 2 ninjas wearing Kirigakure forehead protectors were lurking in the shadows, watching the direction the trio had gone. "Is it them?" "That's right. The boy with black hair is the only son of Sunagakure's high-ranking member, Michikawa. The red-haired girl is the daughter of the former queen of Roran and now Saramu's only daughter. If we want to gather information on Sunagakure quickly, targeting these 2 kids is the best approach." "Got it. Leave it to me." With that, the 2 ninjas disappeared into the wall, vanishing from sight. On the other side of Sunagakure, in a room at a certain inn. In the dark room, Tsuchi, the leader of the Iwagakure ninjas, had secretly arrived. Sitting across from him was a man with a nose reddened from alcohol, his whole body reeking of liquor. Compared to the impromptu move made by Kirigakure, Iwagakure had clearly been preparing for this moment for some time. Since the Kazekage incident, they had already sent spies into Sunagakure to investigate the orphan of the Uzumaki clan. Did you investigate what Tsuchikage-sama wanted you to? The Uzumaki clan's orphan. The other responded. The men didn't disappoint Tsuchi. I found her. The girl's name is Hana, and she's now a disciple of Sunagakure's elder, Chiyo, living with her. Chiyo, huh? She's quite a troublesome old woman. Is there a way to get to the girl? Tsuchi asked. Sorry, it was possible before, but recently, this girl suddenly disappeared. Disappeared? What do you mean? Just what it sounds like. It seems Sunagakure has realized your purpose and hidden the girl away. Can you find where she's hiding? The men looked at Tsuchi for a moment before Tsuchi took out a small bag from his pocket and tossed it in front of the men. The men opened it, and after examining its contents, his face showed satisfaction. Sorry, I couldn't find her, but I have another piece of special information. What information? You must have heard about the green miracle that appeared in Sunagakure, right? Huh? What does that have to do with the girl's hiding place? Hey, it's quite simple. I found something. The men said as he pointed in a direction. In that direction, around Sunagakure, there's a strange oasis where there was once only desert. Perhaps all the secrets you're looking for lie there. But I can't guarantee anything since I don't have the courage to go near it. Tsuchi's pupils contracted, and he nodded as he stood up. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Here's your reward in gold. After saying that, Tsuchi's figure gradually faded, disappearing into the floor. What Tsuchi didn't notice was that the men, instead of acknowledging the gold on the table, smiled eerily, his pale skin taking on an unsettling quality. As the two of them left, white spores clung to the soles of their feet. Chapter 149, The Banquet. The night was bright under the moonlight. Due to the festival, Sunagakure had not imposed a curfew, and the village remained illuminated. Not far from the Kazekage building, a traditional Japanese-style palace was even livelier. This was one of Sunagakure's rare all-wooden structures, a place reserved for hosting guests. The grand hall was now filled with dining tables, exquisite dishes, and fine wine. Several of Sunagakure's high-ranking officials, along with the officials from the land of demons who had accompanied Miroku, had gathered here to enjoy the village's unique delicacies. At the highest point of the hall, atop a 2-meter-high platform, sat Rasa and Miroku. Additionally, Michikawa and Pakura were present, while the land of demons was represented by a minister named Miswa and Miroku's bodyguard, Jippo. Without unnecessary formalities, the banquet began. Despite having spent the entire afternoon touring the village, Miroku was still full of energy and spoke excitedly. Rasa-sama, Sunagakure is completely different from what I imagined. Oh. How so? Miroku thought for a moment before replying with a tone of wonder. Everyone says Sunagakure's environment is extremely harsh, but after this afternoon, I realized that's not entirely true. There are many places brimming with life and beauty. Even the seemingly barren areas have a unique desert charm. And most importantly, everyone I saw was smiling. It shows they have hope for the future. Though her words were somewhat naive, they resonated warmly with the people of Sunagakure. Sitting nearby, Michikawa chimed in supportively. That's all thanks to the Kazekage-sama leading the village to victory against Konoha multiple times, securing us the stability and funds needed for development. Miroku nodded earnestly. Rasa-sama is the strongest shinobi I've ever met. He even defeated Morio. At that moment, the middle-aged man named Miswa raised his cup, his face filled with gratitude. For the land of demons, the Kazekage-sama is our savior. For generations, our country has sacrificed countless lives, including one priestess after another, just to seal the demon Morio. But now, it's finally over. I propose a toast to the Kazekage-sama. From his words, Miswa seemed like an honorable and fair man. Unfortunately, according to intelligence from the Covert Operations Unit, this man was far from simple. Sure enough, after downing his drink in one gulp, Miswa spoke again, his tone dripping with sincerity. Kazekage-sama, I'd like to take this opportunity to make a rather bold request. Oh. What request? Miswa's words immediately drew everyone's attention. Some of the Land of Demons officials below seemed to have anticipated this, setting down their chopsticks and looking up with expectation. Meanwhile, Miroku's smile vanished the moment Miswa stepped forward. Under the crowd's watchful eyes, Miswa stood up as if he were the true host of the banquet and declared. I propose an alliance between the Land of Demons and Sunagakure, one that includes the leasing of Sunagakure to protect the Land of Demons. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of Sunagakure's higher-ups lit up. They all understood what this meant. After all, one of the major sources of income for Kirigakure in the Land of Water was leasing shinobi to protect the Land of the Sea. Now, all eyes turned expectantly toward the Kazekage. There seemed to be no reason to refuse. As for the priestess sitting at the head of the table, everyone subconsciously chose to ignore her. Just a little girl. That was the unspoken thought in everyone's mind. And that was precisely why Miswa dared to be so bold. In his view, as the ruler of Sunagakure, the Kazekage had no reason to reject such a proposal based on his investigation. Meanwhile, Miroku bit her lip and lowered her head, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. This reaction alone revealed the truth. Despite being the former priestess of the land of demons, Miroku had never truly held real political power. The only reason the officials had acknowledged her status before was due to the threat of Morio. But now, with the demon gone, ambitions began to stir. Among the men present, aside from her bodyguard, not a single one was willing to bow to a naive little girl. Seeing this, Rasa slowly set down his wine cup, his expression calm and unhurried as he spoke. My victory over Morio was not achieved alone. During the battle, I witnessed the souls of past priestesses of the land of demons, and it was with their power that I succeeded. His words instantly seized everyone's attention. The Sunagakure shinobi remained composed, merely intrigued by the details of their leader's feat, but the officials from the land of demons reacted with shock. What? The souls of the past priestesses? Is this true? The priestesses still held immense reverence in the hearts of the land of demons people. The moment Rasa mentioned their lingering presence, those with ill intention suddenly felt as if the priestesses' spirits were watching them. Even Miswa's expression stiffened. Miroku, however, lifted her head again. Of course it's true. As gratitude for their aid, I made a promise to protect the current priestess and the land of demons. Here, Rasa's gaze swept over Miswa and the other officials below. Therefore, even without Miswa-san's proposal, safeguarding the priestess and your nation remains one of Sunagakure's duties. The hall fell into heavy silence. The ministers exchanged uneasy glances before turning to Miswa, who merely bowed respectfully. I see. Then we are deeply grateful for the Kazekage-sama's generosity. Rasa found himself mildly impressed by the man's composure and replied smoothly. No need for thanks. It's only natural. With that, Miswa returned to his seat, and the banquet resumed. A soft, grateful voice whispered beside Rasa. Thank you, Rasa-sama. He turned to see Miroku's bright, relieved eyes and smiled gently. There's no need to thank me. This is my duty. Watching this exchange, Jippo, Miroku's bodyguard, sighed heavily in his heart. He understood the situation better than anyone. On one side were internal forces coveting the priestess's authority. On the other hand, external powers are eyeing the land of demons itself. Caught between them, the nation had no choice but to align with one. For a fleeting moment, a dark thought crossed his mind, if only Morio had never been destroyed. But the world had no room for what-ifs. And judging by the priestess's joyful smile, her choice was already clear. Just then, a Sunagakure ANBU operative appeared at Rasa's side, whispering urgently into his ear. Chapter 150, Genjutsu. Under the cover of darkness, atop the rooftops of Sunagakure, the head of the ANBU, Baki, stood firm. Behind him were 5 masked ANBU operatives, their gazes fixed on 2 specific locations within the village, the designated lodgings for the guests from Kimogakure and Iwagakure. Tonight, while Sunagakure hosted the banquet for the land of demons envoys, disturbances had unsurprisingly erupted in these 2 areas. An ANBU operative kneeled before Baki, kneeling on one knee. Baki-sama, Sammy of Kimo has provoked a confrontation with our guards under the pretense of demanding alcohol. Another operative appeared immediately after, reporting. The same goes for IWA, their shinobi, Gainen, is causing a scene under the same excuse. Baki let out a cold scoff. They can't even be bothered to come up with a better excuse. What about the others? Our operatives stationed inside the buildings haven't detected any movement, but... The ANBU hesitated before continuing. We suspect those remaining in their rooms are merely clones. Baki's eyes narrowed in displeasure. Test that theory. Hi. The 2 operatives vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Baki turned to the 5 ANBU behind him. Heighten the surveillance. Monitor every corner of the village. Due to the festival, there was no curfew in Sunagakure tonight. Sarah and Kana happily carried their prepared gifts, heading to Kunmi's residence as invited guests. However, as they passed through the lively crowds and arrived at the street bordering the Sand Clan's compound, the sudden silence unnerved Sarah. Though the distant sounds of celebration still echoed in their ears, the street before them was eerily empty, only a massive wall separating it from the bustling world beyond. Kana, having grown up in Sunagakure, noticed Sarah's unease and whispered an explanation. It's always like this here. Beyond that wall is the Sand Clan's estate. Ordinary villagers avoid this area, so it's usually quiet. Ah, I see. Sarah nodded in understanding. As a former princess, she was familiar with the solemn quiet near royal palaces. Unconcerned, the two cheerfully proceeded down the deserted street. Neither noticed the world behind them slowly fading away. From the shadows, a dark figure emerged, hands forming a seal. Illusion arts, false surroundings technique. Sarah and Kana soon reached the end of the street, where an aged gate stood before them. Kunmi greeted them warmly at the entrance, inviting them inside. However, something felt off to Sarah. She couldn't pinpoint what, yet an inexplicable unease settled in her chest. Kunmi and Kana exchanged puzzled glances. What's wrong? Sarah wanted to voice her doubts, but strangely, a persistent voice in her mind kept telling her not to overthink it and that she was just distracted. After a moment of hesitation, Sarah reluctantly nodded. It's nothing. And so, the conversation continued cheerfully. Yet the more they talked, the more uneasy Sarah felt. First, the world around her felt unnaturally silent, as if frozen in a painting. Only Kunmi's voice reached her ears, while Kana's words sounded muffled, distant. Second, Kunmi was acting strangely. In her memories, he was a shy, quiet boy. But now, he wouldn't stop talking, and his questions were oddly fixated on her mother. Something was wrong. But that insistent voice in her head kept dismissing her suspicions. Then, she noticed that the gifts they had prepared for Kunmi were gone. Huh. Her confusion deepened. When she tried to recall what had happened to them, she realized she couldn't remember how they had even arrived here, or entered the house. It all felt like a dream. Wait, dream. The word triggered a memory from her Ninja Academy lessons. Her instructor had once said, "The sensation of being trapped in a genjutsu is like being stuck in a dream." A genjutsu. She had been caught in an illusion. But why? Her pulse quickened, but she forced herself to stay calm. The priority was breaking free. Though first-year students weren't taught ninjutsu or chakra control, Sarah, as the Shrine Maiden's daughter, had received early training from her mother. Clasping her hands together, she focused her chakra. Release. In an instant, Kunmi's house dissolved around her. Her vision cleared, and before she knew it, she was still standing in the deserted alley outside the Sand Clan's compound. Beside her, Kana stood frozen, eyes glazed over. Though bewildered, Sarah immediately placed a hand on Kana's shoulder. Release. Kana jolted back to awareness, blinking in confusion. Kana, we were caught in a genjutsu. Sarah whispered urgently, scanning their surroundings. Wah. Before Kana could process the shock, a harsh, hurried voice cut through the silence. TCH. How did this brat break the genjutsu? I don't know. Both girls whirled toward the sound. Two towering figures emerged from the shadows, their attire distinctly not Tsunagekyu's. Their forehead protectors gleamed in the dim light. Kana's face paled. Kekimonin. Damn it. The two shinobi's expressions darkened. As jonin, they couldn't fathom how a mere academy student had dispelled their illusion. But hesitation wasn't an option. They lunged. Sarah and Kana's bodies were locked in fear. This was it. They were about to be silenced. But then, a whip of black iron sand snapped around their waists, yanking them backward. A small figure blurred past them as a familiar voice shouted. Go and get someone for help. Chapter 151, a two-pronged arrangement. A cool breeze swept past a domed building near the Sand Clan's territory. Anoka stood with the three who had just returned from the land of demons, Daikoku, Ishiyu, and Koishi, watching the battle ahead with surprise. This was one of Rasa's contingency plans. Knowing that Iwagakure and Kimogakure's arrival was anything but innocent, how could Rasa not prepare for both possibilities? On the surface, Baki led the Umbu in monitoring the Iwagakure and Kimogakure shinobi. Secretly, however, Anoka was in charge, leading a covert operations unit. Though the number of operatives in the shadows was small, Anoka's sensory ability surpassed all of Tsunagekyu's Umbu. At Anoka's question, Daikoku answered. That boy is Kunmi, the child of Michikawa-sama. The girl who broke free of the Kimogakure shinobi's genjutsu is Sarah, the daughter of Saramu-sama. The other girl is just an ordinary civilian child named Kana. All three are in the same class this year. Anoka's eyes lit up and her doubts now cleared. So, she was the child of that woman called Saramu. No wonder Anoka sensed senjutsu chakra within her. She remembered clearly what Rasa had said, the senjutsu energy of Dragon Oasis originated from the ruins of Rorin, where Saramu once lived. Like the priestess of the land of demons, the queen of Rorin was born with the ability to wield the power of the dragon vein. Now, that power was senjutsu energy. That boy, Kunmi, wasn't bad either. For a child, he could barely hold his own against a Kimogakure jonin. Though barely was the key word. Go assist them. And inform the Sand Clan, letting Kimogakure shinobi set up an ambush near their territory. Their vigilance is far too lacking. The three exchanged glances but moved without hesitation. Kunmi and Sera's status was anything but ordinary, they could not afford to lose them. Below, Kunmi, manipulating iron sand in his fight against the Kimogakure Jonin, sighed in relief when he saw the Umbu arrive. Immediately, he shielded Sera and Kanna, retreating and leaving the battle to the Umbu. So soon. No choice. For the village. The Kimogakure shinobi grimaced at the sight of Tsunagekyure's Umbu, but they had already prepared to sacrifice themselves. Such was the fate of a shinobi. Tsunagakure, Kimogakure shinobi's lodgings. Tsuchi sat silently in the building. Time passed slowly. At last, a knock came at the door. Enter. A shinobi wearing a Kimogakure forehead protector stepped in, kneeling with a somber expression. Seeing this, Tsuchi already understood. He sighed. Failed. Yes. Tsunagakure also has sensory-type shinobi, and theirs were more skilled than me. Higurashi and the others were exposed as soon as they moved. Though Tsuchi had expected the plan wouldn't go smoothly, such an immediate setback still disappointed him. So, no useful intelligence was gained. Hi. I see. Tsuchi directly took out a scroll and used the summoning technique to summon a lizard. After handing the scroll to the lizard, he spoke to the kneeling shinobi. Since the first plan failed, we have no choice but to proceed with the second step. You will carry it out personally. Hi. Watching the shinobi leave, a cold glint flashed in Tsuchi's eyes. On the desert outskirts of Tsunagakure. Under the cover of night, Iwagakure shinobi, led by their commander, stealthily climbed the cliffs relying on gathered intelligence and finally caught sight of the oasis. This discovery filled them with excitement. Excellent. If we follow this oasis, we're bound to uncover the source of Tsunagakure's green miracle. However, the shinobi leading the mission remained stern-faced despite their enthusiasm. Everyone, proceed with caution. Even if it costs us our lives, we must investigate thoroughly and relay this information back to the village. Hi. Not a single complaint was voiced. Such was the fate of a shinobi, to sacrifice everything for the sake of their village. The team of 4 immediately advanced along the forest's edge, heading deeper into the desert. As their figures vanished into the distance, 2 white figures emerged from the sand. Era, so the Iwagakure shinobi have finally set out. Are the spores prepared? Rest assured, this is a matter arranged by Madara-sama himself. Good, good. Though it's a shame. If not for Madara-sama's current weakened state, we could have handled this ourselves. Enough foolish talk. Don't forget, there's someone among them who can sense us. If your carelessness exposes Madara-sama's existence, he will truly kill you. Scary. So scary. Not long after, at Dragon Oasis. Hana, who had been meditating there, suddenly opened her eyes as if sensing something. She turned to Chiyoba, who was studying a set of puppets under lamplight. Chiyoba, I sense 4 powerful chakra signatures rapidly approaching this location. Chiyo's expression turned icy. So they've finally arrived. Since they've come, let's ensure they never leave. A perfect opportunity to test my newest puppets. Glancing at the wall, 9 massive puppets hung in display. Their shapes bore a striking resemblance to the legendary tailed beasts, albeit smaller in size and cruder in craftsmanship. These were Chiyo's latest creations, developed under Rasa's orders by combining the puppet techniques of Rorin with Senjutsu energy. Thus, beneath the seemingly peaceful and lively surface of Tsunagakure, the clash of the 3 great shinobi villages had only just begun. 2 hours passed swiftly. After the banquet concluded, Rasa invited the priestess of the land of demons to his home as a guest. Michikawa and Sarima did not accompany them since having already heard about the incident during the banquet, they rushed home to check on their families. Meanwhile, Pakura returned to Dragon Oasis to fight with the upcoming threats. In Rasa's modest household, Miroku, now dressed in casual attire, met his wife, Karura, along with Anoka and his brother-in-law, Yoshimaru. Since this was a private gathering, the atmosphere was far more relaxed than the formal banquet. With Anoka, a familiar face, present, Miroku quickly warmed up to Karura, and the 3 women chatted happily. Rasa and Yoshimaru stayed briefly before excusing themselves to the balcony outside, leaving the women to their conversation. As Rasa's brother-in-law, Yoshimaru still felt somewhat nervous around the Kazekage. Fortunately, Rasa took the initiative to ease the tension with casual conversation, allowing Yoshimaru to relax. About 10 minutes later, Baki suddenly appeared. His expression was grim, prompting Rasa to frown and ask. What's happened? Baki knelt, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Kazekage-sama, I beg for your punishment. Chapter 152, A Poisonous Scheme. Over half an hour later, at Tsunagakure's Shinobi Hospital. Kazekage Rasa stood in the hallway, flanked by Baki and a group of Umbu operatives. After a while, Yoshimaru emerged from the adjacent medical room, dressed in a white coat, wearing a mask and gloves, his expression grave. Kazekage-sama, both victims died from poisoning. Moreover, the toxin used is a specialized venom unique to Tsunagekyu's puppet techniques. The moment these words were spoken, Baki broke out in a cold sweat, while the umbu behind him trembled visibly. This is not possible, Kazekage-sama. Our umbu had no involvement in the deaths of those Kimogakure and Iwagakure shinobi. By now, Rasa had already begun piecing together the sinister plot hidden beneath this bizarre incident. His expression remained calm, but his eyes carried a sharp reprimand as he spoke. Baki, as the head of the umbu, this level of panic is unbecoming of you. Only then did Baki realize he had indeed overreacted. However, given the catastrophic consequences this incident could trigger, it was hard to remain composed. Repeat exactly what happened. Hi. In short, during the 2-hour banquet welcoming the priestess of the land of demons, 2 shinobi, Sami from Kimogakure and Gainen from Iwagakure, suddenly clashed with the umbu guards stationed at the entrance. Rasa was aware of this, the two had been demanding alcohol. Though annoyed, the umbu had obliged and provided them with drinks. Yet even after drinking, the two remained unsatisfied. Staggering drunkenly by the entrance, they hurled insults at Tsunagakure while obstructing other shinobi from entering. However, given the diplomatic sensitivity, especially during such a high-profile event, the umbu had no choice but to endure their behavior. But shortly after the banquet concluded, a sudden scream erupted from the 2 shinobi's quarters. The nearby umbu rushed to investigate, only to find both dead, their mouths frothing with black blood, spilled liquor pooling around them. Realizing something was terribly wrong, the umbu immediately reported to Baki and brought the bodies to the hospital. But it was already too late. Upon receiving the news, Kimogakure's leader, Darui, and Iwagakure's leader, Tsuchi, stormed in, demanding an explanation, threatening war if Tsunagakure failed to provide one. After listening to Baki's account, even Yoshimaru found the situation suspicious. Rasa, however, had already grasped the gist of the scheme. He turned to Baki and asked, Baki, as the umbu commander, what do you think really happened? Baki wiped the sweat from his brow. He knew that mishandling this could ignite a war, plunging the village into ruin. Kazekage-sama, there is no way this was the umbu's doing. Though he couldn't claim absolute control over every umbu operative, human nature was unpredictable, and he had only been in his position for a year. He trusted the men present here implicitly. Then who do you believe is responsible? Baki bowed his head lower, but his mind raced. Now that he had calmed down, the answer became clear. It must be a frame-up. Someone is trying to incite conflict between Tsunagakure and the other villages. Rasa's eyes narrowed slightly. Go on. Baki gulped and nodded. The poison used is indeed ours, but that only makes it more suspicious. If we truly wanted them dead, why use something so easily traced back to us? Baki then looked at Rasa and spoke with a sweat on his forehead. This reeks of a third party's interference, likely intending to pit the great villages against each other. A heavy silence fell over the hallway. Then, Rasa spoke, his voice low but decisive. Investigate every shinobi who had access to that toxin. And summon the elders, we have a war to prevent. Baki panicked and wanted to calm his leader. Reporting to the Kazekage-sama. I believe this was done by Iwagakure and Kimogakure themselves, to frame Tsunagakure and justify launching a war against us. Do you have proof? Right now, all the evidence points against us. Do you think anyone would believe what you just said? This. Baki's expression darkened. This was precisely why he was both furious and humiliated. A scheme so ruthless, sacrificing their own shinobi to frame Tsunagakure, was something the umbu would never conceive of. Even if they had, there was no way to counter such an overt trap. Then how do you plan to handle this? Rasa glanced out the window. Below, at the entrance of Tsunagakure's hospital, Kimogakure's Darui and Iwagakure's Tsuchi had already gathered, loudly venting their fury and demanding justice from Tsunagakure. The hospital was already crowded, and the presence of these foreign shinobi drew even more attention, not just from Tsunagakure's civilians, but also from visitors from other nations. With the festival in full swing and Northwest curfew in place, the village remained lively even at this late hour. Clearly, this too was part of Kimogakure and Iwagakure's plan. As expected. Never underestimate anyone in this world. Compared to Rasa's calm, Baki's mind raced desperately, yet under such an inescapable trap, he could think of no solution. Trembling, he wiped his sweat and stammered. Kazekage-sama. I. Seeing this, Rasa sighed but refrained from criticism. Even he hadn't anticipated such a move from Kimogakure and Iwagakure. Now, under their blatant scheme, Tsunagakure stood at a severe disadvantage in the court of public opinion, with no way to prove its innocence. In that case, there's only one solution left. Listen well, Baki. When the facts are entirely against us, there's only one way to escape this predicament: stir the waters until they're too muddy to see through. With that, Rasa gave Baki a meaningful look before walking away. Still sweating, Baki mulled over the Kazekage's words, then suddenly, his eyes lit up in realization. Sunagakure Hospital entrance. Darui and Tsuchi stood in separate corners, their presence drawing a growing crowd. Chatter spread like wildfire, with enthusiastic onlookers eagerly explaining the situation to newcomers. 1 tells 10, 10 tells 100. Of course, these onlookers were spies planted long ago by Kimogakure and Iwagakure. The two leaders exchanged a fleeting glance before looking away. Though brief, that glance conveyed their mutual understanding. Now was the time to join forces. By sacrificing their own shinobi, they had seized absolute initiative in this scheme. Just then, Baki emerged from the hospital with a squad of Umbu. Darui and Tsuchi immediately stepped forward, their expressions icy. Umbu Commander Baki, what of our shinobi? Ignoring their questions, Baki scanned the crowd and asked coldly. Darui-san, Tsuchi-san, could you tell me where the rest of your delegation is? The two froze. Darui, sensing danger, frowned. Commander Baki, that seems irrelevant to the current matter. Humph. Irrelevant. A triumphant smirk spread across Baki's face. Then allow me to inform you where your subordinates are. They're currently in our Umbu interrogation cells. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Chaotic Situation. Rasa's strategy was very effective. When Baki openly stated that Kimogakure and Iwagakure had come under the pretense of negotiations but had secretly spied on Sunagakure during its festival, even attempting to kidnap the young master of the Sand Clan, Kumi, Saramasama's daughter, Sarah, and the commoner girl, Kanna, the anger in the hearts of Sunagakure's people was instantly ignited. Everyone shouted and clamored to drive out these ninjas from Kimogakure and Iwagakure. The accumulated hatred among the 5 great shinobi villages since their establishment was enough for the people of Sunagakure to make a decision with their eyes closed. Moreover, Sunagakure held clear evidence of Kimogakure and Iwagakure attempting to undermine the village. This outcome was somewhat unexpected for Darui and Tsuchi, especially given Sunagakure's strong and dismissive attitude during negotiations. Even now, they had yet to receive an audience with the Kazekage. Was Sunagakure merely bluffing, or did they truly not fear the wrath of Kimogakure and Iwagakure? Neither side knew for sure, but that didn't mean they were doing nothing. In just one night, they reported everything that had happened back to their respective villages. At the same time, they mobilized the spies they had planted within Sunagakure to spread rumors and cause unrest. By dawn, the vast majority of Sunagakure's people were already aware of the previous night's events. Although they stood on the side of their village, their fear of war left them deeply uneasy, especially after learning that their village might soon face an attack not only from Kimogakure and Iwagakure but also from Konoha. At dawn, inside the Kazekage's office. Because of last night's events, Rasa had not gone home to rest. Pakura and Michikawa had originally intended to return as well, but under Rasa's orders, they had remained at the Dragon Oasis to continue their training. Rasa had already sensed the severity of the situation, so he alone would not be enough to handle the possible crisis ahead. He had to ensure that the two of them mastered Senjutsu energy in the shortest time possible. As Rasa sat in deep thought, a knock came from outside. Karura entered, bringing Miroku and Anoka with her. Both Karura and Miroku had evident concern on their faces. Anoka, though maintaining her usual cold demeanor, had a look of quiet concern in her eyes, revealing her inner unrest. Rasa-kun, I brought you breakfast. With the gentle care of a wife, Karura placed the prepared bento on the table. She did not ask about what had happened in the village, she simply did what a wife should do. Rasa still wore his confident smile as he said, "Thank you for your effort." At that moment, Miroku stepped forward and asked, "Rasa-sama, is there anything I can do to help you?" Seeing this, Rasa reassured her. "It seems you've all heard about what happened in the village last night. But don't worry, for now, everything is still under my control." Hearing Rasa say this, Miroku finally let out a sigh of relief. However, remembering what Kamaya had told her the night before, she gathered her courage and said, "Rasa-sama, although I don't like Mizuwa, I think his suggestion makes sense. Therefore, as the Shrine Maiden of the Land of Demons, I request an alliance between Sunagakure and our Land of Demons." At these words, the two people in the room were both taken aback. This time, Rasa did not refuse. Instead, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Miroku." Seeing that Rasa accepted her goodwill, Miroku smiled happily, but soon her expression turned to disappointment. "It's a pity. I have to leave this afternoon." Rasa smiled. "It's okay. I'm already working on solving the transportation issue. Once it's resolved, traveling between the Land of Demons and Sunagakure will be much easier. Then, you can visit me anytime, and I might even go to the Land of Demons myself." "Really?" "Of course, it's true." Standing nearby, Karura, as Rasa's wife, found it strange to see her husband making a promise with the Shrine Maiden. However, the Shrine Maiden was as innocent as a child, so she didn't overthink it. "I will have Saramu coordinate the follow-up matters with you. However, you must also prioritize your safety. Starting this afternoon, I will assign Daikoku, Ishiyu, and Koichi to guard you closely. All three of them are jonin of Sunagakure. With them by your side, I will feel more at ease. In the afternoon, with a bright smile, Miroku departed from Sunagakure alongside her attendants. In the following days, although Sunagakure outwardly returned to its former peace, the situation in the entire shinobi world began to stir once again. This time, Sunagakure had become the central figure. First, the events that took place in Sunagakure spread throughout the shinobi world. Although both sides had their own versions of the story, any keen observer could see that Iwagakure and Kimogakure had shifted their focus towards Sunagakure. As a result, the war between Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Konoha came to a complete halt. Konoha, sensing the strange atmosphere, did not take the opportunity to counterattack. Instead, they chose to lie low and recover from their wounds while waiting for the right moment to strike. After all, Konoha and Sunagakure also had deep-seated grudges. Meanwhile, Iwagakure and Kimogakure began working in unspoken agreement to pressure Sunagakure, demanding that they hand over the assassin responsible for killing the shinobi sent to negotiate. Under Rasa's orders, Sunagakure responded to their pressure in the simplest way possible, by adopting a firm stance while stalling for time as long as they could. And so, the days passed. Soon, a week had gone by. Darui and Tsuchi, who had remained in Sunagakure, were no fools. After several rounds of negotiations, they quickly realized that Sunagakure had no intention of handing over the so-called culprit. This made them sense something unusual about Sunagakure's attitude. The village did not seem the least bit afraid of going to war with two major shinobi villages. What frustrated them even more, in this entire week, they still had not met Sunagakure's young Kazekage. It was as if, in the Kazekage's eyes, their plans were utterly insignificant. This left them with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and a growing anger at being treated with such disregard. Fortunately, at that moment, a piece of good news arrived. The daimyo of the Land of Wind had sent an envoy to Sunagakure. Chapter 154, Daimyo's Pressure. Unlike last time, when the daimyo had merely sent his samurai general, Oda, to deliver a letter in secret, this time, the scene was grand and ostentatious. Although the leader of the entourage was still the same samurai, Oda, the sheer scale of the procession upon entering Sunagakure made it clear that the daimyo had a specific agenda, especially at such a critical moment. Sunagakure, Kazekage's office. As the Kazekage, Rasa once again met with the daimyo's trusted aide, Oda. However, this time, there was an additional elderly figure standing beside him. As per protocol, Oda retrieved a handwritten letter from the daimyo. Then, the newly arrived elder immediately spoke in an arrogant tone, questioning Rasa. Kazekage Dano, I am Aoki Yasuno, a close advisor to the daimyo. I have come to Sunagakure under the daimyo's orders. His Excellency wishes to personally ask you, why has Sunagakure sabotaged the alliance with Kimogakure and Iwagakure? Kazekage Dano, do you even understand what you are doing? The moment these words fell, Baki and Seramu, who stood beside Rasa, immediately darkened their expressions. Rasa was their village's Kage, yet this man, Aoki Yasuno, had the audacity to question him in such a tone. However, Rasa acted as though he hadn't heard a word, merely scanning through the daimyo's letter with a thoughtful gaze. He couldn't ignore how perfectly timed the daimyo's envoy had arrived, so perfectly that it didn't feel like a coincidence. Considering that this alliance had originally been proposed by the daimyo himself, it seemed that the daimyo's dissatisfaction with Sunagakure was far greater than Rasa had initially expected. From the way things looked, Sunagakure's past submissiveness to the daimyo had truly made him believe the village was nothing more than his personal retainer to command as he pleased. Seeing that Rasa had remained silent for so long, Aoki Yasuno became even more displeased. Kazekage Dano, why do you not answer me? Do not forget, I speak to you on behalf of His Excellency the daimyo. Baki's anger was now completely visible, and Seramu stepped forward as if to speak, only for Rasa to raise a hand to stop him. Meanwhile, the samurai, Oda, merely sat there silently, observing. Rasa calmly set the letter aside and turned his gaze toward the elderly man, his expression now cold. Aoki Yasuno, is it? Let me ask you, on behalf of which daimyo are you speaking to me? The daimyo of the Land of Lightning? Or perhaps the daimyo of the Land of Earth? Aoki Yasuno's brow furrowed immediately. Kazekage Dano, are you a fool? Or are you mocking me? Humph. Rasa let out a faint snort, further irritating the old man, before he slowly replied. Whether I am a fool or not, I know myself. But as for some others, I am not so sure. Aoki Yasuno's expression darkened. Kazekage, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? You claim to be a close advisor to the daimyo of the Land of Wind, yet you come here spouting nonsense without even investigating the situation first. Tell me, are all of His Excellency's aides as incompetent as you? Rasa's unreserved words left Aoki Yasuno trembling with rage, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was as if he had never imagined that the Kazekage would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Kazekage, how atrocious of you to call me useless and insult His Excellency the Daimyo. If you don't give me an explanation, I will report everything that has happened here to the Daimyo. An explanation? As the Kazekage of Sunagakure, why should I explain myself to you? You come here spewing nonsense without even investigating the situation first. That a useless old man like you can still remain by the daimyo's side, how pathetic. You. Aoki Yasuno was so furious that his mustache bristled, his eyes widening in rage. At that moment, Oda, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Kazekage Dano, you've gone too far. Aoki Yasuno is. However, before he could finish, he felt an overwhelming, ominous pressure envelop him. Looking up, he met Rasa's cold, piercing gaze. In that instant, Oda was reminded that the man before him was no ordinary shinobi. He was the Kazekage, one of the most powerful figures in the ninja world. Too far. Rasa's voice was like a blade. Oda-san, tell me, what part of what I said was incorrect? Is this old man not a useless fool? Or do you agree with what he's been saying? Oda, sensing Rasa's imposing stance, felt a chill in his heart. He now realized that the daimyo's request would not be as simple as he had initially thought. Still, he steadied himself and spoke. Kazekage Dano, Aoki Yasuno was indeed a bit impatient, but he does have a point. I have heard about what happened between Sunagakure and the shinobi of Kimogakure and Iwagakure. However, in the grand scheme of the Three Nations Alliance, these conflicts can be set aside. After all, the Land of Fire's territory is incredibly fertile. If our three nations join forces, we will surely defeat Konoha and divide the Land of Fire among ourselves. Instead of refuting him, Rasa simply asked. Oda-san, you keep talking about the alliance of the three great nations, about defeating Konoha and splitting up the Land of Fire. But let me ask you, what makes you think that, after we defeat Konoha, the lands of Lightning and Earth will allow the Land of Wind to take a share of the spoils? Oda was momentarily stunned, while Aoki Yasuno immediately found an opportunity to jump in. Of course we have an agreement. An agreement. So the Land of Wind has already officially allied with the lands of Lightning and Earth. Not yet, that's exactly why I'm here, to finalize this matter. If Sunagakure doesn't first ally with Kimogakure and Iwagakure, how can we talk about the larger Three Nations Alliance? Rasa ignored the foolish old man entirely and instead directed his words toward the slightly more reasonable Oda. Oda-san, do you know how many registered shinobi currently serve Sunagakure? Now understanding where Rasa was going with this, Oda calmed himself and asked. How many? Even with the recent growth in our village's strength and the latest batch of academy graduates, we barely have 4,000 shinobi in total. Do you know how many shinobi Kimogakure and Iwagakure have? Not even counting those they've hidden away, just the number they've sent to the Konoha battlefield alone, Kimogakure has over 10,000, while Iwagakure has 8,000. Both Oda and Aoki Yasuno were visibly shocked. The difference is that large? Oda murmured in disbelief. Aoki Yasuno, on the other hand, snapped back in frustration. Kazekage. Isn't that your fault? What have you been doing with the funds His Excellency allocated to Sunagakure? Why is the village's shinobi force so small? Idiot. Rasa shot the old man a disdainful look before turning back to Oda. Training shinobi takes time. It has only been 8 years since the last great ninja war. Sunagakure suffered heavy losses, and it's impossible to fully replenish our forces in such a short period. Especially in an environment as harsh as ours. Then, Rasa shifted his gaze to Aoki Yasuno. Rather than standing here questioning me, Aoki-san, why don't you go back and persuade the daimyo to allocate more funds to our military? Without waiting for the old man's furious response, Rasa turned back to Oda and continued. Please inform His Excellency the daimyo that, given Sunagakure's current strength, even if our three nations join forces, the Land of Wind will not be the one to claim the largest share of the spoils. In fact, we might end up disappearing entirely. Because war means casualties, and Sunagakure cannot afford another war. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Puppets. Although Oda was a samurai, he was not lacking in political wisdom, otherwise, he wouldn't have earned the daimyo's trust. After hearing Rasa's words, he realized that the daimyo had fallen into a trap. The alliance proposal from the daimyos of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning was indeed a poisoned candy. At the same time, from his conversation with Rasa, Oda could tell that while this Kazekage carried an air of arrogance, his words were sincere. He didn't seem to harbor any true disrespect toward the daimyo. As for that arrogance, it was only natural for someone who stood at the pinnacle of shinobi as the leader of Sunagakure. Having obtained the information he needed, Oda had no reason to stay any longer. He had to deliver this intelligence to the daimyo as soon as possible. Watching Oda's group leave, the calm expression Rasa had maintained earlier darkened. Both Baki and Seramu could sense his displeasure. Baki, always perceptive, spoke up. Kazekage-sama, the daimyo is becoming more and more overbearing. Rasa was well aware of this. Technically, as the Kazekage of Sunagakure, he should hold equal standing with the daimyo of the Land of Wind. However, over the years, Sunagakure's dependence on military funding had led to the Kazekage increasingly being treated as little more than a vassal. Of course, he was not satisfied with this status. But for now, he couldn't overturn this unwritten rule. Even though Sunagakure was no longer lacking in military funds, stability remained the top priority in these turbulent times. That didn't mean, however, that Sunagakure would simply do nothing. Baki, there are too many fools surrounding the daimyo. His safety must not be overlooked. Baki immediately understood. Saramu, we need to accelerate our cooperation with the Land of Demons. In times like these, we need some news to stabilize the village's morale. Saramu nodded firmly. She had long since considered herself a part of Sunagakure's future. All right, everyone, get to work. Dragon Oasis. In the heart of the forest, several small residences had been built. Not only had Chiyo and Ebizo moved in, but Michikawa and Pakura had also set up their own houses. After all, they had been training in senjutsu energy here almost every day. Not having a proper place to stay was inconvenient. When Rasa arrived, both Pakura and Michikawa came over upon receiving word of his presence. He didn't put too much pressure on them. After briefly discussing some matters, he simply told them to focus on their training. As long as you master senjutsu energy, we can break the current deadlock in the village. The two of them nodded firmly. They could sense that Rasa was planning something. However, after more than a year of working together, they had built a strong sense of trust in him, so they didn't ask too many questions. Once Michikawa and Pakura left, Rasa walked toward a 3-story building constructed with wood release. This place had been entirely taken over by Chiyo. She had moved all her research equipment, tools, and puppets here from Sunagakure, not just because of the favorable environment, but because it was far safer. When Rasa walked in, he saw Ebizo teaching Hana and Anoka the art of fuinjutsu. Although Hana specialized in medical ninjutsu, she still needed to master some sealing techniques. After all, when dealing with certain types of chakra, such as tailed beast chakra, fuinjutsu was often the most effective method. Kazekage-sama. Rasa-sama. Ebizo and Hana both greeted him, while Anoka, true to her usual cold demeanor, remained silent and only bowed slightly in respect. However, instead of greeting him, she got straight to the point. The sealing formula you asked for, my teacher and I have finished preparing it. Oh. Rasa's eyes lit up. Ebizo nodded. Kazekage-sama, please come with me. My sister is waiting for you upstairs. Guided by the three, Rasa arrived on the second floor. This place was Chiyo's puppet workshop. As soon as Rasa stepped inside, he saw 9 puppets hanging on the walls. Chiyo was busy working on them, knocking here and there, but when she noticed Rasa, she looked quite pleased. Come and take a look. These are the puppets you asked this old woman to build. Modeled after the tailed beasts, they incorporate some of the capabilities of the Ryomayuka puppet technique. As long as chakra is injected, they can repair themselves automatically. We tested them in real combat a week ago, and they performed excellently. Their power is no less than that of the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. Curious, Rasa walked over. As the Kazekage, he wasn't proficient in puppet techniques, but he understood them well enough. From a technical standpoint, these 9 puppets represented the pinnacle of Sunagakure's puppet craftsmanship. Of course, though they were modeled after the tailed beasts, the resemblance was only in appearance. Their wooden bodies were still quite different from real tailed beasts, especially in terms of size, as they were only about the height of an average person. Still, Rasa was more than satisfied. Chiyo, however, gave him a reluctant look. Kazekage-sama, you're not exactly skilled in puppetry, are you? Leaving such fine puppets with you would be a waste. Why don't you just let this old woman keep them? Rasa hadn't expected Chiyo to be so possessive, but naturally, he wouldn't agree. The reason he had asked her to create these 9 puppets was because he recalled a technique used by Uzumaki Menma in Naruto, Road to Ninja, the 9 masked beasts, where 9 mask-wearing puppets were summoned to battle the Akatsuki. Of course, aside from looking cool, this technique was also highly practical for Rasa. After all, aside from gaining access to the Yellow Springs dimension from Morio, he had also acquired another ability. Forming hand seals, he released 9 streams of senjutsu chakra from his body. They transformed into insect-like creatures that burrowed into the 9 puppets. In an instant, the wooden puppets became enveloped in senjutsu energy, their bodies undergoing an elemental transformation. Before long, 9 miniature-tailed beasts, seemingly alive yet much smaller in size, appeared before everyone. The sight left the 3 others completely stunned. Only Hana reacted differently, her eyes lit up as she gazed at the tiny tailed beasts. Kawaii. Rasa-sama, can I touch them? Of course. Hana immediately ran over, excitedly petting the small-tailed beasts. The creatures responded like living beings, letting out soft cries as she stroked them, which only made her even happier. Wow, so cute. Anokanizan, you should try it too. This was the ability Rasa had obtained from Morio, the puppet insects. It allowed him to shape his senjutsu energy into parasite-like entities, similar to how Morio had fragmented his own body into insects to break through Rasa's Shikaku form. Any object inhabited by these puppet insects would be completely under their control and could even use the abilities of the original caster. Rasa wasn't greedy, he didn't expect these 9 puppets to become true tailed beasts. But even if they could use just a fraction of the tailed beast's power, that was more than enough. Chapter 156, A Finding. The special ability displayed by Rasa left Chiyo and Ebizo utterly astonished. As a puppeteer, Chiyo immediately stepped forward to inspect the puppets, her face filled with disbelief. She discovered that these puppets, originally pieced together from countless components, had now become a complete, unified entity under Rasa's power. Their exteriors exhibited biological traits, while inside their bodies, a special energy core resembling an insect had formed. This core extended countless thread-like vessels, connecting all the mechanisms within the puppets. This instantly reminded Chiyo of the forbidden puppet art of Sunagakure, human puppets. That technique involved using living human bodies to create puppets. Because as long as the person was alive, their chakra would not dissipate. By modifying a living body and transforming it into a puppet, the chakra within would remain intact. Combined with the body's natural chakra circulatory system, such a human puppet could even wield the deceased's original ninjutsu, including bloodline limit. However, modifying a living person's body was an undeniably cruel practice. Even a shinobi village like Sunagakure had classified such a bloody puppet technique as forbidden. Yet now, Rasa, the Kazekage, had managed to transform ordinary puppets into human puppets. This ability was nothing short of miraculous. How did you do this? Is this also a power of Senjutsu chakra? Chiyo asked in shock. Rasa initially wanted to deny it, after all, this was a power he had obtained through the karma ability, derived from the Morio. But considering that Morio's chakra had now merged with Senjutsu energy, he thought for a moment before replying. You could say so. However, compared to other Senjutsu abilities, I can't guarantee that you'll be able to attain this power. It's like the difference between regular ninjutsu and bloodline limit in chakra. I call this ability, Senjutsu boundary, puppet insects. Right now, you haven't even mastered basic Senjutsu, so discussing a Senjutsu boundary is out of the question. Beside them, Ebizo nodded in agreement. He's right, sis. Don't rush things, focus on mastering Senjutsu chakra first. But Chiyo paid no attention. She pulled out a scroll from her pocket and immediately summoned her secret technique, Dance of the Sakura, 10 Puppets of Chikamatsu. Without hesitation, she addressed Rasa directly. Kazekage-sama, use this power on my 10 puppets of Chikamatsu as well. Rasa didn't refuse but instead warned. It's not difficult, but Chiyo-sama, I must make this clear, puppets controlled by my Senjutsu boundary, puppet insects will fall under my command. Moreover, unless you master this ability yourself, you won't be able to replenish the Senjutsu chakra within the puppet insects. Chiyo waved off his concerns without a second thought. No problem. Compared to being controlled, this old woman is far more interested in the ability itself. Seeing her determination, Rasa proceeded to apply Senjutsu boundary, puppet insects to the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu. Once the transformation was complete, Chiyo immediately dismissed her guests, fully immersing herself in studying the changes to her 10 puppets of Chikamatsu. Watching this, Ebizo could only shake his head helplessly. Kazekage-sama, since my sister's matter has been settled, please follow me. HN. After storing the 9-tailed beast puppets within the room, Rasa followed Ebizo, Onoka, and Hana to the 3rd floor. The area was divided in half, one side belonged to Ebizo, the other to Chiyo. As soon as Rasa stepped into Ebizo's section, his eyes were met with countless sealing formula scrolls covering the walls and floor. On Ebizo's desk, a palm-sized scroll stood upright. Ebizo approached, picked it up, and presented it to Rasa with both hands. Kazekage-sama, this is the technique developed according to your request. I've named it, Gourd Seal. The odd name left Rasa momentarily confused. He took the scroll, unrolled it, and immediately understood Ebizo's reasoning. Unfortunately, Kazekage-sama, your initial request, to directly seal a special space inside your body, was beyond my capabilities. However, Onoka here provided me with inspiration. If we couldn't seal the space into you directly, we had to compromise. Think of it like a gourd, we create an independent space as the upper half, the secondary space, and seal it within you. Then, we treat the original special space as the lower half, the primary space, using spacetime ninjutsu to establish a bridge between the two. That is the principle of the gourd seal. He then pointed at the young girl with red hair. The entire development process owes much to Onoka. Without her Uzumaki clan sealing techniques as reference, I would never have succeeded. After briefly reviewing the gourd seal's design, Rasa nodded in approval. You've both worked hard. It was our duty. You've done so much for the village, this old man could only contribute this much. Ebizo remained composed, but Anoka suddenly spoke up, her gaze fixed on Rasa. No need for thanks. Completing this technique was only possible because of the space-time formulas you provided. But if you truly want to show gratitude, there's something I'd like as a reward. Though you might hesitate to part with it. Hana tugged at Anoka's sleeve nervously, worried for her sister who might anger the leader of the village. Rasa, intrigued, asked. What is it? Anoka glanced at Hana, her eyes softening briefly, then replied. I'd prefer to discuss it with you alone. Rasa raised an eyebrow but nodded, shifting the topic instead. Has the gourd seal been tested? Ebizo answered this time. Rest assured, Kazekage-sama. Human experimentation required preparation, but those Iwanin practically delivered themselves to us. I see. Was it successful? Indeed. Please follow me. Under Ebizo's guidance, the group entered Chiyo's laboratory. In one of the rooms, 4 unconscious Iwagakure shinobi lay strapped to examination tables, their eyes covered and their chests exposed, each bearing intricate sealing formulas. My sister sedated them. Kazekage-sama, you may inspect the seals yourself. Rasa approached, pressing his hand against one of the test subject's chests. As he channeled Senjutsu chakra into the seal, his senses expanded into a vast, empty space, roughly the size of a football field. At its center lay an octagonal pattern. When infused with Senjutsu chakra, the pattern would activate, allowing the energy from Dragon's Oasis to flood in. Chapter 157, Anoka's Demand. Excellent. It was rare for Rasa to display his emotions so openly, but this time he couldn't contain his satisfaction. The effects of this newly developed sealing technique had genuinely exceeded his expectations. With the successful creation of this technique, Rasa finally possessed a means to potentially stand against even the legendary Sage of Six Paths in the future. This was something that even his extraordinary ability, the Karma Mark, couldn't guarantee, a true sense of security. Currently, Rasa's power derived from the fusion of the Dragon Vein's energy and Morio's chakra, transformed into a unique form of Senjutsu chakra. However, when compared to the vast natural energy reserves of the 3 great sage regions or the overwhelming chakra of the 10 tails, his current energy reserves remained relatively insignificant in terms of sheer volume. While the special properties of his Senjutsu chakra allowed him to amplify his combat effectiveness far beyond what his raw energy levels would suggest, the fundamental issue of quantity remained. The combined energy from both the Dragon Vein and Morio amounted to roughly the equivalent of 2-tailed beasts at most. But the potential enemies he might face. The 3 great sage regions were concerning enough. Then there was Otsutsuki Kagaya, who represented the combined power of all 9-tailed beasts plus the entire world's chakra. And her son, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths, had managed to seal even her away. This alone spoke volumes about the terrifying upper limits of power in this world. After 1,000 years of development, the Sage of Six Paths had undoubtedly grown to unimaginable heights of power. The yin-yang power he casually bestowed upon Naruto and Sasuke had been sufficient to effortlessly reseal Kagaya. Yet he claimed to be nothing more than residual chakra lingering after death. That was clearly nonsense. Not to mention the still unseen Otsutsuki clan members and the so-called Otsutsuki god. This was precisely why Rasa still didn't dare make any moves against the tailed beasts. He wasn't like Madara Uchiha, who was the reincarnation of the sage's own son Indra. If Rasa were to directly target the tailed beasts, he had no doubt that the Sage of Six Paths would personally emerge from the Pure Land to deal with him. He might be being overly cautious, but in a time when 3 ninja villages were eyeing to get a piece of Sunagakure, he didn't want to take his chances. In terms of quality, while the freedom afforded by Senjutsu chakra was indeed powerful, it had one critical flaw: it didn't significantly enhance Rasa's physical body. To put it simply, as Rasa had once observed, shinobi in this world were essentially glass cannons. They possessed tremendous offensive capabilities, thanks to the nature of chakra. But had pathetically weak defenses, because chakra actually drained the body rather than strengthening it. While his Senjutsu chakra removed the harmful strain on the body that normal chakra caused, it still didn't provide any substantial improvement to physical durability. But this newly developed seal changed everything. With it, Rasa could now begin training in Ryuchi Cave's most secret art, the dragon transformation technique. And the fundamental principle of this technique: evolution. Though Rasa was eager to begin his training immediately, there was still one more matter that needed to be addressed. Ebizo, ever perceptive, tactfully excused himself and left with Hana, leaving only Rasa and Anoka alone in the room. Now that we're alone, you can tell me. What reward do you want? Rasa asked directly. Anoka's answer genuinely surprised him. From what Hana has told me about Chiyo-sama's research, is it true? About the connection between the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans. Rasa's eyebrow twitched slightly. He wasn't particularly shocked that she knew about this, but he already had a strong suspicion about what she was leading toward. What exactly are you implying? As Rasa had anticipated, Anoka spoke with complete directness. I want the Mangekyo Sharingan that Chiyo-sama currently possesses, and I want it transplanted into me. The room fell into complete silence. Rasa carefully studied Anoka's expression, her delicate features were set in absolute determination. After a long pause, he responded in an uncharacteristically soft tone. Would you tell me your reasons? Anoka lowered her gaze, her eyes clouded with memory. On the day the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, I learned one fundamental truth: to survive in this shinobi world, you can never place your hopes for survival in the hands of others. Just as the Uzumaki clan once foolishly relied on Konoha. I only want to depend on my own power to protect both myself and Hana. Rasa felt a flicker of surprise. The contrast between the sisters was striking, where Hana still retained a childlike innocence, her older sister had clearly matured far beyond her years. Very well. You may have that Mangekyo Sharingan, in fact, I'll give you two. A pair is necessary to wield its full potential. I'll discuss this matter with Chiyo-sama personally, but for your own safety, the transplantation will only proceed after she has thoroughly confirmed your body's compatibility. A rare, genuine smile touched Anoka's lips at Rasa's evident concern for her well-being. Thank you. Rasa simply shook his head. There's no need for thanks. In many ways, this actually benefits Sunagekure as well. If you can truly master the Sharingan's power, our village will gain another truly elite shinobi capable of standing on the front lines. Anoka didn't bother denying this point. Though she had framed her desire for the Sharingan as being purely for personal protection, both of them knew the truth: their fates were now completely bound to Sunagekure, and to Rasa himself. After a thoughtful pause, Anoka raised her eyes to meet Rasa's gaze directly. We still have some time before the procedures begin. If you have no objections, Kazekage-sama, allow me to personally instruct you in the intricacies of the gourd seal. The name may sound peculiar, but from a technical perspective, it's an extremely complex sealing formula. Rasa saw no reason to refuse such an offer. And so, under Anoka's careful tutelage, Rasa began the process of mastering the gourd seal technique. Sunagekure. Kumogakure Shinobi Lodgings. Darui let out a heavy sigh as he finished reviewing the latest intelligence reports gathered from throughout the village. Calling his sole remaining subordinate to his side, he announced in a grave tone. Prepare for our return. Our mission here is complete. Complete? What do you mean, Darui-sama? The subordinate asked in confusion. Darui saw no reason to conceal the truth. This Kazekage's political acumen is extraordinary. He's even managed to bring the Wind Daimyo firmly to his side, rendering all our pressure tactics completely ineffective. The Reikage has made his decision: Kumogakure will join forces with the Wagakure to launch a full-scale assault on Sunagekure. I understand. I'll make the necessary preparations immediately. Good. As his subordinate hurried away, Darui turned his gaze toward the distant silhouette of the Kazekage's tower, his expression unreadable. In the 2 weeks since their arrival, he had never once managed to secure an audience with the young Kazekage. This deliberate avoidance only served to deepen the air of mystery surrounding the men. With political maneuvers that belied his youth, Rasa had systematically dismantled every scheme that Kumo and Iwa had thrown at him. But now, facing the combined military might of both Kumogakure and Iwagakure, with Konoha potentially joining the fray as well, how would the young Kazekage respond? Meanwhile, in an almost perfectly synchronized movement, Iwagakure's delegation also began making preparations to depart Sunagekure. This coordinated exodus sent a clear and ominous signal to Baki, the commander of Suna's ANBU forces. The atmosphere was thick with the unmistakable tension of impending war. He immediately mobilized his ANBU operatives, dispatching them throughout the village and beyond to gather intelligence. The reports that came back confirmed his worst suspicions. Both Kumogakure and Iwagakure, who had previously appeared to be standing down, were now actively mobilizing their resources and forces. All signs pointed toward preparations for full-scale military engagement. But this time, their target wasn't Konoha. This time, their sights were set squarely on Sunagekure. Chapter 158, Karigakure enters the stage. Although Kumogakure and Iwagakure had gone to great lengths to conceal their military preparations, the mobilization of such massive quantities of supplies and shinobi simply couldn't be hidden from the various intelligence networks embedded within their villages. However, this very transparency served to underscore the seriousness of their intentions. This wasn't like 6 months ago when they had merely been posturing to pressure Sunagekure into joining their campaign against Konoha. This time, both villages were clearly preparing for all-out war. Land of Fire, Konohagakure. When reports of Kumo and Iwa's movements reached the Hidden Leaf, the initial wave of relief among Konoha's shinobi quickly gave way to barely contained excitement. The shifting strategic focus of these two major villages meant that Konoha had finally weathered its most dangerous period. If Kumogakure and Iwagakure truly turned their full military might against Sunagakure, it would free Konoha from the threat of multi-front warfare that had been hanging over them like a sword. Yet within the village leadership, a sharp divide emerged regarding how to respond to this development. One faction, driven by raw emotion and the thirst for vengeance, argued vehemently for joining the assault on Sunagakure. The memories of Suna's surprise attack on the Land of Fire territory, which had not only caused significant damage but also brought tremendous political pressure from the daimyo, still burned fresh. Combined with the humiliating defeat in the Land of Rivers, where over 1,000 Konoha shinobi had lost their lives, the desire for retribution ran deep through the ranks. The opposing camp, guided by cold strategic calculation, advocated for using this opportunity to rebuild Konoha's strength. Their position was simple: let Kumo and Iwa bleed themselves dry against Suna's defenses, then assess the situation once both sides had weakened each other sufficiently. While both approaches ultimately leaned toward aggression, they represented fundamentally different mindsets, one driven by passionate emotion, the other by dispassionate logic. From a purely tactical standpoint, remaining on the sidelines was undoubtedly the wiser choice. Yet Sunagakure's repeated provocations had left Konoha's shinobi seething with barely contained rage, and suppressing that collective anger would require tremendous political will. Fortunately for the more cautious faction, their position was strengthened by one crucial factor: Konoha's military commander and strongest weapon, Namikaze Minato, remained deep in training at Mount Myoboku, mastering the ways of senjutsu. Without their yellow flash present, any aggressive moves would be significantly riskier. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. A full week had passed since the abrupt departure of Iwagakure and Kumogakure's diplomatic delegations. On the surface, Sunagakure appeared to have returned to its previous state of rapid development and reconstruction. The streets were bustling with activity, construction projects continued unabated, and the markets thrived. Yet beneath this facade of normalcy, an undercurrent of tension pulsed through the village. Despite the ANBU's best efforts to control information flow and maintain morale, news of the impending storm had inevitably seeped into the collective consciousness. Dragon's Oasis. At the very heart of the vast, artificially created forest, beneath the towering form of the divine tree that served as the nexus of natural energy, Rasa sat in deep meditation. Two figures stood watch over his practice: the venerable monk Bunpuku, current Jinchuriki of the One-Tailed Shikaku, and the serpentine sage Tajitsuheim from Ryuchi Cave. Bunpuku maintained his characteristic air of tranquil detachment, his aged face the picture of serenity as he observed the proceedings with the calm demeanor of one who had long since made peace with the world. Tajitsuheim, by contrast, watched with barely concealed astonishment, her slitted eyes widening periodically as she bore witness to the unprecedented chakra manipulation unfolding before her. Rasa sat bare-chested, his torso exposed to reveal an intricate seal emblazoned over his navel, a complex spiral-patterned fuinjutsu array surrounding a central 8-trigram formation. The surrounding atmosphere crackled with energy as visible streams of emerald-green senjutsu chakra swirled violently through the air, being drawn inexorably toward the vortex-like seal before being compressed and absorbed into the 8-trigram's core. Within the sealed alternate dimension, a space roughly equivalent to a football field in size, the influx of energy created a surreal spectacle. The entire space had become saturated with dense, mist-like senjutsu chakra that swirled and eddied like water filling a vast pool. Yet this energy was anything but placid. Guided by some unseen force, the chakra moved in deliberate, spiraling patterns, all currents converging at the dimensional space's exact center. There, through unimaginable compression, the energy had formed into a fist-sized sphere of pure power, a raise-non formed not from ordinary chakra, but from the most refined senjutsu energy. This was the essence of Ryuchi Cave's most guarded secret, the dragon transformation technique. The principle was deceptively simple yet incredibly profound. Through continuous compression and refinement of natural energy, or in this case, senjutsu chakra, the accumulated power would eventually reach a critical threshold where quantity transformed into quality. Once this metamorphosis occurred, the refined energy would then rebound into the user's physical form, catalyzing a corresponding evolution at the cellular level. It was this very technique that explained the monstrous size, unnatural longevity, and terrifying power of Ryuchi Cave's serpentine inhabitants. Even in its unrefined state, simply having access to such vast reserves meant Rasa no longer needed to worry about exhausting his senjutsu chakra reserves in battle. With this foundation established, he had finally gained the right to participate in the highest levels of this world's power struggles. Now, all that remained was to wait for the opportune moment to strike. Yet before that moment arrived, Baki returned from his intelligence-gathering operations with a development that even Rasa hadn't anticipated: a delegation from Kirigakure had arrived at Sunagakure's gates. Sunagakure, Kazekage's office. When Rasa returned from his training session and entered his office, he found an unexpected group of visitors awaiting his audience. The delegation consisted of 5 figures, each more distinctive than the last. At their forefront stood a youthful-looking boy with striking green hair, a unique flower-petal-shaped weapon strapped to his back. Beside him stood a familiar face, the hulking form of Kisame Hoshigaki, leader of Kirigakure's infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Behind this pair stood a man with unkempt gray-blue hair, his right eye concealed beneath a leather eye patch, with what appeared to be sealing talismans dangling from both ears. The remaining 2 members of the delegation seemed comparatively ordinary, their appearances failing to register any particular recognition from Rasa. The green-haired youth stepped forward and executed a perfect formal bow. "I am Yagura, Jonin of Kirigakure. It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Kazekage-sama." Rasa's eyes narrowed slightly in recognition. So this is the boy who will become the 4th Mizukage, and later, the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Returning the greeting with a slight nod, Rasa studied the group with calculated interest. To what do we owe the pleasure of this visit from Kirigakure? Don't tell me you've come simply to offer congratulations on my ascension to Kage again. Kisame's shark-like grin widened, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. You flatter us with your humor, Kazekage-sama. This time, Yagura-sama and I come bearing an official gift from the Mizukage himself, a token of our village's goodwill. Goodwill. Rasa's tone remained carefully neutral. Indeed. Kisame confirmed, producing a sealed scroll from within his robes. Baki stepped forward to accept the document, performing a quick security check before passing it to Rasa. Breaking the seal, Rasa's eyebrows rose slightly as he scanned the contents. Your Mizukage proposes a formal alliance between our villages. Surely you're aware that Kimogakure and Iwagakure are currently mobilizing for war against Sunagakure. It was Yagura who answered, his voice soft yet carrying an undercurrent of steel. Precisely why our offer carries such weight, would you not agree? In times of crisis, true intentions are revealed. This is Kirigakure's genuine sincerity, Kazekage-sama. Rasa's lips quirked in the barest hint of a smile. Then perhaps you'd care to elaborate on how exactly Kirigakure envisioned supporting Sunagakure in this alliance. Yagura didn't hesitate. The Mizukage is prepared to deploy a contingent of our finest shinobi to serve as auxiliary forces alongside Sunagakure's troops. These would operate as elite mercenary units specializing in countering Iwagakure and Kimogakure's tactical advantages. Generous terms indeed. Rasa mused. But such generosity surely comes with expectations beyond simple camaraderie between villages. Yagura conceded with a polite nod. Naturally. Beyond standard operational compensation, the Mizukage hopes to establish deeper collaborative ties between our villages. Specifically regarding certain unique assets Sunagakure has acquired, the first Hokage's cellular research, Sharingan specimens, and the complete Uzumaki clan sealing techniques you obtained from Konoha. Chapter 159, Fishing in Troubled Waters. Although Rasa had anticipated that the arrival of these Kirigakure shinobi wouldn't be for simple purposes, their outrageous demands still struck him as utterly laughable. Your Mizukage certainly has quite the appetite. As he spoke, a sudden realization flashed through Rasa's mind. Now I understand. So, when Kirigakure destroyed Uzushigakure back then, you actually failed to obtain the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques after all. No wonder your land of water still hasn't been able to produce proper Jinchuriki to this day, despite having acquired both the Three Tails and Six Tails back then. The expressions of all 5 Kirigakure representatives immediately darkened. Yagura forced himself to regain composure before responding. Whether the appetite is large or not depends on mutual benefit. Exchanging the Uzumaki sealing techniques for a reliable ally, isn't this the most advantageous choice for Sunagakure in its current situation? You're quite the silver-tongued brat. Rasa let out a light chuckle, completely ignoring Yagura's displeased expression as he continued his questioning. Then let me ask this, if I were to agree to this cooperation, who would hold command authority over Kirigakure's shinobi forces? The question momentarily caught Yagura off guard, but he quickly recovered. The command of Kirigakure's shinobi naturally remains with Kirigakure. However, Kazekage-sama can rest assured that as mercenaries, completing our employer's missions would absolutely be our top priority. Oh. So you expect me to trade the precious Uzumaki sealing techniques in exchange for a group of Kirigakure shinobi who won't even obey my direct commands? Tell me, is it your Kirigakure that has misunderstood the nature of warfare, or is it me? Meanwhile, Kirigakure would gain the means to create 2 powerful Jinchuriki with these techniques. Is your Mizukage taking me for some kind of fool? The Kirigakure delegation's expressions shifted dramatically once again. Yagura had no choice but to step forward and argue. But this arrangement would still alleviate Sunagakure's current predicament, would it not? Kazekage-sama, Kimogakure and Iwagakure won't give Sunagakure any breathing room, and Konoha will soon follow suit. Sunagakure's situation has reached a critical juncture. Therefore, forming an alliance with us is your best possible option. His words seemed to steady the Kirigakure representative somewhat. Unfortunately, Rasa merely responded with a faint smile. So what you're saying is that Kirigakure intends to take advantage of our desperate situation to extort us. Without giving the Kirigakure delegation any further opportunity to speak, Rasa directly addressed Baki. See them out, Baki. Yagura, you can go back and tell your Mizukage to return for negotiations when he's thinking more clearly. With that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Kazekage-sama. Yagura attempted to continue speaking, but Baki stepped forward with clear displeasure on his face, extending his arm to block their path. Please take your leave now. Don't waste the Kazekage's valuable time any further. Yagura's brow furrowed tightly, but in the end he had no choice but to lead his group away. Humph. On the rooftop of the Kazekage building, Rasa watched the departing Kirigakure delegation with undisguised contempt on his face. To the entire shinobi world, the weakened Sunigakure facing the combined assault of Iwagakure and Kimogakure must appear like fresh meat on a butcher's block, ripe for the taking by any opportunistic village. Yet what these short-sighted fools fail to comprehend is that within every crisis lies hidden opportunity. Should Sunigakure successfully weather this storm and emerge victorious against the combined might of two great villages, we would instantly surpass Kirigakure in standing, overtake both Iwagakure and Kimogakure in military prestige, and position ourselves as equals to Kanagakure itself. As that ancient military treatise states, a single decisive victory prevents countless future battles. Before long, Baki returned from escorting their unwanted guests, approaching to murmur respectfully. Kazekage-sama, the Kirigakure delegation has been properly seen beyond our borders. Rasa acknowledged with a slight nod, his sharp gaze turning contemplative. These Kirigakure snakes never miss an opportunity to fish in troubled waters, though their shameless attempt has inadvertently reminded me of something important. Turning to his subordinate, Rasa issued crisp new orders. Since the first Hokage distributed the 3 tails and 6 tails to Kirigakure, they've shockingly failed to produce stable Jinchuriki. I want our intelligence network to locate where those 2-tailed beasts are currently contained. Baki stiffened visibly. Even amidst crisis, the Kazekage's strategic vision remained focused on acquisition. Understood. I'll dispatch our best operatives immediately. After a measured pause, Baki carefully voiced his concerns. Kazekage-sama, shouldn't we prioritize defensive preparations? IWA and Kumo's military mobilizations suggest imminent invasion. Indeed, for over a week since detecting enemy movements, Rasa had only issued basic precautionary warnings, no fortifications, no countermeasures beyond cautionary alerts to field operatives. Rasa's gaze turned toward distant Dragon's Oasis as he posed a tactical question. Baki, what odds would you assign Sunigakure surviving conventional war against 2 great villages? Baki's features darkened before mustering conviction. Our average shinobi may be weaker, but with your power, Pakura-sama and Michikawa-sama matching their elites, plus our Senjutsu chakra, we can endure like Konoha did. Endure like Konoha. Rasa's voice turned icy. Konoha sent children to die by war's end. Is that Suna's future? Seeing Baki's conflicted expression, Rasa revealed his strategy. Suna cannot absorb second war-level losses. Our smaller population makes attrition warfare untenable. Therefore, his voice dropped to a steely whisper. We won't follow Konoha's playbook. We'll end this with one surgical strike. A single strike. Baki's eyes widened. Like the Fire Country operation. But they'll have prepared countermeasures. Rasa's lips curled dangerously. This time, only 3 operatives, myself, Pakura and Michikawa. A leadership decapitation strike. Before Baki could protest, Rasa continued. Minimal monitoring on Kumo, just for appearances. Full intelligence focus on IWA. Track Inoki's every movement. That fossil only understands pain, so my plan is to make IWA bleed enough and his self-preservation will force withdrawal. Break one, and their alliance crumbles. Seeing dawning comprehension, Rasa concluded. One final move. Recall that Akatsuki organization. Rather than scheming with Kirigakure, why not employ mercenaries we can actually control? Chapter 160, Cooperation with Akatsuki. Amegakure. Amidst the relentless downpour, 2 shinobi clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds dashed swiftly across the waterlogged ground. After nearly half an hour, they arrived at a concealed cave nestled within a mountain valley. The flickering light of a blazing campfire inside finally revealed their figures. At the forefront stood Nagato, the current leader of the Akatsuki organization, his crimson hair damp from the rain. Beside him was Konan, her expression equally weary. Lately, life had not been easy for Akatsuki. Although the war between Kanagakure, Iwagakure, and Kimogakure had temporarily ceased, that didn't mean the shinobi of these villages had stopped moving. With rumors that Iwagakure and Kimogakure were preparing to attack Sunigakure, both villages had begun mobilizing their forces once again. War consumed not only military funds but also vast amounts of resources, far more than what the daimyo's allocations and the village's reserves could sustain. As a result, plundering the wealth of civilians in smaller nations and occupied territories had become a common tactic among these shinobi. This wasn't exclusive to Iwagakure and Kimogakure, even Konoha frequently engaged in such acts. And this was precisely why Akatsuki exists, to protect the minor nations caught in the crossfire of the great villages' conflicts. Because of this, Akatsuki had recently clashed repeatedly with Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and even Konoha. With only around 1,000 shinobi in their ranks, protecting so many small nations was an overwhelming task. Yet, Nagato did his utmost to deploy Akatsuki's forces wherever they were needed. Their efforts had earned Akatsuki considerable fame across the shinobi world. However, earlier today, Konan, who handled intelligence operations, had urgently contacted them through a secret technique, summoning them back to the village for a critical decision. Konan, what's so important that you needed both me and Nagato to return? Konan's expression was grave as her gaze shifted toward the depths of the cave. To Nagato and Yahiko's surprise, a masked ANBU operative emerged from the shadows. I am a shinobi of Tsunagekyure's ANBU. Codename, White Thorn. I come under the orders of the Kazekage-sama to meet with the leader of Akatsuki. Tsunagekyure, the Kazekage. Both Nagato and Yahiko were stunned. It had been nearly half a year since their last encounter with the Kazekage of Tsunagekyure. Neither of them had expected the Kazekage to seek them out personally this time. Though their previous meeting with the young Kazekage, only slightly older than them, had left a positive impression, all three present knew this sudden visit couldn't be for something trivial. Yahiko steadied himself, adopting the composed demeanor befitting a leader. So, what business does Tsunagekyure have with us? The ANBU operative didn't answer immediately. Instead, he retrieved a scroll from his pouch and presented it with both hands. Nagato stepped forward, took the scroll, and passed it to Yahiko. Only then did the ANBU speak again. My mission is complete. I shall take my leave. With that, the shinobi vanished into the raging storm outside. Watching the Tsunagekyure shinobi depart, the three of them exchanged bewildered glances. After a moment of silence, Konan turned to Yahiko and spoke. Shouldn't we first see what the Kazekage-sama wrote in that letter? Right. Yahiko unfurled the scroll, but his brows furrowed almost immediately. What's wrong? Handing the scroll to Konan and Nagato, Yahiko hesitated before speaking. The Kazekage of Tsunagekyure wants to hire Akatsuki to fight against Iwagakure and Kimogakure's shinobi. Nagato, who hadn't yet read the contents, stiffened in shock. Meanwhile, Konan's expression darkened as she scanned the scroll, now understanding Yahiko's hesitation. In principle, Akatsuki's stance was to avoid direct involvement in the conflicts of the great nations. But the Kazekage's letter dangled an offer that was difficult to refuse, official recognition of Akatsuki's existence by Tsunagekyure, along with multiple cooperative agreements between them. Having struggled alone in Megakure for so long, the three of them knew exactly how tempting this bait was. On the surface, Akatsuki appeared to be thriving, its numbers had swelled to over 1,000 shinobi, surpassing even some minor hidden villages. But as its leaders, they were painfully aware of the organization's precarious position. First, Akatsuki was an illegal entity in Megakure. The only recognized shinobi force in the Land of Rain was Hanzo of the Salamanders Megakure. This created an unavoidable problem, funding. Without the Land of Rain's support, Akatsuki lacked stable financial backing. In truth, the organization ran purely on the shared convictions of its members. Most of its shinobi survived through self-sufficiency. Moreover, Akatsuki's ideals ensured that none of the 5 great shinobi villages, the true rulers of the ninja world, would ever accept them. This forced Akatsuki to operate in the shadows, surviving in the margins between the great nations. Had this been the Akatsuki led by Pain, Nagato's post-Yahiko persona, such concerns might not have mattered. But Yahiko, who still dreamed of achieving peace through understanding, yearned for Akatsuki to gain broader recognition and legitimacy. Yet, this offer, while alluring, was also poisoned honey. Accepting it would shatter the unspoken balance between Akatsuki and Amegakure's official forces. A single nation could never tolerate 2 rival shinobi organizations. Worse, it would provoke the wrath of Iwagakure and Kimogakure. Konan, understanding the dilemma, spoke softly. Yahiko, whatever you decide, we'll stand with you. Nagato, still reading the scroll, nodded in agreement. Yahiko massaged his temples. Maybe I'm just not cut out to lead. He recognized the benefits of aligning with Tsunagekyure, but one misstep could shatter Akatsuki's unity. After all, as one of the 5 great villages, Tsunagekyure itself had inflicted suffering on neighboring minor nations. Many within Akatsuki harbored deep resentment toward them. Yet one thing was clear. Akatsuki doesn't belong to me alone, it belongs to all of us. I'll seek everyone's opinion before deciding. As leader, Yahiko swiftly gathered Akatsuki's high-ranking members. He had expected fierce debate, but to his surprise, when he revealed Tsunagekyure's proposal, most agreed without hesitation, some even began discussing what demands they should make in return. Only a handful voiced opposition. Yahiko found the reaction unsettling. Did I overcomplicate this? Or have I failed to truly understand my comrades all along? Chapter 161, Sage Art Training. Mount Myaboku. Ever since Kimogakure and Iwagakure stopped attacking Kanagakur, Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya came to Mount Myaboku to train in sage art under the guidance of Lord Fukasaku. During this process, Minato Namikaze displayed a talent so astonishing that even the Toad Fukasaku was left speechless. While Jiraiya had trained for over a decade without fully mastering Sage Mode, Minato managed to completely master it in less than 2 weeks. This made Fukasaku exclaim that it was unbelievable. However, even though Minato had now mastered Sage Mode and could clearly sense its incredible power, he did not feel happy. On the contrary, he was rather troubled. That was because he realized that Sage Mode didn't really suit his style of combat. Unlike his teacher Jiraiya, who was an offensive-type ninja specializing in ninjutsu, Minato's fighting style was different. First, Sage Art's boost to ninjutsu power didn't significantly benefit Minato. Second, Minato's main combat style revolved around using the Flying Thunder God technique, combined with the Raise-Non and ninja tools, to instantly assassinate enemies like a true assassin. Yet Sage Mode required time to gather natural energy, and its active duration lasted only 5 minutes. One emphasized speed, the other emphasized patience. In the time it took to gather natural energy, Minato could have already cleared an entire battlefield using the Flying Thunder God technique. In this sense, Sage Mode seemed almost useless to him. Even so, Minato could not simply abandon Sage Mode. When he shared his concerns with Lord Fukasaku, the Elder Toad said something that Minato would never forget. Minato, only Sage Arts can counter Sage Arts. Understanding what Fukasaku meant, Minato decided to continue his Sage Mode training. However, this time, he focused his Sage Mode training specifically on developing the Raise-Non. Ever since he created the Raise-Non, Minato had realized that what he developed was merely its most basic form. There were far more complex variations, namely, by infusing chakra nature transformations into it. Minato had tried before, but due to certain side effects, he had temporarily given up. For instance, he once tried to infuse wind release chakra nature into the Raise-Non. However, because of wind chakra's instability, it caused terrifying damage to his arm. If not for Kushina's help, he would have almost lost the use of his entire arm. However, after beginning to master Sage Art, Minato found that his control over chakra had become significantly more stable. Thus, he once again shifted his focus back to developing the nature transformation of the Raise-Non. Dragon Oasis. In the desert at the outskirts. As one of Tsunagekire's 2 top combat forces, Pakura was also training in Sage Art here. Because her secret technique, Scorch Release, was far too special, the intense heat would destroy the forest she had painstakingly nurtured and the small courtyard she had built, she had no choice but to come to the desert to train. After more than half a month of practice, Pakura had now independently completed the ability to sense, absorb, and control Sage Art energy. Next, it was time to develop techniques to integrate Sage Art energy into her jutsu. As the secret technique that Pakura took great pride in, Scorch Release naturally became the main focus of her development. Unlike Minato, whose combat style didn't really align with Sage energy, Pakura's Scorch Release and Sage energy could be said to complement each other perfectly. First of all, the presence of Sage energy greatly extended the amount of time Pakura could maintain her Scorch Release techniques. Especially her strongest move, Scorch Release Chakra Mode. Back when she first developed it, she could only maintain it for 5 minutes at most before her chakra reserves started running dry. After all, she wasn't a tailed beast. To have developed a Scorch Release Chakra Mode similar to a tailed beast cloak, she had to rely on the power of her former Star Release Chakra and push her body's potential to the extreme. But now, with Sage energy, when she used Scorch Release Chakra Mode, her original chakra consumption was reduced by 1/3. The reason was simple, Pakura still couldn't use Sage energy independently. Like the Sage Arts of the 3 great sacred grounds, she could only mix Sage energy with chakra. Through her own experimentation and guidance from Tajutsuheim, she achieved a perfect blend at a 2-to-1 ratio. Simply put, where she once needed 3 portions of chakra to power her Scorch Release Chakra Mode, now she needed only 2 portions of chakra, with 1 portion replaced by Sage energy. Moreover, the gentle nature of Sage energy greatly improved her control over Scorch Release and reduced unnecessary waste. Now, Pakura could maintain Scorch Release Chakra Mode for 3 times longer than before. From 5 minutes, it had extended to 15 minutes. At first glance, 15 minutes might still seem short, but looked at from another angle, it revealed just how tremendous her progress was. Because now, Pakura was 3 times stronger than she had been before. And that was a conservative estimate. Thanks to the properties of Sage energy, Pakura's defense in Scorch Release Chakra Mode had also been enhanced, especially her resistance to ninjutsu attacks, reaching a level where she was partly immune. Additionally, the vitality brought by Sage energy improved her overall life force, healing the hidden damage her body had accumulated over time and greatly strengthening her physique. Most noticeably, as a woman, Pakura could clearly tell that her skin had become more radiant and flawless. Lastly, Pakura also learned a sage art from Tajutsuheim, a technique from Ryuchi Cave, inorganic reincarnation. This was absolutely the perfect sage art for Pakura. She could imbue the flames she controlled with life, allowing them to transform into various shapes and attack autonomously. This compensated for the once limited variety in Pakura's offensive methods. Using this, she developed a range of new techniques, transforming her flames into all kinds of creatures, greatly enhancing the destructive power and versatility of her scorch release. Meanwhile, on the other side of Dragon Oasis, Michikawa, the other top combat force of Sunagekure alongside Pakura, had also successfully mastered Sage Energy and seen a tremendous boost in his strength. Naturally, his focus was on developing his bloodline limit, magnet release. Just like Pakura, after mastering Sage Energy, Michikawa gained similar capabilities. His magnet release's power was greatly enhanced. Not only had his control over the range and mass of iron sand increased, but thanks to Sage Energy's chakra-absorbing properties, the defensive power of the iron sand had also risen significantly. Moreover, the vitality brought by Sage Energy made the 30-something-year-old Michikawa feel as if he had returned to his 20s. He, too, learned a sage art from Tajutsuheim. However, unlike Pakura, Michikawa chose the technique of object transmutation. This ability freed him from the dependency on having iron sand nearby. Even in environments with little to no iron sand, he could use object transmutation to directly create iron sand from chakra. Lastly, unlike the proud and reserved Pakura, who couldn't bring herself to ask Rasa for advice, Michikawa had no such reservations. He openly consulted Rasa and, through their discussions on magnet release and sage energy, gained a lot of new inspiration. At that moment, Kimogakure and Iwagakure finally dropped all pretenses and began mobilizing their ninja forces, launching a rapid assault toward the Land of Wind. The reason for such urgency from Kimogakure and Iwagakure was that Sunagekyure's secret cooperation with the Land of Demons and the Akatsuki had been exposed. Chapter 162, Initiating War. After Iwagakure and Kimogakure altered their strategic goals, shifting their focus from Konohagakure to Sunagekure, both the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure and the Reikage of Kimogakure realized that things were not developing as they had anticipated. In their plans, since Sunagekure was the weakest among the 5 great shinobi villages, they believed that with a little pressure and trickery, Sunagekure's Kazekage would, just like last time, compromise with Iwagakure and Kimogakure. However, as they carried out their plans step by step, they were met with repeated setbacks. Not only did the shinobi they dispatched to Sunagekure fail to obtain any valuable information, but every action they took ended in failure. Whether it was provoking Sunagekure by sacrificing their own shinobi as poison bait, or joining forces with their respective daimyo to pressure Sunagekure, all their moves were countered one by one. This made both the Tsuchikage and the Reikage increasingly uneasy about the young Kazekage and Sunagekure. Especially the calm demeanor shown by the young Kazekage, which made both sides feel even more unsettled. Originally, they had wanted to wait a little longer, to see if any changes would occur. Such as Konohagakure, who bore deep grudges against Sunagekure, entering the fray, or any other unforeseen developments. However, the latest intelligence from Sunagekure made them realize they could not afford to wait any longer. First, Sunagekure had formed an alliance with the Land of Demons. The Land of Demons would hire Sunagekure shinobi to protect their country, which meant that for a considerable period, Sunagekure's greatest development obstacle, military funding, would be significantly alleviated. Second, there was news from Omegakure about the organization called Akatsuki, stating that Akatsuki had entered into a cooperation agreement with Sunagekure. Akatsuki shinobi would act as mercenaries to assist Sunagekure against Iwagakure and Kimogakure. As for Akatsuki, the 2 great villages were naturally aware of their existence. After all, throughout the war, Akatsuki had made their presence known several times. Although in the eyes of the 2 great villages, Akatsuki was still considered a minor and weak organization, their alliance with Sunagekure nonetheless caused deep unease. They had no idea what other strategies this young Kazekage might unleash. Therefore, they had to act decisively before it was too late. Thus, with a tacit understanding, Iwagakure and Kimogakure began to mobilize the shinobi stationed within the Land of Fire, advancing toward the Land of Wind. As for abandoning Konohagakure, after having invested so much energy and manpower in fighting for half a year, were they unwilling to let go? Of course they were. However, the current situation was still within Iwagakure and Kimogakure's acceptable range. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, rather than completely annihilating one another, maintaining the balance of power between the 5 was also one of the objectives of war. Now, they could say that this objective had been achieved. After half a year of war, with even children being sent to the battlefield, Konohagakure had suffered devastating losses. It would take them several years to recover. This was also the reason why Iwagakure and Kimogakure had to launch an offensive against Sunagekure. The silent rise of Sunagekure had already begun to disrupt the balance of power. Thus, within just a few days, Caught between the land of wind, the land of earth, the land of lightning, and Konohagakure were many small countries, scattered across their territories. The figures of shinobi once again became active. The shinobi of Iwagakure and Kimogakure were busily preparing for this coming war. The shinobi of Konohagakure were also lying low, waiting for an opportunity. Even the shinobi of Kirigakure began to appear, constantly gathering intelligence about the state of the entire shinobi world. However, something surprised everyone. The very focal point of this upcoming war, Sunagakure, showed an unexpectedly calm demeanor, as if all the chaos outside had nothing to do with them. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. Thanks to Sunagakure's recent rapid development, more and more outsiders had been entering the village, inevitably bringing news from the outside world with them. Aside from ordinary people fleeing the chaos and merchants hoping to make their fortune in Sunagakure, spies from various countries and villages were, of course, among them. These spies came not only to smuggle out Sunagakure's intelligence, but also with hopes of causing internal sabotage. Yet something puzzled them deeply. The outside world was on the verge of erupting into chaos, anyone could feel the tension in the air. And yet, inside Sunagakure, everything remained calm, as if nothing unusual was happening. Not only were Sunagakure's shinobi continuing to go about their tasks as usual, even the village leadership showed no sign of mobilizing forces for defense. This left the spies utterly baffled. They could clearly see that it wasn't just them, even the villagers and shinobi within Sunagakure were unsure of what was happening. Both Iwagakure and Kimogakure had already made their intentions to go to war clear, yet Sunagakure remained completely unmoved. Could it be they planned to surrender? Everyone knew that was impossible. Just as confusion spread, a piece of news, said to have been personally conveyed by Baki, the head of the Umbu, spread throughout the village. Tell everyone in the village not to overthink. All they need to know is that Kazekage-sama is fully prepared. The only ones who will emerge victorious in this war will be us, Sunagakure. Of course, many people still harbored doubts in their hearts. But over the past year, the prestige Rasa had built up and his repeated successes helped the villagers of Sunagakure temporarily put their worries to rest. However, the spies couldn't calm down so easily. They immediately transmitted the information out. Upon receiving this intelligence, the leaders of the various shinobi villages all frowned deeply. They could not help but hesitate. After all, Rasa's two prior operations against Konohagakure had already instilled a strong sense of caution toward this young Kazekage. Could it be that he had yet another hidden trump card? No matter how much the Third Shinobi and the Third Raikage racked their brains, they couldn't figure out what means Rasa could possibly have to be so confident in the face of the joint forces of Iwagakure and Kimogakure. Still, they firmly believed one thing. Before overwhelming strength, all schemes and tricks were useless. Enough of this posturing. Katsuchi, tell the shinobi on the front lines to immediately launch an offensive against the Land of Wind. I want to see what this brat can possibly do. Hi. As the shinobi of Iwagakure began to move, the shinobi of Kimogakure, after receiving the message, also sprang into action. In an instant, the entire shinobi world descended into chaos once more. At the same time, in Sunagakure, within the Land of Wind, the shinobi gathered together at the Kazekage Tower upon receiving the news. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Countermeasures. Sunagakure, Kazekage Tower. Since Rasa revealed the existence of the Dragon Oasis to everyone, this is the first time they have gathered together again. The two elders of Sunagakure, Chiyo and Ebizo. The Jinchuriki of Shikaku, One-Tail Bunpoku. The two top figures of Sunagakure with combat power, Pakura and Michikawa. The head of the Umbu, Baki. Rasa's assistant, Saramu. The current head of the Sunagakure Medical Department, Iris. The current head of the Sunagakure Logistics Department, Ruji. The current head of the Sunagakure Ninja Hospital, Yoshimaru. The current head of the Sunagakure Orphanage, Karura. The future successor of Chiyo, Hana, and the future successor of Ebizo, Anoka. For the sake of confidentiality, only a few people were qualified to know and be present here. Everyone had already heard about the news of Iwagakure and Kimogakure advancing toward the Land of Wind. They all looked up with nervous and expectant expressions toward the Kazekage, who had created countless miracles. Rasa, now the person with the highest authority in Sunagakure, looked down below. Finally, he spoke his plan. Everyone, you must have heard the news from outside. I won't waste too many words. With our current strength, it's almost impossible for us to directly confront Iwagakure and Kimogakure. If Sunagakure wants to win this war, there is only one way. I call it the decapitation operation. At this point, Rasa looked toward Baki beside him and said, Baki, introduce the intel the Umbu has gathered. Hi. As Baki moved, a map of the ninja world appeared before everyone. Baki had already prepared and marked the map. Everyone, please look. According to the intel our Umbu received, Iwagakure and Kimogakure have mobilized a total of 16,000 ninja, divided into 4 battlefronts to attack our Land of Wind. First battlefront, 6,000 ninja from Iwagakure, attacking from the direction of the land of birds. Leading them are Iwagakure's 2 Jinchuriki, namely, the 5 Tails Jinchuriki, Han, and the 4 Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi. Second battlefront, 4,000 ninja from Kimogakure, attacking from the sea. Leading them are Kimogakure's magnet release ninja, Toroi and Darui. Third battlefront, 2,000 ninja from Iwagakure, attacking from the direction of the land of rain. They were originally part of the Iwagakure forces that attacked Konoha. Leading them is Iwagakure's explosion release ninja, Gari. Fourth battlefront, 4,000 ninja from Kimogakure, also part of the previous forces that attacked Konoha, launching a surprise attack from the direction of the land of rivers. Leading them is the Kimogakure, AB combination, Upon hearing Baki's explanation and looking at the 4 lines on the map that surrounded the entire land of wind, the group in the room had serious expressions. Chiyo squinted her eyes and sighed. Iwagakure and Kimogakure really aren't holding back. Baki continued. Of the 4 battlefronts, the first battlefront from Iwagakure is geographically the easiest to reach the border of our land of wind. Although it is slower due to the large troop size, they are expected to reach the border in about 2 days, by nightfall. After a pause, Baki held a confident smile. As for the third and fourth battlefronts, while they are currently within the borders of the land of fire, and geographically relatively close to the land of wind, their supply lines are slow, and because they are within the land of fire, it will take them 5 days to reach us. The second battlefront is the slowest, requiring 7 days. However, since they are coming by sea, their supply lines and the morale of the ninja are the highest, and their stamina will not be depleted as quickly. After explaining the whole plan like a pro, he bowed to Rasa. Kazekage-sama, that's all I have to report. Rasa nodded and continued speaking to everyone. First, there is no need to worry about the third battlefront. I have already asked members of the Akatsuki to help us hold off the 2,000 Iwagakure ninja. Hearing this, everyone visibly relaxed. However, the remaining 14,000 ninja still pose a threat to us. This is still beyond the capability of Sunagakure to handle directly. Fortunately, our enemies have given us an opportunity by splitting their forces. If we only have to deal with one battlefront, it's still manageable. It seemed like Michikawa understood something and spoke up. I see now. Kazekage-sama, your decapitation operation is to gather all our forces and strike down one of the heads first, forcing Iwagakure and Kimogakure to hesitate. Rasa nodded appreciatively. Michikawa, you're correct, but that's only half of it. Half. Aside from Baki, who already knew Rasa's plan, the others were surprised, and then they heard something that left them speechless. Yes, we will strike down one head, but it's not by gathering all of Sunagakure's forces. It will be only the 3 of us, me, you, and Pakura. Everyone's pupils contracted, and Karura, as Rasa's wife, immediately showed an expression of extreme concern. Ebizo couldn't help but speak up. This is impossible. It's too dangerous. Kazekage, as the village's leader, you absolutely cannot take such a risk alone. Rasa understood the concern. As the leader, it wasn't ideal to put himself in such danger, but he was confident. Don't worry, Ebizo-sama. I'm confident in my decision, which is why I made it. After speaking, Rasa looked at the surprised Michikawa and Pakura. And you too? If Minato Namikaze of Konoha could fight 100 enemies by himself, now that you have mastered Senjutsu, do you not have this much confidence? Pakura couldn't stand the challenge. TCH, who's scared? Since you want to go crazy, Kazekage-sama, I'll join you in your madness. Michikawa was more composed, but after thinking for a moment, he made his decision. I understand now. Since you, Kazekage, have this confidence, as a member of the village, I won't hesitate. With the 3 representatives of the village's highest combat strength agreeing to the risky plan, the rest of the room felt conflicted, but ultimately, it was Chiyo who spoke up. Kazekage-sama, are you going to strike the head first? Rasa looked at the map, his gaze fixed on the direction of the land of birds. Since this is a decapitation, we need to cut off the head that will hurt them the most. There's no head more influential to this battlefield than these 2 Jinchuriki. Everyone immediately understood that Rasa had chosen the 6,000 Iwagakure ninja led by the 2 Jinchuriki as the target. In order to ensure the success of our decapitation plan, the village will need to make some preparations. Elders, you, along with Fuka, will lead the ninja from the village to meet the AB brothers from Kimogakure. Chapter 164, A Plan Within a Plan. Mount Myaboku. Though Minato Namikaze was still training here, ever since he learned that Iwagakure and Kimogakure had officially begun their assault on Sunagakure, he had been closely monitoring the movements of the ninja world. His source of information was none other than Jiraiya-sensei, who had brought news from the village. Amidst the tall grass, Minato was developing his new ninjutsu, which he had named Spiral Wind Release Super Spinning Roar Technique. Although the name was somewhat hard to take seriously, the technique itself, a fusion of wind-style chakra nature transformation and the Raise-Non, demonstrated destructive power that even Lord Fukasaku found astonishing. At that moment, Jiraiya, dressed in casual clothes, appeared before Minato. Unlike Minato, who could calmly continue his training, Jiraiya's personality seemed to make him restless, so he frequently moved between the village and Mount Mayaboku. Seeing Jiraiya's serious expression, Minato immediately realized that something significant must have happened in the outside world. He anxiously asked, "Jiraiya-sensei, has Sunagakure taken action?" Jiraiya nodded, sensing his disciple's emotional shift, and pulled out a scroll. Minato took the scroll and immediately began reading it carefully. The intelligence detailed that 2 hours ago, Sunagakure, which had been completely quiet until then, suddenly mobilized 2/3 of its ninja forces. In an unexpectedly swift manner, they departed the village, and based on their direction, it could be inferred that the target was the land of rivers. After reading, Minato furrowed his brow. Is Sunagakure trying to take the initiative? As the frontline commander of Konoha, Minato's military expertise was high. Based on the intelligence, he could quickly discern Sunagakure's objective. Jiraiya also nodded solemnly. That's probably the case. From what we can see, this is Sunagakure's only way out. But whether it will succeed or not remains uncertain. Minato glanced at the information and thoughtfully spoke. Since we, Konoha, have received this intel, then Kimogakure and Iwagakure likely have it too. And although Iwagakure and Kimogakure have formed an alliance on the surface, it's impossible for them to fight with the same resolve. What this means is that a 4,000 versus 4,000 battle puts Sunagakure at an advantage in terms of high-level combat power. It's quite possible they could win in one battle. However, there's something odd. Sunagakure's target isn't the Iwagakure ninja on the first battlefront. Doesn't that mean the Land of Wind is now vulnerable internally, and Iwagakure's ninja can advance without resistance? Jiraiya understood, thought for a moment, and responded. Perhaps Sunagakure feels that facing Iwagakure's 2 Jinchuriki and 4,000 ninja is too risky. They don't have the confidence to win in one blow. If they did that, they'd risk being caught in a pincer attack. Sunagakure can afford to trade time for geography. After all, the Land of Wind is vast and its terrain is harsh. If Iwagakure invades from the direction of the Land of Birds, it would take at least 4 to 5 days to threaten Sunagakure. Furthermore, because they are in the Land of Wind, Iwagakure won't be able to advance recklessly. Minato nodded. That makes sense. This is probably the best countermeasure Sunagakure can come up with right now. Moreover, even the aged one-tailed Jinchuriki has been mobilized, which shows that Sunagakure is going all out. However, what's wrong? Seeing Minato still tensed, Jiraiya curiously asked. Minato thought for a moment before voicing his concerns. Jiraiya-sensei, I just feel that something isn't right. It feels like the Kazekage's plan isn't as simple as it seems. Jiraiya was momentarily confused. He recalled the intelligence they had received from the village and then suddenly thought of something. There's a piece of information that hasn't been confirmed yet, but it came from Danzo's route. It said that Kirigakure is actually seeking an alliance with Sunagakure. Kiri. Is that confirmed? We don't have definitive confirmation on whether they've actually formed an alliance yet, but according to Danzo's report, he has a special information channel in Sunagakure, and he did see high-ranking members of Kirigakure in Sunagakure. These include 2 of the current Third Misukage's close confidants, Kiri's Yugura Karatachi and Mangetsu Hozuki. The mention of these names made Minato's eyes widen in shock, as both were renowned figures in Kirigakure. Although Minato despised Danzo's methods, he had no doubt about Root's intelligence capabilities. So, Kirigakure might be joining this war. Minato was genuinely surprised. The Kazekage was becoming more and more difficult to understand. Jiraiya shook his head. The village considered the possibility, but ultimately rejected it. Why? Well. Jiraiya's expression became slightly awkward. Perhaps to remind his disciple of some facts, he explained in detail. The third Mizukage of Kirigakure is very special. In a village dominated by bloodline clans, such as Kirigakure, the Mizukage is just an ordinary commoner by birth. Most of the power in Sunagakure is held by the 3 major clans. Whether Kirigakure can join the battlefield isn't really up to the Mizukage, and those 3 major bloodline families would never agree to help Sunagakure. Why not? Do you remember the woman from Sunagakure, the one you fought, Pakura? Minato nodded. Let me put it this way. Her secret technique, the Scorch Release, is a natural counter to the clans of Kirigakure, especially the Hozuki clan and the Hoshigaki clan. Over the years, many of the Hozuki and Mizuno clan ninja have died at her hands. It's because of this that she gained such a large reputation, even enough to challenge for the position of Kazekage. So, Kirigakure will never assist Sunagakure. Even if the third Mizukage agreed, he wouldn't be able to mobilize the village's forces. I see. Minato fell into deep thought, but still couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. After considering for a while, he asked again. Is there really no chance at all? I still feel like the Kazekage's plans aren't that simple. Jiraiya saw the tensed marks on Minato's forehead and understood that the Kazekage had caused Konoha to suffer defeats twice, making Minato a little overly cautious when facing him. But that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After thinking for a moment, Jiraiya spoke. It's not entirely impossible, but unless the Mizukage can offer something that the three major clans can't refuse, there's no way. If there really was such a bargaining chip, the Mizukage wouldn't have ended up in such an awkward position. Jiraiya's words suddenly made Minato's eyes light up. Bargaining chip. In that instant, a flood of thoughts rushed through Minato's mind, and countless images flashed before his eyes. Finally, his thoughts settled on his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, and his pupils dilated. Sensei, I understand now. Kirigakure might really be getting involved in the war. What? Minato immediately spoke the conclusion he had reached. Sealing Jutsu, the Uzumaki clan sealing Jutsu. Don't forget that Kirigakure has both the 3 tails and 6 tails. Jiraiya's pupils also shrank in realization. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, The Beheading Begins, 1. The vast desert of the Land of Wind. Rasa, Michikawa, and Pakura, all dressed in green ninja uniforms, rushed through the desert. Under Rasa's explanation, the two of them had finally understood the preparations that Rasa had made for this victory. Pakura couldn't help but express his feelings. No wonder you even called Karura to participate in the meeting. So, you had already planned to use that spy, Nono Yukushi, all along. Michikawa also praised. I didn't expect that spy Nono could be used in this way. No wonder Kazekage-sama wanted to keep her around. Yes, spies are a double-edged sword. From the moment we learned about her identity, she has already become our weapon against Konoha. Michikawa nodded in agreement. That means, at least for now, we don't have to worry about Konoha taking advantage of us. Pakura thought for a moment before speaking. But what if Konoha doesn't believe it? They also have their own intelligence channels in Kirigakure. Rasa's answer was simple. That's not important. We don't need Konoha to believe that Kirigakure will help us. As long as they suspect it, that's enough. Also, we aren't lying. The Mizukage really did send his close confidants to Sunagakure. Seeing that Rasa had even managed to use this, Michikawa couldn't help but sigh. If the Mizukage knew that his little cleverness was being used by you, Kazekage-sama, he'd probably get so angry it'd give him a stroke. That's not our problem. But, if Konoha can pass this information on to Iwagakure and Kimogakure, the situation will be even more advantageous for us. At that moment, sensing something, Rasa stopped in his tracks. From the rocks in the desert, a small white snake emerged, speaking human language. Rasa-sama, the positions of Iwagakure's ninja have been confirmed. Rasa's guess was not wrong. After Jiraiya urgently relayed Minato's deductions to the village, Konoha's higher-ups immediately recognized the seriousness of the situation and suspected that Sunagakure and Kirigakure had indeed formed an alliance. Kirigakure, in the past, had been willing to destroy the Uzumaki clan for the sealing techniques. Now, it was very likely they would ally with Sunagakure for the same purpose. No wonder Sunagakure remained so calm in the face of the alliance between Kimogakure and Iwagakure. If Kirigakure secretly assisted them, Kimogakure and Iwagakure could indeed suffer a great loss. This quickly extinguished the thoughts of some people in Konoha who had hoped to take advantage of the situation. And as the leader of Root, Danzo also did not disappoint Rasa's expectations. Upon receiving the information, he immediately passed it on to Iwagakure and Kimogakure through Root. Danzo, who clearly hated the Fourth Kazekage more than Konoha's casualties, had lost his Sharingan and arm to him, as well as his path to further study the Sharingan and the first Hokage's powers. Iwagakure and Kimogakure quickly received the unexpected information. The higher-ups of both sides were stunned. Because from their perspective, the alliance between Sunagakure and Kirigakure was the only explanation for Sunagakure's calm demeanor. After analyzing the current battle situation, both Iwagakure and Kimogakure made changes. Among them, Kimogakure reacted the most. Their forces were at risk of facing a direct threat from Kirigakure's ninja, so Kimogakure immediately issued an order for their forces stationed in the Land of Rivers to retreat. This was to avoid being caught between the forces of Kirigakure arriving by sea and Sunagakure coming from the Land of Wind. The naval ninja forces slowed their pace accordingly. Iwagakure, on the other hand, did not react as strongly. This was because Iwagakure's 2 lines of attack against Sunagakure were in the smaller countries inland, far from Kirigakure's reach. Even if Kirigakure had intentions of launching an attack, they would not be able to reach them in time. However, to be safe, Inoki still had his Umbu relay this information. As time passed, the situation in the ninja world grew even more unpredictable. After a day of long travel, Iwagakure's army of 6,000 ninja, led by two Jinchuriki, finally reached the border between the land of birds and the land of wind. They did not rush forward but chose to rest, waiting for reports from their vanguard. Before long, 3 ninja appeared. Report, Rashi-sama, Han-sama, we've already scouted ahead. There are no Sunagakure ninja in sight. This made the leader, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki Rashi, frown deeply. Although he had already received word from the village that Sunagakure had mobilized all its forces, including the elderly One-Tails Jinchuriki, to move toward the land of rivers, the lack of enemy presence made their situation somewhat awkward. Theoretically, entering the land of wind and attacking Sunagakure while its forces were thin would have been the best choice. However, the harsh desert environment, issues like water shortages, getting lost, sandstorms, and the dangers of prolonged battle lines, could easily lead to them being caught in a pincer attack. This was probably why Sunagakure felt secure enough not to set up defenses here. At this moment, Han, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki wearing armor and a conical hat, asked the question on his mind. What should we do now, senpai? Should we camp here, or push forward into the land of wind? Although Han had an additional tail compared to the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi was older and had been a Jinchuriki for longer. Rashi belonged to the same generation as Inoki, so it was not inappropriate for Han to address him as senpai. Not so fast. Rashi said, then turned to the vanguard squad. Are you sure? Not even one. Hi. One of the 3, a sensory ninja, confidently replied. Rashi-sama, I haven't detected any chakra signatures within my range. This was highly suspicious. Rashi looked ahead at the vast desert, feeling as though it was like a pocket waiting for Iwagakure's ninja to step into it. The unease in his heart led him to give the order. Scout again, several times if necessary. Yes. After the 3 ninja left, Rashi turned to Han and explained. We're carrying the lives of over 6,000 of our village's ninja. It's crucial that we proceed cautiously. Let's confirm everything first before making a decision. Han nodded seriously upon hearing this. At that moment, an Umbu ninja appeared beside Rashi, handing him a scroll. Rashi-sama, this is intelligence from the village. Rashi took the scroll and, after a brief glance, his expression shifted in surprise. I see. No wonder the Kazekage is so bold. He's actually formed an alliance with Kirigakure. This news seemed to ease Rashi's unease. Rashi handed the scroll to Han, who after reading it, understood what Sunagakure was planning and asked. Rashi-senpai, what should we do now? Rashi furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment, and then made his decision. To delay the battlefield and drag it to a more favorable position for the enemy would be foolish. So what should we do? Advance along the land of wind's border toward the land of rivers and rendezvous with the forces entering the land of rain. Meanwhile, we'll launch a pincer attack on Sunagakure's forces from both the front and the rear. Just as he made his decision, a rumbling sound echoed from the ground. What's going on? Iwagakure's ninja quickly located the source of the noise. What? What is that? From the far distance, towering sand dunes hundreds of meters high loomed, sweeping toward Iwagakure's forces like a wall of sand. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Sand vs. Rock. At the border between the land of wind and the land of birds. Under the scorching sun, in a cloudless sky. Rasa, Pakura, and Michikawa stood on a floating cloud of sand high in the sky. Their gazes were fixed downward on the rock desert, where the densely packed Iwagakure shinobi formed 4 neat formations. Even though the distance between them was only 2 or 3 kilometers in a straight line, the sensory shinobi from Iwagakure below could not detect their presence. First, because their current position was high in the sky. Second, after training with sage art energy, although Pakura and Michikawa could not replace all the chakra in their bodies with sage energy like Rasa, they could still interfere with the sensory abilities of shinobi. Those 2 must be the Jinchuriki from Iwagakure. Pakura, being younger, had rarely fought against the 2 Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, but Michikawa was different. During the previous Shinobi World War, he had already witnessed the power of Rashi. Rashi, the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, is of the same generation as Inoki, only a few years younger. His lava release is extremely powerful, and his mastery over the tailed beast's power has reached the level of complete transformation. He then looked at the other of the 2 Jinchuriki. As for Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, he is someone Iwagakure has cultivated only in recent years. Although young, he has already demonstrated the ability to fully transform during battles against Kanagakure. Besides that, he is a secret technique user, able to use an ability called vapor release, granting himself astonishing speed and strength. After listening to the intel provided by Michikawa, Rasa turned his head slightly to glance at the 2 and asked. Have you chosen your opponents? Pakura, eager, immediately responded. I'll take on the Four Tails Jinchuriki. I really want to see whose lava release is stronger, his or my scorch release. Michikawa, seeing this, did not argue and said calmly. Then I'll handle the Five Tails. Rasa nodded in agreement, then calculated the time and said. I'll give you only half an hour. If you can't finish them within that time, I'll step in personally. No problem. Understood. Seeing the two agree, Rasa finally turned his gaze back downward to the dense ranks of Iwagakure shinobi, his expression darkening as he brought his hands together in a seal. Then, let me greet the shinobi of Iwagakure first. As he spoke, the three descended from the sky, with Rasa forming a seal. Sage Arts, Magnet Release, Flowing Sand Waterfall. Boom. In an instant, the entire Gobi Desert began to tremble, the ground cracked open with fissures, and countless grains of yellow sand surged up like a tidal wave, blotting out the sun as they swept toward the Iwagakure shinobi. At this moment, the entire Gobi Desert turned into a sea of sand. What is this? The sudden assault shocked the shinobi of Iwagakure. The sand waves, like a massive tsunami darkening the sky, struck fear into the faces of many younger Iwagakure shinobi. Fortunately, the shinobi of Iwagakure were well prepared. Although they had no idea where the attack was coming from, countless jonin from Iwagakure immediately leapt to the front of their forces, facing the overwhelming sand head-on, forming hand seals one after another. Earth Release, Great Mud Wall. In an instant, towering earthen walls, resembling a never-ending great wall, rose to shield all the Iwagakure shinobi. The sand wave collided with the earthen wall, producing a booming sound that made the earth tremble. Although the sand wave was blocked, the Iwagakure shinobi grew even more tense. What's going on? Didn't the sensory team detect any Suna shinobi? What were the vanguard troops doing? Fortunately, the Iwagakure forces had reacted quickly. Otherwise, if such a large-scale attack had hit them directly, the casualties would have been devastating. Just then, an Iwagakure sensory shinobi suddenly perceived something and pointed in terror toward the top of the earthen wall. There's someone. All the Iwagakure shinobi immediately pulled out their kunai, staring warily in the direction the sensory shinobi indicated. Under the glaring sunlight, at the collision point between the massive earthen wall and the sand wave, three dark figures slowly appeared before their eyes. When the Iwagakure shinobi finally saw the faces of the three ninjas, fear crept onto their faces. That's Suna's Kazekage, Scorch Release Bakura, Magnet Release Michikawa. How could this be? Wasn't the intel saying they went to the land of rivers? So that's it, their real target was us. This thought flashed through the minds of all the Iwagakure shinobi, and as the commander of the unit, Rashi naturally thought the same. He became even more vigilant, nervously scanning the surroundings, afraid that his forces had fallen into an enemy trap. However, just then, the sensory ninja beside him once again formed a seal, trying hard to sense the area, and spoke in confusion. How could this be? What's happening? Rashi barked angrily, furious that the sensory ninja had failed in his duties. The sensory ninja, unable to understand it himself, replied in a panicked voice. Rashi-sama, I can't sense anything. Within a 10-kilometer radius, there are still no other chakra presences. Rashi's first instinct was, of course, disbelief. But the Suna shinobi atop the massive wall gave them no more time to think. The Scorch Release user Pakura and the Magnet Release user Michikawa had already leapt from the wall, charging directly toward the Iwagakure forces with an overwhelming aura, as if two were about to take on 6,000. Mid-air. Pakura stared coldly at the Iwagakure shinobi below, who had yet to react, and her hands moved without hesitation. Scorch Release, Firefly. In an instant, countless tiny fireballs, like glowing fireflies, appeared behind her. Like scattered dandelions, they floated gently down toward the Iwagakure shinobi. Their slow speed and small size puzzled the Iwagakure shinobi. These didn't seem very destructive at all. Still, they instinctively drew their kunai and hurled them at the floating fireballs. Since the fireballs were so slow, it was easy to strike them with kunai. However, the scene they expected, the fireballs dispersing upon impact, didn't happen. Instead, once hit, the fireballs split into two, continuing to drift down toward the Iwagakure forces. Seeing this, a slight smile tugged at the corners of Pakura's mouth. As the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi immediately sensed at the moment the fireballs got close, these seemingly harmless little orbs contained terrifying amounts of heat. Watch out. But his warning came too late. The quicker fireballs had already fallen into the densely packed formations of Iwagakure shinobi. Any shinobi touched by the fireballs immediately let out a blood-curdling scream, their entire bodies steaming as if boiled alive, then blackening into dried corpses as if scorched. The horrifying scene made cold sweat break out on the foreheads of all the Iwagakure shinobi. When they looked up, they saw that a mass of fireballs was continuing to rain down from the sky. Ah! The Iwagakure forces fell into chaos instantly, their screams echoing across the desert. Meanwhile, having landed, Michikawa formed hand seals as well. Magnet Release, Iron Sand Drizzle. Chapter 167, Scorch vs. Lava. As a mature and composed man, Michikawa's first attack was not like Pakura's as he did not immediately use the newly gained power. Instead, he still employed the basic magnet release. However, this did not mean his strength was inferior. After all, the magnet release, Iron Sand technique had once made the Third Kazekage earn the title of the strongest Kazekage. As chakra surged within Michikawa's body, countless grains of iron sand shot up from the earth beneath his feet, gathering around him to form a pitch-black wall of iron sand. From the wall, countless black kunai flew out, transforming into a rain of arrows that shot toward the Iwagakure shinobi. Under the joint assault of Pakura and Michikawa, the Iwagakure shinobi formation fell into complete chaos at the very first clash. The Jonin and Chunin naturally used earth release ninjutsu to protect themselves and their comrades, but there were still many places they could not cover. Especially the genin, who immediately became cannon fodder on the battlefield. In an instant, cries of agony echoed across the land. Facing such wide-range, long-distance lethal ninjutsu, the Iwagakure shinobi could not just sit and wait to die. As the commander of this unit, Rashi immediately gave the order. Go and take out the two jutsu casters. Hi. At once, dozens of Iwagakure jonin stepped forward and charged toward Pakura and Michikawa. These jonin were well aware of the reputation of Scorch Release Pakura and Magnet Release Michikawa. Naturally, none of them thought they could handle either opponent alone, so they attacked together. Just as they were about to reach the two. Suddenly, everyone sensed something appearing above their heads, casting a massive shadow over the ground. As seasoned jonin, their reaction speed was extremely quick. They immediately leapt to the sides. At the very moment they dodged, an enormous object crashed down from the sky, slamming heavily into the ground with a deafening boom. Then they finally saw what it was. They were giant creatures resembling tanuki, massive as small mountains. They had humanoid physiques clad in armor, each wielding a shield in one hand and a large sword in the other, looking like heavily armed samurai. What are these monsters? While they were still stunned, Pakura and Michikawa's figures flew past overhead, directly bypassing them to assault the Iwagakure shinobi from behind. The jonin wanted to pursue, but these tanuki monsters, their eyes glowing a fierce crimson, blocked their path. The huge blades in their hands came crashing down. Is this puppet technique? At the front of the Iwagakure forces, Rashi's expression turned grim as he stared at the suddenly appearing giant creatures. Especially since these monsters could actually hold off the village's jonin. But he had no time to worry about that now because the two Suna shinobi were already launching their assault on the Iwagakure forces. Still, only two of them, wasn't that a bit too few? From the start of the battle until now, aside from the still motionless Kazekage, they had not seen any other Suna shinobi. Just then, Rashi suddenly noticed, Pakura and Michikawa's direction of attack seemed to be aimed straight at him. Suddenly, Rashi realized the truth. His gaze shifted toward Rasa, who stood motionless in the distance. So that's it. This is Sunagekire's real plan. Rashi's words left everyone around him stunned. Rashi-senpai, what do you mean? With a heavy tone, Rashi explained. The Kazekage of Sunagekure intends to capture the two of us, the Jinchuriki, to use as leverage against the village, forcing the war to end. This time, everyone was truly shocked. You're kidding, right? They only have 3 people, and we have 6,000. Besides, Rashi-sama and Han-sama, you two are Jinchuriki. The Iwagakure shinobi instantly erupted in protest, which angered Han. He grunted and roared. Even arrogance has its limits. Han, still young and impulsive, immediately became furious, but Rashi remained solemn, his brow furrowed. As a Jinchuriki, he naturally had strong confidence in his own power. But the opponent was the Kazekage of Sunagekure. He was no fool. Since he was so brave enough to make such a bold move, he surely had some sort of trump card. Thinking this, as he watched Pakura and Michikawa rapidly approaching, Rashi made a decision and stepped forward. Han, get ready. Let's move. Why now? Rather than sitting here waiting passively, we should strike first and see what they're planning. Besides, letting the others from the village go up against them would only be sending them to their deaths. Han understood Rashi's intent. He nodded and stepped forward as well. At that moment, the two of them began to undergo rapid transformations. Chakra surged as Rashi's entire body became enveloped in searing magma, radiating an intense heat, while white steam gushed out from the seams of Han's armor, emitting a high-pitched shriek. Be careful, here we go. Yeah. In an instant, the two shot forward, launching themselves toward the enemy at an unbelievable speed. They're coming. Mid-charge, Pakura and Michikawa immediately noticed the two incoming Jinchuriki. It surprised them a little as they had thought they would have to take down a few more Iwagakure shinobi to lure them out. But this was even better. Seeing Rashi cloaked in the lava-release chakra mode, Pakura's expression brightened with excitement. She immediately activated her own scorch-release chakra mode, transforming into a stream of flames that overtook Michikawa and charged ahead. Of course, she knew to hold something back since right now, she only activated the basic scorch-release chakra mode. Thus, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, on the desolate wasteland, a man of fire and a man of magma, both radiating terrifying heat, clashed together. Boom. The immense heat generated a vacuum zone around their collision, and scorching steam blew everything away nearby. Rashi was momentarily shocked. He had certainly heard of Pakura of Sunagakure and her scorch release, but he hadn't expected her scorch release to rival his own lava release. His lava release had been cultivated with the chakra of a tailed beast, after all. Feeling the heat emanating from Rashi's lava release, Pakura smirked and said, "Four Tails Jinchuriki, it seems your lava release isn't all that impressive, is it?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Michikawa watched as Han, surrounded by steaming mist, like a roaring locomotive, charged toward him at incredible speed. He immediately formed hand seals. Magnet release, iron sand cylinder. Above his head, the countless grains of iron sand rapidly condensed into a massive cylindrical form, shooting toward the onrushing Five Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 168, Madara Uchiha. At the very moment when the great forces of Sunagakure and Iwagakure clashed. At a ruined village far from the battlefield, amidst the crumbled remains. The earth twisted, and a figure slowly rose. Cloaked in a hooded coat, wearing a white mask that revealed a single blood-red Sharingan eye, he emanated an aura as chilling as death itself. His gaze drifted slowly toward the distant battlefield. He first glanced at the battling shinobi of Sunagakure and Iwagakure with an expression of disdain. Then, as the three tomo of his Sharingan spun, his eyes locked onto the towering figure atop the distant earth wall. In an aged, hoarse voice, he murmured, "Interesting. So that's the current Kazekage of Sunagakure." From the same body, a second, comical voice answered. "Yes, Madara-sama, that is the fourth Kazekage, Rasa." Madara Uchiha seemed mildly intrigued. A curious power indeed, it's a little like Hashirama's sage art. Even my senses cannot detect him fully. Madara-sama, should we get rid of him? What if he disrupts your plans? Madara paused as if he shook his head. No need to rush. Let me observe this power first. After all, it's rare to have an opportunity to walk outside like this. Let's see just how much the little brats of today's shinobi world have grown. As Madara's voice fell silent. On the distant battlefield, the clash between Sunagakure's Pakura and Michikawa and Iwagakure's Jinchuriki Rashi and Han was reaching its peak. As time passed, the battlefield between Scorch Release Pakura and Lava Release Rashi, the fight was getting heated. Both, relying on the advantages of their bloodline limit and secret techniques, had naturally chosen the most direct and efficient way to fight, pure taijutsu clashes. After several probing exchanges, they realized that, due to the similarity of their abilities, neither's ninjutsu could easily overpower the other. Though Pakura was a woman, she was in no way inferior to Rashi when it came to taijutsu. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, Magnet Release, Iron Sand's unrivaled offensive and defensive capabilities were firmly suppressing the speed and strength granted by Han's Boil Release. No matter how powerful the Five Tails Jinchuriki's strength was, against the absolute defense constructed from iron sand, he found it hard to make any progress. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't outpace the sand iron. And what's more, Michikawa had one clear advantage that Han did not: he could form wings from iron sand and fly freely through the air, completely dominating the aerial battlefield. Han could only suffer attacks passively from the ground. From Iwagakure's side, watching the astonishing battles unfolding before them, the genin and chunin of Iwagakure were left utterly shocked. After all, in any village, bloodline limit and secret techniques were rare treasures. Battles like this were things ordinary shinobi could live their whole lives without witnessing even once, yet now, they were seeing them play out right before their eyes. The sheer destructive power and dazzling spectacle left the Iwagakure shinobi in awe of the strength of their two Jinchuriki, but for the first time, they also realized Sunagakure had such terrifyingly powerful shinobi too. As for the jonin, they all wore grave expressions. As expected of Sunagakure's renowned Scorch Release and Magnet Release shinobi, they can actually go toe-to-toe with our two Jinchuriki. Even so, they remained full of confidence in their village's Jinchuriki, because until now, neither Rashi nor Han had revealed their tailed beast powers. However, a shadow of concern lingered. Sunagakure's true trump card, their Kazekage, had yet to make a move. Quick, report this information to the Kazekage-sama. Understood. After giving the order, the Iwagakure shinobi continued to watch the battlefield with tense gazes. Realizing that their bloodline limit and secret techniques were not particularly effective against each other, and in order to conserve chakra, both sides tacitly cancelled their Lava Release and Scorch Release chakra modes. Lava Release, Melting Rock River Jutsu. With Rashi forming hand seals, countless massive lava fireballs surged toward Pakura. These lava fireballs not only carried terrifying heat, but the burning, heavy rocks also held devastating impact force. Though Pakura wasn't afraid of heat, she dared not let herself be smashed by those massive rocks. With nimble, flowing movements, she weaved between the lava fireballs while forming her own hand seals. Scorch release, rabbit jade. Countless flames appeared at her sides, and as they fell to the ground, they transformed into blazing rabbits that charged at Rashi. Rashi tried to intercept the flame rabbits by spitting fireballs, but quickly realized something odd. Despite their numbers, the flame rabbits moved with an unnatural agility, almost as if they possessed a will of their own. He had no choice but to dodge nimbly as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, was growing more and more frustrated. As a user of boil release, he could raise his chakra to the boiling point, exploding with monstrous strength. How monstrous was it? He could punch away a sand iron cylinder the size of a small mountain weighing over 10 tons with a single blow. But it was useless. His opponent only needed to break the unified sand iron cylinder back into individual particles to disperse the impact. Worse, the enemy could fly. Flight is something that even in Iwagakure, only the Otsutsuki with lightweight rock technique can achieve. By flying, Michikawa easily controlled the battlefield from above, using his sand iron to attack Han as if he were merely a stationary training post. As a young man, Han naturally had a temper. After being battered passively for several minutes, he finally lost his patience. From above, Michikawa, riding on his sand iron wings, immediately noticed Han's change. Dark red chakra surged over Han's body as he entered a half-tailed beast transformation. Cloaked in a dark red-tailed beast coat, 5 dark red tails unfurled behind him, and the terrifying aura he emitted swept across the entire battlefield. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to Han's transformation. Even among the Iwagakure shinobi, many were seeing one of their Jinchuriki enter a half-tailed beast form for the first time. The overwhelming chakra stunned them to the core. Pakura, who was exchanging blows with Rashi, also sensed it immediately. So this is the power of a tailed beast. What an evil and overwhelming chakra. It was her first time truly witnessing a half-tailed beast transformation. If not for the fact that her power had already risen several levels and that she had mastered Sage Mode energy, she wouldn't have had any confidence to even stand against it. Compared to everyone else's shock, Michikawa, facing Han, was much calmer. He had already seen this form once before, that of the late Eight-Tails Jinchuriki from Kimogakure during the last Shinobi World War. But what happened next even startled him. A deep purple chakra ball, about the size of a fist, began forming in front of the half-transformed Five-Tails Jinchuriki. And then it fired. Tailed Beast Bomb. Boom. Chapter 169, Pakura vs. Han. The entire battlefield was left speechless, especially the Iwagakure shinobi. As the deep purple-tailed beast bomb shot toward Michikawa in the sky, the massive explosion that followed filled the heavens with smoke and flames. The violent shockwave whipped up clouds of sand and stone, blasting outward in every direction. The Iwagakure shinobi shielded themselves with their arms. When the explosion finally subsided and the smoke dispersed, the shinobi, cold sweat pouring down their backs, shouted in disbelief. Is this the power of the tailed beasts? Amazing, truly amazing. That Sunagakure shinobi must be dead. They cheered as their strong Jinchuriki once again came victorious. However, their joy lasted less than a second before someone trembled and spoke. No, he's still alive. As the words fell, the last bit of smoke in the sky cleared, revealing Michikawa's figure once again. A thick iron wall about a meter wide stood before him, molten iron slowly dripping from it. How is this possible? The astonishment wasn't limited to the 2 Iwagakure Jinchuriki, even Madara Uchiha in the distance was surprised. He knew well the power of a tailed beast bomb. Even though a tailed beast bomb launched during a half-transformed state was much weaker, it was still easy enough to destroy a mountain. This was precisely why Jinchuriki were considered living weapons that symbolized a nation's military strength. Yet now, a powerful tailed beast bomb had been stopped by a mere layer of sand iron. Of course, Madara himself could easily block a tailed beast bomb. His old friend, Hashirama, could do so as well. But how did this Sunagakure shinobi manage? Madara, who had originally dismissed this as mere children's play, immediately grew interested. Seeing his tailed beast bomb blocked, the half-transformed Five-Tails Jinchuriki's face revealed confusion, but it didn't stop him from launching another attack. Dark purple chakra once again gathered at Han's mouth. Facing such a lethal move, Michikawa remained perfectly calm, forming hand seals with both hands. This time, however, he wasn't just manipulating chakra, he was also drawing upon the sage energy stored within his body. Sage Art, Magnet Release, Iron Sand Shield. In an instant, countless grains of iron sand infused with chakra and sage energy surged around Michikawa, merging with the existing iron sand to form an enormous wall over 10 meters thick. At the same time, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki launched another tailed beast bomb. This time, everyone on the battlefield could finally see clearly how the iron sand defended against such devastating force. The moment the tailed beast bomb touched the iron sand shield, the fist-sized ball seemed to pierce through the surface easily, merging into it. At first glance, it looked like the shield had failed to block it. But then, the iron sand shield rapidly morphed from a cube into a sphere, completely enclosing the tailed beast bomb inside. Everyone watched in stunned silence as the surface of the iron sand sphere writhed irregularly as if something inside was desperately trying to explode. Eventually, all movement stopped, and searing molten iron began to slowly drip from the sphere. Every Iwagakure shinobi, even the two Jinchuriki, were utterly dumbfounded. None of them had expected that the Jinchuriki's ultimate move, the tailed beast bomb, would be neutralized so easily. But even now, they couldn't fully grasp what had happened. Only Madara Uchiha, watching from afar, observed everything clearly through his Sharingan. The moment the tailed beast bomb touched the iron sand shield, he saw that the peculiar iron sand absorbed the chakra. At the same time, the absorbed chakra was transformed into more iron sand, replenishing the parts melted by the tailed beast bomb and further reinforcing the shield's defense. This familiar scene reminded Madara of his old friend, Hashirama Senju's wood release. What made Hashirama's wood release so troublesome was precisely its ability to absorb the enemy's chakra, turning the opponent's power into a source of strength for the wood release. Borrowing power to counter power was an infuriating technique. Even chakra monsters like the Ninetales could be drained in an instant. Of course, Madara could also tell that the iron sand's chakra absorption wasn't nearly as overwhelming as Hashirama's wood release. At best, it had absorbed about a third of the tailed beast bomb's chakra. But that was already enough. With a third of the chakra drained and with the spherical structure evenly distributing the explosion's force, it perfectly withstood the impact. Interesting. Looks like Sunagakure has raised a rather impressive brat, Madara praised without reservation. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Iwagakure shinobi grew even gloomier. A Sunagakure shinobi had so easily blocked a tailed beast bomb launched by a half-transformed Jinchuriki. Han, the five-tails Jinchuriki, also wore an ugly expression at this point. Firing 2 consecutive tailed beast bombs was already a considerable burden for him in his half-transformed state. It wasn't a matter of the tailed beast's chakra being insufficient. Rather, it was because the amount of tailed beast chakra he could control in this state was limited. If he continued recklessly, he would risk losing control of the chakra and entering a berserk state. Han's current ability to use the five tails power wasn't because he had reached a true understanding with the tailed beast. He could merely borrow some of its strength. If he wanted to borrow more chakra, he would have to enter full tailed beast mode. But now, was it really the time to do that? After all, Sunagakure's main force, the Kazekage, hadn't even entered the fray yet. Nearby, Rashi, the four-tails Jinchuriki, also sensed the situation growing dire. He frowned and looked at Pakura coldly. So that's it. This is where Sunagakure's confidence comes from. Daring to face us with just 3 people. Yakra furrowed her brows, but then smirked, as fireballs floated around her once more. What's wrong? Iwagakure's four-tails Jinchuriki, are you thinking of surrendering? Despite Pakura's confident words, she was actually feeling a bit of a headache. She had realized that while the sage energy she had mastered gave her scorch release excellent chakra absorption and enhanced defensive capabilities, it was still awkward against something as overwhelmingly destructive as the tailed beast bomb. It wasn't like she could just tank a tailed beast bomb with her body. What now? It was obviously impossible for her to master a whole new defensive secret technique on the spot. Suddenly, Pakura thought of something. That tailed beast bomb seemed somewhat familiar. No, this was clearly her first time seeing such a move. But why did it feel so familiar? In a flash, Pakura remembered, she had indeed seen a jutsu that resembled the tailed beast bomb before. It was the Raise-Non, used by a Konoha shinobi, Minato Namikaze. If she remembered correctly, Rasa could also use that technique. He had even once used it to save her life. If she could master that jutsu too, then she could counter the tailed beast bomb with her own similar technique, using offense as defense. Thinking of this, Pakura couldn't help but show a faint, almost mischievous smile. As for whether Rasa would teach her, she didn't worry about it at all. However, she didn't realize that her wicked little smile, when seen by Rashi on the other side, completely infuriated him. Sunagakure shinobi. Don't underestimate a Jinchuriki. Rashi roared. Let me show you one truth, only a tailed beast can stand against another tailed beast. Boom. Dark red chakra erupted around Rashi's body. But this time, he didn't stop at half-transformation, he directly transformed into a giant red ape, 4 enormous tails thrashing as he roared into the sky. Ha! A filthy monkey, Frieza. Chapter 170, Pakura vs. Rashi. This really does bring back memories. Madara Uchiha muttered from the sidelines, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his Sharingan. More than 40 years ago, after Konohagakure was founded, his friend Hashirama proposed distributing the tailed beasts among the 5 great nations to maintain peace. Aside from the one tail already in Sunagakure's possession, all the other tailed beasts had been captured by the 2 of them, and the four tails had been Madara's personal catch. Now, watching the battlefield where a mountain-sized beast had suddenly appeared, even though the Iwagakure shinobi knew it was their own village's tailed beast, the first sight of it still filled them with terror. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, a familiar voice rumbled from the massive red ape at that moment. All Iwagakure shinobi, fall back 3 miles. Hearing the command, under the lead of the village's jonin, the Iwagakure shinobi immediately began to retreat. Pakura made no move to stop them. There was no need to. Even the jonin who had been struggling against the tanuki monsters knew that with Rashi now in full-tailed beast form, they had no place in this fight. They quickly broke off and retreated as well. As for Han, the 5 tails Jinchuriki, he deactivated his tailed beast mode. He needed to conserve his chakra in case of emergencies. After all, Tsunagekyu's Kazekage had yet to make a move. Once the Iwagakure shinobi had retreated to a safe distance, Rashi, now fully transformed into Son Goku the Four Tails, glared down at the tiny Pakura and roared. Tsunagakure shinobi. Let me show you the true power of a tailed beast. What an exaggerated size. Pakura muttered, this being her first time seeing a tailed beast in its complete form. She couldn't deny the overwhelming pressure it exuded. But it was exactly that kind of challenge that made this interesting. Besides, she had Rasa standing behind her. Thinking of this, she swiftly formed hand signs. Summoning technique. A burst of white smoke erupted, and Pakura's figure soared into the air. Beneath her feet, a summoning beast appeared, a giant creature with a yellow body, resembling a cross between a lion and an elephant. In the distance, Madara's eyes widened slightly at the sight of the beast. If I'm not mistaken, that's the Shimura clan's summoning beast, Dream Taper, Baku. How did it end up in Tsunagekyu's hands? White Zetsu's voice echoed beside him. Madara-sama, I reported this to you before. Last time, Danzo tried to ambush the Kazekage and not only lost his arm and Sharingan, but even his summoning beast was taken. Madara snorted in disdain. Konoha really is getting more and more weak. Unfortunately, even Madara was speaking too soon. What happened next left him utterly dumbfounded. The newly summoned Dream Taper had just prepared to let out a proud roar to express its excitement at being called by its new master, only to spot Son Goku before it. The roar got stuck in its throat. It stared in shock at Pakura, its expression practically screaming, Is that our enemy? Pakura, of course, understood that sending Dream Taper to fight a fully transformed Four Tails was basically sending it to its death. Still, its utterly pitiful display embarrassed her as she spoke up. Just help me distract him. Leave the tailed beast to me. Pakura's voice rang out confidently as she clasped her hands together and formed the seal of the rooster. 8 gates release, open. Open gate, rest gate, life gate, wound gate, and limit gate. With a fierce burst, Pakura opened 5 gates in a row. Boom. In an instant, chakra exploded from her body like a torrent, overwhelming the battlefield. The immense aura she unleashed sent shockwaves through the area, making everyone realize that the seemingly frail figure of Pakura was now emitting chakra no weaker than that of a tailed beast. What is this? The Iwagakure shinobi looked on in horror, their faces full of disbelief. The strength of Tsunagekyu's ninja was far beyond anything they had anticipated. Far in the distance, Madara Uchiha's expression turned cold as he spoke in a frigid tone. This brat, Danzo, really has given the enemy plenty of gifts. It didn't take much to figure out that the 8 gates, a forbidden technique of Konohagakure, had somehow found its way into the hands of Tsunagekyur, and it was clearly tied to Danzo. In the center of the battlefield, Pakura, her body surging with visible chakra, stood atop the Dream Taper, her movements still unrelenting. Despite this overwhelming display, she knew it wasn't enough to defeat the tailed beast just yet. But she still had one final trump card left to play. This technique she had developed over the past year was based on her mastery of the Scorch Release Chakra mode. It combined all the strength she had gained from Rasa over the past year. Sage Arts, Scorch Release Chakra, Phoenix Mode. Instantly, a pair of massive wings, reminiscent of a peacock's tail feathers, ignited in flames behind her. The flames engulfed Pakura, transforming her into a giant, fiery phoenix. With claws burning with intense fire, the phoenix launched toward the Four Tails. The breathtaking, divine sight left everyone on the battlefield speechless. That's one flashy technique. Indeed, when it came to developing jutsu, Pakura proved herself to be a true genius. This technique wasn't just a blend of the 8 gates, Senjutsu energy, and Scorch Release, it also incorporated a unique method from Hoshigakure, Peacock Mystical Arts. Rasa himself had nearly forgotten about this technique, a force he'd once used during his time in the alternate world. Boom. Rashi, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, looked on with shock as the massive fire phoenix barreled toward him. But he still held confidence in his tailed beast's power. Slamming his hands into the ground, he summoned his own countermeasure. Melting Release, Mount Wagwa. In an instant, the earth beneath the four tails turned into molten lava. The eruption of magma, towering dozens of meters high, surged toward the phoenix to block its fiery advance. But the phoenix seemed utterly undeterred. It passed through the spewing magma as if it was nothing and continued its path straight toward the four tails, its burning claws reaching out. Though Rashi had expected that his melting release might not be enough to stop the phoenix, seeing it completely disregard his defense left him frustrated. But he still trusted in the defensive power of his tailed beast's body. With that thought, he reached out, intending to grab the incoming phoenix's claws. However, what he didn't anticipate was the searing pain that shot through his hands the moment he made contact with the blazing claws. Looking down, he saw burn marks appearing on the four tails' hands. How is this possible? Rashi couldn't comprehend what was happening. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Idiot, don't try to brute force it. Her flames are different. There's a special kind of energy inside them that can hurt me. What? Rashi was stunned to hear the four tails speak to him directly, but he trusted the beast's words. Ignoring the pain, he swiftly threw the phoenix away. As for Pakura, the phoenix she controlled spun in the air for a moment before it flared its wings, and countless fireballs appeared beneath its burning feathers. These fireballs hurtled toward the four tails. Rashi, feeling the pain in his hands, could only dodge as quickly as he could. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Rasa takes action. How interesting. To think it can actually harm a tailed beast's body, is this the special power of Tsunegakure? Not far from the battlefield, Madara Uchiha's tone grew noticeably serious. Now that he had already acquired the power of Outer Path of Rinnegan, he fully understood what tailed beasts were. They were lifeforms created by the Sage of Six Paths through Yin-Yang release, so in theory, the only powers that could harm or control them were Yin-Yang release and pure taijutsu. But now, this small shinobi village, Tsunegakure, had demonstrated a power that could harm a tailed beast. This suggested that even the Yin-Yang release he possessed might not be as invincible as he once believed. As he continued to watch the battlefield, he asked in a low voice. Have you gathered any intel on what this power actually is? White Zetsu's voice sounded a little flustered. Madara-sama, according to your orders, we didn't dare risk investigating that mysterious oasis in Tsunegakure. After all, there's a Uzumaki survivor there, and they can sense us. As for those Iwagakure guys, we lured them there, but unfortunately, they were completely useless. They found nothing and got sealed up instead. Fearing the risk of exposure, we didn't retrieve the spores either. Madara said nothing. He understood. White Zetsu's group was indeed good at gathering intel, but their intelligence overall was lacking. It seemed that for the sake of his future plans, he needed to create another perfect agent that could carry out his will without fail. Let's call it Black Zetsu. As expected from a battle between the strongest forces of each side. The clash between Pakura in Phoenix mode and Rashi in his full-tailed beast form was nothing short of earth-shattering. Even though the Iwagakure shinobi had already retreated 3 miles, the shockwaves and intense heat from the battle still forced them to fall back another 5 miles. At this point, there was nothing they could do to intervene. In a battle with this level of destructive power, even a Jonin would be nothing but a hapless target. No one was surprised that a tailed beast could wield such devastating power. But why did this Tsunegakure Kunoichi possess the strength to match? What made the Iwagakure shinobi even more uneasy was that far away, the Kazekage still hadn't made any move at all. If just one Tsunegakure shinobi was this strong, how terrifying must their Kazekage be? Thinking of this, the Iwagakure shinobi suddenly understood. Why did the 3 Tsunegakure shinobi dare to face 6,000 of their own and even challenge 2 Jinchuriki? It was because they truly had the strength to do so. At the center of the battlefield, Rashi was finally experiencing the same suffering that Han had endured. Faced with the airborne Pakura, he could only endure her relentless attacks. Furthermore, due to his massive size, he was nothing more than a walking target. Damn slippery thing, so annoying. At this point, Rashi could no longer hold back. He suddenly tilted his head upward, gathering chakra rapidly in his mouth. As a fully transformed tailed beast, Rashi's tailed beast bomb at this moment was far larger than Han's earlier one. It wasn't just a little bigger, it had grown from the size of a fist to something nearly the size of half a basketball court. Seeing this, Pakura, already transformed into a phoenix high in the sky, sensed the overwhelming chakra packed into the tailed beast bomb and broke into a cold sweat. Though unwilling, she understood that with her current power, she could not block this fully powered tailed beast bomb. Fortunately, just then, Rasa's voice sounded behind her. Half an hour is up. Pakura, Michikawa, you two can fall back. Leave the rest to me. Of course, Rasa's movements didn't escape the watchful eyes of the Iwagakure shinobi and Madara Uchiha. Oh, he's finally making his move. Let's see what kind of power this kid holds. Madara murmured. Without any hesitation, Pakura and Michikawa deactivated their techniques, reverting to their normal appearances, and retreated to the golden cloud of sand Rasa had floated over on. Rashi, who was preparing the tailed beast bomb, felt a twinge of unease upon seeing this, but his confidence in the tailed beast's power made him launch the massive bomb at Rasa without a second thought. Facing the massive, deep purple-tailed beast bomb hurtling toward them, Rasa remained calm, bringing his hands together. Sage Art, Desert Slave Rebellion. Just as the tailed beast bomb was about to strike the three of them, two enormous arms of sand burst from the ground, grabbing the tailed beast bomb midair. What? It wasn't just the Iwagakure shinobi who were stunned, even Rashi, the very master of this tailed beast bomb, was frozen with shock. A tailed beast bomb capable of destroying an entire village had been caught so easily. Even Madara, watching from afar, was a little surprised. Of course, he himself could easily block a tailed beast bomb with Susanu's defense. And his old friend Hashirama could even catch one barehanded and play with it like a ball. But this shinobi from Sunagakure. As everyone was still reeling from the shock, the tailed beast bomb, struggling fiercely in the grip of the sand arms, began to shrink, smaller and smaller, until eventually it dissipated into a wisp of green smoke. This. The Iwagakure shinobi stared at the scene, horrified, instinctively retreating further back. You've got to be kiddin'. That terrifying attack was neutralized so easily. So this is Sunagakure's Kazekage. He's on a completely different level from those other Sunagakure shinobi. Not long ago, Michikawa had also managed to block a tailed beast bomb, but definitely not as effortlessly as this. Gulp. The Iwagakure shinobi all unconsciously swallowed hard. Behind Rasa, Pakura and Michikawa also revealed faint, hard-to-detect expressions of shock. Though they had long known Rasa was frighteningly powerful with sage energy, they hadn't truly grasped just how strong he was. Rasa seldom showed his full power. But now they clearly understood, Rasa was no longer on the same level as them. Rasa, meanwhile, paid no mind to the two behind him. After destroying the tailed beast bomb, Rasa slowly floated on his golden cloud of sand until he was face to face with the still-stunned Four Tails, Son Goku. Nearby, Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, also tensed up and transformed into his complete tailed beast form, a gigantic white creature resembling a fusion of a dolphin and a goat, towering above everyone. At this moment, two mountain-sized tailed beasts stood between the Iwagakure shinobi and their enemies. Standing before them, representing Sunagakure, were Kazekage Rasa, Pakura of Scorch Release, and Michikawa of Magnet Release. Rasa looked at the two tailed beasts, now on full alert, and spoke slowly. Personally, I have no interest in slaughter. But as Kazekage, for the sake of my village, I must eliminate Iwagakure's forces here. However, if the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails and Five Tails choose to surrender now, I will spare the lives of the Iwagakure shinobi. Don't joke with us. Before Rasa's words had fully faded, Rashi's voice roared out from within the Four Tails' body. Iwagakure shinobi may fall in battle, but we never surrender. Though not surprised by the answer, Rasa sighed. I see. Then, I can only apologize. At that moment, standing behind Rasa, Pakura, and Michikawa were both wide-eyed in shock. They could feel the overwhelming sage energy radiating from Rasa, vast as a mountain. Sage Art, Magnet Release, Birth of the Sand Tree World. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, The Power of the Demon. Boom. What was that sound? As Rasa executed his jutsu, a rumbling sound echoed through the earth. Everyone felt the ground beneath their feet shaking. They still hadn't understood what kind of technique this was. The earth suddenly cracked open, with spiderweb-like fissures spreading under the feet of the Iwagakure ninja. This caused them to lose their balance and feel a sense of unease in their hearts. Some of the Iwagakure ninjas were already considering retreating. Be careful. Rashi, who had transformed into the Four Tails Son Goku, immediately shouted to the ninja behind him while warily scanning his surroundings. Facing the mysterious Kazekage, Rashi could not afford to let his guard down for a moment. He wanted to sense what was happening beneath his feet, but unfortunately, he could feel nothing. Boom. 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 At that moment, with the deafening sound of explosions, countless grains of sand erupted from the cracks. The entire battlefield was soon engulfed in a cloud of yellow sand. The Iwagakure ninja, witnessing the world around them turn gray-yellow, were startled. They quickly drew their kunai and began to defend themselves. However, this yellow sand appeared to have no unusual properties other than obscuring their vision, limiting their sight to just a few meters and making it somewhat difficult to breathe. Like Rashi, those at the front of the battlefield found it peculiar. He scanned his surroundings, and aside from the white Five Tails beside him, he couldn't see the ninja behind him. Fortunately, his sensory abilities remained effective, but he didn't sense anything out of the ordinary. Yet, this was the strangest part. He couldn't believe that the mysterious Kazekage's technique would be so light and casual. Rashi's confusion was shared by Pakura and Michikawa, who stood behind Rasa. They both looked at Rasa with questioning gazes. Rasa, however, appeared calm and unconcerned. Don't worry. I told you. I'm not interested in slaughter, so I used a gentler technique. A gentler technique. The two were taken aback. Meanwhile, far away on the battlefield, Madara Uchiha, who was watching everything, noticed it through his Sharingan. What technique is this? With the insight of the Sharingan, he clearly saw. Amidst the endless yellow sand, the grains of sand entered the bodies of the Iwagakure ninja through their breath or adhered to their skin, beginning to absorb their chakra. The Iwagakure ninja could not sense it in the short term because the effect was like a slow-acting poison. But Madara Uchiha didn't dare to underestimate it, as he also noticed that the rate at which their chakra was being absorbed was accelerating. Rasa's strange technique had plunged the entire battlefield into an eerie silence. These ninjas naturally felt that something was wrong, but the yellow sand was so vast, and the visibility was so poor that they couldn't distinguish direction or figure out where to flee. Suddenly, a scream echoed across the battlefield. Ah, help, help me. Rashi and Han were both startled. The other Iwagakure ninjas were also alarmed. They tried to see what was happening. But the yellow sand obscured their vision, preventing them from making out anything clearly. They couldn't see anything at all. At that moment, more and more screams began to echo. Ah. What is this? I can't move. My body. My chakra. Instantly, the battlefield was filled with screams, one after another, resembling a hellish scene that chilled the hearts of those still alive. What terrified Rashi and Han, even more, was that with each scream, the chakra of the Iwagakure ninja disappeared in their senses. We can't go on like this. Han, blow these sands away. Got it. Han, transformed into the Five Tails, immediately reared up like a horse, raising his front limbs high and stomping down on the ground. Boom. In an instant, boiling steam erupted from the Five Tails' feet, blasting outward. Han clearly intended to use the force of the steam to blow away the sand, but what happened next left him stunned. The yellow sand around him seemed to swallow the white steam that erupted from his feet, vanishing without a trace. How is that possible? At that moment, Rashi heard the voice of the Four Tails' son Goku in his mind once again. Idiot. Can't you see? These sands are absorbing chakra. What? After the Four Tails' reminder, Rashi finally realized. His chakra was also being absorbed. However, compared to the massive body of the tailed beast, these sands were minuscule. It felt like the bite of a mosquito sucking blood. Now that he understood what these sands were, Rashi finally had a plan. Countless amounts of chakra began to gather at the Four Tails' mouth. Soon, a deep purple-tailed beast ball appeared, and the Four Tails raised its head high, firing it directly into the sky. The deep purple-tailed beast ball shot like a meteor into the sky, and then... boom. A massive mushroom cloud erupted in the sky, and the shockwave from the explosion swept outward in all directions. Now, even if Rasa's sand was absorbing chakra at a rapid rate, it couldn't compare to the shockwave generated by the explosion of the tailed beast ball. In an instant, the yellow sand was blown away completely. However, after the sand was cleared, the scene at the Iwagakure ninja's position made both Rashi and Han's pupils shrink. This. On the desolate, barren land, countless human-shaped sand sculptures, resembling cacti, had sprouted at some point. If one looked closely, they could see the twisted human faces trapped within the sand-covered sculptures. The surviving Iwagakure ninja, upon seeing this terrifying sight, had their pupils contract in fear, their bodies trembling from dread. Some even. What? What kind of power is this? With just one strike, Iwagakure had lost at least a tenth of their fighting strength. Although they were mostly low-ranking and middle-ranking ninjas, this hellish scene had left a psychological scar on them that could never be erased. They all looked at Rasa's figure in the sky with fear in their eyes, all having the same thought. Is this a demon? But then, Rasa's next words caused their emotions to spiral like a roller coaster, lifting their spirits, which had just plummeted, back up again. Don't worry. They are just controlled by my sand. If treated properly, their lives won't be in danger. In the eyes of all the Iwagakure ninja, and even those of Pakura and Michikawa behind Rasa, filled with disbelief, Rasa calmly said. I told you, I am not here because I enjoy killing. I am here because, as the Kazekage of Sunagakure, I must be here due to this war. So now, you still have a chance. The Jinchuriki of the Four Tails and Five Tails, if you choose to surrender and the Iwagakure ninja chooses to retreat, this war will end here. Rasa said calmly, but his next words sent shivers down to everyone's spine. If not, then I will create an actual hell for you and your generations to plunder in fear. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, God. Rasa was not someone who liked to waste words. Like before he came to this world, he hated the constant chatter in the comics. However, only after being in this world and sitting in the position of Kazekage did Rasa realize that verbal warfare had its value. Because ruling through only violence and fear is an incredibly difficult task. You have too many enemies to face. Perhaps you might think that with great power, you wouldn't have to fear anyone and could just kill whoever disobeys. It's like saying, if you can't solve the problem, then solve the one causing it. But here's the issue, eliminating the problem source doesn't mean the problem will vanish. It will only appear in another form. This was the reason why Rasa showed mercy to the Iwagakure ninja. After gaining this new power, Rasa already had a clear path for the future. That path was the unification of the shinobi world. It wasn't that Rasa was overly obsessed with power. His only goal in this was to prepare for potential enemies that might appear in the future. Such as the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, he couldn't kill these Iwagakure ninjas. This might seem like a double standard. Last time, in the Land of Rivers, Rasa didn't show any mercy to the Konoha ninja. That's right. Rasa wasn't going to deny it, he had a double standard. But he also wanted to defend himself. That's because Rasa knew he might eventually conquer Iwagakure, Kimogakure, or even Kirigakure, but Konoha was the least likely to be conquered because that was the village where the world's protagonists lived. Turning the Hokage into the Kazekage was not impossible, but it was obviously more complicated than with the other three villages. So, it was better for him to temporarily abandon Konoha, which had the smallest chance, and unite the other villages that were easier to unite. In addition to this, maintaining a balance of military power was also crucial. Of course, this wasn't easy. Just like now, after hearing Rasa's words, both Rashi and Han immediately shouted angrily. This is absolutely impossible, Kazekage. Although I'm grateful for your mercy on our village's ninja, it's still the same as I said, there are only dead Iwagakure ninja, no surrendering Iwagakure ninja. However, it wasn't entirely in vain. At least now, Rashi's reaction wasn't as intense as before. Now, it was time for something very important. That was true verbal warfare. True verbal warfare wasn't about trying to convince someone with quick words from the start, it was about first defeating them and then using both the carrot and the stick to convince them. Is that so? Then, what a pity. I won't show mercy anymore. With those words, Rasa clasped his hands together, and upon seeing this, Rashi and Han's expressions hardened. Sage Art, Magnet Release, Sand Iron Domain. Boom. In an instant, the entire ground began to crack, and sand iron surged from the earth like a tsunami, blocking out the sun. It transformed into sharp, diamond-shaped tendrils, heading straight for the two-tailed beasts in the distance. The four tails and five tails didn't hesitate for a moment. At that moment, they both used their most powerful technique, the tailed beast ball. Two massive purple chakra orbs, roughly the size of half a basketball court, sped toward the incoming sand iron. Boom. A violent explosion immediately caused the heavens and earth to tremble, as if the very fabric of the world was being torn apart. The surrounding Iwagakure ninja, hit by this intense shockwave, could no longer maintain their footing. Seeing this, the village's jonins immediately issued orders. Everyone, retreat with your sand-turned comrades. Hi. Far in the distance, feeling the terrifying hot wind approaching, White Zetsu also spoke up. Madara-sama, should we retreat? If we stay here, we'll be caught in the aftermath of the battle. But the said boss only rubbed his chin in amusement. Interesting. At that moment, the eyes of Madara Uchiha, reflecting the light of his Sharingan, showed signs of interest. Although I don't want to admit it, this little brat's power is really starting to get the better of me in this worn-out body. It looks like the plan needs to change. Let's go. Instantly, his body melded into the earth and disappeared. On the battlefield, Rasa and the two-tailed beasts were finally fully engaged in combat. Unlike the earlier battle with Bakura, Michikawa, Rashi, and Han, which, although extraordinary, was still within human limits, this battle between Rasa and the tailed beasts had surpassed human capabilities. Boom. 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 On the barren desert, each tailed beast ball, powerful enough to destroy a mountain or a village, erupted with immense destructive force, flashing and lighting up the sky. In contrast, the seemingly endless black sand iron spread like an ocean, coloring the land a deep, inky black, transforming the battlefield into a vast sea of darkness. Even the powerful tailed beast balls, upon encountering the sea of black sand iron, were devoured like ships sinking into the ocean, quickly vanishing without a trace. The Iwagakure ninja, who had already retreated to a safe distance, could only think of one word upon seeing this scene. God. This was the power of a god. Before such divine power, even the tailed beast's Jinchuriki began to falter. Rashi and Han were, after all, imperfect Jinchuriki. Even if they were perfect Jinchuriki, facing sand iron that could absorb their chakra and seemed endless, they too gradually started to weaken. Almost done. Sensing that the chakra in the two Jinchuriki was nearly exhausted, Rasa knew it was time to use his sealing technique. Sage Art, magnet release, thorn seal. Violet floral patterns, representing the sealing of the Shikaku, appeared on the sand iron. The iron tendrils climbed up the massive tailed beasts, and Rashi and Han instantly sensed something was wrong. But it was already too late. Their huge forms became moving targets. Thorny iron trees began growing on their bodies, restricting the tailed beasts' movements and suppressing their chakra. Rashi and Han suddenly felt the connection between themselves and their tailed beast severed. Did we fail? Feeling his consciousness fade, Rashi sighed inwardly. This was certainly something they had not anticipated before coming. Just like how they never expected this young Kazekage to be so powerful. It seemed that Inoki's plan had failed. Iwagakure could no longer prevent Tsunagekyure's rise. Once the news of this battle spread, no village would dare to challenge Tsunagakure easily again. However, that no longer concerned him. The battle concluded, and the sealed bodies of Rashi and Han were delivered to Rasa by the sand iron. He wasted no time, looking toward the trembling Iwagakure ninja in the distance. Go tell your Tsukikage, Inoki, I've taken the 4 tails and 5 tails. If he wants them back, he should come to Tsunagakure with sincerity. With those words, Rasa flew into the air, taking Jinchuriki, Pakura, and Michikawa. Watching Rasa leave, the Iwagakure ninja stood in stunned silence, unsure of what to do. After a long moment, a Jonin stepped forward. This is no longer a battle we can intervene in. Let's set up camp here, report everything that happened to Tsukikage-sama, and wait for his decision. Chapter 174, Aftermath. Land of Fire, Konohagakure. Hokage's office. The moment news reached Konohagakure that the war between Tsunagakure, Kimogakure, and Iwagakure was on the brink of exploding, the current pillar of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, could no longer stay in Mount Myaboku for training. At this moment, the Hokage office was filled with tension. All the high-ranking officials of the village had gathered. The atmosphere was heavy as everyone awaited updates from the village's intelligence officers regarding the battlefield. The outcome of this war would determine Konoha's position in the conflict. Everyone in Konoha hoped that this war between Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kimogakure would drag the 3 villages deeply into the quagmire of war, allowing Konoha to finally rest easy. And they wouldn't have to wait long. In just a day or two, news from the front lines would surely arrive. Sitting beside Minato, Jiraiya, seemingly more relaxed, casually asked. How's it going? Have you returned home? Was Kushina angry? Minato gave a somewhat awkward smile at Jiraiya's question. Although he had written letters to Kushina through the frogs while in Mount Myaboku, it was impossible for her not to feel resentment after being separated for so long. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside, silencing the entire office. The door to the Hokage office opened, and Shikaku Nara, the current strategist of the Hokage, appeared. However, in that moment, the stern expression on Shikaku's face immediately made everyone feel that something was wrong. What's the matter, Shikaku? Shikaku glanced around the office before steeling himself and walking up to Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, pulling out a scroll and speaking. Hokage-sama, this is the intelligence we just received from Iwagakure. Please take a look. Hiruzen's face grew serious as he took the scroll, giving Shikaku a brief glance before slowly unrolling it. Upon reading it, his body shook, and he shouted in disbelief. How is this possible? Has the intelligence been confirmed? Hiruzen's outburst immediately raised alarms among everyone in the office. Shikaku nodded gravely. We've confirmed it, Hokage-sama. There's no mistake. After all, this concerns the Jinchuriki. Iwagakure wouldn't make a joke out of this. Hiruzen's grip tightened on the scroll as the tension in the room escalated. Sensing the rising unease, Minato could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Shikaku. Shikaku, what's going on? Shikaku glanced at the Hokage, waiting for a moment before he slowly replied. We've just received word that Rasa, the Kazekage of Tsunagakure, along with the Jutsu Masters Pakura and Michikawa, appeared in the Land of Birds. With overwhelming force, they defeated Iwagakure's ninja and captured 2 of Iwagakure's Jinchuriki, the 4 tails, Rashi, and the 5 tails, Han. What? At that moment, everyone in the Hokage's office had their expressions change drastically. Danzo's reaction was the most intense, immediately shouting. Stop spouting nonsense, Shikaku. Tsunagakure's forces were in the Land of Rivers, weren't they? Yeah. This was something everyone had confirmed. At this moment, only Minato understood what was happening and spoke in a low, grave tone. Shikaku, are you saying that Tsunagakure, with just 3 people, stopped Iwagakure's 6,000-strong ninja force and captured 2 Jinchuriki? Shikaku glanced at the shocked faces of everyone in the room, his pupils narrowing slightly, before reluctantly nodding. Yes, according to the intelligence from Iwagakure, the Kazekage of Tsunagakure, Rasa, along with the Scorch Release user Pakura and Magnet Release user Michikawa, demonstrated extraordinary power in this battle. Even the tailed beast balls of the Jinchuriki were easily neutralized. Especially Rasa, who, in the final battle, fought 2 Jinchuriki simultaneously and captured them with overwhelming force. At that moment, everyone in the Hokage office shuddered, their faces filled with disbelief. You're kidding. Those are Jinchuriki we're talking about. Fighting 2 at once, with overwhelming strength. How is that even possible? Only the first Hokage could do something like this, right? Everyone spoke in shocked disbelief, their fear palpable in their words. At this point, the only ones who managed to stay calm were Minato, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Interesting. Orochimaru, who knew some secrets, excitedly licked his lips. Jiraiya furrowed his brows in thought. Minato's gaze momentarily blanked, but he quickly regained his composure, a hint of respect in his tone as he spoke. I see now. So, this is the true plan of the Kazekage. With just 3 people, they changed the course of the war. If that's the case, with the tailed beasts in hand, and considering the nature of the Otsutsuki, Iwagakure probably won't be attacking Konoha anymore. This breaks up the alliance between Iwagakure and Kimogakure. From now on, Tsunagakure only has to face Kimogakure. No. After this battle, with the Kazekage's demonstrated ability to suppress 2 tailed beasts, even Kimogakure will think twice before acting rashly. Once again, the Hokage office fell into silence. Everyone could feel the uncertainty about the future of the ninja world. Land of Rain. Under the steady patter of rain. As the leaders of the Akatsuki, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, looked at the intelligence they had just received, they were equally astonished. Not long ago, they had been tasked with intercepting the Iwagakure ninjas who tried to pass through the Land of Rain, as per their agreement with Tsunagakure. However, Yahiko had only ordered the Akatsuki members to secretly obstruct the Iwagakure ninjas without direct confrontation. After all, the Akatsuki's numbers and strength were no match for Iwagakure's forces. Fortunately, the Akatsuki was familiar with the geography of the Land of Rain. Even so, Yahiko had still been concerned that the conflict might escalate, potentially leading to the death of their members in this war. However, to their surprise, the Iwagakure ninjas suddenly chose to retreat, without even completing their journey. This baffled Yahiko and the others, as they initially thought it might be some kind of trick by Iwagakure. It wasn't until they received the latest intelligence that everything became clear. As they read the report detailing the overwhelming power displayed by the Kazekage, Rasa, who had captured 2 Jinchuriki, the 3 were stunned. Yahiko recalled his previous encounter with Rasa and the stories Jiraiya-sensei had told them about the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who had once ruled the ninja world. Yahiko then had an idea and asked. Konan, Nagato, have you ever been to Tsunagakure? While the entire ninja world was shocked by the frightening power displayed by Tsunagakure's fourth Kazekage, Rasa, the story's protagonist, Rasa himself, returned to Tsunagakure. After safely securing the 2-tailed beasts, he went straight to the Ryuchi cave to meet with the White Snake Sage. Chapter 175, New Training. Ryuchi Cave. Inside the dark cave. Following a report from the Taijutsuheim, Rasa once again met with the White Snake Sage. Kazekage, I'm not sure why you wanted to see me again. Are you ready to accept the terms I proposed earlier? To use your special power to turn the natural energy of our Ryuchi cave into Senjutsu energy, the White Snake Sage asked. Rasa shook his head but still explained. Sorry, it's not that I'm refusing. I just believe that any transaction should be made on equal terms of power. The White Snake Sage showed no signs of displeasure but instead asked. Oh. Are you dissatisfied with your current power, Kazekage? I have seen it myself. Even the 5 tails and 4 tails were easily sealed by you. No. For me, among all the tailed beasts, only the 9 tails power is worth my attention, Rasa replied. After all, the 9 tails could defeat 7 opponents with only half of its power. The White Snake Sage nodded, acknowledging this, and then asked. So, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Rasa didn't hesitate and directly asked. I want to ask a question. I want to do something, but I don't want any of the 6-path sages to detect it. Is there a way? The White Snake Sage's eyes brightened, immediately understanding what Rasa meant. You wish to take action against the tailed beasts. Rasa didn't deny it. So, does Lord White Snake think it's impossible? The White Snake Sage finally seemed a little more energetic and responded, from my standpoint, I have no objection. However, I do not recommend it. Why? Rasa asked. Simple, the White Snake Sage began. Since Kaguya Otsutsuki became the Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails and passed her chakra through the ninja world via the shinobi religion, she, as the owner of the chakra, can observe any place in this world that contains chakra. In other words, as long as there's no chakra, she won't be able to observe it. Rasa asked. That's the theory, but it's very difficult to achieve. Take you, for example, even though you don't have chakra in your body now, Otsutsuki Kagaya can't observe you directly, but she can still observe you through the chakra around you, your family, your subordinates, and even chakra-infused ninja tools. If you plan to take action against the tailed beasts, even if you bring them to a space devoid of chakra, she will still be able to know your movements through the tailed beast's chakra. Rasa's brow furrowed deeply. Is there really no way? The white snake sage pondered for a moment. Well, it's not entirely hopeless. Unless your space-time abilities surpass Otsutsuki Kagaya's, allowing you to create a world beyond the reach of chakra. Is there any way to do that? Rasa pressed. At that moment, the white snake sage gazed intently at him. Of course, there is a way. Don't forget, I once told you about my abilities. Rasa immediately recalled what the white snake sage had said before. Her greatest skill was the ability to create spaces. If it were in the past, Rasa would naturally have hesitated, but after all his time spent with the Ryuchi cave, the other party had shown enough goodwill. If he was too suspicious now, it would indeed seem ungrateful. I remember, please teach me, Lord White Snake. Rasa said earnestly. The white snake sage nodded and explained. It's simple. The key lies in the dragon transformation secret technique. Our Ryuchi cave's dragon transformation technique can help the practitioner's power evolve, granting them new abilities. There are two ways to acquire this new power. One is through self-evolution, but that evolution is uncertain, and the abilities obtained are unknown. The other way is by receiving guidance. Our Ryuchi cave follows the second method. The guiding power comes from the scales passed down by the previous white snake sages. Rasa nodded, eager to understand. So, what should I do specifically? Just infuse the power of my scales into the dragon transformation technique. This power will take root within your body like a seed, allowing you to grasp the power of space. The white snake sage explained. Sunagakure. After returning from the Ryuchi cave, Rasa immediately summoned Baki and Anoka. Once they entered, Rasa wasted no time and spoke directly. I need both of you to do something. Baki, who now blindly admired and trusted Rasa, especially after seeing Rasa capture the Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, was filled with excitement. Anoka asked. What is it? Rasa summoned two of the puppets made by Chiyo, specifically the Four Tails and Five Tails puppets, using his summoning technique. Anoka, I need you to use sealing techniques to extract some chakra from these two Jinchuriki and seal it into these puppets. Baki, you'll assist her. Got it. Baki responded eagerly. The two Jinchuriki were left under the supervision of the Umbu after being captured. Although Rasa had dismissed his previous plans to deal with the tailed beasts under the white snake sage's advice, this did not mean that Rasa had lost interest in their chakra. At least, he was still interested in the lava release of the Four Tails and the boil release of the Five Tails. Anoka asked curiously. Can these puppets suppress the tailed beast chakra? Don't worry. Rasa assured her. The core of these puppets is made from my Senjutsu chakra, so suppressing tailed beast chakra won't be an issue. But be gentle when extracting the chakra. We can't let anything happen to these two Jinchuriki, or Inoki might really try to kill me. Understood. Baki nodded, though a little disappointed. He knew that the Four Tails and Five Tails could never truly be absorbed by Sunagakure, they were only being used to restrain Iwagakure. Alright, get to work. Rasa said. After Baki and Anoka left, Rasa let out a sigh of relief. With the Four Tails and Five Tails under his control, it meant that Sunagakure now held the initiative in the war. Inoki would never dare to make a rash move. He wouldn't allow the Jinchuriki, who had cost Iwagakure so many resources to produce, to be lost. Without Inoki, even the strength of Kyumo would not be enough to pose a serious threat. With that, Sunagakure could fully withdraw from the turmoil of this war and focus on developing the village. But Rasa also knew not to let his guard down. Even though he had easily sealed the Four Tails and Five Tails in this battle, he knew that even if the tailed beasts were sealed, it was uncertain how much power they could still exert. And even if the tailed beasts were fully released, the One Tail through Seven Tails were no match for the Eight Tails and Nine Tails. Not to mention, the Nine Tails in this case was only half of its full power. So, Rasa knew that he had no reason to become arrogant just yet. Next, he returned home. With Chiyo, Ebizo, and Bunpuku all away on missions, Hana had temporarily returned to the village. For her safety, Rasa asked her to stay with Karura for the time being. During this period, Karura's pregnancy had progressed, and she had started experiencing morning sickness. Hana, who had been a little shy before, became very excited upon hearing about Karura's pregnancy and eagerly took on the responsibility of taking care of her. After making sure his wife was well taken care of, Rasa returned to the Ryuchi cave to continue his training. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, White Snake Scales. The news of the Four Tails Jinchuriki and Five Tails Jinchuriki from Iwagakure being captured by Sunagakure's Kazekage spread throughout the world. It immediately pressed the pause button on the entire shinobi world, which was already caught in the chaos of war. Upon receiving the news, Inoki, the Kazekage of Iwagakure, was naturally furious. However, after venting his emotions, Inoki chose the wisest course of action. He immediately ordered the ninjas from both of the village's battlefronts to retreat 10 miles and cease their attack on Sunagakure. Just as Rasa had predicted, Inoki was not willing to gamble. If Iwagakure continued their attack and Sunagakure chose to take drastic measures and directly killed the two Jinchuriki, even though the tailed beasts themselves couldn't die, the loss of the Jinchuriki would be devastating to the village. Additionally, the cost of recapturing the tailed beasts was not something Iwagakure could bear at this moment. Especially during such a chaotic time in the shinobi world. One wrong move could cause Iwagakure to fall into an irreparable situation. After receiving the news, the third Raikage of Kimogakure also made the same decision. He quickly ordered the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, who was still on the battlefield, to return to the village. Although Kimogakure had not suffered any direct losses, the Raikage had already lost Iwagakure as an ally and now had to face Sunagakure alone. Moreover, the display of power by Sunagakure had greatly unsettled him. Particularly, the appearance of the Scorch-release ninja Pakura and the Magnet-release ninja Michikawa, who had joined the hunt for the Four Tails and Five Tails, now arriving in the Land of Rivers, made the third Raikage believe that Kimogakure had no chance of victory. In contrast to the anger and frustration of the ninjas from Iwagakure and Kimogakure, Sunagakure had no intention of hiding the news. Therefore, the ninjas and civilians of Sunagakure, upon hearing the news, were filled with immense excitement. The display of power by Kazekage, Pakura, and Michikawa, as well as the possibility of avoiding the continuation of the war, had elevated their admiration for the three to its peak. The entire village of Suna was engulfed in a joyous and enthusiastic atmosphere. This caused those with malicious intent hiding in Sunagakure to retreat and lie low once more, caught between reluctance and fear. Dragon Oasis. This is where the God Tree resides. Unlike the God Tree that had been transformed from the Ten Tails in his memory, this God Tree in Dragon Oasis did not seem to have grown significantly larger due to an increase in chakra. In fact, compared to the other massive trees of Dragon Oasis, it could be considered relatively small. If it weren't for the seals and sculptures surrounding it, it would be difficult to distinguish it from the other trees. Rasa was unsure if this was due to the surrounding sealing techniques, the container below limiting its growth, or the chakra he had provided not being enough. However, he didn't feel dissatisfied, so he didn't mind. Rasa's sole purpose for coming here today was to use the power of the God Tree he had created to train. With this in mind, Rasa took out a scroll from his pocket. As the seal on the scroll was undone, a palm-sized, jade-white scale appeared before him. This was the scale gifted to him by the White Snake Sage, imbued with the power of the Dragon Cave. This scale, though small, allowed Rasa to feel the surging natural energy within it. Without hesitation, Rasa raised his right hand and pointed the comma at the white scale. In an instant, the natural power within the scale was drawn toward the comma by its immense pulling force. The surging natural energy transformed into a massive white serpent and flew into the comma. As this natural energy from the White Snake Sage fused with Rasa's body through the power of comma, Rasa immediately felt a new strength slowly emerging in his heart. At the same time, he realized that his sensory ability was rapidly expanding, stretching out further and further, its range growing wider. So, this is the spatial ability the White Snake Sage spoke of. At this moment, Rasa's weakest sensory ability was quickly replenished. His sensory range, initially just 1 kilometer, began to expand rapidly, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. What was even more terrifying was that he wasn't just improving his range, the details within the range, every blade of grass, every tree, became increasingly clear. The closer the object, the more distinct the sensation. With his eyes closed, Rasa slowly acclimated to this newly acquired ability. After about half an hour, he slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, his sensory ability surpassed even the strongest sensory abilities of the Uzumaki clan, such as the Kagura Mind's Eye. Within a 10-kilometer radius centered on him, he could clearly sense everything, including chakra, natural energy, and senjutsu energy. He could detect the precise location of others, the size of their energy, and even the chakra attributes. Beyond the 10-kilometer range, while not as clear, he could still vaguely sense the direction of others. This range extended up to around 100 kilometers. This range was measured from his position. If considered from Rasa's perspective, it spanned a direct 200 kilometers. However, Rasa was still not fully satisfied. He clearly remembered that in the later stages of the Hokage's story, for example, both Hashirama and Tobirama, while in the Uzumaki village, could sense Madara from the battlefield, and that distance was at least over 1,000 kilometers. Of course, for Rasa at present, the most important aspect of this ability was that it would prevent Black Zetsu and White Zetsu from spying on him. At that moment, Rasa sensed something and vanished with a body flicker technique. When he reappeared, he was already inside Chiyo's laboratory in the Dragon Oasis. What's this? As Rasa infused senjutsu energy into several test subjects from Iwagakure, 6 White Zetsu bodies emerged from the experiments. Seeing Rasa, who had extracted them, the white Zetsu were filled with fear. How is this possible? I see, the spore technique. What a shame, these aren't the top-tier Zetsu like the ones Akatsuki has. However, such valuable research material couldn't be wasted. Rasa didn't give them any time to react. He immediately sealed them using magnet release and stored them in a scroll. As for the appearance of white Zetsu, Rasa wasn't too surprised. In fact, it would have been strange if they hadn't shown up. Given his current strength and Madara's weakened state, Rasa wasn't worried at all. It was black Zetsu that truly concerned him. After dealing with white Zetsu, Rasa returned beneath the god tree. Though the newly acquired spatial power pleased him, Rasa wasn't entirely confident about using it directly to practice the Dragon Cave's secret transformation technique. He still wanted to add an extra layer of precaution. With that thought, he didn't hesitate anymore. He placed both of his hands on the trunk of the god tree. The god tree seemed to sense his intentions, and a pull came, drawing all the power Rasa had just gained into his body. Soon, a brand new fruit appeared on the tree's canopy. Seeing this, Rasa nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, he recalled the words the white snake sage had told him. Any normal person would likely dislike living under constant surveillance. Once this war ended, perhaps he could begin attempting to help those around him abandon chakra as a source of power. With this thought in mind, Rasa wasted no time and picked the new fruit from the tree, eating it. The moment he consumed it, Rasa, who hadn't expected much, suddenly felt a strange shift within his body. He could clearly sense what was happening. It was a power he had never used before, a gift from the priestesses of the land of demons, known as the power of foresight. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, The Evolution of, Kama. In the land of demons, during the battle with Morio, Rasa's gains were immense. Aside from gaining control of a space the size of Sunagakure from Morio, he also obtained the ability to create puppet bugs and possess and control puppets. But his gains didn't stop there. Let's not forget that during that battle, Rasa also received a gift from the priestesses of the land of demons. The ability they bestowed upon him was simple, foresight. This might sound like a powerful ability, and it certainly was, but it came with a restriction. Currently, Rasa could only use this foresight ability to see his own death. Yes, it wasn't about seeing danger. It was about seeing his own death. And it only applied to him. At first glance, this seemed like a rather useless ability. Because as soon as he sensed that a life-threatening danger was approaching, he wouldn't even know if he could do anything to avoid it. Furthermore, if there was no life-threatening danger, the ability was effectively useless. Fortunately, Rasa soon discovered an alternative use for this ability. As long as the foresight ability didn't activate, it meant that whatever he was doing at the time posed no immediate threat to his life. This was why Rasa had no hesitation in confronting the Four Tails and Five Tails. After all, in the current shinobi world, only a handful of people could bring Rasa to the brink of death. In fact, the only ones he truly feared were Black Zetsu, the Sage of the Six Paths, and the Otsutsuki clan. So now, if he could act against the two-tailed beasts without triggering the foresight ability, it suggested that his actions hadn't provoked a strong reaction from those powerful figures. But now, Rasa felt an unusual disturbance in his foresight ability, not a warning of danger, but a strange sensation. Quickly, Rasa traced this anomaly to its source. It came from Morio's space. When Rasa arrived, the scene before him made his eyes widen. What was once a lifeless world the size of Sunagakure, Morio's Yellow Spring world, was now undergoing a strange transformation. This change was truly peculiar. Nothing seemed to be happening to the naked eye, but Rasa could perceive it only through his sensory abilities. The senjutsu energy, which had once floated faintly like mist in this world, was now fusing. Yes, fusing. The senjutsu energy was merging within Morio's space, and the result was that Morio's world was slowly expanding. At the same time, Rasa could feel the once stagnant world begin to exhibit signs of movement, not the movement of senjutsu energy, but rather a flow akin to time itself. Time. Suddenly, Rasa had an epiphany. The priestesses wield the power of foresight over time. The white snake sage's scales possessed spatial power. And now, Morio had created this space. These three forces were converging at this very moment, fusing together as though forming a pivotal moment, a new form of power. Ultimately, these forces merged into the power of temporal space. This was the power of creation. Excited by this possibility, Rasa couldn't contain his exhilaration. Without hesitation, Rasa began absorbing the senjutsu energy from the outside world at an overwhelming pace. Indeed, as more and more senjutsu energy flowed in, the changes within Morio's world accelerated. However, soon, Rasa began to feel dissatisfied. Too slow, it's too slow. Although the world was indeed changing, the transformation was just too subtle. Rasa understood this. Just like how he absorbed senjutsu energy, although all the energy in this world had been purified by him so far, he wasn't the true owner of this senjutsu energy. This energy naturally belonged to this world. While he had a unique connection with it, there was still a limit to how quickly he could absorb it. And clearly, the more senjutsu energy he purified, the faster his absorption rate became. In other words, should he take action against the tailed beasts? This thought left Rasa in an awkward situation. If he didn't act against the tailed beasts, his power would hit a bottleneck. But if he did, it could lead to trouble. What should I do? Upon careful reflection, the only major sources of chakra or natural energy that he knew of were the 3 great sage lands, as well as the so-called Zero Tail from Kunin village and the 6 paths ninja tools from the land of grass, the box of ultimate bliss. But wait, there was also the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. But out of these, aside from Zero Tail, he couldn't directly intervene with the others. And as for Zero Tail, he still needed Kunin village's people to work for him. After much thought, Rasa decided to wait a little longer. Some things couldn't be rushed. With this in mind, he suppressed his impatience and turned his attention to something else. Since Morio's space had undergone such a change, what about the senjutsu energy sealed in the gourd? Rasa immediately shifted his consciousness to the sealed space within the gourd. What he saw next filled him with excitement. Though there was no visible change at the center of the space, where the spiral-like energy formation for the secret dragon transformation technique resided, through his sensory abilities, Rasa could feel that this senjutsu energy seemed to have gained some new power. What's this? However, to understand the nature of this power, he would need to use it. With that thought, he didn't waste any time. He withdrew his consciousness from the gourd's sealed space and returned to Morio's realm. Making hand seals, he unlocked the seal on his chest, releasing the senjutsu energy from the gourd. The energy flowed from Rasa's chest to his limbs and throughout his body. Just as Rasa didn't feel anything unusual at first, he suddenly felt a familiar change in his right hand. It was, The last time he felt this kind of reaction was when he absorbed the chakra from the senju cells in Danzo's arm. He opened his eyes and looked at his right hand. There, from one corner of the diamond-shaped, a black line extended outward, eventually forming a black dot just below the base of his thumb. And at the moment the dot appeared, Rasa felt a strange sensation. This feeling wasn't new to him. It was a sensation he only experienced when someone used reverse summoning techniques to summon him. But in this ninja world, the only entity capable of summoning him through reverse summoning was the contract with the Ryuchi cave. Yet this sensation was different. It wasn't just the natural energy of the Ryuchi cave, it also contained a strange, malevolent chakra. What's going on? Rasa certainly didn't want to accept this inexplicable summoning. But his foresight ability didn't warn him of any danger, and this strange summoning seemed tied to his cheat. Curious about who might be summoning him, he ultimately decided not to refuse it. Boom. With a puff of white smoke, Rasa disappeared from his original location. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dark, cramped space, feeling as though he had lost control of his body. The sound of kunai clanging against each other echoed from outside. What's going on? Although he didn't understand the situation, Rasa disliked this sense of being restrained and immediately prepared to break free from this space. However, just as he was about to take action, he realized that the senjutsu energy inside him had vanished, replaced by a somewhat unfamiliar chakra. Please give a try to my next book, One Punch Man, Heroic Start with Dual Kamui. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, The 64th Year of Konoha. In the 64th year of Konoha, in conjunction with Sunigakure, is hosting the Chunin exams. After a morning full of exciting battles, the Chunin exams have finally reached the highly anticipated crucial match. This is the match between Sasuke Uchiha, the orphan of the Uchiha clan from Konoha, and Gaara, the son of the Fourth Kazekage of Sunigakure. The match has drawn attention from guests who have traveled from afar to watch. The thrilling ninja battle has the audience cheering non-stop. However, just as the match is about to reach its conclusion, an unexpected change occurs. First, a large-scale genjutsu falls from the sky, causing the vast majority of the spectators to fall into a deep sleep. Then, Sunigakure's originally allies, ninjas, suddenly turn against their comrades. Finally, from the observation tower, the Fourth Kazekage of Sunigakure suddenly makes a move against the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and takes him hostage. Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly realizes the reason behind Sunigakure's betrayal. The man who was supposed to be the Kazekage of Sunigakure throws away his hat and tears off his mask, revealing the face of his most beloved disciple, Orochimaru, a rogue ninja of Konoha, one of the legendary Sannin. After the 4 sound ninjas, disguised as Kazekage guards, cast the 4 purple flames formation, giving Orochimaru and the Third Hokage a battlefield free from interference, Orochimaru finally reveals his true objective, Sasuke Uchiha. Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally refuses to comply with Orochimaru's wishes. After a brief exchange of blows, Orochimaru finally performs the jutsu he had prepared to kill his former sensei. Summoning Jutsu, Edo Tensei. What? Looking at the 3 coffins rising from the ground, each labeled with the characters for first, second, and fourth, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately forms hand seals, trying to stop Orochimaru. But the coffins of the first and second Hokages have already been summoned. Hiruzen Sarutobi can only do his best to prevent the coffin labeled fourth from being summoned. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi is about to succeed, the coffin marked fourth halts halfway, as if it is about to return to where it came from. Did it succeed? Before Hiruzen Sarutobi can rejoice, he notices that the third coffin, which seemed to fail to be summoned, has risen again, now positioned at the front. Did it still fail? At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression darkens. Behind the coffin, Orochimaru licks his lips, wearing a triumphant smile. Having the Hokage die at the hands of a Hokage is simply too amusing. At that moment, the lids of the 3 coffins slowly open and fall heavily to the ground, revealing the figures of 3 powerful ninja. Could it be, those 2 are? Who are they? Those are the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who established our Konoha village. What? Then who is the third one? That is actually the 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure. Orochimaru actually killed the 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure. In that instant, as Hiruzen Sarutobi gazes at the figures stepping out of the coffins, first Hokage Hashirama Senju, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and the 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure, Rasa, he finally understands the full scope of what has transpired. Hiruzen Sarutobi, of course, did not believe that the third coffin labeled 4 contained the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, as his soul was still in the belly of the death god. And on such an important stage, Orochimaru would not be so unprepared, not even knowing whether he could use the reincarnation of the Edo Tensei to bring back the 4th Hokage. At this moment, the first and second Hokages, summoned by the Edo Tensei, regained their awareness. Feeling their bodies, they looked back at Orochimaru and understood what had happened. I see, so this is the Edo Tensei. Using this forbidden jutsu to summon us. What an impressive young man. The second Hokage said, his voice familiar to Hiruzen Sarutobi. The first Hokage also spoke with some helplessness. As expected, no matter which world, war always exists. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened as he angrily shouted at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you got some nerve to toy with the souls of the dead. This is unforgivable. Sensei, and Lord First Hokage, I never imagined I would meet you both under these circumstances. Senju Tobirama, hearing the familiar voice, looked over. Hiruzen, is that you? Have you gotten so old? Oh, Sarutobi, it's been a long time, the first Hokage responded warmly. Orochimaru, however, licked his lips, eagerly pulling out 2 kunai sealed with the jutsu and driving them into the heads of the 2 Hokages, completely controlling them. Stop chatting, you old fools. Start fighting already. The 2 Hokages immediately began to lose consciousness, leaving behind only one last sentence. Sorry, Hiruzen. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately became alert. At that moment, Orochimaru drew another kunai, preparing to control the 4th Kazekage, who was standing in the front. It was understandable that the spectators overlooked the Kazekage, as the 4th Kazekage, summoned through the Edo Tensei, seemed insignificant compared to the 3 Hokages and their complicated sensei-student relationship. In Orochimaru's view, this newly created 4th Kazekage reincarnation seemed weak compared to the 2 Hokages, with no sign of regained consciousness. But something unexpected happened just as Orochimaru approached the Kazekage, preparing to use the special kunai to control him. The 4th Kazekage suddenly moved on his own, starting to form hand seals. Edo Tensei. Release. Before Orochimaru could react, countless grains of sand erupted from beneath the Kazekage's feet, transforming into blades that sliced Orochimaru in half at the waist. What? In that instant, Orochimaru's pupils contracted, his eyes filled with disbelief. He clearly sensed that the 4th Kazekage, whom he had killed and turned into a puppet, had broken free of his control. This shocking sight caused not only Orochimaru but also Hiruzen Sarutobi and the surrounding Sound Ninja and Konoha Umbu to react in alarm. Orochimaru-sama. What is this? Though the attack could not harm Orochimaru, he was quickly sliced in half. However, countless small snakes burst from his body and entangled together, reuniting his 2 halves. Still, the unexpected turn of events caused Orochimaru to be cautious and retreat. Fortunately, the sand did not pursue him. Once at a safe distance, Orochimaru frowned as he watched the 4th Kazekage standing there, seemingly feeling his new body. Confusion was etched across his face. What's going on? This sudden change made the atmosphere inside the barrier grow increasingly strange. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the 4th Kazekage, who had suddenly risen up. As the silence grew tense, the Kazekage finally looked up, his eyes scanning the surroundings before settling on Orochimaru. Edo Tensei, huh? Interesting. To everyone's further shock, the Kazekage then reached out and grabbed the head of the first Hokage. What? Orochimaru immediately felt a bad premonition and tried to control the first Hokage to retreat, but he found that he could no longer control him. Then, he witnessed something even more astonishing. With the naked eye, it seemed as though the first Hokage's soul was leaving his body, transforming into strands of chakra, which the fourth Kazekage, now reanimated, was continuously absorbing. Though Orochimaru still did not understand what was happening, he quickly reacted. Water style. Water break. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, The Future World. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, instantly performed a water-style jutsu, spitting out a high-pressure water stream aimed at the Kazekage, who was absorbing the first Hokage's chakra. Although it was regrettable, Rasa, the fourth Kazekage, released the first Hokage's soul and quickly retreated. The first Hokage's soul then flew back into the Edo Tensei body. Seeing this, Orochimaru immediately summoned the two Hokage's reincarnations to his side. However, he still didn't let his guard down, warily watching the suddenly uncontrollable reincarnation of the Kazekage. This is too strange. Orochimaru muttered to himself. As the caster of the Edo Tensei, Orochimaru knew that as long as the correct hand signs were known, the summoner of the jutsu could undo the summoning contract and regain control. That was why he was so eager to control the first and second Hokages. But why did this Kazekage from Sunagakure know the hand sign? Moreover, Orochimaru was sure that the ability to absorb chakra just displayed by this Kazekage was not something he originally possessed, otherwise, it should have appeared during the previous battle. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with confusion. However, not far away, Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to see an opportunity and immediately shouted. Kazekage, I'm the Hokage. It seems that you two were killed by Orochimaru. Now, Sunagakure is under Orochimaru's control and is attacking Konoha. We must work together to defeat Orochimaru and save both our villages. The words from Hiruzen Sarutobi brightened the Umbu's faces around him. Indeed, if the two Kage teamed up, even though Orochimaru controlled two Hokages, they would still be able to put up a fight. However, Orochimaru said nothing, only frowning as he observed the Kazekage, who was still seemingly enjoying his new body. Hiruzen Sarutobi thought that the Kazekage had just been summoned and had not yet fully regained his senses. He was about to call out again when the Kazekage finally lowered his hands, turned, and glanced outside the barrier before coldly saying. No. I refuse. This is a matter for your Konoha. With that, Rasa calmly walked up to the barrier of the four purple flames formation. To everyone's astonishment, he formed hand seals. Four purple flames formation. Release. Suddenly, a small gate opened in the four purple flames formation, and Rasa, the Kazekage, walked out, causing the barrier to close again. This scene left everyone, including Orochimaru, stunned and confused. Not only did he know how to break the Edo Tensei, but he also knew how to bypass the four purple flames formation. At this moment, Rasa paid no mind to them. Walking out of the barrier, Rasa looked around at the unfamiliar yet familiar arena, filled with figures that should have appeared only many years later. He couldn't help but sigh, glancing at the comma in his hand. I see. So this is the power of time and space. It brought me to the future. No. As he gazed at the scene before him, identical to the one from the story, Rasa understood. This was not the future, but the second world of the Hokage. Interesting, so does this mean I can do whatever I want in this world? After all, if anything goes wrong, I can just undo the Edo Tensei and return to my own world. No matter how powerful, even the Sage of the Six Paths can't intervene in parallel worlds, right? However, before doing anything, there were two things he had to take care of. He had sensed earlier that although he had arrived in a parallel world through the power of time and space, he could still sense the existence of the Hell world and the Gourd Seal space, both of which shared the same temporal and spatial powers. However, due to his current Edo Tensei body, which couldn't use Sage Mode energy, he was unable to open these two spaces. At present, just like when he first arrived in this world, he could only use chakra. In other words, he needed to regain his Sage Mode energy. Fortunately, with the experience from his previous world, he knew exactly what to do this time. All he had to do was plant a god tree again and replace the chakra in his body, and it would be done. The only issue was whether or not his Edo Tensei body could manage that. But since the comma still existed, there shouldn't be any problem. Originally, he planned to directly take action against his son in this world, Gaara, or the Ninetales chakra, but first, both seemed to have left Konoha, and second, even though he had just absorbed some of Hashirama's chakra, he hadn't fully regained his would-release powers due to his weakened state. However, he was able to sense something, and with the additional sensory abilities granted by the time-space power, he turned his gaze toward a direction in Konoha. That immense chakra, even larger than a tailed beast's, should belong to Hashirama's body. Using Hashirama's power as the seed for his new god tree would be the perfect choice. As for the other matter. In the arena for the finals. After handing over Gaara to Temari and Kankuro, Baki, the head of the Umbu, remained behind to carry out the Kazekage's Konoha destruction plan and fought against the Jonin, Yugao, who had stayed behind. He noticed the barrier that had appeared on the spectators' platform in the distance. However, not knowing the exact situation inside, he assumed that his Kazekage was fighting the Hokage. Since the Kazekage was fighting against Konoha's Hokage, he, as the Umbu leader, couldn't back down either. He immediately joined the battle with the Konoha Jonin, and the two engaged in a fierce fight. At that moment, suddenly, a wave of golden sand surged in, separating the two. Boom. The force of the golden sand startled both of them, and they looked up to see a familiar figure standing at the center. Kazekage-sama. Baki was surprised but quickly noticed the Kazekage's strange appearance. Yugao was also startled when she saw the Kazekage from Sunagakure, the terrifying aura making her break into a cold sweat. But if the Kazekage was here, then who was fighting against the Hokage on the spectators' platform? Rasa, however, paid no attention to the Konoha ninja standing nearby. He immediately gave orders to Baki. Baki, immediately relay my orders. Our alliance with Orochimaru has ended. Sunagakure's ninja must leave Konoha and return to the village. Although this was a parallel world, since he had come here, he certainly wouldn't ignore Sunagakure. Baki, though startled, immediately nodded in agreement and vanished from the spot. Rasa, seeing this, ignored Yugao and dissolved into sand, vanishing from the scene. In Konoha, at the Root headquarters. Although the outside world was in turmoil, the leader of Root, Danzo, remained seated, waiting calmly. Even the Root ninjas hadn't been dispatched. Why had Orochimaru been able to invade Konoha so easily? Danzo's cooperation had played a significant role in that. Once Hiruzen Sarutobi died, Konoha would be without leadership, and he would naturally be able to take the position of Hokage. But just as everything seemed to be going according to plan, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the Root base. What's going on? Danzo furrowed his brows. A Root ninja rushed up to report. Bad news, Danzo-sama, the Root base is under attack. Who dares to be so reckless? It's Sunagakure's Fourth Kazekage. What? Chapter 180, Hashirama's corpse. When Danzo stepped out of his residence and arrived at the Root base outside, he saw waves of golden sand surging towards the base like an ocean. All the Root ninjas in the organization were engulfed by the sand. As expected, only the Fourth Kazekage from Sunagakure could control such golden sand. But, wait a minute, what was going on? Hadn't Orochimaru said that he had killed the Fourth Kazekage? And why was he invading the Root base? Danzo couldn't make sense of it at all. Just then, a ninja wearing a black mask descended from the sky. He was one of Danzo's trusted subordinates, a member of the Yamanaka clan, Fuyamanaka. What's going on? Why is the Fourth Kazekage here? Danzo asked coldly, and Fu knelt on the ground and answered. Danzo-sama, according to the latest intelligence, Orochimaru used the Edo Tensei technique to summon the first and second Hokage, as well as the Fourth Kazekage from Sunagakure. However, the technique went awry, and the Fourth Kazekage broke free from Orochimaru's control and escaped from the barrier. Danzo was startled, then narrowed his eyes, looking at the Root base, now covered in sand. He spoke in a low tone. Edo Tensei, a forbidden technique from my master. Orochimaru. But the Fourth Kazekage actually managed to break free. How did he do that? No, that's not important. Where's the wind? Why hasn't he arrived yet? As soon as he finished speaking, another figure appeared, a person with orange hair, wearing a Konoha headband and carrying a short sword on his back. He was another of Danzo's trusted subordinates, a sensory ninja from the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Kaze. Have you found the Kazekage's trail? Danzo asked. He asked this because Yamanaka Kaze was one of the few sensory ninjas en route. Unfortunately, Yamanaka Kaze shook his head and knelt on the ground. Sorry, Danzo-sama. The sand is filled with massive chakra, interfering with my sensory abilities. Danzo's expression grew darker. I see. Looks like this Kazekage was well prepared. But why doesn't he go after Orochimaru for revenge? Why come to our Root base? This question also confused the nearby Root members. Go, find the Kazekage. Also, bring along the Sealing Squad members. He's in a reanimated body, and ordinary techniques won't be able to destroy him. Only sealing jutsu will work. Yes, sir. Root ninjas immediately scattered, searching for Rasa's whereabouts within the base. Meanwhile, Rasa had already arrived at his destination. The vast amounts of sand pouring into the Root base allowed Rasa to fully understand the internal structure of the Root organization. With his current sensory abilities and the ability to move through the sand, he quickly located his target. It was a massive cave hidden beneath the Root base. A giant stone blocked the path ahead, covered in various sealing jutsu. Rasa was very familiar with these sealing techniques. They were all from the Uzumaki clan. It seemed that after Hashirama's death, his wife, Uzumaki Mito, had personally laid these seals. From these techniques, it was clear that Uzumaki Mito's talent in sealing was far superior to that of Tsunade. Unfortunately, Rasa did not have the time to study these sealing techniques. With limited time, he decided to forcefully break through them. Without hesitation, he formed a series of hand seals. Though it had been over a year since he last used ninjutsu, he still executed the seals with ease. Suddenly, 4 sand clones emerged beside him. "You guard the surroundings." After giving the command, Rasa approached the massive stone and pressed his right hand against the seals. In an instant, the enormous pulling force of the kama absorbed the seals from the stone. After a brief moment, the stone began to rumble and slowly shifted aside. When Rasa entered, he found a vast cave inside. Sunlight streamed down from above, casting light onto a massive tree below. The tree's trunk was so large it seemed to have lived for over 1,000 years, about the width of 10 people embracing it. Its canopy resembled a giant green umbrella, covering everything around it. At the base of the tree, a small shrine stood. Despite having been dead for decades, the body of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, still lay there, lifelike as ever. Upon closer inspection, Rasa noticed that Hashirama's body seemed to merge with the tree itself. Even though Hashirama had died many years ago, the chakra emanating from his body was still overwhelming. It was far stronger than the chakra of any tailed beast. The familiar sensation confirmed Rasa's suspicions. As expected, Hashirama Senju's power isn't just ordinary wood release. It's the power of the god tree, or rather, the power of the 10 tails. One could say that Hashirama Senju is the living 10 tails. However, all of this now belonged to Rasa. In Konoha. At the Chunin exams venue. Rasa's unexpected appearance caused Orochimaru much confusion and curiosity, but it didn't affect his primary goal. This time, his only target was to kill his dear teacher, the third Hokage. However, the sudden retreat of Tsunagekyu's forces had a significant impact on the ongoing battles in Konoha. While Konoha had been devastated, it was still far from a village that Tsunagekure or Otogekure could easily attack. Not to mention, Tsunagekure itself was in a weakened state. Once Tsunagekure's ninjas withdrew from the battlefield, Otogekure's ninjas were left on their own and couldn't handle the Konoha ninjas. Additionally, the legendary Sannin member Jiraiya had secretly intervened. After the initial confusion, Konoha's ninjas quickly regained control of the internal situation. At the exam arena, Kakashi, Naruto, and the others' teacher used his Sharingan to observe everything. Seeing the order given by the Kazekage for Tsunagekure's ninja to retreat, although somewhat confused, Kakashi felt relieved. Only the single-minded guy did not understand what was happening. After kicking an Otogekure ninja away, he rushed over to Kakashi, anxiously asking, "Kakashi, what happened? Why did Tsunagekure's ninja suddenly retreat?" Kakashi, whose Sharingan was focused on the battle inside the barrier, calmly replied. "It was the Kazekage of Tsunagekure who gave the order. They've ended their alliance with Orochimaru and retreated." "That's great." Guy sighed in relief, but quickly realized something and looked toward the barrier. If the Kazekage retreated, then who's fighting the third Hokage? Kakashi's face darkened as he said the name, which made Guy's expression change dramatically. Orochimaru. What? At that moment, Naruto, Sakura, and Shikamaru, who had just awakened from the genjutsu, came over to Kakashi and Guy's side. Kakashi-sensei. Guy-sensei. What's going on? Facing the confused expressions of the others, Kakashi simply said. It's fine now. Tsunagekure's ninjas have retreated, and Otogekure is not a concern. Now, we'll just have to watch the battle of the Hokage. However, as Kakashi spoke, he noticed something was off when he looked at the kids in front of him. After a second look, he became anxious and asked, "Where's Sasuke?" As soon as he said that, Naruto and Sakura immediately realized Sasuke was no longer with them. At that moment, Yamato appeared in front of the group with a troubled look on his face. "Sorry, Kakashi-senpai, I sent Sasuke to pursue Tsunagekure's Gaara and the others."